as oil can lead to the spoilage of the brine. If necessary, a high concentration of white liquor may be added for sterilization. However, in a prison setting, procuring alcohol is out of the question, leaving us with the option to maintain cleanliness in our hands and feet to mitigate bacterial growth. Surrounded by eager learners, Xiaolon not only explained the process but also demonstrated it, while beside him stood the ever-curious Lao Sun, nearly leaning into him. At that moment, Lao Sun had cast aside his haughty facade, fully embracing the role of an apprentice. The earlier scene in the cafeteria, where the prisoners clamored for the sour sauce, had already demonstrated that Xiaolan's pickles surpassed others in flavor by several degrees, leaving him bewildered as to how this superiority came to be. Now, he was determined to absorb every detail, not merely sitting in the front row but practically pressing his ear against the instructor's lips, vowing not to miss a single point of knowledge. Among the onlookers were several members of the noodle-making group. Unlike the vegetable cutting and dishwashing teams, the noodle group focused solely on crafting noodles and buns, allowing them a leisurely pace after breakfast. Occasionally, during festive seasons, they delight the inmates with dumplings, earning their admiration and affection. It could be said that they enjoy the most relaxed yet esteemed reputation within the kitchen. While many envied their position, the entry threshold for the noodle-making group was notably high. Those unfamiliar with the craft struggled even with semi-automatic noodle machines. Thus, it is evident that mastering a skill enables one to thrive, even within the confines of a prison. Recognizing the significance of such expertise, the noodle makers seized the opportunity to learn new techniques, gathering to observe and study. Acquiring a new skill means securing additional avenues for livelihood upon release. Although Xiaolon was teaching the simple art of pickle making, mastering it could easily lead to opening a pickle shop outside. Even running a noodle shop with superior complementary pickles would be a considerable advantage. Therefore, they listened intently, understanding that what they learned would ultimately benefit them. For the fermentation of pickles, we select light-resistant ceramic jars, which foster the growth of lactic acid bacteria. Using transparent glass jars will not yield a robust sour brine, as they spoil quickly and can only produce quick pickled vegetables. The ingredients for the sour brine include the rice water from the porridge made earlier that morning. The method is quite simple. Add the radishes, salt, rice water, a touch of chili, and garlic. One may also include a few pieces of rock sugar to enhance the crunchiness, and for those seeking unique flavors, a hint of Sichuan pepper, bay leaves, or star anise can be added. To achieve a visually appealing hue, one might include pink radishes for a lovely pink brine. It is also perfectly acceptable to leave it unadulterated, allowing the lactic acid bacteria to thrive on their own. As long as you provide them with optimal conditions for growth, they will diligently fulfill their role, rewarding your efforts. We refer to it as nurturing the sour brine because it is alive, requiring proper care. It should be stored away from light, sealed adequately, and the jar's opening should be cleaned regularly. Furthermore, every time you retrieve or add ingredients, it is essential to use dedicated chopsticks. Managing a company is akin to nurturing a garden. When you cultivate a conducive working environment for your employees, they will diligently contribute to the company's prosperity. Conversely, if you impose harsh conditions upon them, they may become disillusioned, wishing for the company's downfall. Xiaolan's humorous and witty demeanor elicited laughter from everyone, yet amidst the merriment, a somber silence began to settle. Many were reminded of their past experiences in unscrupulous companies, where conditions were scarcely better than those in a prison. In prison, while one may not receive wages, only a meager stipend, the labor laws are, at least, adhered to. Oh, let us not dwell on that. I shall strive to acquire more knowledge and aspire to open my own establishment in the future. Xiaolon abruptly resumed the conversation, piquing the interest of the audience. His teachings were always rooted in practicality. He shared a small yet invaluable tip for those venturing into the realm of business. If you find yourself in a restaurant that offers free pickled vegetables, you can assess the establishment's quality based on these very pickles. If they serve jumping pickles, which are best consumed within 13 days, one can gauge the restaurant's customer traffic by their freshness. A rapid turnover of pickles suggests a bustling clientele, while neglected, sour pickles indicate a lack of patrons, hinting at a poorly maintained condiment station. This deduction could extend to other ingredients in the restaurant as well. If the proprietors and staff exhibit a lack of attention to detail, the establishment may not endure for long. Chapter 177. The Veteran Employee with a Century of Service. The audience was left in awe by Xiaolon's insights, their eyes wide with astonishment. Who would have thought that something as simple as a side dish could reveal so much about an establishment, even predicting its potential closure? Those contemplating opening their own businesses upon release took careful note. If offering free pickles, one must ensure they are periodically tended to, lest their shortcomings be exposed. A few hands rose with questions. What about aged pickles? Can one deduce anything from those? Unsurprisingly, Xiaolon nodded in agreement. Many establishments no longer produce their own aged pickles, but instead procure ready-made products. This, too, offers a glimpse into their operations. A restaurant that takes pride in its quality control will undoubtedly have a meticulous selection process for its ingredients. If they cannot even ensure the integrity of their supply chain, what else could they possibly manage well? Everyone nodded in silent agreement. The more unassuming offerings, especially those provided for free, often reflect a restaurant's overall attitude towards hospitality. Just as one evaluates a person's character, it is not sufficient to observe their demeanor towards superiors. One must also consider how they treat service staff and sanitation workers. Restaurants specializing in pickles, such as those featuring aged sauerkraut or spiced chili, must possess exclusive sourcing channels. Otherwise, they risk blending in with the competition. Should fortune smile upon you, and you encounter a chef confident in their craft, willing to prepare their own aged pickles, a single taste will reveal the distinct difference. The most common varieties of pickled green beans, such as the ordinary salted beans and those marinated in aged mother brine, are fundamentally different in flavor. There is no need for elaborate descriptions. The crispness and tenderness are unforgettable after just one taste, etching themselves into memory for a lifetime. Those who hear this can hardly resist the urge to swallow, their tongues instinctively moving, as if they are savoring the flavor at that very moment. At this juncture, someone raises a hand to inquire, what is aged mother brine? Xiaolan answers without hesitation. Aged mother brine is essentially fermented brine, yet it represents the pinnacle of acidity. You are familiar with brine, I presume? A good quality brine can be preserved for over a century. Similarly, well-cultivated fermented brine can also endure for generations. It is termed mother brine because it has the capacity to proliferate, containing a wealth of lactic acid bacteria, twice as much as yogurt. Just as a plant can sprout anew from a severed branch inserted into the earth, a mere spoonful of aged mother brine added to a new fermentation vessel, along with water and salt, can swiftly yield a fresh batch of fermented brine. If we had aged mother brine, there would have been no need to use rice porridge water earlier, and the pickling process would have been expedited. It could be ready to eat in just 2 or 3 days. Presently, we are cultivating lactic acid bacteria from scratch, and this particular kimchi requires at least a fortnight before it can be consumed. With Xiaolan's explanation, the group began to comprehend the value of aged mother brine. It is akin to the distinction between seasoned employees and freshly graduated novices. No, it transcends even that. It is akin to a lineage of seasoned ancestors with over a century of experience. Even if it hasn't reached ancestral status, it remains the lifeblood of the enterprise, essential for its operations and adept at mentoring newcomers. A fortnight is quite a stretch. I thought we could indulge in a couple of days, someone remarked, resonating with the crowd. They were eager to experience the taste of the aged pickled radishes, yet it seemed their appetites would have to wait for an extended period. Well, we are not limited to just aged pickled radishes. Let us not forget about the sauce-marinated radish peels, Xiaolan said, tapping a large basin to draw everyone's attention. Their eyes widened in surprise. The radish peels are not merely a thin layer. They resemble Peking duck, with a layer of skin enveloping succulent flesh, providing a dual texture experience. After prolonged soaking, the radish peels have become exquisitely tender, pliable, yet unbreakable. This step is well known to all, as they have been thoroughly washed and dried. Sauce-marinated radish peels are also a type of quick pickled vegetable, and the preparation is less stringent than that of aged pickled radishes. Though it does require cooking, Xiaolan made his way to the stove, with everyone parting to allow him access to heat the water. Now, let us prepare the sauce. He began, using the fundamental ingredients, water, aged vinegar, dried chili peppers, and rock sugar. As it is called sauce-marinated radish peels, the critical seasoning, soy sauce, must also be added. Depending on personal taste, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and Sichuan peppercorns can be included, and the mixture should be boiled for several minutes before cooling. With a nonchalant demeanor, Xiaolan remarked that once it cooled, the radish peels along with ginger and garlic could be added, declaring the lesson complete and suggesting everyone disperse. Let us go, see, and bask in the sun. All right. Surrounded by the stove, everyone gazed intently at the steaming pot of sauce, exchanging glances filled with anticipation. Is this truly the conclusion of the lesson? How can it be deemed complete without tasting? Is there no opportunity for sampling the finished product? Is it not akin to discarding yogurt without licking the lid? A throng of reluctant souls lingered, each wishing to bring forth a multitude of fans or pucker their lips to hasten the cooling of the concoction. Although reluctant to concede, most understood that even if the sauce cooled and the radish was added, it would require a day or two to marinate before it could be savored. The immediate gratification they craved was an impossibility. Amidst their collective discontent, one audacious individual proposed a rather heretical notion. Could one not simply toss the radish skins into the pot, boil them vigorously, and consume them directly? Fortunately, a discerning mind among them swiftly quashed this reckless idea. Absolutely not. What we are learning is the art of pickled radish skins, not a haphazard concoction of soy sauce radish soup. Do not jeopardize our efforts. The disgruntled individual lamented, I do not wish to cause chaos. I am simply desperate. The aroma alone is unbearable. If I cannot taste it soon, I fear I shall perish from longing. Before my demise, I yearn to know the flavor of these pickled radish skins. His words resonated deeply, striking a chord within the hearts of many. Is this not akin to a game? In games, one can hasten progress with monetary investment, yet here it is not permitted. Previously, they had been counting down the days of their confinement. Now they find themselves anxiously awaiting the day they can finally enjoy the pickled radish. Each moment feels like an eternity. Might I be allowed to ladle out a small bowl of sauce to quench my cravings? I want it too. The kitchen was in disarray, and amidst the chaos stood Old Sun, who was meant to enforce discipline, yet he too longed for a taste. Realizing that the sauce would not endure until it cooled, the dining officer could no longer contain himself. He cleared his throat and stepped forth from the shadows. Why is everyone gathered here? Surely the kitchen does not require so many hands. Are there no other duties to attend to? Upon seeing the uniform, everyone instinctively straightened up. Addressing the officer with due respect, Old Sun quickly interjected, Report, officer. We have just finished our lesson on the new dish, and we are about to disperse. The officer nodded, imparting a few words of caution regarding kitchen ventilation and fire safety before allowing them to scatter, as he surveyed the untouched pot of sauce. A triumphant smile crept upon the officer's lips. With the matter settled, he departed quietly, taking with him the accolades of a job well done. Chapter 178. Your laziness and my laziness seem to differ in stark contrast to the frantic inmates in the cafeteria, flitting about like ants on a hot stove. Liu Si exuded an air of calm confidence. All he needed was to nudge Xiaolan's shoulder and cast a pitiful glance. In an instant, Xiaolon comprehended and nodded in agreement. Understood. Once we are outside, I shall prepare the old jar pickles. Long live Brother Lon. Lia Si silently cheered for Xiaolon with exaggerated mouth movements, every wrinkle on his face expressing heartfelt gratitude. I have a friend who is a chef, and he never has to worry about food. Haha. The reason Xiaolon previously refrained from making pickles was that this delicacy is excessively salty and lacks nutritional value. One typically consumes it either out of necessity or for the mere pleasure of taste. However, given his original state of malnutrition, which necessitated a hearty intake of meat, he had no reason to prepare it. Now that he is robust, he can indulge in anything. The only concern being whether that old fellow at home would take advantage of his absence to embrace the pickle jar as if it were a wine cask. I wonder if there are any pickle jars with fingerprint unlocking mechanisms available? Face recognition would suffice as well. While basking in the sun, Xiaolon mused idly. Time spent idling always flies by, and before long, he was summoned to prepare lunch. Today's dish was stir-fried pork belly with cabbage. Upon noticing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, he quickly grasped their intention. They were keen to learn how to make the delicious oil-sautéed cabbage that had stirred excitement among the inmates the previous day. This stir-fried pork belly with cabbage represents an elevated version, transitioning from a vegetarian dish to a meaty one. Among the various offerings in the prison cafeteria, the most commonplace dish is minced meat stir-fried with everything, allowing a hint of savory meat in the meals. A more refined option is stir-fried pork belly with assorted ingredients, where one can find distinct pieces of meat. The pinnacle of culinary offerings is purely meat dishes, available only once a week, such as duck legs, with one allotted to each person. As for the oil-sautéed cabbage Xiaolon prepared yesterday, it was originally meant to include minced meat. However, Old Sun, fearing Xiaolon's culinary skills were lacking and worried about waste, refused to provide any meat. Today, Old Sun was generous enough to allow Xiaolon to use pork belly, a clear indication that he had been won over by Xiaolon's culinary prowess. Xiaolon, you shall first demonstrate for everyone, then guide them through the process. You have the task of coordinating the meal, so do not expend too much effort on the cooking. Old Sun gently instructed before turning to the group and raising his voice. Did you hear that? Pay attention. A chef of Xiaolon's caliber is someone you would not be able to afford in any restaurant outside, let alone have the opportunity to learn from him. Do not squander this chance. If you choose not to learn, there are plenty who would wish to. Though his words were somewhat exaggerated, they could easily become reality should Xiaolon choose, such as working in an exclusive private kitchen reserved for the elite. The few individuals in the kitchen had indeed hit the jackpot, being able to learn directly from Xiaolon. However, as the saying goes, the master can only lead you to the door. The diligence of the apprentice determines the depth of their learning. The method for stir-frying pork belly with cabbage is quite similar to that of the oil-sautéed cabbage from the previous day, with the oil today being replaced by the rendered fat from the pork belly. Cooking with lard imparts an exquisite aroma to any dish. Even simply mixing lard with white rice creates an irresistible fragrance, prompting one to consume bowl after bowl. In foreign lands, lard is seldom utilized, deemed unhealthy, inferior, and unclean, often associated with numerous ailments. They believe that using vegetable oil is more sophisticated, leading to a misguided sense of superiority, unaware that they have been misled by capitalistic notions. Pork is a common meat, and thus the fat within it is equally commonplace. Like other oils, it possesses both advantages and disadvantages, and should not be stigmatized. However, with the advent of the 19th century and the widespread use of electric bulbs, the demand for candles diminished significantly. Consequently, the raw material for candle production, cottonseed oil, became surplus. Capitalists, unwilling to waste resources, transformed cottonseed oil into hydrogenated vegetable oil, bringing it to the dining tables of the populace. What was initially destined for obsolescence was aggressively marketed as a healthier, cleaner, and superior cooking oil. In an era devoid of advertising regulations, exaggeration ran rampant, disparaging lard by claiming it could induce heart disease. Coincidentally, during that time, some pork slaughterhouses exhibited unsatisfactory sanitary conditions, swarming with flies, which indeed appeared quite unsanitary. Thus, the disparaging propaganda succeeded, leaving a lasting impact that has persisted for a century, extending to the present day. In the process of undermining lard, capitalists also promoted new animal fat stars, namely beef tallow and butter, to usurp lard's position. Were the beef slaughterhouses of that era any cleaner? Who can say? They would not allow you to witness the truth, for capitalists sought to sell tallow and butter at exorbitant prices. The deception endured for many years, with numerous public figures feigning ignorance to safeguard their interests. Yet, a lie is ultimately a lie, destined to be exposed. In recent years, people have finally recognized that the trans fats produced from heated hydrogenated vegetable oil pose significant health risks, being the true culprits behind cardiovascular diseases. Over the years, capitalists have intermittently developed other vegetable oils to patch the flaws, thereby delaying the revelation of their secrets. The primary drawback of lard lies in its poor preservation and susceptibility to rancidity. The industrial production costs of lard are higher, and the price of pork frequently fluctuates, leading capitalists to abandon it. Therefore, do not be misled by capitalist rhetoric. All oils have their merits and demerits. The best approach is to vary your consumption and eat in moderation. Discussing toxicity without considering dosage is mere folly. Whether you prefer lard, beef tallow, peanut oil, or olive oil, as long as they are close to being pure and natural fats, you can enjoy them without concern, provided you do not overindulge. In Sichuan cuisine, there is a renowned dish called oil residue cabbage, where oil residue refers to fatty pork, and cabbage is another name for bok choy. The preparation involves rendering pork fat to produce lard, which is then used to stir-fry the cabbage. This time, Xiaolon is using pork belly. a blend of fat and lean meat, and similarly, she must render the fat while being careful not to overcook the lean portions into crisp bits. As onlookers gather, Xiaolan resumes her culinary endeavors. The kitchen is less crowded now, as this is a busy period and everyone is diligently attending to their tasks. Once the pan is heated, she adds a base of oil, followed by the pork belly. When the lard is nearly rendered, she incorporates garlic, ginger, and scallions to infuse the dish with fragrance, followed by the addition of the cabbage. The subsequent cooking process mirrors that of the previous oil-fried cabbage, characterized by its simplicity. Thus, the distinction lies solely in the skill involved. Today, Xiaolan kindly refrains from tossing the pan, estimating that it would take considerable time for everyone to master the technique. Perhaps in their spare time, they can practice tossing rice or even sand. And once they manage to do so without losing a single grain, they will have achieved success. For now, she exerts a bit of effort. Opting to stir with a spatula, Xiaolan spoke with great empathy, yet the others listened with a sense of profound embarrassment. Remarkably, for Xiaolan, using a spatula was a laborious task, while flipping the pan seemed almost like a leisurely endeavor. The notion of idleness appeared to differ between him and others. Chapter 179. What a masterful stroke. Though Xiaolan claimed it was strenuous, his fluid movements with the spatula revealed no sign of exertion. Each motion of his arm instinctively caused those around him to step back. The master seemed to radiate a unique energy. Anyone with eyes could perceive the extraordinary nature of his skill. Indeed, in the next moment, he transformed the spatula into a veritable brush, effortlessly wielding it as he painted on the canvas of the pan. With poised strokes, he conjured a series of arc-shaped petals, followed by a few casual flicks that manifested a delicate five-petaled green plum blossom. Before the onlookers could fully appreciate the artistry, he mercilessly smoothed over the marks, shifting techniques to unleash another wave of creativity. In moments of leisure, he playfully scattered strokes. In moments of emotion, he meticulously detailed, and in moments of abandon, he exuberantly splashed ink. Each stroke birthed another, flowing with a serpentine grace, revealing an array of hues from deep and rich to light and clear. What a marvelous flourish. When Xiaolan extinguished the flame and presented the sautéed cabbage, the spatula resting aside, the spectators were still in a daze from the spectacle. All right, now you try, they exclaimed. Trying could lead to disaster. They initially thought that flipping the pan was the challenging part, but it became clear that not all hands are equal. It was akin to taking the same $2 pen into an exam. Some could achieve admission into Peking University, while others might only reach a lesser institution. Perhaps you could demonstrate once more? It was too swift, and I couldn't quite catch it, someone suggested. Yes, do show us again. Fine, Xiaolan replied, rolling up his sleeves anew. Time slipped away amidst the chaos of culinary instruction, and soon it was noon, mealtime. The 2 pots of stir-fried pork belly with cabbage he prepared were set aside in a bucket, alongside the cabbage cooked by others. Among the 1,000 prisoners, only about 100 would savor Xiaolan's culinary talents, leaving everyone curious about their reactions. The prisoners, upon catching sight of the cabbage, began to stomp their feet in quiet excitement. They had longed for this meal, even dreaming of it the night before, never expecting their wish to be granted so swiftly. Each person obediently placed their hands on their thighs, watching the serving staff depart without daring to touch their meal, even as their nails threatened to tear through their pants seams. After what felt like an eternity, the heavenly call for lunch rang out. The crowd surged forward, first seizing the cabbage, then the broth, and finally the rice. It was as if they had coordinated to avoid conflict, ensuring the best morsels were distributed at the outset. It was evident how many had discussed their craving for cabbage the night prior, reaching a consensus. Now, each bowl contained an equal share, freeing them from the torment of longing for what lay in the communal pot. Yet, with the first bite, most of their eyes dimmed like light bulbs losing power, flickering briefly before slowly fading. How could this be? The flavors of today's cabbage fail to align with the memories I hold dear. Today's dish, enhanced with pork belly, ought to be more delectable, yet it pales in comparison to yesterday's purely vegetarian offering. Is this merely an illusion? Or has nostalgia embellished my recollection? Such a collective stupor among nearly 1,000 individuals is a rare sight, akin to a spectacle. The officers present contemplated waving their hands before the entranced crowd, questioning whether any spark of awareness remained. It is precisely through the contrast of the majority's bewilderment that a small handful stood out remarkably. A few among them, after savoring a morsel, emitted sounds of satisfaction from their throats, hastily devouring their portions with unrestrained fervor. The stark contrast suggested a division of 2 parallel realms within the dining hall. In one realm, time flowed at a leisurely pace, while in the other, it raced forward with relentless speed. One might suspect, after indulging in a few science fiction films, that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Fortunately, this odd phenomenon did not persist for long. Those in a daze seemed to accept their fate and resumed chewing, though the light in their eyes had dimmed. Some sighed while eating, expressing their disappointment. Was yesterday merely an extraordinary feat, revealing today's dish in its true colors? The cabbage in their bowls was inconsistently textured. Some leaves were limp while others remained excessively raw, exuding a pungent aroma. Occasionally, a delightful bite emerged, only for the next to bring forth fresh disappointment. They could no longer close their eyes to fully relish the meal. Instead, they had to keep them open, cautiously navigating around the undercooked stems, as if evading landmines. How could the addition of meat render the dish less enjoyable? One could not help but murmur softly, prompting a fellow diner to voice a fair observation. In comparison to the mushy vegetables of yore, today's offering is quite commendable, though it cannot rival last night's. An increasing number joined in the discourse. You feel the same? It's not just my imagination. Today's cabbage seems half raw, with only the leaves cooked while the stems remain untouched. Yesterday, even the toughest stalks were tender. I usually discarded them, but last night, I made a point to savor one, and it was delightful, crisp, chewy, and flavorful, more invigorating than pickled vegetables. Amidst the nostalgia for yesterday's cabbage, today's dish was gradually consumed at a normal pace. Certainly, with the pork belly incorporated, it wasn't truly unpalatable. It simply lacked the allure to inspire passion. In this mundane, unhurried atmosphere, the excitement of a select few seemed excessively boisterous. Occasionally, one could hear their quiet exclamations, gasps that felt theatrically exaggerated. When they heard others criticize the cabbage, they eagerly retorted, "Who claims this cabbage is inferior? It's absolutely fantastic." Unbeknownst to others, those fortunate enough to taste the cabbage crafted by Xiaolon felt immense joy within. Yesterday's oil-sautéed cabbage, despite its oily reputation, was refreshingly sweet and appetizing, while today's pork belly stir-fried cabbage bore a unique meaty aroma. The eyes beheld vegetables, yet the mouth experienced a rich, savory essence. Close your eyes and indulge your imagination. What distinguishes this experience from directly gnawing on a pig's trotter? Both are equally delectable and satisfying, leaving one's mouth glistening with grease. It is precisely noon, the sun at its zenith, and appetites are at their peak. The energy consumed during breakfast has been nearly depleted, and the forthcoming afternoon's endeavors demand sustenance from lunch to replenish vitality. The more sumptuous the meal, the more invigorated the body becomes. Should someone lean in for a closer look, they might observe the prisoner's coarse, short hair standing upright, as if pulled skyward by an unseen hand. As they eat, they feel an inexplicable lightness beneath their feet, as though they might ascend into the air. This ethereal sensation lingers until the last grain of rice is meticulously scraped from the spoon's back, gradually fading away. The body's tense tremors subside, transforming into a relaxed satisfaction etched across their faces. If only such exquisite meals could be a daily occurrence, they would willingly do anything. Indeed, they would embrace death itself. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not universally understood. The patrons at the adjacent table fail to comprehend their exaggerated expressions, scoffing and turning away. As for Xiao Pan's table, regrettably, they are not among the fortunate few who have tasted the dishes prepared by Xiaolon. However, since Xiao Pan has partaken in 2 proper meals, his appetite has awakened. At mealtime, his stomach tumbles and churns with fervor, demanding attention, even threatening him with dire consequences if starved. Thus, despite this meal lacking in extraordinary flavor, he consumes a fair amount, wary of neglecting his demanding stomach. Yet, Uncle Hao remains unchanged, having only picked at a few grains of rice before losing interest. Xiao Pan, both concerned and puzzled, inquires, "Uncle Hao, are you from the north? Is rice not to your liking?" Just as Uncle Hao is about to respond, a sudden jolt courses through him, and he promptly bows his head. "No, it's just that eating it every day becomes a bit tiresome. What normal household consumes rice for all 3 meals?" Xiao Pan is taken aback, exclaiming, "Uncle Hao, surely you jest? This is rice. What normal household can go without rice for 3 meals a day?" "Ah, I see. Uncle Hao, you're joking, right? Haha. You nearly had me fooled. I didn't realize you had such a sense of humor." Uncle Hao forces a smile. "Indeed, just teasing you. The truth is, my blood sugar is a bit high. I get drowsy after eating, so I prefer to limit my intake to avoid dozing off at work and incurring the foreman's wrath. No wonder. However, one should not starve for the sake of work. Health is paramount." Xiao Pan whispers, "I'll head to the convenience store shortly to buy a bag of rolls. You should have a few during your break or sneak some to the workshop. Don't let your health suffer." Uncle Hao pauses, suddenly fixating on Xiao Pan's face, and wistfully remarks, "My son is around your age. I wonder how he is faring now." "Uncle Hao, aren't you soon to be released? You'll be able to see your son then." Hearing this, Uncle Hao offers a bittersweet smile, choosing not to elaborate further. The mealtime is but half an hour. Regardless of whether one has finished eating, it is time to tidy up and depart, for there is little time for idle chatter. As Uncle Hao and the others queued to leave their seats, a pair of eyes gazed intently in their direction from a short distance away. The owner of these eyes was none other than Xiaolon. Let us rewind to half an hour earlier. While Xiaolon was serving food to everyone, he inadvertently glanced down and was nearly startled into jumping. He noticed that his palm was crimson, initially believing he had accidentally cut himself, unaware that it was blood from his hand. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not his hand that was bleeding, but rather the red light of the cooking spoon that had illuminated. During breakfast, he had also used this very spoon to serve food. At that time, being new to the task, he was overly cautious and had no time to divert his attention to the handle of the spoon. By noon, as he became more adept at serving, he discovered that among the inmates waiting for their meal, there were those whose actions elicited the spoon's ominous red glow. This blood-red hue indicated at least an S-level crime, suggesting a connection to murder. Moreover, only those criminals whose heinous acts had yet to be brought to justice could provoke the cooking spoon's wrath, causing it to emit a furious red light. This implied that among the incarcerated individuals, there were still those whose crimes remained concealed and unpunished. Xiaolon tightened his grip on the spoon's handle, determined to prevent the red light from slipping through his fingers, while slowly raising his gaze to scan the nearby tables. Each long table was surrounded by 8 inmates. The murderer responsible for triggering the spoon's red glow was seated among those at the tables surrounding him. However, a murderer would not bear the label murderer on their face. Xiaolon swiftly retrieved the criminal records of the surrounding inmates in his mind. Before long, he pinpointed one particularly striking case. Amidst a sea of offenses such as theft, embezzlement, and fraud, the gruesome account of 3 lost lives left Xiaolon breathless. Killing 3 individuals typically warranted the death penalty. Death row inmates were not confined in prisons, but rather held in detention centers, awaiting their execution. Even in cases of extenuating circumstances where the death penalty was not imposed and life imprisonment was given, one would be placed in a maximum security facility. Not among those serving shorter sentences like the individuals surrounding him. Thus, it had to be him, this individual Liu. His murderous crime had gone unnoticed. Instead, he was imprisoned for theft and was soon to be released. No, he absolutely could not be allowed to roam free. Throughout the entire ordeal, Xiaolon kept a close watch on the man, and perhaps his gaze was too conspicuous, as the elderly son sitting beside him took notice. What are you looking at? Before Xiaolon could respond, old son wore an expression of knowing. You aren't watching old How, are you? Don't worry. It's not that our rice isn't cooked. It's just that he doesn't care for it. He is quite fond of steamed buns and noodles. Wishing the cafeteria would serve those for lunch and dinner. However, this is a southern prison. What else can we eat but rice? He'll just have to adapt. Xiaolon caught a detail that piqued his curiosity. Old How? His surname is How. Indeed, he bore the surname How. It was said that despite his fondness for wheat-based foods, one would never guess he was actually from the south. Everyone remarked that he was born in the wrong place and should have been born in the north instead. Xiaolon fell into contemplative silence. Pondering quietly, the criminal record indicates the individual's surname is Liu, yet Lao's son claims it is How. The snack cart produced by the system cannot be mistaken. Thus, is it the prison that is at fault? However, how could someone conceal their true identity within the prison walls? Once everyone had departed, Xiaolon seized the opportunity, casting a playful kiss towards a surveillance camera. Such matters were better handled with the assistance of Baogua. This marked Xiaolan's inaugural use of the summoning skill. And fearing it insufficiently conspicuous, he sent forth several more kisses. He hoped Baogua would notice and swiftly arrange a clandestine meeting. As he turned, Xiaolon found himself face-to-face with Lia Si, who wore a mischievous grin. Brother Lon, TSK, who would have thought you so coy? Daring to flirt with someone on the other side of the camera? Hey, this is amusing. Why not include me? I want in on the fun. Lia Si pretended to mimic Xiaolon, preparing to blow a kiss himself. Xiaolon quickly lunged to cover his mouth, instinctively executing a series of moves to subdue him. In no time, the two were spotted by nearby officers, who suspected a private brawl and promptly took them into custody. This was decidedly swifter than the response time of the summoning. When Baogua received the news, he was halfway through his meal, rushing off without even wiping his mouth. Good heavens! How could I have been so foolish to think they would be trouble-free? After much discussion, it was finally established that everything was a misunderstanding. The two shared a close friendship and were merely joking. At last, Xiaolon and Baogua found themselves alone together, unable to directly disclose the system's findings. Xiaolon feigned intuition as a police officer. You suspect there is a serious issue with a prisoner? Baogua inquired. Indeed. The one with the surname How claims to be from the south, yet he has no fondness for rice and prefers noodles instead, which is a distinctly northern trait. You must investigate him thoroughly. Baogua blinked several times, and upon observing Xiaolon's unwavering expression, he realized that Xiaolon was not jesting. You suspect him merely due to his preference for noodles? Yes, is that not valid? Baogua attempted to scratch his head, but only succeeded in scratching his hat, settling instead for a rub on his face. Is it not possible that this is simply a matter of personal taste? With modern transportation, snacks are ubiquitous across the nation, and many Southerners enjoy northern noodles. Xiaolon asserted confidently, while it is true that Southerners may enjoy northern noodles, a Southerner's aversion to rice is certainly indicative of a significant issue. Investigate him. Dig deeper. Baogua found this line of reasoning perplexing, yet he respected Xiaolon, who had been invited by their prison warden. However, he could not help but mutter under his breath, it truly is a different world. How can the methods of the public security system differ so vastly from our judicial system? After bidding Xiaolon farewell, Baogua reported the matter to the prison warden. The warden, too, remained silent. Xiaolan's argument bore semblance to reason, albeit not entirely compelling. Ultimately, he decided to heed Xiaolan's advice and conduct a thorough investigation. Armed with authorization, Baogua obtained Uncle Hao's dossier. At first, he found everything to be perfectly normal. However, as he continued to watch, his eyes widened in astonishment, nearly propelling him from his seat. Meanwhile, in the cell, Xiaopan had procured a small loaf of bread from the prison's shopping terminal, and after a moment's reflection, he decided to purchase 2 new toothbrushes as well. Soon, the guards delivered the items, and Xiaopan took them to Uncle Hao's bunk. Here, have some bread. By the way, this new toothbrush is for you. I noticed yours hasn't been changed and is fraying. It must be quite uncomfortable to use. Uncle Hao, taken aback and pleasantly surprised, repeatedly declined, saying, You silly boy, you really bought these, and so many. No, my old one is still usable. I am about to be released. Don't waste your money. Xiaopan firmly pressed the toothbrush into Uncle Hao's hands, insisting, it's not a waste. Toothbrushes should be replaced every few months, just in time for your release. He added, My parents visit me often and recharge my shopping card, but I hardly buy anything. The toothbrushes provided in prison were a special edition, not long-handled but rather finger-sleeve types, small enough to fit within the palm of one's hand. Uncle Hao gazed at the new toothbrush in his palm, his emotions a complex tapestry of gratitude, regret, nostalgia, and something even more difficult to discern. Thank you, Xiaopan. He said earnestly. No need to thank me, Uncle Hao. You have always looked after me. I was just being stubborn and indifferent to everything around me. I should have treated you to something long ago. Before he could finish, several figures in uniform suddenly appeared outside the cell. All sounds within the dormitory ceased, and the atmosphere grew tense. The officers called out Uncle Hao's full name and confirmed his inmate number before flanking him, stating that they required his cooperation in an investigation. Uncle Hao, sensing something amiss from the stern expressions of the officers, noted their full armament and vigilant demeanor, which was far from the demeanor expected for a routine inquiry. In an instant, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, and his body grew weak, his legs turning to jelly as they hoisted him up. Seemingly unable to find the ground beneath him, one of his shoes slipped off during the dragging. Xiao Pan remained bewildered, but recalled that in such cold weather, being without shoes was untenable. He promptly retrieved the shoe and rushed after them. Your shoe. The officer at the back halted him, but took the shoe from his hands, gesturing for Xiao Pan to return and rest. Reluctantly, Xiao Pan turned back, yet couldn't help glancing over his shoulder, just in time to see the officer instruct Uncle Hao to put on his shoe. As Uncle Hao looked down at the shoe, a few tears fell faster than his gaze could reach, landing on the shoe's surface. He seemed to want to say something to Xiao Pan, but was swiftly taken away by the officers. Returning to the cell, Xiao Pan remained perplexed, accidentally glancing down. He noticed the toothbrush he had given Uncle Hao rolling on the ground, having been stepped on. Uncle Hao had been so frightened that he had lost the strength to grasp anything. Fortunately, the toothbrush was encased in a layer of plastic wrap, preventing it from becoming dirty despite its fall. Xiao Pan was contemplating washing the outer packaging before storing it away when he heard a languid voice from the upper bunk. Keep it for yourself. He is unlikely to return. Startled, Xiao Pan inquired why. The speaker was the most fearsome-looking individual in the dormitory, the very same who had accompanied Uncle Hao in serving Xiao Pan his meal previously. Typically, a mere officer suffices for casual conversation, yet today, there were 4 or 5 present, indicating something significant was amiss. Observing Old Hao's reaction, it was evident he was concealing some grave matter, perhaps feeling guilty. As he spoke, the man paused, casting a half-smile at Xiao Pan. Listen, kid, let me impart a lesson. Do not judge by appearances. People are complex, harbor no malice, but remain vigilant. Xiao Pan remained skeptical of this advice. Later that evening, a new inmate moved into the space once occupied by Uncle Hao. When Xiao Pan attempted to gather information, the newcomer was utterly oblivious, having merely been assigned to relocate, and he had no prior acquaintance with Uncle Hao. The mystery was unraveled while watching the news. The local station reported a peculiar incident. A prisoner in Chuanyang prison had an unusual affinity for noodles, eschewing rice, which piqued the guard's curiosity. Despite being a southerner, his dietary preferences aligned more closely with those of the north, raising suspicion among the authorities. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that this inmate frequently transferred the labor compensation he earned during incarceration to a bank account in the north. Though the sums were modest, they were consistently sent every month. The account's beneficiary was a student nearing graduation, whose father was a fugitive wanted for murder for over a decade. Strikingly, the fugitive bore a close resemblance to the prisoner, though they possessed entirely different names and origins. Through interrogation, it was discovered that the prisoner, after committing murder and fleeing, had forged a new identity and lived under this false persona for years. Over the past decade, he had committed numerous heinous crimes, including the murders of 2 innocent lives. His evasion skills had enabled him to escape capture repeatedly. This latest incarceration stemmed from theft. Upon his arrest, he exhibited a notably cooperative demeanor, readily confessing and divulging details about his accomplices, which facilitated an expedient legal process, ultimately leading to his imprisonment without delving into his deeper secrets. Ironically, this meticulous individual was unmasked due to his aversion to rice. Had it not been for this glaring peculiarity, Xiao Pan would never have connected Uncle Hao to the murderer. He had not merely taken 1 life, but 3. Such a man, who displayed a gentle demeanor towards Xiao Pan due to their similar ages, could not alter the fact that he was a deranged killer. The news disclosed further details regarding the case. Uncle Hao's true name was Liu. Many years prior, his first murder was a crime of passion, not premeditated. At that time, his family, spanning 3 generations, lived peacefully, much like any ordinary household. The upheaval originated from a dispute over land, leading to a quarrel between their family and the neighbors. Uncle Hao initially intended to mediate, but as he attempted to intervene, he became embroiled in the argument himself. What began as a verbal altercation escalated into a physical confrontation, culminating in Uncle Hao, in a fit of rage, fatally assaulting the neighbor's son. Had he chosen not to flee and opted instead to surrender immediately, he might have faced a verdict of involuntary manslaughter or possibly a life sentence. With good behavior, there was even the prospect of a gradual reduction in his sentence, allowing him to eventually reintegrate into society. Yet, he obstinately clung to his delusions. During his flight, as he resorted to increasingly perilous criminal acts for survival, Uncle Hao gradually became desensitized, losing his inherent nature and, ultimately, his humanity. His second act of murder was driven purely by a sense of dissatisfaction from a failed theft, resulting in the brutal killing of an innocent couple as an outlet for his frustrations. Alternatively, he may have been fueled by a twisted jealousy, envious of the couple's harmonious and loving relationship, while he was condemned to wander like a forsaken dog, estranged from his family, yearning to see them, yet too fearful to do so. The last vestige of his humanity likely lingered only for the son he had not seen in over a decade. Even in prison, despite having only a meager sum each month, he resisted purchasing a new toothbrush, choosing instead to send money back home to his son. This, however, did not alter the fact that he was the one who inflicted the deepest wounds upon his child. In his son's memory, the impression of his father might still reside in the time before the murders and the subsequent flight, when his father still bore semblance of normal humanity. Yet, the son remains oblivious to the grim reality that the father he once loved has long since ceased to exist. During his time on the run, his father metamorphosed into a beast devoid of humanity, corrupted and vile. It was his father who extinguished the light of his own existence. Soon, the son would learn. either through the news or a phone call, of his father's arrest, accompanied by the revelation of the numerous crimes committed during his flight. The illusions would inevitably shatter, leaving the son to confront a harsh reality, alongside the paltry sum in his bank account, insufficient for any meaningful restitution, merely serving as a token of self-pity. This sense of ambivalence was palpable even to Xiao Pan. As he gazed at the newly purchased toothbrush, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. To keep it for himself was unsettling. To gift it to another felt inappropriate. The thought of having been so closely associated with a murderer over the past 6 months, who had treated him with paternal care, left him feeling inexplicably troubled. Indeed, Uncle Hao's kindness stemmed from genuine sentiment. Yet, whether Xiao Pan or Uncle Hao himself was the true beneficiary of this sincerity remains uncertain. Xiao Pan did not find solace through Uncle Hao's attentiveness. Rather, it was the arrival of a skilled new chef in the cafeteria that reignited his zest for life. Nonetheless, Uncle Hao sought to atone for his transgressions against his son, attempting to alleviate his own guilt, and Xiao Pan, being of a similar age to his son, became a surrogate in this regard. Those inclined towards sentimentality might interpret this as a resurrection of paternal love awakening the remnants of humanity within Uncle Hao. However, upon deeper reflection, this scenario may well represent another form of selfishness. Uncle Hao merely wished to soothe his own conscience. Had he truly loved his son, he would have surrendered long ago, rather than remaining a fugitive and continuing his criminal endeavors. Does he not realize that with each transgression he commits, he burdens his son with additional consequences? He is aware, he simply does not care. On the night he uncovered the truth, Xiao Pan found himself once again sleepless. The impact of this revelation was as profound as the time his uncle betrayed him, leading to his incarceration. The intricacies of human nature left him trembling with fear. His uncle, who cherished and loved him, could also, driven by greed, ignorance, and a sense of invincibility, betray him. Even a murderer, devoid of humanity, could display a tender side when recognizing a reflection of his own son in Xiao Pan. Are others in this world equally multifaceted? After a night of contemplation, he could not arrive at an answer. Perhaps this is the essence of growing up. Society has imparted upon him the most crucial lesson, making him realize that being born and surviving, even in times of peace, is never a simple endeavor. For others are indeed hell. Hell did not reveal its fangs to Xiao Pan for the first time, nor would it be the last. He should have felt fear. Yet the thought of a potential surprise at breakfast filled him with joy and anticipation. There exists but one form of heroism, to love life even after confronting its harsh realities. The discussions surrounding Uncle Hao's abrupt return to death row and its immediate execution garnered less attention than the dinner dishes served. After an evening chat post-dinner, everyone finally understood that the delectable dishes had not vanished. They had merely shifted to another's table. Goodness, how could the same dish taste so different? How did you manage to receive the more appetizing portion? Do you perhaps have connections? No connections at all. If we did, we would have enjoyed a splendid dinner rather than feasting like emperors at lunch and like beggars at night. Indeed, the disparity in quality is glaring. Were it not for the distinct dishes, I would have assumed that the evening's meal was merely reheated leftovers from lunch, so soft and mushy, utterly unpalatable. Did no one else notice? There is a tall, slender young chef who resembles a model. His portions are always delightful. Only one bucket, and once it's gone, it's gone. Ah, now that you mention it, he is indeed a newcomer. Ever since he arrived, the quality of our meals has skyrocketed. Does anyone happen to know someone in the kitchen? Please inquire. How can we ensure we receive the tastier dishes? I am absolutely craving them. Chapter 181. The soap slipped. Worry not to retrieve it. Interaction between the various divisions within the prison is rare. The inmates in the ordinary divisions do not easily come into contact with those in the logistics division. However, rarity does not equate to impossibility. Occasionally, during collective activities, individuals from different divisions participate, such as sports meets or cultural performances. As the year draws to a close, many inmates are preparing for artistic showcases, and rehearsals take place during the evening's free time. This presents an opportunity to gather intelligence from individuals in the logistics division. New chefs. It seems there are two, residing with Old Sun and the others. Both are quite young. One is a bit lean, while the other has a somewhat simple demeanor. I'm not sure which one you are inquiring about. Are you interested in getting to know the most handsome one? Ah, this is rather inappropriate, isn't it? What is this for? Take it back. I cannot accept it. Oh, is it for him? Ah, this is indeed for me. I have already said it is unnecessary. But courtesy is never excessive. I shall take it to him for you. That night, Leah C. found himself restless, unable to sleep. This was due to his roommate returning from the washroom with a bag of gifts. The offerings were not extravagant, merely snacks and daily necessities from the convenience store. Yet within the confines of prison, they were considered a luxury. Initially perplexed by the gesture, Leah C's confusion swiftly morphed into fear when his roommate lowered his voice, revealing, "There is someone named Li Tainyo from the adjacent cell who has taken a liking to you and wishes to get acquainted. Shall I inquire if you're interested?" Terrified, Leah C dared not accept the gifts and spent the entire night unable to turn over in bed. Wasn't he here to protect Xiaolon? How was it that he found himself in peril on just the second day of incarceration? Wait, are you certain that he wishes to meet me and not Xiaolon? After all, he is far more attractive than I, possessing delicate skin that makes him resemble a girl. With dark circles under his eyes the next morning, Leah C quietly approached his roommate for confirmation. As his roommate tidied up the bedding, he replied, "There is no need for doubt. Although he did not mention names, it must be you. After years of experience, my eyes have seen through much. If those from Nantong fancy individuals who resemble girls, why not choose an actual girl? It's clearly someone robust and rugged like you they seek." Leah C felt utterly dazed. Perhaps sensing his distress, his roommate kindly offered, "Do not worry. If you are unwilling, I can convey your disinterest to him. Interprison romances seldom yield favorable outcomes, as you cannot even meet face to face, and feelings will ultimately fade. Taiyo will come to understand. However, should you choose to accept him, you would gain an additional source of sustenance. Imagine it. The money he earns could be spent on snacks for you, and you wouldn't even need to see him. Isn't that rather pleasant? For a fleeting moment, Lia Si genuinely found the notion appealing. But he quickly snapped back to reality, his fear escalating. When Xiaolon finally noticed something was amiss with Lia Si, the latter had been gazing at him with a mournful expression for quite some time. Why does my back feel so chilly today? Why are you looking at me like that? Through gritted teeth, Lia Si retorted, oh, how clever of you. You deceived me into thinking you needed me as a bodyguard, when in reality, I'm merely a target for fire. Did you already know that Nantong has a preference for someone like me? Xiaolon appeared bewildered and speechless. How could I possibly know? I am not Nantong. How could I comprehend their preferences? Wait, you're being targeted? Lia Si recounted the events of the previous night, including his roommate's words. The more Xiaolon listened, the more absurd it seemed. Are you not my friend? How is it that within just 2 days of entering, someone wishes to know you? The imagined scenario unfolded in an unexpected manner, and now it was Xiaolon who patted Lia Si's shoulder, reassuringly stating, fear not, I shall be a competent bodyguard. In the future, if you drop your soap while bathing, feel free to retrieve it. With me around, no one would dare approach you. But if I am absent, then? Ha 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 ha. Lia Si clenched his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, but when Xiaolon pointed at the security camera, he could only reluctantly release his grip. Breakfast time swiftly approached, and once again, the meal consisted of thin porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables. The only change was that the steamed bun had been replaced with a twisted roll, and the pickled vegetables had transitioned from sour radish to savory radish skins. The savory radish skins had been prepared the previous day, allowing everyone to feel a sense of ease this morning. They merely needed to cook the porridge and prepare tomorrow's kimchi. Although the workload seemed comparable, the atmosphere was markedly different. As they worked, they exchanged light-hearted banter. Now, the entire kitchen was abuzz with the news that Lia Si had caught someone's attention. A meddlesome individual pointed to a figure in the distance, raising their eyebrows playfully at Lia Si, exclaiming, look, that's Li Tainyo. Not only are you both of the same gender, but you also share the same surname. Centuries ago, you were kin. What a fate. Perhaps you could greet him when serving the dishes. Do you want to seize this destiny? At that moment, Lia Si was brimming with enough resentment to satiate 10 rogue sword immortals. In a show of loyalty, Xiaolon stepped forward, saying, fear not, I shall accompany you. In truth, he merely wished to observe the unfolding drama up close. Could he admit this? Xiaolon and Lia Si proceeded, one distributing radishes while the other served porridge, gradually approaching the table where Li Tainyo was purportedly seated. True to his name, Li Tainyo was as robust as an ox, occupying 2 stools by himself, making even Lia Si appear diminutive in his presence. Xiaolon, having undergone rigorous training, typically maintained a stoic demeanor. However, given the circumstances, a slight smile was permissible. Yet, as he smiled, he suddenly noticed Li Tainyo staring at him, his eyes sparkling with excitement, darting between the radishes in the bucket and Xiaolon. Seizing the moment while Xiaolon was focused on ladling vegetables, Li Tainyo quietly remarked, did you enjoy the gift from last night? It was from me. Xiaolon trembled, nearly losing his grip on the ladle. In disbelief, he gazed at the burly figure before him, seeking to confirm whether he had misheard, but according to the rules, private exchanges were forbidden. Li Tainyo had already breached protocol by speaking out of turn, and upon noticing the patrolling guards approaching, he refrained from further conversation. Instead, he animatedly gestured toward Xiaolon, his face alight with eagerness, as if he yearned to communicate through his eyebrows alone. Throughout this exchange, Li Tainyo did not glance at Lia Si, who stood behind Xiaolon. Even the most oblivious observer could discern that Li Tainyo was genuinely interested in getting to know Xiaolon. Consequently, the smile faded from Xiaolan's face, shifting instead to the corners of Li Si's mouth. The latter could scarcely contain his amusement, emitting a series of snorts that caused his hands to tremble as he served the porridge. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Xiaolon hastily scooped a spoonful of radish skins into the basin and retreated swiftly, leaving behind a stunned Li Tainyo, who fixated on the meager spoonful of savory radish skins in the large iron basin, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't the purpose of his thoughtful gift to encourage Xiaolon to serve him a larger portion? How had his well-intentioned gesture backfired, resulting in an even smaller serving than usual? Li Tainyo yearned to inquire but dared not, fully aware that provoking the kitchen staff was unwise, particularly when they were responsible for serving the food. Perhaps he would seek out a familiar face in the logistics department later that evening to ascertain the true situation. Xiaolon had exerted considerable effort to erase that uncomfortable sensation from his mind. He quickened his pace, yearning to distance himself from the scene of the incident. However, a persistent shadow trailed him, transforming into a relentless echo, murmuring incessantly, I shall be a competent bodyguard. With me around, no one dares to challenge you. In my absence, it's all laughter and folly. How infuriating. Wasn't that precisely the phrase Xiaolon had uttered earlier? The boomerang had returned, striking him squarely on the backside. Clenching his cheeks tightly, he slowed his stride, and as Lia Si caught up, he delivered a forceful kick to him. A yelp of pain resonated behind him, mercifully silencing the devilish whispers. Yet, as they finished dividing the congee and radishes and prepared to return, passing by Li Tainyo's table, Lia Si let out another lewd chuckle. It seemed to imply, why not just yield to him? The laughter alone was enough to vex Xiaolon. But at that moment, Li Tainyo deliberately directed his gaze towards him, his eyes more fervent and sycophantic than before. A shiver ran down Xiaolan's spine, prompting him to disdainfully turn away rejecting the eye contact, while his feet instinctively quickened their pace. This time, Li Tainyo, left far behind, could no longer maintain his smile. His countenance turned a sullen shade of gray. Having been rebuffed twice was unprecedented for him. Such humiliation felt akin to pressing a warm cheek against a cold backside, only to be met with disdainful rejection. Li Tainyo clenched his fists, yearning to slam them against the table, but the cafeteria's eerie tranquility compelled him to suppress his fury. When the meal distribution concluded and the command to commence dining was issued, all the inmates stirred. The sounds of clinking dishes filled the air, silencing any prior tension. The prisoners seated at Li Tainyo's table reacted even more swiftly than he did, voicing their discontent. What with that kid? So arrogant. He didn't even give Brother Nyo any respect, and Brother Nyo graciously brought him gifts last night. Indeed, what with the attitude? His nose is practically in the sky. Who does he think he is, sharing so little food with us? Another inmate echoed these sentiments while skillfully serving Li Tainyo a generous bowl of congee. Brother Nyo, calm down. Let us eat first, and we can complain later. One more inmate, seated directly opposite Li Tainyo, took the initiative to oversee the distribution of food. He ensured that Li Tainyo received the largest portion of radish, followed by himself, and then the others. It was evident that Li Tainyo was the leader of their table, his muscular physique a symbol of authority. Although fights were rare in the prison, muscles were akin to nuclear weapons. One could choose not to wield them, but one could not afford to be without them. The adage might makes right was universally applicable, offering a certain deterrent even if never put into action. In the past, Li Tainyo's followers had always received slightly more food than others, given his substantial frame and appetite. Whether out of fear or humanitarian reasons, it seemed only reasonable to provide him a more ample share. Now, however, with a new food distributor in place, not only was the quantity not increased, it appeared to be diminished. Having been humiliated by Xiao Lan on 2 occasions and further provoked by his subordinates, Li Tainyo grew increasingly irate. Unable to restrain his expletives. Humph, I see this as just his ingrained flaw. When I refrain from offering him gifts, he responds reasonably. Yet, upon presenting him with a token of my respect, he finds fault with it, deliberately shortchanging me. He is clearly trying to leverage this for more gifts. I shall spread word of this and advise everyone to disregard him henceforth, and we shall see what leverage he possesses then. The others nodded in agreement. After voicing his grievances, Li Tainyo dramatically tossed a piece of radish into his mouth and chewed with fervor. His expression, contorted with rage, suggested he was not merely gnawing on a radish, but rather on Xiao Lan's audacity. However, as he continued to chew, the fury in his eyes gradually dissipated, his fierce visage softening into a dull and rigid semblance. The others, perceiving the shift in Li Tainyo's demeanor, hesitated, their spoons poised mid-air as they cautiously assessed his reaction, too apprehensive to proceed. Brother Nyo, what ails you? Are you well? Li Tainyo's face remained immobile, save for his incessant chewing, a disconcerting sight indeed. Brother Nyo, please say something. Stop chewing, you frighten me. At last, the savory radish skin was swallowed, and Li Tainyo's countenance transformed, akin to parched earth receiving much-needed rain, becoming pliable. Perhaps excessively so. I suddenly pondered that perhaps he still possessed some merit that warranted further offerings. The others exchanged glances, bewildered by Li Tainyo's sudden transformation into a figure of gentleness. Could such an astonishing change arise from a mere bite of radish? Those quick to react immediately scooped a piece of radish skin into their mouths. The crisp snap upon biting was unforgettable. If yesterday's sour radish produced the sound of a brittle twig snapping underfoot, today's savory radish skin resembled the cacophony of a catastrophic fall after such a break. This was a delightful duality of texture and a crispness that was unparalleled. Following this was the delightful explosion of flavors in the mouth, sweet, sour, spicy, fresh, salty, each layer revealing itself progressively. This savory radish skin required an entire day to marinate, embodying a slow yet assured essence. The first to emerge is often the most eye-catching. Yet the finale undeniably carries the most substance. Those lacking discernment may mock it, saying, savory radish skin, you are merely crafted from scraps. Such remarks would elicit only a bemused chuckle from the savory radish skin, which would not even deign to respond. People frequently encounter bowls of sour radish gracing complimentary condiment stations, yet when have we ever seen an entire box of savory radish skin offered free of charge? Even for sampling, it is typically cut into minuscule pieces for a mere taste. Though it hails from humble beginnings, this does not diminish its esteemed value. Much like chicken feet, which were once disregarded, it has triumphed over adversity, undergoing a metamorphosis to rise in value exponentially. The delicate sweetness of the radish harmoniously merges with the rich flavor of the sauce, while the crispness of the radish skin contrasts with the substantial flesh within. This is its essence. Regardless of one's preference for sweet or savory, a discerning palate will find satisfaction in its offerings. Even those with delicate teeth will be met with gentleness. If one struggles to bite into the skin, a simple turn reveals the tender flesh, easily yielding to one's bite. Thus, stubbornness serves as its protective shell, while tolerance is its inherent hue. After indulging, the earlier frustrations dissipate, replaced by a collective calmness. Brother Nyo is indeed correct. What fault lies with him? It is merely our poor taste in gifts that has led to this discontent. Given his culinary prowess, it is no wonder he would disdain such inferior fare. His anger is entirely justified. Meanwhile, the slow-witted remain oblivious, their mouths agape in astonishment, unaware they should hastily savor the delicacy before them. The piece of sauce-laden radish skin resting in the spoon gleams vibrantly, its enticing reddish hue exuding a subtle sweetness and a hint of spice, casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Alas, such flirtations are wasted on the oblivious, as he inquires. Are you all alright? What has happened? Why the sudden strangeness? The question, posed in innocence, only serves to highlight his own folly. Guess who remains isolated? Indeed, it is you. You are the only one yet to partake of the radish skin. Litiniu has been completely won over by the allure of the sauce-infused radish skin. No wonder others admire him. It seems even a simple radish can yield such wonders. Were it another vegetable, with various culinary techniques to explore, the days of confinement would surely transform into sheer delight. How foolish he was to consider allying with others to snub Xiaolan. She alone commands the attention of thousands. And in the end, who would be the isolated one? In this era of limited communication, they had learned of Xiaolan's existence sooner than others, seizing the opportunity. Delays would mean that not only would she not deign to acknowledge them, but she would also turn a blind eye altogether. When Li Tiniu and his companions exchanged glances, a shared resolve ignited within them. Even if it meant depleting their shopping carts, they would break through Xiaolan's defenses with gifts. Tonight, they eagerly awaited the surprise they would bring forth, determined to win her over. If only everyone had a mobile phone, misunderstandings could be resolved with a simple call. Unfortunately, this is a prison. When two individuals do not share the same cell or work group, they must wait until evening to converse. If they are in different wings, the situation is even graver, as opportunities to meet arise only a few times a year during major events. Crossing wings is akin to crossing borders. Thus, this troublesome misunderstanding left Xiaolan feeling as if she were pricked by thorns, as if sitting on needles, as if a bone were lodged in her throat. She was acutely aware that, given her formidable strength, none could best her in a state of alertness. Yet, physical restraint is one matter, while the piercing gaze of scrutiny is another. While she may control their hands from striking, she cannot govern their eyes and thoughts. A sense of crisis and urgency suddenly surged. This task cannot afford the luxury of a gradual adjustment. It is imperative to accelerate immediately. Simultaneously, within the confines of the hospital ward, a prisoner lay languidly on the sickbed, his hands shackled to the headboard, and 4 drip inserted into his left arm, glucose steadily infusing into his veins. Shortly thereafter, both the guard and the doctor entered the room. Are you willing to eat now? If you continue your hunger strike, this glucose will remain suspended. The prisoner was clearly famished and weak. Even the simple act of turning his head seemed laborious. Yet, he maintained a defiant expression, mustering a feeble voice to declare, I will not eat. I am innocent and wronged. Upon hearing these words, the guard nearly stumbled back in disbelief. How can you claim innocence? The judgment document clearly states your deeds. Are you not aware of what you have done? With irrefutable evidence, who could possibly wrong you? Regardless of the guard's assertions, the prisoner on the sickbed remained obstinate, resolutely determined. I am innocent. I act in the name of justice. I demand to be released, or I shall resort to a hunger strike. I would rather starve than consume a single morsel of your prison food. The guard, infuriated, felt his head buzzing. Yet it was the doctor who steadied him, guiding him outside to sit down. They were not in an external hospital, but rather in the medical facility established within the prison, known as the hospital ward. Generally, when inmates fall ill, they are first treated in the hospital ward, which is well equipped to handle a variety of ailments. Only in the case of particularly difficult conditions would they be transferred to an outside hospital. Thus, the notion of feigning an ailment or intentionally injuring oneself to escape was utterly fanciful. Unlike the mess hall, which could accommodate any novice, the hospital ward demanded high professional standards. Consequently, the doctors there were trained professionals from accredited medical schools, not inmates. Upon encountering them, the police were always courteous, as they were colleagues. Of course, a few inmates were assigned to work in the hospital ward, performing light tasks such as cleaning, which were highly sought after. The doctors were no strangers to patients staging hunger strikes, yet this particular individual was undoubtedly the most troublesome they had ever encountered. Exiting the ward, the doctor sighed as he spoke. Alas, I have consulted with the psychologist numerous times. He remains obstinately resolute. To put it bluntly, this is no longer a psychological issue. There is something fundamentally wrong with his mind. I have never encountered such stubbornness. The guard echoed the sentiment with a sigh, his lips quivering with frustration. Doctor, you cannot give up on him. If this escalates to a life-threatening situation, it would be a grave problem. I have never seen anyone so committed to a hunger strike. Indeed, in the past, inmates staging hunger strikes would typically relent after 4 or 5 days of starvation, followed by 1 or 2 days of forehydration, and would invariably return to eating. It is precisely him, possessing such unwavering willpower and fervor, yet misdirecting it towards malevolent pursuits. The doctor, after much deliberation, ultimately expressed with a pained countenance, if this continues, intravenous feeding will no longer suffice. He lacks adequate nutrition. If he remains unwilling to open his mouth, we shall have to resort to inserting a nasogastric tube. The prospect of nasogastric feeding. Has it truly come to this? The prisoner, named Fang Yongkong, overheard the discussion between the doctor and the officer outside with utmost clarity. Upon hearing the term nasogastric tube, he envisioned the terrifying image of a tube being inserted through his nostrils and extending into his stomach, causing his heart to tremble in fear. Yet, the indignation that simmered within him surged forth, compelling him to stand his ground resolutely. He firmly believed in his innocence. The court had no right to condemn him to imprisonment. Was he not merely selling rock sugar, masquerading as methamphetamine to drug addicts? What crime had he committed? He had been entirely forthright with the addicts, explicitly stating, "What I am selling is rock sugar." It was those individuals who, with their overly imaginative expressions, insisted, I understand. I am indeed purchasing rock sugar." Haha. Clearly, they had rushed to be deceived. What concern was it of his? He neither trafficked drugs nor deceived anyone. Why should he be deemed guilty? This was a righteous act, a personal endeavor to thwart others from succumbing to drug addiction. Before long, the door swung open once more, and the officer and doctor re-entered, this time bearing a food container. This is our final attempt to persuade you. Will you voluntarily eat? If not, we shall have to arrange for a nasogastric tube. Fang Yongkang had long since steeled himself for this moment, defiantly asserting, if it comes to nasogastric feeding, so be it. I am innocent. I have not trafficked drugs. If you do not release me, I shall starve myself, and you shall lose your job. The officer was nearly driven to laughter by his audacity. Placing the food container on the table, he suppressed his rising irritation and responded in a calm tone. You continually profess your innocence. Let me ask you, were you sentenced for drug trafficking? Is it not written in your judgment that your crime is fraud? Chapter 183. The heart is dead, yet the mouth must eat. Fang Yongkang momentarily faltered, the weight of guilt causing him to pause for a few seconds, but he swiftly rationalized his thoughts and endeavored to persuade others. However, I used rock sugar to prevent numerous addicts from consuming drugs. I have contributed to society. I am performing good deeds without seeking recognition, instead of showing leniency. You officers incite those addicts to conspire against me, accusing me of fraud. Do you not feel remorse for me? The officer and doctor found their resolve hardening with each word. Simultaneously, they were beset by a sense of helplessness, unable to pry open Fang Yongkang's mind to pour out the delusions within. Merely asserting that he sold sugar instead of poison does not absolve him of wrongdoing. He conveniently omitted the fact that he sold rock sugar worth 3 dimes for an exorbitant sum of 50,000. He spoke as if he were a paragon of justice, selflessly contributing to society, yet when counting his ill-gotten gains, there was no hint of regret. Admittedly, Fang Yongkang harbored exceedingly bold and unconventional ideas. Yet our nation possesses a comprehensive legal framework. While the charge of drug trafficking may not hold, surely the charge of fraud does. The threshold for filing a case of fraud is set at 5,000, yet he has profited in the hundreds of thousands. A sentence requiring the restitution of all ill-gotten gains, coupled with a mere year or 2 in confinement, seems hardly excessive, does it not? Moreover, incarceration, in certain respects, serves to protect him. Does he truly believe that those ensnared by addiction will continuously endure losses, allowing him to exploit legal loopholes for his gain? It bears consideration that these individuals, even at the brink of ruin, will seek out substances to consume, often acquiring funds through means that could lead to severe consequences. Fang Yongkang has so effortlessly swindled his way through this, while others, driven to desperation, have reported him a civilized response in the grand scheme. A less civilized approach might involve retribution that could result in grave injury, or even death, or coercing others into addiction, leaving Fang Yongkang with nowhere to lament his fate. After all, substance abuse inflicts damage upon the brain. Those who indulge excessively often exhibit erratic behavior. Are you not aware of your own fraudulent actions? While you vehemently assert that you merely opened your door to business, claiming that addicts misinterpret your intentions, one must apply a modicum of rational thought. Would an addict merely stumble upon a grocery store and assume it sells ice? Without connections or channels, how could you have disseminated such misleading information to attract so many? Do not claim we are unjustly accusing you. The authorities have long since scrutinized your online communications, search histories, and purchasing records. It is the confluence of various evidentiary facts and witness testimonies that has led to your presumption of guilt. You have already lost in your second appeal, yet you persist in your protests and hunger strikes. Do not assume that by causing a commotion, we will treat you as a hot potato to be discarded. Do you regard prison as a mere game? I am now offering you the opportunity to consume food by mouth. Should you refuse, you will be compelled to do so through your nose. The guard did not open the food container immediately, but instead retrieved 2 steamed buns from his pocket. Fang Yongkang cast a glance, letting out a dismissive grunt. Behold, this is his attitude. He disregards any reasonable discourse, having grown accustomed to playing the rogue, insisting on his point regardless of the absurdity. As long as the prison does not dare to let him perish, he believes he can manipulate the system. What of nasal feeding? Surely they cannot force such substantial buns through his nostrils. The guard, remaining silent, placed the buns wrapped in plastic upon the table and began to unfasten the food container. As he pried open the first latch, a distinctive aroma wafted forth. Fang Yongkang felt an inexplicable energy surge from the side, his eyes betraying him as they involuntarily darted towards the source. Uncertain whether it was the result of prolonged hunger or a mere illusion, he envisioned a tendril emerging from the container, tentatively probing the air. After confirming its safety, it beckoned to its fellow tendrils, which then surged forth, bursting through the lid. Countless appendages followed suit, seemingly having locked onto their target, and they rushed towards Fang Yongkang's nostrils. Caught completely off guard, he was overwhelmed, his face besieged by this forceful invasion. The sharp, tangy sensation ignited every delicate cell in his nasal mucosa, rendering him with an expression that oscillated between agony and ecstasy. In a daze, he perceived that the fragrant aroma was akin to a feeding tube, meandering through his nasal passages, breaching numerous barriers, until it reached the threshold of his throat, and with a determined surge, descended into his stomach. This sensation of forced nourishment elicited a blend of fear and novelty, causing his toes to tremble slightly. In this hazy moment, he heard a voice. This is today's breakfast from the cafeteria, an opportunity for you to eat on your own. Will you partake? The instructor spoke while meticulously splitting open the lunchbox. Inside, it was divided into 2 layers. The upper layer contained soy-scented radish skins, while the lower held plain congee. The bold aroma of the soy sauce was overwhelming, seeking every crevice to infiltrate. Not only could his mouth and nostrils evade it, but even the tiniest tear ducts were unable to escape its provocation. The instructor dared not lower his gaze, fearing that saliva might inadvertently fall into the box, and instead maintained a stern demeanor, saying, "If you refuse to eat, I shall consume the radish myself and blend the remaining kanji into a paste to force-feed you." Fong Yongkong longed to stubbornly decline, yet his stomach emitted an untimely symphony of sounds, a cacophony of gurgles and growls intertwined, leaving him uncertain whether they originated from his stomach or his intestines. Each sound was a lamentation of hunger and a yearning for sustenance. The enticing scent of the soy radish skins had thoroughly breached the last defenses of Fong Yongkong's body. After a prolonged period without food, his digestive system, seduced by the aroma, sounded the call to rebellion, declaring a severance from Fong Yongkong's will. From this moment forth, he was he, and I was I, even if Fong Yongkong's spirit had withered. His mouth still craved nourishment, and his digestive system demanded to function normally, indifferent to his desires. Listening to the raucous rebellion emanating from his belly, Fong Yongkong's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and pale. His toes remained tightly curled, this time out of embarrassment. He desperately wished to strike his stomach to silence it, pleading for it to maintain some dignity and quietude. However, with his hands shackled, he could only helplessly endure his digestive system's betrayal, powerless to intervene. Why? Why had this transpired? Despite the instructor having brought an array of delectable temptations from the staff cafeteria over the past few days without yielding to them, today, due to a few slices of radish, he found himself in utter surrender, forsaking all allegiances. I will just taste a small bite. Let it be known that even if I do, it does not signify my acquiescence. I remain steadfast in my belief of my innocence. I am an unjustly imprisoned soul. The instructor and the doctor stifled the urge to roll their eyes, refraining from further comment. Regardless, the priority was to allow him to consume something. Chapter 184. This is not an invasion. It is the return of the king. With Fong Yongkong's hands shackled to the headboard, the instructor was compelled to feed him. A small spoonful of kanji was first offered, allowing his long-neglected stomach to acclimatize. As the spoon neared his lips, Fong Yongkong struggled for 3 seconds, ultimately succumbing to the protests of his digestive system, opening his mouth to receive the kanji. The kanji launched an unimpeded assault, advancing smoothly in a coordinated effort. Fong Yongkong's will, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, ultimately succumbed under an overwhelming onslaught, surrendering as he raised the white flag. The porridge, though merely a humble rice gruel, felt like a timely blessing for a body that had long endured starvation, akin to a life-giving rain after a prolonged drought. He eagerly crushed each grain of rice, wishing to fill every crevice of his lips and tongue, compensating for every vacant corner within him. Yet, his stomach had already issued its decree, insisting that the food be escorted to a safe haven, to settle in the central depths, before declaring victory. Otherwise, the tide of battle could still shift. Thus, his lips and tongue ceased their entanglement, and with a swallow, the gates of the city opened wide, allowing the porridge to bid farewell to each taste bud that had fervently sought to retain it, as it journeyed toward the right path. The vanguard had achieved significant victories, with successive units following closely behind. Spoonful after spoonful of white porridge was fed to Fong Yongkong, who no longer resisted. However, his gaze remained fixated on the radish peels upon the table. His mouth was too preoccupied for words, so he could only inquire with his eyes. "I have consumed the porridge. When will you feed me this?" The instructor, perceiving his urgency, smiled calmly. "It is not my fault that you have fasted for too long. Your stomach is empty and needs something to cushion it. You cannot begin with spicy and stimulating food. Have a few more sips." This notorious drug lord, renowned beyond the confines of these walls, could only reflect on his predicament. Wide-eyed and contemplative, after consuming nearly half a bowl of porridge, his eyes were nearly ready to leap from their sockets and land in the small dish of fragrant radish peels. Finally, unable to contain himself, he turned his head to evade the spoon brought to his lips, swallowed the porridge in his mouth, and then found a moment to exclaim, "I'm ready. Let me have a bite of the radish." Quickly, at this point, he could no longer concern himself with managing his expressions, resembling a donkey lured by a carrot. Throughout the ordeal, he could see and smell the food, yet could not taste it, inciting a desperation that made him want to bray and cry out. The instructor no longer toyed with him, scooping up a piece of radish peel, but holding it a foot away from his mouth. Was this not still a form of teasing? The doctor had advised that he could not swallow such a large piece at once, to avoid stimulating his stomach. At the onset of eating, he could only take small bites, understood? Yes, just give it to me. Fong Yongkong's lips were nearly pursed in frustration, his handcuffs clinking as he struggled, presenting a comical sight akin to a clown. Finally, after much effort, he was allowed to nibble on a small corner. Just as he intended to tilt his head and devour the entire piece, he caught the instructor's stern gaze and the accompanying warning. Reluctantly, he could only take a tiny bite with his front teeth, much like a donkey grazing, nibbling a tip of grass. The rich aroma enveloped him, after a prolonged fast. His body's thresholds had sharply diminished, and with that small taste, a strong sensation surged through him like an electric current, resonating within his ears. The flavor erupted in every nook of his mouth, requiring no coaxing from his lips or tongue, as the fragrant radish peel asserted its dominion, causing every cell in his body to bow in reverence, chanting "Long live the king." This was not an invasion, mind you, this was not an invasion. This was the triumphant return of a sovereign. The exquisite flavor of the marinated radish skin seemingly belonged within his very stomach, as if it were destined to reign since his childhood in the Eastern Palace, awaiting the moment to inherit the throne. It was the royal descendant lost to the world, and was it not entirely justifiable for it to assume dominion over this body? This was the decree of heaven. It was ordained by divine providence. It bore the mark of legitimacy. It was faded. The radish skin returned to the stomach, akin to Napoleon's triumphant return to Paris. Oh, the starving populace, at long last. The true emperor has arrived. More. I crave more. I implore you, let me savor another bite. Fong Yongkong extended his neck, desperately reaching out. Never imagining that one day he too might possess a graceful swan neck without pain. The instructor paid no heed to his pleas, instead feeding him several spoonfuls of plain porridge, much to Fong Yongkong's accusatory gaze. The instructor let out a cold chuckle, though he remained outwardly silent. A torrent of grievances brewed within him. Did he relish serving others their meals? No, he was merely concerned about this glutton potentially causing himself harm. In ancient times, many famine victims did not perish from hunger, but rather succumbed the day after the court's relief efforts commenced. Why, you ask? Because they overindulged. After enduring prolonged starvation, their intestinal walls were weakened, and their stomachs shrank. A slight overconsumption, an abrupt intake, or a mere tantalizing morsel could lead to dire consequences. The instructor would only cater to him this once. Any future indulgences were out of the question. Once the porridge was sufficiently served, he intermittently allowed Fong Yongkong to nibble on a small piece of radish, creating a delightful interplay of flavors between the porridge and the radish skin. Fong Yongkong eventually found no fault with the porridge, as the rich sauce infused the porridge with flavor, rendering it quite appetizing. However, upon consuming the last morsel and preparing for another piece of radish skin, the instructor began to clear the meal box and rise. Alas, Fong Yongkong had consumed but a single piece, divided into numerous bites, while the plate still brimmed with remnants, all of which the instructor whisked away. Wait. Fong Yongkong's voice cracked in desperation. Why are you taking it away? Isn't it all mine? Bring it back. You could at least provide me with a bowl of porridge. I am willing to eat now. I am willing. At that moment, both the instructor and the doctor finally felt a release from the pent-up frustration they had been harboring. Truth be told, that plate of radish should have been yours, but alas, your body could only withstand a single piece. The remainder must be taken away. Isn't that right, doctor? The doctor, masked, was free to laugh without restraint, revealing a gleeful smile that showcased all 30 of his teeth without fear of judgment. Indeed, after such a prolonged fast, one cannot consume excessively upon reintroduction. Even offering you one piece was a considerable risk. If you wish for a normal portion, you must first restore your health. With that remark, they both exited, unable to contain their laughter any longer. As the door closed, the doctor leaned back in with a final quip. By the way, I heard there's a remarkable new chef in the kitchen, crafting exceptionally delicious meals. Lunch and dinner are far more sumptuous than breakfast. With that, he shut the door, leaving Fong Yongkong alone, filled with regret and vexation, shedding tears of despair. Good news. The emperor destined to save this ailing body has returned. Bad news. The emperor glanced back only to turn and walk away. Chapter 185. The radish transformed into ginseng. How could this be? Fong Yongkong had previously deemed the cafeteria food utterly unpalatable, thus resorting to a hunger strike. If he could successfully escape, he would savor delectable dishes outside, indulging in a cornucopia of culinary delights. Yet now, they had disregarded all expectations and actually invited a remarkable chef to the prison cafeteria. What was the point of his struggles? He could relish fine cuisine right there. Infuriatingly, the savory radish skin he had anticipated slipped away. He wondered how they would manage the leftovers. Surely they wouldn't discard it? Would they secretly consume it instead? Outside the infirmary, seeing no one around, the doctor eagerly removed his mask. Quick, let me have some. I must taste the new chef's culinary prowess. How could he have even tempted that stubborn mule? The warden, speechless, replied, who said I would discard it. I too am quite curious. Cough, cough. Rather, I am concerned about the quality of the food served to the inmates. You can't keep all the radish for yourself. I'll let you have a piece, but don't be too greedy. Fine, just let me have a taste. I've been hearing about this for days, and I'm positively craving it. The prison guards and doctors dined in the staff cafeteria, entirely unaware of the inmates' culinary experience. However, the hospital ward was unique. It received inmates from all sectors daily. With so many prisoners, there were bound to be some chatty ones who, between consultations, would engage the doctors in conversation. Thus, the hospital ward was the most efficient place for gathering intelligence, always privy to first-hand news. Almost on the very first day of Xiao Lan's arrival, numerous doctors learned of the changes in the inmates' cafeteria that very evening. A remarkable dish of cabbage was served for dinner, and those who tasted it praised its flavor, reminiscing about it hours later. Several inmates visiting for dental pain increased, and when asked why they didn't brush their teeth before bed, they replied they couldn't bear to brush, wanting to savor it in their dreams. The idea of bringing back food from the inmates' cafeteria originated with the doctor. With a mindset of trying something new, they were astonished to find Fong Yongkong completely subdued, thoroughly becoming a devoted follower of the chef. Isn't an apron just a skirt? Remarkably, the warden was also intrigued and wished to sample a bite. However, given his position and the numerous cameras around, it wouldn't be appropriate for both of them to eat simultaneously. Thus, he watched as the doctor picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth. The warden wanted to inquire about the flavor, but the sound of the doctor chewing echoed down the corridor, drowning out all else. Was this radish excessively crisp? Startled, the doctor hastily donned his mask, covering his mouth, attempting to chew more softly to minimize the noise. Is it delicious? The warden realized the question was superfluous. The radish skin smelled delightful, looked appetizing, and even sounded delectable. How could it possibly taste bad? With the radish in his mouth, the doctor resembled someone savoring a precious ginseng slice. Unable to speak and only able to nod vigorously in approval, the instructors, unable to restrain themselves, were merely young individuals embarking on their careers. and it is only natural for them to possess a lively curiosity. He glanced around, waiting for a cleaning inmate to pass by, and in a flash, seized a morsel and placed it into his mouth. Having learned from the doctor's advice, he refrained from rejecting it once it was inside. Instead, he held it in his mouth and savored the sauce with determination. Their gazes met in silence, close enough to communicate, yet hindered by their mouths being full, leading to a silent exchange of nods. One extended a hand, giving a thumbs up, while the other's eyes glistened with tears. How could it be that their rations were inferior to those of the inmates? Where could one voice such grievances? The adage that winter's radish rivals ginseng had become a reality. They were now consuming it as if it were ginseng, letting it dissolve in their mouths and chewing slowly. This small dish should suffice for a day's sustenance. Perhaps if they were frugal and cut it into tiny pieces, it might last a week. How infuriating. Clearly, they had previously overindulged in providing Fong Yongkong with an entire radish. Half a piece would have already been a luxury. However, it was rumored that the midday and evening meals in the inmates' cafeteria were even more delectable. With Fong Yongkong present, perhaps they too could partake and relish in the feast. Their eyes locked, and they shared a mutual understanding. Contemplating the delightful future ahead, both the instructor and the doctor felt a newfound lightness in their bodies, walking with a spring in their step as they parted ways. The issue of Fong Yongkong's hunger strike had been resolved, and this matter warranted a report to higher authorities. As the most prolonged and serious hunger strike incident in recent memory, the prison management convened a brief meeting to delve deeper into the situation. Upon learning that the inmate had surrendered his resistance due to a mere dish of savory radish peel, they fell into profound contemplation. Chapter 186. Boiled pork and braised pork. After the meeting concluded, many stepped out of the conference room only to begin discussing the matter. Was it truly that delicious? Could a hunger strike be quelled so easily? Moreover, it was said that the officers had initially tempted him with food from the staff cafeteria. Yet he had resisted even the allure of a large chicken leg, only to falter over a few slices of radish. Perhaps he was simply overcome by hunger, reaching a tipping point where the radish became the final straw. Could it be otherwise? We have not tasted it ourselves. Perhaps we should inquire with Baoguo. Baoguo, is it true that a remarkably talented newcomer has joined the logistics district? Can they indeed elevate a mere radish into something extraordinary? Suddenly being called upon, Baoguo quickly donned an awkward smile. Oh, not at all. They merely found it novel and exaggerated its merits. The food in the inmates' cafeteria can only be so good. Each meal is budgeted at no more than 10 yuan, and the variety of ingredients pales in comparison to that of the staff cafeteria. You see, I told you. The inmates are simply easily impressed. The hunger striker happened to be unlucky, encountering this phenomenon by chance. Observing that his colleagues were convinced, Baoguo turned away, discreetly wiping the sweat that had formed on his brow. Look at how this situation has escalated. The stir that Xiao Lan has created is growing louder. And now even colleagues are catching wind of it, piquing their curiosity. He was indeed fearful that his colleagues might become inquisitive, as once their curiosity was piqued, it would be impossible to suppress it, leading to the complete exposure of Xiao Lan's identity. After all, the details surrounding Xiao Lan's imprisonment could not withstand scrutiny. Fortunately, he possessed quick wit, allowing him to deceive others for the time being. However, Baoguo was perhaps too premature in his delight, while he could deceive most. There were two individuals he could not elude. These were the head of the sanitary department and the chief of the meal distribution center. As the primary individuals responsible for the tasting protocol, no matter how much Baoguo endeavored to monopolize the tasting duties, the other two would inevitably discern the truth. Indeed, when the three gathered before the dedicated sample refrigerator, aiming to taste the same box of samples, the atmosphere turned quite awkward. The head of the department, being the last to discover the truth and harboring the most resentment, was the first to confront Baoguo. Ah, so you think you can keep this all to yourself without including us? I wondered why you were so eager to help with the tastings every day. The chief of the meal distribution center wore an expression of knowing, having already perceived everything. A fire cannot be concealed under paper, Bao. Do you really think your mere words can fool your colleagues? The inmates have been chatting about food nonstop. The other staff will eventually catch on. If you don't include us, who will help you maintain the ruse? With that, the chief produced a plastic bag from his pocket, revealing 3 steamed buns. Here, I saved some from breakfast especially for you, and I brought enough for both of you. Hurry, let's get the radish peels out and add some excitement. Witnessing such preparedness and ability to win hearts, one could truly call it professionalism. Previously, Baoguo had shamelessly requested Lao Sun to prepare a larger quantity of samples for tasting, and though Lao Sun had seen through the pretense, he chose not to expose it, thereby benefiting the other two instead. Truly, the efforts of the past bear fruit for future generations. The only solace was that the samples could be disposed of after 48 hours, typically discarded. However, the pickled radish peels would not spoil, meaning they could enjoy another meal together. Yet, had it not been for these two, the entire box would have belonged to Baoguo. Wait, according to the original rotation, today was indeed Baoguo's turn, so the entire box was rightfully his. Ah, how infuriating. These two consumed his food and then chastised him. After indulging in their meal, the two patted Baoguo on the shoulder, kindly offering consolation. Don't be too disheartened, Bao. You've recently made a significant contribution by identifying a fugitive murderer among ordinary inmates. So promotion is on the horizon. It's important for young people to remain cheerful. Exactly. The inmate will be around for at least a year and a half. And who knows, we might all get tired of his cooking in the future and not want to taste it anymore. Haha. A bitter smile crept onto Baoguo's lips. Cheerful? How could he be cheerful? If he could enjoy Xiao Lan's cooking every day, he could transform into a sunny, joyful young man. Yet, only he knew that Xiao Lan would soon depart. The warden had informed him that it would not exceed 2 weeks at most. However, Given the rapid rise of Xiao Lan's reputation and his formidable methods of apprehending criminals, it was likely that those 2 weeks would be shortened even further. Moreover, the warden is aware that the discovery of the wanted murderer is primarily due to Xiao Lan's efforts, which he cannot claim for himself. While there is hope for promotion, it is not guaranteed. Nonetheless, he decides to refrain from overthinking and focus on fulfilling his duties diligently. Just as he contemplates this, Bao suddenly receives a notification indicating that a prisoner has blown a kiss at the surveillance camera. He understands this to be a summons from Xiao Lan and promptly seeks an opportunity to arrange a meeting. What brings you to me this time? Have you uncovered another wanted criminal hiding among the inmates? Bao Guo inquired incredulously, his gaze toward Xiao Lan filled with reverence. Xiao Lan hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Bao Guo's assertion was partially correct, yet not entirely so. Ever since Xiao Lan had apprehended Uncle Hao, he had consciously paid attention to the reactions of those who fervently despised evil during meal preparation. After numerous meals, Xiao Lan purposefully ventured into different areas for food distribution and identified several criminals who elicited a fiery response from the cooking utensils. However, the circumstances surrounding these offenders were rather intricate. They did not conceal their identities like Uncle Hao, nor did they possess clear evidence of their crimes. Rather, they had committed new offenses after their incarceration, which had gone unnoticed. In other words, Xiao Lan lacked the evidence necessary to apprehend them directly. He would need to employ a more strategic approach. Thus, he said to Bao Guo, I intend to undertake certain actions that may be somewhat unconventional. Could you perhaps grant me more leeway in my activities? It would be ideal if you could assist in providing cover. Additionally, I require a portable recording device, preferably wireless and as discreet as possible. Upon hearing Xiao Lan's request, Bao Guo felt an overwhelming pressure and the weight of his performance indicators bearing down upon him. He no longer doubted Xiao Lan's professional judgment and abilities. Rather, he began to question his own. Why, after years of being vigilant in the prison, had he failed to notice anything, while Xiao Lan, having only been there for 3 days, seemed to perceive everything with clarity and was poised for significant action? Could it truly be that a lack of experience in a different field creates such a chasm? This realization made Bao Guo feel insecure, and he timidly asked, I have no issue providing the equipment, but I worry about whether I can adequately support you. Should I consult the warden to arrange for additional personnel to assist in liaising with you? I fear I might not be able to manage. Xiao Lan reassured him. There is no need for concern. All you need to do is suppress any complaints or reports against me. Everything else will be handled by me. For a brief moment, Bao Guo felt a wave of vulnerability wash over him, almost compelled to cling to Xiao Lan's leg in gratitude. Was this akin to being carried through a game solely by an adept teammate? The sensation was a mix of thrill and anxiety. Soon, Xiao Lan acquired a set of covert equipment from Bao Guo. When fully charged, it could remain on standby for a month, though it had the drawback of lacking internet connectivity for real-time uploads to the cloud. Consequently, Bao Guo would not be able to view the live footage while Xiao Lan was recording. He would only discover the content captured once Xiao Lan submitted the device after everything had settled. Xiao Lan concealed it in the toe of his shoe. With winter's chill and the thickness of his cotton shoes, it was relatively easy to disguise. With all preparations complete, Xiao Lan was ready to embark on his significant undertaking. Before embarking on significant endeavors, one must diligently attend to daily tasks. As noon approaches, it is time to head to the canteen to prepare today's lunch. Upon entering, Xiao Lan immediately spots old Sun, who is craning his neck in search of him, his face radiating joy rather than anxiety. Ah, you've returned, he exclaims. You have no idea. The kitchen crew is like tadpoles seeking their mother. If you're absent for even a moment, they scatter, asking where you are. Noticing old Sun's exuberance, Xiao Lan inquires, is there some delightful news today? You seem particularly cheerful. Indeed, today marks our weekly meat day. I assure you, not just me. Every inmate walks with a spring in their step today, even while relieving themselves. Although the regular meals include meat, today promises pure, unadulterated meat, a true feast. As a newcomer to the prison, Xiao Lan cannot fully grasp their fervent craving for meat, but is secretly relieved that his stay here will soon conclude. Otherwise, he too might fall prey to such appetites. What kind of meat will be prepared today? He asks. Pork. Old Sun replies animatedly. Last week we had braised duck legs, and the week before that, spicy chicken. We're rotating our options. As they walk towards the kitchen, Old Sun continues to chatter excitedly. Before your return, we were just deliberating on how to prepare the pork. Some suggested braising, others proposed twice cooked, while a few preferred making it into braised rice. However, everyone is eager to hear your thoughts. The kitchen staff's reliance on Xiao Lan surpasses even that of Old Sun, who harbors no resentment. He too is curious about the fresh methods Xiao Lan might introduce. To be candid, after years of eating his own cooking, Old Sun has grown weary of the same dishes. With Xiao Lan's arrival, he looks forward to indulging in something novel. It is evident that the others share this sentiment, as upon Xiao Lan's entrance into the kitchen, all eyes turn towards him. Adorned with bright smiles, on a day dedicated to meat, the advantages of the kitchen shine brilliantly. They are allowed to indulge a bit more than the average inmate, a privilege that holds great value. Thus, every face beams with extraordinary brightness, and their gazes towards Xiao Lan seem to transform, as if they perceive not a person, but a platter of vibrant twice-cooked pork, dompa pork, guobao pork, and spicy stir-fried meat. Rather than making an immediate decision, Xiao Lan poses a question. Have the inmates provided any input? Which dishes do they prefer? Or conversely, which do they find less appealing? Without needing Old Sun to respond, the others eagerly chime in, eager to assert their presence before their esteemed chef. I know. The inmates enjoy every variety, yet regardless of what we prepare, complaints will arise. If we make braised pork, they say it is too greasy. If we opt for guobao pork, they claim it lacks authenticity. With dompa pork, they argue it is indistinguishable from braised pork. When we stew meat, they complain it is too tough, akin to eating toilet paper. For spicy stir-fried meat, some find it too hot, while others argue it is not spicy enough. When we prepare braised dishes, they say chicken and duck share the same method, offering no variety. Xiaolon raises his hand, silencing their chatter. Behold, the challenge of pleasing the multitude. They profess to enjoy everything, yet when faced with any dish, they remain dissatisfied. You suggest that they are intentionally seeking trouble. However, that may not be the case. Perhaps the cafeteria approached them for suggestions, and if those suggestions were indeed made, you would not be pleased. I shall inspect the ingredients. Xiaolon did not express any opinion, but merely uttered a phrase before making his way towards the area where the ingredients were stored. In truth, the ingredients were not far. One could see them from where they stood. Yet, Xiaolon desired more than mere visibility. He sought clarity. Education emphasizes the importance of tailoring instruction to the individual, and similarly, culinary endeavors require adaptation to the specific ingredients at hand. He wished to discern the type of pork, the specific cuts, the freshness of the meat, and its overall quality. From a distance, it appeared as a white expanse, but upon closer inspection, a different reality unfolded. All the meat was pork belly, with a balanced ratio of fat to lean, approximately 50-50. The fatty portions exhibited a creamy white hue with a subtle sheen, while the meaty sections were a fresh pale red. When touched with a fingertip, the surface revealed a texture akin to a delicate membrane, slightly moist, but not sticky. Pressing down firmly, the indentation immediately sprang back, showcasing the meat's elasticity, albeit lacking in firmness. Drawing nearer to inhale its aroma, only a faint meaty scent lingered, not particularly pleasant, yet not offensive either. It was confirmed that this pork was of a lower quality, derived from feedlot pigs. However, its freshness was commendable. The drawbacks of feedlot pigs include a monotonous diet, limited living space, and insufficient exercise, with the possibility of having consumed fattening additives, resulting in a more flaccid texture, akin to the sedentary individuals of the swine world. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. Such industrially raised pigs are characterized by lower nutritional value and subpar taste, yet they adhere to safety standards and are not harmful to consume. Moreover, their freshness and affordability are advantageous. Pigs do not disdain the impoverished, so humans ought not to criticize their lack of physical fitness. Freshness is paramount. Even the finest meat loses its quality when not fresh. In modern society, even the most inferior pigs undergo scientific breeding, careful selection, and quarantine processes. Decades ago, such feedlot pigs were regarded as a symbol of luxury. At this moment, Xiaolon had devised a plan. He turned to the group and announced, "We shall prepare 2 dishes, braised pork and sliced cold pork." No objections were raised. However, Xiaolon felt compelled to elucidate. The meat is exceptionally fresh, making it suitable for slicing. Sometimes, heavy seasoning is employed to mask unpleasant odors. Yet fresh meat does not possess such strong odors that require concealing. However, sliced cold pork is served chilled. And who would not crave a warm bite in the dead of winter? Thus, we shall also prepare a portion of braised pork, albeit in a smaller quantity. Just enough to satisfy, without overwhelming. After enjoying the braised pork, they would partake in the sliced cold pork, which, being inherently served cold, would not suffer from being left to cool. Its sweet and refreshing flavor would perfectly counterbalance the richness of the braised dish. Although 2 dishes are being prepared, there is no need to fear complications in the cooking process. In terms of preparation, the initial steps for both sliced pork and braised pork are identical. They can be prepared simultaneously, with the portion removed midway serving as the sliced cold pork, while the remainder continues to simmer into the braised dish. Xiaolan's explanation was both clear and comprehensible. Merely listening to him evoked the taste of meat in everyone's mouths. 2 dishes from one preparation, without any additional steps. How ingenious. Amidst the excitement, the group could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. How is it possible for such a considerate individual to exist? Not only did he heed the diners' opinions and resolve their concerns regarding monotony, but he also contemplated the impact of temperature on the food. I am truly overwhelmed with emotion. The quality of a chef reflects their character. It is hard to fathom the happiness that awaits Xiaolan's girlfriend. With the ability to deftly prepare delightful dishes and possess the strength to defend love. Being by the side of such a warm-hearted man ensures that even if their emotional connection wanes in the latter half of life, the meals served will remain warm and comforting. At this moment, they suddenly lament not being a woman, unable to covertly pursue him. Otherwise, wouldn't Xiaolan be easily attainable with proximity? They wish to forge a brotherly bond with Xiaolan, but he already has Lia Si, a friendship that runs deep, making it impossible for them to take that place. Upon reflection, they also resent not being Nantong, lacking the courage to pursue openly like Li Tainyo. If, upon his release, they wish to savor Xiaolan's culinary creations, it may only be a dream. Oh, to question Li Tainyo, to understand him, to become him, and ultimately to surpass him. Xiaolan's system lacks the ability to read minds. Little does he know the rebellious thoughts hidden within the seemingly obedient group before him. Were he aware, would he still prepare meat for them? Enough of this. If there are no objections, let us all get to work. The scent of feed pigs is quite potent. Mere washing is insufficient. It is best to scorch the pigskin to destroy the sweat glands within and eliminate the odor. Additionally, this process will remove any remaining hair from the skin. Encountering hair while eating meat significantly detracts from the culinary experience, which is quite unfortunate. Beyond these advantages, the skin will shrink upon exposure to high temperatures, resulting in a firmer, more satisfying texture and a more appealing color. The benefits are plentiful, yet these tasks require diligent hands. After scorching, One must scrape off the charred portions and clean thoroughly, a process that demands effort. Everyone is eager to leave a favorable impression on Xiaolon, competing to showcase their abilities, ensuring not a single drop of water touches his hands. If family ties cannot be forged, being a mentor and disciple is equally wonderful. If even one or two catch Xiaolan's eye and are accepted as his disciples, future festive occasions would provide an excuse to visit and enjoy his meals. Chapter 187. The ancient version of lazy cuisine. The inmates previously remarked that they perceived little difference between dompa pork and braised pork. In truth, they are not alone in this belief. Many cannot distinguish between the two, even mistakenly assuming they are the same dish. However, there are indeed subtle differences. Dompa pork originates from Sichuan and has gained fame in Hangzhou, belonging to both the Sichuan and Zhejiang culinary traditions, boasting distinct characteristics and a rich historical background, earning widespread acclaim. Conversely, braised pork falls under the category of popular home-cooked dishes, which do not belong to the top 10 culinary styles, but rather represent a more sophisticated interpretation of everyday fare. As home-cooked meals vary widely across regions, countless variations of braised pork exist, reflecting local specialties and personal preferences, with methods numbering in the dozens. In a less discerning context, one might even equate the two dishes. After all, ordinary diners primarily focus on appearance and taste. Who has the inclination to trace the origins of the dishes they enjoy? Both braised pork and dompa pork are made from pork belly, cooked in clay pots, and seasoned with a similar array of spices and condiments. Upon completion, they bear a resemblance in color, shape, and, if not savored meticulously, taste as well. It is not surprising that they could be easily confused. Given their similarities, what distinguishes them? This question is best addressed by the chef. For the difference lies in the culinary techniques employed. Braised pork is primarily prepared through high-heat frying and stewing, resulting in a tender yet slightly chewy texture. In contrast, dompa pork is cooked slowly over low heat, leading to a delicate, fragrant, and melt-in-your-mouth consistency. Su dompa so de pork notes. Clean the pot, add a little water, and keep the smoke from the fire at bay. Allow it to cook undisturbed. When the time is right, it will be exquisite. In simpler terms, this translates to, place the meat in the pot, simmer on low heat, and then indulge in a nap, without concern. Upon waking, enjoy a hearty meal. It is not that we accuse Su dompa of laziness. He himself remarked on enjoying a couple of bowls upon rising, without care for the matter at hand. Therefore, one might interpret dompa pork as an ancient version of a lazy man's meal. Xiaolon's choice to prepare braised pork rather than dompa pork is influenced by this very reason. Dompa pork requires long, slow cooking, and the longer it simmers, the more aromatic it becomes, leaving little time for the hurried. One cannot expect everyone to return from a midday nap for lunch, can they? Can you believe that the inmates could dismantle the cafeteria, devouring the tables and chairs? With the ingredients prepped, the cooking commences. A group of eager eyes, filled with curiosity, awaits Xiaolon's guidance. For such a simple task, Xiaolon refrains from personally demonstrating, opting instead to offer verbal instructions to avoid sticky hands. The clean pork is blanched in boiling water to remove blood and impurities. Before the water reaches a rolling boil, the pork should be removed while it is still partially cooked. Quickly now, don't just stare at me, focus on the pot. If overcooked, it becomes a broth rather than a blanch. Once the pork is retrieved, the scorched skin is scraped once more and rinsed under cold water. Each step is followed by glances towards Xiaolon for approval. Some, lacking confidence, glance back 3 times, as if seeking reassurance of their actions from his expression. Xiaolon finds himself somewhat at a loss for words. You need only to listen, do not fixate on me. Be confident, this is home cooking. You cannot go too far astray. Upon hearing this, the group realizes their subconscious habit of turning to him for affirmation. Alas, has Xiaolon inadvertently instilled doubt in them? Previously, they had felt assured in their culinary skills, even dreaming of opening a restaurant upon release. Yet, with Xiaolan's presence, every simple dish transforms into something extraordinary, leaving them feeling like fledgling cooks who have lost their previous capabilities. Alright, let us return to the pot with cold water, adding scallions, ginger, and cooking wine. And this time, let it cook until fully done. No sooner had he finished speaking than a hand was raised with a question. How can we tell when it's fully cooked? Xiaolon initially considered mentioning color and aroma, but decided to provide a more straightforward answer. When a chopstick can easily pierce the meat and comes out clean, without remnants of flesh or blood, it indicates that the meat is ready and can be removed to cool. In the event of a mishap, one could simply set a timer for half an hour. Regardless, the meat would surely be cooked through. Suddenly, Xiaolon appeared to recall something important. Instructing, do not discard the water used for boiling the meat. It can be repurposed for cooking vegetables or making soup. This pot contains authentic meat broth, with blood and impurities eliminated during the blanching process. A sprinkle of salt and the addition of tofu and greens would render it exquisitely fragrant. The others immediately understood, their eyes widening in delightful surprise, realizing that a third dish was indeed emerging. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. This felt like a festive celebration. With hearts brimming with joy, they eagerly awaited the outcome, fervently discussing which vegetables to prepare. In the past, they had been indifferent to such matters, merely following whatever arrangements old Sun made. Amusingly, whether they cooked radishes or winter melons, the final result always tasted the same. Now, however, they began to form their own ideas, centering their discussions on what type of vegetables would honor this pot of meat broth. Compared to this genuine meat broth, their previous concoctions could only be dubbed as mere bathwater for pigs. Bathwater could be carelessly squandered, even discarded, but meat broth must be cherished. As time passed, the essence of the pork infused into the water, the rich aroma intertwining with the billowing white steam rising gracefully. This broth had undergone a transformative leap in quality. The flavor was both robust and pure, and while the steam appeared thick and white, lifting the lid revealed a clear and bright broth. The naked eye could not detect any floating impurities, nor could the nose catch a hint of unpleasant odor. This was largely thanks to the remarkable prowess of ginger and scallions, which thoroughly banished any lingering gaminess of the pork, leaving only the fragrant essence swirling and dancing in the air. With eyes closed, one could even catch a faint hint of wine aroma, warming the cheeks and intoxicating the senses, even before any salt had been added. This miraculous transformation was simply the result of a few additional steps taken during the meat preparation. Oh my, I feel like I have graduated. So do I. I suddenly believe that as long as I present these 2 dishes and a soup, there is no woman in the world I cannot win over. After all, even I am beginning to fall in love with myself. Wake up, don't get ahead of yourselves. You Haven team mastered it yet. We're only halfway there. Old Sun's voice snapped everyone back to reality. These young ones simply could not contain their excitement. Having grasped half a lesson, they were already fantasizing about attending Tsinghua University. Even if they managed to endure until the end of a lesson before daydreaming, it would be a sign of less impatience. Finally, the moment arrived to retrieve the meat from the pot, marking the true graduation of the pork belly, entering a pivotal turning point in its culinary journey. Chapter 188. Preparing to enroll in the braised pork program. The majority of the pork belly was preparing to enroll in the braised pork program. This specialty was highly sought after, with fierce competition, as many cuts aspired to achieve a bounty of oil and richness upon completion. The entire career of braised pork promised to be prosperous and vibrant. However, the path to achieving this was fraught with trials, requiring one to endure significant pressure, often shedding considerable weight, and even risking the loss of a layer of skin. Nevertheless, those who persevered would find that the fat lost during the process would ultimately be replenished by the savory broth. The second most popular choice for enrollment was the white-cut meat program. This discipline is considerably less demanding. During the cooling phase, there is no oversight, allowing one to languidly recline. The cuts of meat can preserve their original shapes to the greatest extent, stretching freely, remaining carefree until the eve of graduation. However, regardless of their individual forms upon graduation, once placed upon the cutting board, they will be sliced into similarly sized and uniform pieces. Subsequently, they will be neatly arranged and placed into the vast cauldron of society, where their future hues will be dictated solely by fate. A few remaining cuts of pork, until the end of the application process, have not chosen any aspirations. If you were to inquire, they would be more astonished than you. Aspirations. What are aspirations? They possess no right to choose. They are simply poured into a large warming pot alongside the broth, destined to be simmered until all essence is extracted, becoming mere remnants. Initially, they may struggle to rise, but the more they resist, the more unfortunate their plight becomes. If luck is not on their side and they are inadvertently trampled by other frantic pieces, the one that strives the hardest to surface may suffer first, plummeting swiftly. Though claimed to be unintentional, who knows if it was deliberate? Among the lower-tier slices, there exists a plethora of discontent, each yearning to ascend by stepping upon their kin. Yet, meticulous schemes often lead to their own demise. Regardless of their relentless efforts to ascend, when the lid descends, all deceit and stratagems will amount to naught. The fate of each piece is to sink to the bottom of the pot, silenced forevermore. What submerges them is not the torrent of time, but merely a bucket of water, even if some pieces are fortuitously blessed. Seizing an extraordinary opportunity to leap from the warming pot, what awaits them is merely a toss into the trash or a rinse before being returned. They likely cannot fathom why, despite all being the same cuts of pork once simmered together. Only they are condemned to remain at the bottom, while the others can choose vibrant, varied lives. Is it merely because they were born on the fringes, inherently irregular in shape and less visually appealing, that they are destined to become scraps? The answer to this question may only reveal itself in due time. There will always be a period of silence, mistaken for eternity, yet it is merely a phase of life. The future remains unwritten. The meat intended for braised pork is pressed under a weight to flatten it, ensuring that when cut, it is perfectly square, aesthetically pleasing, and offering a firm texture. If you are disinclined to pursue excellence, so be it. I am merely sharing the method for refinement. Upon hearing Xiaolan's words, the disparities among individuals become apparent. Some diligently follow each step as prescribed, while others, initially intent on proceeding, decide to abandon their efforts upon hearing Xiaolan's suggestion to forego it, reasoning that it is merely for the inmates, not for a business venture, and thus devoid of remuneration. During the cooling and setting process, Xiaolan instructs the group on caramelizing sugar. The syrup produced from granulated sugar has a lower concentration, whereas that derived from rock sugar yields a richer hue. Using rock sugar for caramelization is undoubtedly preferable. However, due to the constraints of the prison environment, white sugar must suffice. When caramelizing, one must be mindful of the heat. Begin with medium heat and lower it to a simmer once the sugar has melted. The caramelization process can be divided into 4 distinct stages. The initial stage, characterized by the formation of large white bubbles, is known as frosting or sandy. This phase is ideal for creating frosted peanuts, sugar-coated cashews, or sandy taro. As the sugar syrup takes on a faint red hue, it reaches the pulling thread stage, perfect for crafting caramelized apples, bananas, or sweet potatoes. At this juncture, further cooking should cease. The third stage sees the syrup transform into an amber color, referred to as glass or amber, which is optimal for making candied hawthorn. This stage requires careful control, as a slight misstep can drastically alter the outcome, necessitating one's intuition. The final stage yields a deep date red syrup, suitable for glazing braised pork. Once reached, water can be introduced, Further cooking may lead to a bitter taste. During this explanation, Xiaolon personally demonstrated the process, while onlookers, eager yet hesitant, shielded their faces with pot lids and squinted to observe. The pork belly should not be directly immersed in the sugar water. Instead, it should first be sautéed in the pot to render excess fat, reducing greasiness, before adding aromatics such as scallions, ginger, star anise, and cinnamon, then stir-frying over high heat. As Xiaolon cooked and narrated, the sizzle of the oil harmonized with his melodious voice, rendering the experience quite delectable. With a few more lessons like this, the mere sound of Xiaolan's voice would evoke salivation among the listeners. This delineates the difference between braised pork and dompa pork. The latter omits this crucial step. While explaining, Xiaolon intentionally distanced his mouth from the pot, not out of fear of splattering his concoction, but to avoid the hot oil from spattering onto his face. He longed to toss the pan to evade the splattering oil, yet the audience fervently implored him not to, fearing they would be unable to follow his swift movements. A master chef unable to toss the pan resembles a martial artist with limbs bound. Though the outcome remains unaffected, the execution lacks fluidity and satisfaction. Xiaolon could not fully relish the cooking process, his thoughts racing to conclude the lesson, growing weary of instructing. Once the ingredients were sufficiently sautéed, he poured in the sugar water and added salt and soy sauce, covering the pot to finish the task. With that, Xiaolon set aside the pot, appearing ready to relinquish responsibility. Is it truly done? The remainder is left to time. Bring to a boil over high heat, then simmer. Once the cooking time nears completion, increase the heat to reduce the sauce, ensuring it does not scorch. With the lesson concluded, he encouraged everyone to try it themselves while he attended to the white-cut meat. Xiaolon had meticulously broken down the method for preparing braised pork. With the initial preparation of ingredients executed well, the subsequent steps would likely follow suit. Moreover, the braising technique boasts a high margin for error. Should it dry out, simply add water, or if too watery, adjust the seasoning. Generally, it can be salvaged without significant issues. If a clay pot is available, one need not worry about scorching at all. The gravest mishap would perhaps occur during the caramelization, leading to a bitter flavor permeating the entire pot of meat. However, those endowed with intellect should be capable of discerning whether the sugar has caramelized, or perhaps sampling it first before deciding to incorporate the syrup, don't you think? If one cannot even manage such basic reasoning, it may be wise to reconsider their career path, and perhaps limit their culinary endeavors to preparing meals solely for themselves. Chapter 189. The miraculous delicacy of white-cut meat. The white-boiled meat, extracted from the aromatic broth of scallions and ginger, is allowed to cool before being sliced thickly. A dish known as white-cut meat. Unlike the labor-intensive red braised pork that requires frying, sautéing, and stewing, this dish is straightforward. Once cut, it can be elegantly arranged on a plate and served, to be enjoyed with a dipping sauce that accentuates its pure, succulent flavor. White-cut meat is traditionally a staple of Shanghai cuisine, celebrated for its light and refreshing qualities, typically accompanied by a dish of shrimp soy sauce for dipping. However, in Guangdong province, a region renowned for its preference for white-cut chicken and duck, white-cut meat is almost like an estranged child, lovingly adopted and nurtured into a unique local style. The primary distinction between Guangdong-style white-cut meat and its Shanghai counterpart lies in the dipping sauce. While the preparation of the meat remains largely the same, unlike the simple soy sauce used in Shanghai, Guangdong's version incorporates beloved ingredients such as ginger and minced garlic, drizzled with hot oil and garnished with cilantro and scallions, thus transforming the dish into an entirely different culinary experience. White-cut meat is akin to a piece of exquisite rice paper, its inherent quality allowing various masters of calligraphy to express their artistry upon it. Whether through the delicate style of fine script or the flowing strokes of cursive, it harmonizes beautifully with all forms. Consider the neighboring Guangxi province, where white-cut meat graces every banquet as a cold dish, known for its love of spicy and sour flavors. The accompanying dipping sauce features a distinctive blend of chopped scallions, minced garlic, and small chili peppers, combined with a piece of Guilin fermented tofu, vinegar, and either meat broth or hot oil, creating a local specialty. As one dips a piece of white-cut meat into this sauce, those who favor a lighter taste may merely graze the surface, while those with a penchant for bolder flavors may indulge more fully. Each bite reveals not only the original taste of the meat, but also the delightful interplay of sour, spicy, and savory notes, enhanced by the unique flavor of fermented tofu, resulting in an exquisite culinary experience. Traveling further southwest to the Sichuan region, one encounters a similar dish known as garlic sauce white meat. The initial preparation of the meat is akin to that of its predecessors, but the slicing is done more thinly, and instead of a separate dipping sauce, a rich mixture is poured directly over the arranged meat. Renowned for its fiery red chili oil, Sichuan sauce incorporates minced garlic, salt, sesame oil, soy sauce, and MSG, yielding a dish that is both indulgent and complex. There is no need for uniformity in distribution. The varying amounts of sauce on each piece cater to diverse palates. Some who shy away from excessive fat may opt to wrap the white-cut meat in finely shredded cucumber and carrot, thus creating a delightful medley of flavors. By varying the dipping sauces, one can experience the culinary specialties of 4 provinces, making white-cut meat a veritable marvel in the realm of gastronomy. A true chameleon of flavors. The ability to transform high-fat pork belly into such a light and refreshing dish is nothing short of miraculous. Even the most aversive connoisseur of fatty meats can find solace in the delicate layer of fat nestled between 2 slices of lean pork when indulging in the dish known as white-cut meat. This experience may very well open the door to a newfound culinary enlightenment, revealing the imperfections inherent in both pure lean and pure fatty meats, the former being excessively dry. while the latter tends to be overly soft. It is only when the edges of the lean meat are kissed by a hint of fat that one discovers the exquisite harmony of contrasting textures, a veritable culinary partnership. As for the concern that excessive consumption of fatty meat leads to weight gain, the pig's only responsibility is to grace the dining table. While humans must grapple with myriad considerations, on the red braised pork front, there remains much to be accomplished. Whereas the preparation of white-cut meat involves merely slicing it and concocting a dipping sauce, Xiaolon had no intention of summoning everyone to witness his sauce-making. For it requires little technical skill, he could simply document the process for them later. In the confines of the prison, the absence of shrimp soy sauce precludes an authentic Shanghai culinary experience. Shrimp soy sauce is a unique creation, infused with fresh shrimp and sorghum liquor, possessing a distinctive flavor that cannot be replicated by ordinary soy sauce. Attempting to recreate Cantonese flavors presents its own challenges, as the prison lacks both sand ginger and Guilin fermented tofu, not to mention Sichuan's red oil. The scarcity of ingredients and the arduous acquisition process momentarily transported Xiaolon back 2 decades. Every regional delicacy retains its local essence, and in the past, due to inconvenient transportation, sluggish logistics, and a dearth of information, one had to journey to a locale to savor its culinary offerings. Alternatively, one relied on serendipitous encounters with vendors from distant lands, receiving morsels that purported to represent the delights of an unfamiliar province. In accepting these delicacies, one also embraced a fantasy of that distant place. For many Southerners, their initial impressions of the North may have begun with candied hawthorns and donkey rolls encountered by school gates. But what, one might ponder, initiates a Northerner's first impressions of the South? Is it the allure of soup dumplings, the warmth of hot pot, or the sweetness of sugar oranges? The advancement of modern networking allows individuals to purchase regional specialties from across the nation with ease. Yet, while one may acquire goods, the local customs and cultural nuances remain elusive. When you sit amidst the local furnishings, tables, chairs, flora, and architecture, you begin to empathize and comprehend why the inhabitants of that place create such food and why they hold it dear. Thereafter, when you taste the same dish again, your recollections transcend mere flavor. They encompass bustling streets, dappled shadows on cobblestone pathways, incomprehensible local dialects, and perhaps the company of friends or a beloved companion. As Xiaolon savors a plate of fried rice, the first thoughts that arise in his mind are not of its taste, but of a past life, one in which he stood in the cramped, poorly ventilated kitchen of his family's modest restaurant, triumphantly wielding a spatula at an age when he was still suckling a pacifier, outdoing his father, who was left in astonished disarray with rice scattered around him. Hurry up, it's nearly mealtime. Old Son's urging not only roused the kitchen staff, but also snapped Xiaolon back to the present. He quickly gathered his thoughts, surveying the available seasonings in the kitchen, ready to utilize whatever was at hand. Minced garlic, scallions, and small chili peppers, combined with soy sauce, oyster sauce, and a hint of sesame oil, along with a dash of vinegar and sugar, create an almost universal dipping sauce. The proportions can be adjusted at will. As long as they remain within reasonable bounds, the flavor will not disappoint. What if it turns out too salty? Simply dilute it with water. However, if there happens to be meat broth available, then water is unnecessary. The broth will suffice. This broth is already fragrant enough to be savored on its own, having been seasoned to perfection. If it were placed on the table, everyone would indulge, each person easily downing 3 large bowls. Now, when this broth is combined with other spices, the aroma intensifies, making even Xiaolon hesitant to serve it in a bowl for dipping, fearing that someone might become overly eager and consume it all in one go. Thus, after careful consideration, Xiaolon decided against providing a separate dipping sauce, and instead opted to pour it directly over the meat. As for the large vat of broth, Xiaolon refrained from dictating which vegetables it should accompany. He vaguely noticed someone bringing over a basin of winter melon, perhaps for a winter melon soup. Whatever is cooked alongside it matters little. The broth, having been perfected, ensures that any addition will be delightful. It is akin to a well-composed paper, where the only task remaining is to add a co-author's name, allowing anyone to benefit from its brilliance. At the stroke of 12:30, it was time for the meal. Not for execution. The inmates filed in, each craning their necks, eagerly leaning forward, their noses twitching in the air like seals seeking a ball. When one person does this, it disrupts the formation. When everyone does it, it becomes a synchronized spectacle. Thus, the guards could do little but observe, as at least their lower bodies remained orderly, with feet firmly planted on the ground. Everyone was aware that today was a day for meat, and the excitement had been palpable since morning. Everyone worked particularly hard, and while they might have gotten a bit carried away during lunch, the guards chose to turn a blind eye the moment they stepped into the dining hall. Even the guards could not help but take a deep breath, instinctively mimicking the seals. How aromatic it was. The enticing sense of braised pork, sliced white meat, and winter melon soup competed for attention in the spacious dining hall, each vying for prominence. With such a grand stage, each dish exerted its utmost effort to be the first remembered. Yet, with everyone possessing but one nose, how could they savor them all? Even if one were to count nostrils, there were merely 2. Thus, one dish would inevitably be overlooked. It seemed the only solution was to send the mouth into action, quickly delivering the dishes to the palate for a fair and equitable experience. Each individual's internal calculations were loud and cacophonous, the sound almost painful to the ears. Yet upon closer inspection, it was not the sound of counting beads, but rather the unmistakable noise of swallowing. The guards felt as though they merely blinked, and in the next moment, every chair had been filled. Such rapid seating. In an instant. It was unclear whether the inmates had collectively teleported or if the guards had experienced a collective lapse in memory. leaving them with a few seconds of blankness. Enough with idle chatter, let us serve the food. The cold dishes took the lead, followed closely by the soup. And then the grand presentation of the day's main attraction, braised pork. After the convicts felt that having just one nose was insufficient, they soon realized that having only two eyes was also inadequate. They longed to collectively transform into the deity Erlang, with an additional eye sprouting from their foreheads, allowing them to simultaneously observe the white-cut meat, winter melon soup, and braised pork. Their hands were obliged to remain still, unable to move freely, while their eyes desperately flickered between the three dishes. Oh, how busy they were. Not even the most frantic of seamstresses could compare. What could they do if their lips could not contain their excitement, nearly stretching back to their occipital bones? They could scarcely believe that these three meat dishes were meant for their lunch. Was this to be their new reality? Would they forgo dinner? Was this a sign of impending doom? How could it be so delightful? A whirlwind of surprise, exhilaration, anxiety, anticipation, and overwhelming joy surged within them, ultimately coalescing into a pool of saliva swallowed down. Amidst the crowd, Litiniu felt as though he were drowning in his own saliva, while his chest churned with bitterness. He was aware that today was a day for meat, which prompted him to curry favor with Xiao Lan the night prior, hoping to secure a larger portion. However, judging by Xiao Lan's response at breakfast, it was clear that his gift had missed the mark, akin to flattering a horse's leg instead of its back. He wished to rectify his mistake immediately, yet the prison's strict regulations left them with no opportunity to converse. Should it disrupt the distribution of the midday meat dishes, he would have no outlet for his grievances. Nevertheless, Xiao Lan seemed to deliberately avoid his area during meal distribution. Instead, others served him, providing only the standard portion of food. In the past, he would have been dissatisfied. Now, he could only feel overwhelming gratitude. The first contender, braised pork, trembled precariously in a basin, not stacked high, but so tenderly cooked that even the slightest jolt sent it quivering. This quivering set the hearts and eyes of the onlookers ablaze with a delightful tremor. The second contender, white-cut meat, was no less impressive. A basin of pale meat was first presented, appearing rather bland compared to the rich, oily braised pork. In the next moment, the server's ladle approached, drizzling a circle of sauce around the edge of the iron basin. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a special technique. The white-cut meat had unleashed its secret weapon. In an instant, a unique aroma wafted upward, straightforwardly embracing them with its genuine essence. If the braised pork could be likened to a captivating and enchanting beauty, requiring no elaborate flirtations or coy gestures, merely a glance from her alluring eyes would leave countless admirers entranced and eager to pursue her. Then the white-cut meat was akin to the pure and innocent first love. Her unadorned face not as breathtaking, yet possessing a pair of sparkling eyes that held the youthful, unguarded affection of a boy. So transparent it seemed to announce its feelings to the world. One was the luminous white moonlight before them, the other, the cherished vermilion birthmark upon their hearts. I once believed I was destined to be entangled with them for a lifetime, caught in the tempest of love and hatred. Yet, in the end, it is a steaming bowl of winter melon and meat soup that accompanies me throughout my life. It appears bland, simple, and ordinary, seemingly existing solely for companionship. However, both love and desire are inevitably dulled by the passage of time. The pure moonlight transforms into annoying grains of rice on one's clothing, while the vermilion birthmark becomes the darkened blood of a mosquito on the wall. Only the hot soup, suitable for savoring in every season, can help one endure the bitter cold of life's arduous journey. Thus, despite many being drawn to the allure of braised pork and white-cut meat, when the time to dine finally arrives, they instinctively sip the winter melon and meat soup first. In the bone-chilling winter, the significance of a bowl of meat soup far surpasses that of mere sustenance. Regardless of whom their hearts belong to, their bodies truthfully choose what they most require. Fortunately, the braised pork, white-cut meat, and winter melon soup cannot speak. Otherwise, they would surely roll their eyes and pout, exclaiming, "You've been given enough, yet you still complain. Let me tell you, this is your one and only chance. There will be no more. The dish only contains cooking wine. And yet you are as intoxicated as a dog, rambling on, daring to dream of enjoying meals of this caliber year-round. Remember this, it is not a lifetime, a generation, or a pair of souls, but a singular meal in a lifetime. If you wish to savor it again, you must reincarnate early and queue for a number at the restaurant." Chapter 190. In laughter, some indulge in another slice. As the soup flows down my throat, it fills me with warmth, dispelling my sorrows. Initially, I expected a bland broth merely to warm my stomach, only to discover a rich, savory flavor that astonished me. This bowl of soup, though not comparable to a broth simmered for hours, defied my expectations of boiled winter melon, delivering a meaty essence that left me utterly astounded. Countless souls yearned to sip gently, only to find themselves having downed the entire bowl in one breath. The dining hall was eerily silent, devoid of whispered conversations, save for the continuous sound of slurping soup. A few, in their haste, even produced croaking noises. Closing my eyes, I listened to the chorus of slurps, unable to distinguish whether I was in a prison or a rice paddy. The inmates savored every piece of winter melon, ensuring not a drop of soup was left. Before contemplating the distribution of braised pork and white-cut meat, each long table was adorned with a communal dish, allowing inmates to serve themselves according to their desires, whether to indulge or to restrain. Previously, meals were shared with an unspoken agreement of equitable distribution, with personal preference dictating the amount consumed, as there was no need to vie for such dishes. Today, however, bore a different weight of significance. In their minds, each piece of meat bore a number. Those who dared to take more risked being chastised for a week. Once Xiao Lan departed, That week could extend into a sentence, or even a lifetime. Until the end of one's days, one will be reminded of those moments spent behind bars. I vividly recall my initial days in confinement. The aroma of braised pork wafting through the air, the sweetness of the white-cut meat enticing the senses. Amidst laughter and camaraderie, someone would reach for an extra piece. The first to seize the spoon would feel its weight akin to 1,000 pounds, as the gazes of all the prisoners fixated upon it. With every lift, they would tug, and with every drop, they would pull. This was, in essence, a silent tug-of-war, 1 against 7. They scrutinized you closely, counting how many morsels you managed to scoop, an endless cycle until the last piece was distributed, after which the tension of this competitive feast would finally ease. Each person cradled their small bowls, gathering strength, recuperating in anticipation of the next round. The braised pork was rich in flavor, but not greasy, while the white-cut meat bore a savory essence devoid of any fishy taste. To sum it up, utterly exquisite. As I lifted a piece of braised pork from the bowl to my mouth, it quivered in anticipation, evoking a sense of sympathy within me. I felt reluctant to startle it, wanting to pause and gently reassure it, fearful that in its panic it might leap from the spoon. Yet, should you fall for its seemingly pitiful demeanor, you would be sorely mistaken. The finest hunters always present themselves as prey. Upon entering your mouth, it dissolves almost instantaneously, rushing into your stomach with an eagerness that firmly seizes your mind. It does not come merely for your indulgence, it comes to dominate your being. Henceforth, whether walking or seated, you would find your thoughts consumed by the image of braised pork. In contrast, the white-cut meat eschewed complexity, embodying sincerity and solidity. Cut into thick slices, it never betrayed your trust, delivering a genuine sense of satisfaction with each hearty bite. Within your mouth, your lips became guns, your tongue a sword. Engaging in a spirited duel. Rather than a contest, it felt more like playful banter, for it allowed ample leeway, even offering up fat as a cushion to prevent you from choking. This cushion of fat was laid thick, inviting you to eat without restraint, to savor each mouthful, while it watched you with a smile, regardless of your antics. Some prisoners, moved by the moment, would rise to wipe away tears, only to be sharply reminded to sit down, jolted back to the reality of their confinement. It had been so long since one felt such blissful forgetfulness, as if enveloped in deep affection and care. This was the warmth of humanity, a sentiment they could still grasp before their hearts turned cold and hardened. Even the worst among them, at some point in their lives, had experienced the genuine love of someone who wished for their success and well-being, hoping they would grow to be pillars of society. How could they have become so accustomed to, even disdainful of, the darkness that ultimately ensnared them? Regret, profound regret. Wishing they could turn back time, a longing to escape and offer an apology to those who loved them. Of course, those who wept over their meals were but a minority. Most were eager to eat, to devour heartily. For time was limited to a mere 30 minutes. There was little room for reflection. Should the time elapse and their plates remain unfinished, the opportunity would vanish, leaving them with no place to express their sorrow. Some individuals who typically lack an appetite during meals now find themselves consuming food with an urgency, almost wishing to slap themselves an utter, foolish mouth. Eat quickly. The braised pork is devoured with remarkable speed. Initially, everyone savors it piece by piece, but soon, fearful of time constraints, they crush it and mix it with rice, stirring it together to hastily send it to their mouths. The rich flavors of meat and sauce create an indescribable delight that evokes involuntary eye rolls of ecstasy. This is not merely eating braised pork. It is a profound, soul-satisfying experience. However, the white-cut meat proves more challenging to conquer. Its texture is exceptionally firm, requiring diligent chewing. Yet the more one chews, the more flavorful it becomes, making it hard to swallow. To hastily gulp it down before the flavor dissipates would be an affront to the care that went into its preparation. Let us not forget, it has harmonized beautifully with the dipping sauce. As for the remaining winter melon in the meat soup, I apologize, dear. You are wonderful. But I am far too preoccupied to keep you company. Once I have the time, I shall return. Oh, there is meat in the soup. I must quickly extract it to eat. As for the winter melon, my apologies, dear. I am simply too busy to attend to you. After the initial shock and bewilderment, the inmates begin to hastily consume their meals, racing against the clock. The sounds of spoons clashing against bowls and dishes fill the cafeteria, creating an atmosphere of fervor. The clattering resonates like the frenzied knocking of bowls before a meal. Oh, how hungry I am. Why does half an hour stretch on so interminably? For years, the prison officers have supervised the inmates until they finish their meals, before heading to the staff canteen for their own lunch, a mere 30 minutes apart. Just half an hour. One cannot even manage 2 rounds of a game in that time. Has the deity governing the flow of time been indulging in wine while on duty? Otherwise, how can such chaos ensue? As each bite of meat is consumed, the aroma in the cafeteria intensifies. At this moment, every officer on patrol feels a little person within them fervently banging on a bowl, rolling on the ground, and shouting, "I am so hungry." If not for their uniforms, they would dash forward, pushing the inmates aside to join the fray for meat. Yet, it must be noted that there seems to be no explicit rule prohibiting prison officers from dining in the inmates' canteen. In fact, it is somewhat encouraged, urging prison officials, especially those in leadership, to occasionally partake in the inmates' meals to enhance their understanding of management. Thus, it appears that dining there is indeed permissible. A glance exchanged among many officers reveals a shared yearning, yet none dare to step forward. Each one is acutely aware that this encouragement is founded upon the previous reluctance to partake. Should they all rush in to eat, it would swiftly become forbidden. And more severely, it could even lead to accusations of misappropriating inmate provisions. In this moment, they cannot help but envy those compelled to eat prison food. pondering who among them might be in that situation. It seems there is someone referred to as Baowa, who would always sigh in resignation whenever it was his turn. One day, I ought to discuss with him whether he requires assistance with this arduous task. After all, aiding a colleague is a duty we must embrace. After a hearty meal, during the afternoon rest in the dormitory, as everyone relished their meat-laden lunch to the point of being too satisfied to sleep, they could not resist the temptation to engage in a lighthearted poll. When the discussion arose about selecting a single dish from the lunch menu to serve as dinner, the most votes surprisingly went to the winter melon meat soup. Technically, the presence of winter melon was inconsequential. It was primarily the meat broth that garnered affection. It is likely that even the meat within the soup was unexpected, as it was chosen over other more prominent options. The braised pork, with its robust flavor, and the white-cut meat, known for its versatility, are undoubtedly the stars of the meal. In contrast, the slices of meat in the soup are mere supporting characters. Compared to the braised pork, it seems insipid. Against the white-cut meat, it appears dry and tasteless. It not only pales in comparison to other meats, but might even be overshadowed by the winter melon that follows. Yet, what could account for its unexpected popularity? Firstly, while the braised pork is delicious, it is excessively rich. Secondly, although the white-cut meat is delightful, it is rather cold. Only a bowl of meat soup, warm and fragrant, can simultaneously satisfy the craving for meat without overwhelming the senses and provide warmth. Thus, while competition in society can be fierce, it is not solely a vertical struggle. Striving upward is not the only optimal solution. Society also offers horizontal avenues, abundant with untapped opportunities and unmet needs. If one day you find yourself weary from climbing upward, unable to reach the heights that others seem to have occupied since birth, perhaps it is worth glancing sideways. This vast expanse of opportunity stretches endlessly. Surely, there is a realm in which one can carve out a niche. The future remains uncertain. Thus, we are all potential dark horses. Moreover, as conversations meandered, they inevitably gravitated towards the latest scandal, the arrest of Uncle Hao. Some lamented, if only he had been discovered a day later, he could have enjoyed this lunch. I dare say, this meal is far superior to any last meal. Others, reveling in the misfortune, chimed in, indeed, it is fortunate he was caught a day early. The meat saved from his lips allows us to indulge a bit more today. Precisely. He should have been apprehended long ago. Merely the thought of residing in proximity to such a deranged murderer sends chills down my spine. Those who shared a cell with him must have lived in constant fear, as he bore the weight of 3 lives taken. However, I have heard he maintained a low profile until his discovery, and there was even a young inmate, similar in age to his son, whom he treated with kindness. As the afternoon work shift commenced, many furtive glances fell upon Xiao Pan. These looks were not malicious, yet they undeniably constituted an intrusion. Not only did Xiao Pan feel it, but even the members of the mutual supervision group beside him sensed the scrutiny. A mutual supervision group, as the name suggests, consists of inmates who monitor one another, reporting any disturbances or irregularities to the authorities. It can also be referred to as a mutual supervision group. When one person falters, all bear the consequences, compelling everyone to diligently monitor one another and refrain from negligence. At first glance, it may seem as though one is surrounded by several human surveillance cameras, which is rather daunting. However, this arrangement also embodies the spirit of mutual assistance and collective improvement. For instance, when a prisoner becomes despondent and deliberately neglects their health by refusing medical attention, it is only the members of the mutual supervision group who eagerly rush to his aid, reporting his condition to the authorities. Initially, Uncle Hao and Xiao Pan were part of the same mutual supervision group. When Xiao Pan struggled to eat, Uncle Hao frequently encouraged him to nourish himself, not solely out of concern, but also out of fear of being implicated. In this moment, as numerous individuals privately discuss Xiao Pan, his fellow group members exhibit even greater anxiety than he does. They have come to realize that Xiao Pan possesses a fragile heart. Though he appears robust, he is, in fact, quite delicate. They fear that any emotional distress might lead him to withdraw from food, and should Xiao Pan's health deteriorate due to hunger, they too would face repercussions. The most intimidating prisoner, with a scowling visage, returns the scrutinizing glances with intensity. After rummaging through his belongings, he produces a wrapped cotton candy and places it into Xiao Pan's hands. He intended to offer words of encouragement, akin to advising him to disregard the opinions of others and focus on his own well-being. However, before he could utter a word, Xiao Pan, as if jolted by electricity, promptly returned the cotton candy. With a furtive glance to the sides, he raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. You eat it, I shall not. Furthermore, during work hours, do not engage me in idle chatter. I aspire to accumulate points to work in the cafeteria. I have heard that this position is highly competitive, and I have been striving to complete double the workload in secret, determined to outshine my rivals. Once I secure the position, I shall undoubtedly have my share of the coveted kitchen privileges. Very well, my friend, we are united in spirit. You strategize while I lend my support. The members of his mutual supervision group are left speechless. While they worry he may become disheartened by the comments of others, little do they know that his mind is singularly focused on his ambitions in the kitchen. No one understands how formidable a person can become once they have a clear objective in life. Indeed, with a fortified spirit, one's resilience against pressure transforms. As night falls, it is time for another meal. Given the sumptuous lunch, a lighter dinner is in order, which is met with no objections. Xiaolon has no intention of imparting new knowledge this evening. The midday feast is sufficient for contemplation. He believes that most of the braised pork served during lunch was subpar, merely fortunate to have avoided disaster. During dinner, Xiaolon discreetly shares with everyone the art of culinary shortcuts. When one feels lethargic and prefers not to labor over the stove, blanching vegetables is an ideal solution. Blanched greens involve drenching boiled vegetables in sauce and drizzling them with hot oil. Simple, yet often mismanaged, resulting in a dish that may be unappetizing. Particularly, if the greens, initially vibrant, turn a dull brown over time, they may appear spoiled, thus diminishing one's appetite. This unfortunate fate often arises from a lack of mastery over the proper blanching technique. Chapter 191. I have never gifted such an expensive item while pursuing my wife. For meat, the blanching process involves submerging it in cold water and retrieving it just before boiling. In contrast, for vegetables, one must use boiling water, plunging them in briefly before promptly removing them. Xiaolon ignited the stove and brought water to a boil, adding salt and oil before immersing the vegetables. After a brief span of mere seconds, he swiftly retrieved them from the boiling water. At this moment, one is bestowed with a bowl of vibrant greens that remain eternally fresh and verdant. Disclaimer 1. For cooking green beans and mushrooms, extend the blanching time to over 2 minutes, I implore you. Disclaimer 2. The aforementioned mushrooms refer to the most common edible varieties found in markets, such as shiitake, oyster, and seafood mushrooms, excluding any exotic types. For those desiring a crunchy texture, one may plunge the vegetables into cool boiled water to rapidly cool them, executing a mystical transformation akin to ice and fire before draining them. The next step is to prepare the sauce. The concoction is quite simple, merely replicating the sauce used for poached meat at noon. Culinary skills often exhibit a universal adaptability. After all, there exists a saying that one can thrive with a single skill. During summertime, one could simply drizzle the sauce over, adding a few drops of sesame oil for a refreshing, low-fat dish. However, as winter prevails, serving icy vegetables can chill a person to the core. Thus, after drenching the greens with sauce, Xiaolon reignited the stove, heating oil, and adding minced garlic, small chili peppers, and scallions for a fragrant sauté. Once the oil reached a fervent boil with a sizzle, he poured the piping hot oil over the vegetables. The bowl erupted with a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans. A delightful symphony that continued for some time. The vegetables, kissed by the hot oil, gleamed as if lacquered, instantly radiating a unique brilliance. Every vein of each leaf, every minute fiber became distinctly visible, akin to a sudden enhancement of this dish's quality from a smooth 360p to a high-definition 1080p, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding ambience. One could easily mistake it not for mere vegetables, but rather a piece of exquisite jade craftsmanship. It ought not to be confined to a humble kitchen, but deserves a place in a gallery, showcased from every angle. This is where I shall conclude my lesson on this dish. As for the next dish, stir-fried carrots, I encourage you to ponder how to prepare it. Xiaolon's voice interrupted the reverie of his audience, intentionally relinquishing control to compel them to engage their minds. Over the past few days, he had imparted techniques such as stir-frying, marinating, braising, poaching, and making soups, which were more than sufficient to establish a small eatery. Those with a modicum of talent had likely begun to apply their newfound skills flexibly to various dishes. As for those who remained obstinately uncomprehending, merely memorizing recipes without grasping the techniques, it would be futile to waste time on them. Let us prepare it ourselves. That won't do. Carrots are difficult to cook deliciously, they lamented. Nonsense. Carrots can be enjoyed raw or cooked, and are nearly foolproof in their preparation. These humble carrots are manageable. Without Xiaolon's step-by-step guidance, everyone was left to their own devices, each showcasing their unique culinary prowess. Consequently, during dinner, a dish of stir-fried carrots emerged as the most versatile, or perhaps experimental, creation. The diners' reactions varied. Some were utterly enchanted, while others were less impressed. Fortunately, the satisfaction from lunch had awakened their better natures, elevating their standards, and they refrained from venting their frustrations over a less favorable dinner. Quite well. Today, let them acclimate slightly. In the future, as Xiaolon departs, there will be many more days of being treated as experimental subjects for culinary trials. In the night, Xiaolon was secretly devising grand schemes when a considerable dilemma presented itself. Last night, a roommate mistakenly believed that Li Tingyu's gift was intended for Li Si, and upon attempting to deliver it, was met with rejection. Upon returning from work today, the roommate sought to present the gift to its rightful owner, Xiaolon, only to be rebuffed once more. Consequently, the roommate exited with a substantial bag of gifts, only to return shortly thereafter with a much smaller, but undeniably more precious bag. The envious glint in the roommate's eyes suggested the extraordinary value of its contents. Not merely envy, but a hint of bewilderment marked the roommate's expression, as he walked with a peculiar lightness. Xiaolon, are you truly not considering accepting this? Tinyu has genuinely invested greatly this time. The tone of the roommate implied a desire to usurp Xiaolan's position and accept Li Tinyu's offering. This proclamation piqued the curiosity of all within the dormitory, drawing them closer to investigate. In truth, they had already surmised from afar what the item was. The prison shop offered only a limited selection of goods, which had long been mentally catalogued by the inmates. Lacking gift wrapping, any purchased item was simply transported in a plastic bag, making its contents easily discernible at a glance. Upon inspection, confirming their suspicions, the entire dormitory erupted in fervor. Good heavens, Li Tinyu, this fellow is truly extravagant. My word, I have never bestowed such lavish gifts in pursuit of my beloved. What was the gift? It was cigarettes. Not 3 sticks, nor 3 packs, but 3 complete cartons. It is imperative to understand that in prison, cigarettes serve as a form of hard currency. A single cigarette could procure assistance from fellow inmates for various tasks, including serving shifts and laundering clothes. This gesture was akin to gifting gold bars. I must admit, if I were to receive such a gift, I might also find myself inclined to bend a little. Indeed, given the separation of prison districts, typically one can only catch a glimpse from afar in the cafeteria. This is an unparalleled opportunity. It was madness. Li Tiniu was utterly deranged, offering such lavish gifts without even a word exchanged. If he were to truly pursue a relationship, would he not end up prepaying a year as salary? While the others were already flushed with excitement, eager to welcome Li Tiniu into their fold, Xiaolon, the central figure, remained notably composed. Being newly arrived, he was unaware of the true value of 3 cartons of cigarettes within the prison context. Although cigarettes are not prohibited and can be purchased at the shop, they are exorbitantly priced, significantly higher than outside. Furthermore, they can only be acquired within the prison shop, as family members are not permitted to bring them in. Those unfamiliar with incarceration might wonder why tobacco and alcohol are not banned in prisons. In reality, the implementation of smoke-free prisons has only gradually occurred over the past 2 years, coinciding with a nationwide anti-smoking initiative. Due to varying rates of enforcement across provinces, many prisons still maintain a permissive stance toward smoking. In prison, alcohol is strictly prohibited, while the constraints on smoking are comparatively lenient. For inmates who have a severe addiction to cigarettes prior to their incarceration, the abrupt cessation of smoking leads to a state of unrest. They yawn incessantly, weep profusely, and find it exceedingly difficult to engage in any productive activity. Just as a person accustomed to a cup of coffee or strong tea for a morning boost would struggle to perform without it, so too do these individuals face challenges when deprived of their cigarettes. The process of quitting smoking necessitates a gradual approach, as the prison system values a balance of leniency and strictness. In contrast to alcohol, the detrimental effects of smoking are relatively minimal. Alcohol consumption stimulates the central nervous system, diminishing one's judgment and self-control, often leading to impulsive behavior. Under the influence of alcohol, individuals may become irritable and disregard both legal and moral constraints, resulting in extreme acts of violence. Given that these inmates already possess low self-control and are prone to impulsiveness, factors that led to their criminality, allowing them to consume alcohol would only exacerbate the situation. Akin to adding fuel to the fire, the most significant risk posed by smoking in prison is the potential for fire hazards, which is why designated smoking areas have been established. Inmates are permitted to smoke only in these areas, with strict regulations against smoking elsewhere. Specialized lighters are provided in these zones to mitigate the risk of fire, prohibiting inmates from bringing their own matches or lighters. For those unfamiliar with the prison system, one might question whether the allowance of smoking imposes a danger to fellow inmates through secondhand smoke. This is a complex issue. What may be poison to one can be sweetness to another. Some inmates may eagerly gather to share in the secondhand smoke, unable to afford their own cigarettes. Another query might arise about the leniency of allowing inmates to smoke. Does this not render their experience too pleasurable? The notion of a post-meal cigarette as a heavenly indulgence is misleading. Prison tobacco is not an unlimited supply. Smoking is not a luxury that can be indulged in at will simply because one has the means. Moreover, the prison shopping carts come with strict limits. Each inmate may spend a maximum of 500 yuan per month at the commissary, while those with more serious offenses may see their limits reduced to 200 or even 100 yuan. Even if an inmate possesses substantial wealth outside, it cannot be brought into the prison. The monthly allowance is limited, and prices are higher than those outside, necessitating careful budgeting. The 500 yuan shopping limit must cover essentials such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, soap, towels, underwear, and socks, alongside snacks, beverages, and bread. After accounting for these necessities, little remains for purchasing cigarettes. Without financial support from family, most inmates would need to save for a month or two to afford a single pack, which they would then cherish and ration, fearful of running out. In a setting where resources are scarce and finances are tight, cigarettes become an unequivocal luxury. While the brand of tobacco may not hold prestige outside, within the confines of prison, it is akin to electricity, light, and the embodiment of myth. No wonder the inmates are going wild over it. At 200 per piece, 3 would amount to 600. A single individual could hardly afford such an expense. Li Tiniu must have borrowed from others, and certainly not just one. Goodness, how can one continue living under such circumstances? This goes beyond merely sacrificing marital assets. He has even drawn from his funeral fund. Li Tiniu is indeed infatuated. I find myself stirred by this. How frustrating that this young man isn't pursuing me. Since entering prison, who has ever seen such extravagance, gifting 3 packs of cigarettes at once? Even outside, where an individual's monthly salary might be 3,000. It would be rare for someone to part with a 600 gift before establishing a relationship, wouldn't it? This is in a prison where the monthly allowance is less than 300. What a gamble. It's no surprise that the others in the dormitory believe that, under these circumstances, some flexibility or adjustment might be warranted. Longo, I think Li Tiniu is quite the person. He truly gives gifts. Indeed, Longo at worst. He could view you as a wife while you regard him as a guardian. You each have your own perspectives and need not meet or converse. Longo, I have no other demands, just one request. When you smoke, invite me over and blow the smoke directly in my face. I simply wish to indulge in a few puffs of secondhand smoke. Is that really no request? With you staring at Longo like that, how can you smoke freely? I'm different. I just want to assist Longo in extinguishing his cigarette butts. My lung capacity is exceptional. I can inhale deeply enough to snuff out the cigarette without leaving any fire hazards. A group of individuals was engaged in a heated debate over the ownership of Shaolan's secondhand smoke and cigarette ends when, amidst their chatter, Li Ac's chuckling voice broke through. The item is splendid, but regrettably, it was not presented to the right person. Our Longo doesn't smoke. Instantly, the lively discussion in the prison came to an abrupt halt. Goodness, are there men in prison who do not smoke? They cast inquiring glances at Xiaolon, only to find him utterly composed, his gaze towards the cigarettes as indifferent as one might regard toilet paper, causing a chill to run through their hearts. Alas, Now we cannot even partake in secondhand smoke or cigarette ends. This is akin to spending hundreds on lipstick for a girlfriend, only to purchase the most hideous shade. Leah C., shaking his head in disappointment, remarked, TSK, to gift without even inquiring first. If only you had asked me beforehand. The dorm mates seemed to have already designated Litiniu as a son-in-law and eagerly began to inquire, what does Lan Go like? Without missing a beat, Leah C. replied, Lan Go prefers thick, moisture-resistant tissues that do not tear easily. He cannot abide ordinary ones. A single glance from Xiao Lan made Leah C., who was squatting, immediately lower his head while adding one last remark. It must be the Xingxianjian brand. Well done, Leah C., using Xiao Lan's name to secure benefits for himself. Having mentioned this brand without compensatory advertising, refrained from further comment. Just then, Xiao Lan extended his hand to accept the gift and inquired, where is he? May I meet him? Witnessing this scenario, the dorm mates were instantly invigorated. Yes. They are currently rehearsing. I will take you there. With that, they hurriedly led the way. The other inmates in the dormitory were also stirred with excitement, eager to witness the unfolding events. However, they were mindful of not drawing too much attention and hesitated to follow, fearing they might disrupt the auspicious occasion for the son-in-law. Liazu craned his neck and saw Xiao Lan's silhouette vanish through the door, leaving him bewildered and then anxious, hastily adjusting his trousers and rushing outside. Wait, Lan Go. You're not going to accept him, are you? Don't forget your true identity. Xiao Lan paused, glancing back at him with a cool expression. Liazu quickly changed his tune. I meant my brother-in-law. Worried that this fool might inadvertently reveal something, Xiao Lan quickly retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? I intend to directly refuse him, to return his things and make it clear that he should cease his antics. You should have said so earlier. Then I'll accompany you. Get back. You're already too conspicuous. After Xiao Lan finished speaking, Liazu turned away, a cheerful demeanor masking the frown that had crept onto the face of the leading roommate. Are you really going to be so ruthless, Lan Go? What other option do I have? It would be pointless to keep him hanging. Everything comes at a cost. That which is free is often the most expensive. Chapter 193. The Jianghu is not merely about violence. It is about human relationships and social intricacies. It was now the evening free activity period. Typically, this was when many could be found playing basketball on the playground. However, due to the upcoming cultural performance, the grounds were filled with self-organized rehearsal groups. For the sake of rehearsal convenience, the prison had relaxed its supervision, allowing many inmates from other divisions to gather here. When Xiao Lan encountered Litinio, he was singing in the choir. To earn recognition and reduce his sentence, even the prison's big guy had to obediently perform. His roommate initially rushed over to say a few words, after which Litinio immediately turned, his eyes gleaming like spotlights fixed on Xiao Lan. And he dashed over as if his rear end were on fire. Xiao Lan instinctively stepped back a pace to avoid being gored by Litinio's horns. You're here? Litinio came to a sudden halt in front of Xiao Lan, raising a cloud of dust behind him. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, his face a mix of joy and surprise. I never expected you would come personally. Did you like the gift? Just a small token of my appreciation. You even made a special trip to thank me. Xiao Lan directly presented the plastic bag containing 3 cigarettes to Litinio, clearly stating, thank you, the gift is nice. But I don't smoke, and my girlfriend disapproves of it as well. It's not to my taste. You might as well give it to someone who enjoys it. This statement, both explicit and implicit, made his position abundantly clear. Different paths do not intersect. Those with discernment should not waste time on Xiao Lan, but rather seek someone more compatible. Yet, Litinio was oblivious to this. His heart was colder than his buzz cut exposed to the biting wind. Cigarettes were the finest items obtainable within the prison. And yet they could not win over Xiao Lan. What on earth did he desire? It was tormenting. Trying to curry favor with the chef for a few more bites of meat had repeatedly borne no fruit. Had it been anyone else, Litinio would have long since lost patience. However, despite Xiao Lan's peculiar temperament, his skills were undeniably exceptional, warranting repeated attempts to win his favor. Thus, Litinio, with a beaming smile, pushed the plastic bag toward Xiao Lan, saying, I didn't inquire thoroughly before and was unaware that you don't smoke. Here, keep the cigarettes as a token of our meeting. You seem quite youthful. I must be a few years your senior. If you don't mind, you can call me brother, and I will look out for you. Whatever you desire, just let me know, and I'll find a way to procure it for you. I don't need it. Xiao Lan firmly declined, returning the cigarettes with utmost seriousness. Please, do not buy anything for me in the future. Take this back. Litinio interpreted this as mere politeness. After all, the act of gifting often involves a bit of back and forth. Those familiar with the customs of gifting during the new year understand that when someone declines, it does not truly mean they wish to refuse. With a wide grin, he took hold of Xiao Lan's hand, placing the plastic bag in the palm of his grasp and gently closing Xiao Lan's fingers around it. Little brother, heed my words. Even if you don't smoke, you could keep these cigarettes. In this cold weather, washing clothes can be tough on your hands. They are precious and should be well protected. Take a few cigarettes and hire someone to help you wash. There are plenty of people eager to assist. Don't let yourself get frostbitten. The 2 young lackeys accompanying Litinio were in awe of their leader's eloquence. They marveled at the depth of his words, realizing that the world of brotherhood is not merely about conflict, but about understanding and human relations. Indeed, Litinio's smooth discourse demonstrated both his generosity and his genuine care for his companions. It is no wonder he held the title of Big Brother in the prison, with so many willing to follow him. His 3 attempts to gift Xiao Lan bore a striking resemblance to Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage to invite Zhuge Liang out of retirement. They could almost envision Xiao Lan, moved to tears by such heartfelt gestures. Regrettably, the emotional response they anticipated did not manifest. On the contrary, Xiaolan displayed a complex array of emotions: shock, disdain, helplessness, and indignation. With furrowed brows and a heavy sigh, he launched a verbal counterattack. Am I not giving you face? I have truly never encountered such shamelessness. Li Tiniu and his followers stared, wide-eyed with disbelief. Huh, is it wrong for me to give you a gift? Why are you upset again? You, my friend. Li Tiniu nearly revealed what he truly thought of Xiaolan's disposition. If not for Xiaolan's culinary skills, who would indulge him? They utterly failed to realize that they were operating on entirely different wavelengths. As the tension escalated between the two, the roommate, the unwitting instigator of this misunderstanding, rushed in to mediate. He first covered Xiaolan's mouth to prevent him from further berating Li Tiniu. Brother Lan, let us communicate properly. Brother Niu would never force you into anything. Don't let his rugged exterior fool you. He has a warm heart. While others may only care whether your hands are cold, he is the one concerned about your delicate complexion. That is what we call a tough man with a tender heart. After advising Xiaolan, the roommate turned his attention to Li Tiniu. Brother Niu, why search for love in distant places when there are countless blossoms nearby? You and Brother Lan are in different facilities. That is quite far, making it inconvenient even to meet. A forced love is never sweet. Li Tiniu's mind momentarily stalled, and before he could process the statement, his roommate continued. Moreover, Xiaolan has a girlfriend, and his brother-in-law has also entered the same facility. If you were to gift Brother Lan something, how would he explain it to his brother-in-law if he accepted? The program responsible for Li Tiniu's thoughts had yet to untangle the logic when he received a new directive. A flicker of understanding crossed his mind. Are you suggesting that if I give a gift, I must also consider a gift for his brother-in-law? As soon as these words escaped his lips, everyone around him experienced a brief cognitive freeze. Let us give them a moment to ponder. Something seems amiss. As the misunderstandings grew increasingly bizarre, others in the choir recognized Xiaolan and flocked toward him, as if they had discovered new land. Is that the new chef? The one with exceptional culinary skills? Frog Fun, it truly is you. I've heard the cafeteria's meals have been delicious lately, all thanks to you. Can we get to know each other and be friends? Step aside. Who do you think you are, demanding friendship right off the bat? Ignore him, brother. What hobbies do you have? Do you enjoy playing chess? We should play a few games in the game room sometime. Boring. Who plays chess? He is so young. Surely he'd prefer music and playing the guitar. Hey, I formed a band. Interested in learning guitar? I can teach you. Once you're out, a man who can play guitar will surely attract the ladies. Chapter 194. They seek you for your culinary skills, hoping you'll serve them more dishes. Li Tiniu observed everyone's sycophantic behavior and felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He quickly spread his arms like a protective hen, blocking all the eager onlookers with kicks and shoves to prevent them from getting close. Step back. Step back. I was here first. Do you understand the rules of order? Do you even know what it means to arrive first? Get lost with your chess. Don't think I don't know. Every night you play 5 in a row instead of chess to save time. And you get out. Just because you're handsome doesn't mean you can play the guitar. Only ugly guys need guitars to attract girls. You look like a guitar. The verbal onslaught was devastating. Li Tiniu hadn't even laid a finger on anyone, yet had single-handedly put a whole group in their place. Though everyone felt a sense of injustice, they dared not confront him due to his imposing physique, opting instead to grumble in the crowd. So what if you arrived first? Look at you talking for ages. And no one pays you any mind. If you can't handle it, let someone else take a turn. Exactly. You can't even give a proper gift. Don't think I didn't hear them calling you thick-skinned. Li Tiniu, now furious, pointed toward the source of the comments. Who said that? Who claimed I have a poor relationship with Brother Xiaolan? Don't spread rumors. If it were bad, would he have come specifically to see me? I was having a chat with him, and you all barged in. Is that polite? Get lost. My brother doesn't want to see you. After finishing his words, he continued to flap his large wings in the air like a hen fiercely guarding its chicks, pecking and kicking at the void. This fearsome display made it unlikely for anyone to approach him without trepidation. A single swipe of his wing could deliver a resounding slap to 10 individuals. Get away. Go on. Retreat. Typically, no one would dare provoke Li Tiniu, but with the sheer number of people present, coupled with Li Tiniu's blatant bullying, emboldened some to raise their voices and expose his true nature under the cover of night. Longu, don't believe him. Li Tiniu is only befriending you for your culinary skills, hoping you'll serve him more dishes. He is merely using you. Indeed, such a scheming man is truly frightening. Unlike me, I simply wish to know Longu. The sudden commotion left his roommate's mind in a muddle. It was unclear how it had escalated to such a ruckus. But everyone had begun to engage energetically in the fray. Although they were still separated by the air, it seemed a physical confrontation was imminent. A nagging feeling stirred within him, as if he had misinterpreted the situation. Oh, my head aches. It feels like I'm gaining insight. Memories long buried were assaulting his roommate. He vaguely recalled that when Li Tiniu first asked him for help delivering a gift to Xiaolan, he had mentioned wanting to get to know the most handsome one. Li Tiniu had not explicitly stated he wished to pursue Xiaolan. Rather, it was his roommate's imagination that had run awry. What a misunderstanding this has become. His roommate, filled with dread, turned his neck stiffly toward Xiaolan. He noticed that Xiaolan's face bore remnants of surprise, but it seemed he had finally grasped something, his expression shifting to one of relief, his tense body relaxing. Xiaolan suddenly turned to meet his roommate's averted gaze and lowered head, further confirming that it was all just a misunderstanding. Oh, how foolish I have been to frighten myself. He exhaled deeply, realizing that it wasn't his body they coveted, but rather his culinary talent. That was a relief. Had he known sooner. Just moments ago, when the group had surged toward him, Xiaolan almost questioned whether he was bound to a criminal Nemesis system or a heartthrob system. So alarmed was he that he read the system's name multiple times, both forwards and backwards. With the misunderstanding cleared, the initiative returned to Xiaolan. These individuals were not desperate wolves prowling for prey, but rather a school of fish drawn in by the bait he had cast. Therefore, he would not be blamed for employing a fishing strategy. Conveniently, he had already made arrangements earlier in the day and acquired the necessary equipment, planning to seize an opportunity, which had now presented itself unexpectedly. Enough. Silence. Xiaolan's voice, neither too sharp nor too soft, suddenly pierced the night breeze, causing all those in heated confrontation to come to a halt. They gazed at Xiaolan as if he were a deity presiding over culinary delights from ancient Greece, their eyes filled with anticipation and yearning. Under the scrutiny of such familiar gazes, Xiaolan felt utterly at ease. None of you wish to be judged as troublemakers. And I trust you will refrain from gathering on the playground in the future, correct? So, for now, maintain your silence. Centered around Xiaolan, within a radius of 5 meters, everyone fell silent. Even the sound of the wind became audible. From a distance, Xiaolan resembled a drill instructor overseeing military training. Observe how everyone stands upright, awaiting the instructor's command. It seems you are all eager to make my acquaintance and forge friendships, Xiaolan remarked, his gaze sweeping across the nearest group, noting their enthusiastic nods. He smiled. That is splendid. I too cherish the prospect of expanding my circle of friends. Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred with excitement. Before they could clamor to introduce themselves, Xiaolan raised a finger and shushed them, restoring immediate silence. However, I am discerning in my associations. We are all adults here, and let us be pragmatic. Friendships often entail a mutual exchange of interests. Clearly, I possess what you desire. But what can you offer in return? Do not rush to answer. I seek something exceptional, not the commonplace trinkets found in prison. He contemptuously discarded a plastic bag containing 3 cigarettes onto the ground. At this moment, Xiaolan was playing the role of a haughty connoisseur. Not for any other reason than to bait them. He implied that the cigarettes, a luxury within the prison walls, held no allure for him. He craved rare and intriguing items, whether permissible or illicit. Those who understand will know. Consider your offerings carefully before approaching me. If you lack conviction, do not squander my time. With that, Xiaolan turned to leave, indifferent to the turmoil his words had sown among the onlookers. A true man never glances back at the explosions he leaves behind. Behind him, the crowd slowly regained their composure, murmuring amongst themselves, is he not overly arrogant? No one who has been here for 4 or 5 years speaks so boldly. While it is common knowledge that flattering influential inmates is an unspoken rule, his audacity in demanding gifts was indeed brazen. Does he not fear being reported? Do not report him. I dare anyone to do so. Tonight's events must remain confidential. If he ends up in solitary confinement, we will all suffer the consequences. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. It became evident that their willingness to protect him was the very reason for his audacity. He rejected this and that. His standards appeared impossibly high. Who could possibly meet his demands? I can. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, followed by a figure sprinting toward Xiaolan. Wait for me. Chapter 195. The millionaire internet celebrity in prison. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a comet-like figure emerged beneath the streetlight, casting a long shadow reminiscent of a comet's tail. He quickly caught up to Xiaolan, and although the content of their exchange was unknown, the two retreated from the light into an unoccupied corner. Goodness, they must have secrets to discuss. Someone in the chorus recognized him. That appears to be Lu Yang. Upon hearing that name, the crowd displayed a mix of recognition and understanding. Ah, it is he. No wonder he feels confident he can meet Xiaolan's expectations. Lu Yang was also a notable figure within the prison. Before his incarceration, he had been among the early beneficiaries of the internet boom, boasting over 10 million followers across various platforms. His wealth remains unspoken. However, he revealed that during his peak, his tax obligations alone amounted to tens of millions each month. Originally, Lu Yang should have been flourishing outside prison as a prominent influencer, cruising in luxury sports cars and surrounded by beautiful women, yet he chose to self-sabotage. A few years ago, he was reported for multiple instances of sexual assault and public disorder, leading to a severe sentence of 10 years. Now, no matter how abundant his finances, he cannot indulge himself. Unlike affluent yet obscure business owners who might utilize various means to secure a more comfortable existence within the confines of prison, Lu Yang, being a public figure, is recognized by all inmates. Even those who were unaware of him before quickly become familiar through gossip. Mockery and harassment are inevitable. The disdain for the wealthy is a prevalent sentiment, and when that wealthy individual is also morally questionable, there are even more justifications for contempt. Initially, he attempted to leverage his financial prowess, aiming to exert influence within the prison by hiring individuals to assist him with daily needs. However, while other inmates could secure assistance for a mere cigarette, for Lu Yang, it required an entire pack or even a full carton due to his wealth. His affluence outside does not translate to privileges inside, where spending limits apply, and some inmates possess greater financial allowances than he does. Thus, hiring help was futile. He must tend to his own affairs. Moreover, with so many eyes observing Lu Yang, should his mother attempt to use connections for special treatment, disgruntled inmates would swiftly band together to report him, complicating his situation further. The wealth he garnered from public attention comes with the burden of scrutiny from the masses, a phenomenon known as the backlash of fame. Upon his arrival, Lu Yang was overwhelmed by the stark decline in living conditions, reacting with despair. However, as time passed and he realized that his disruptions yielded no results, he gradually subdued his antics. Eventually, by some means, he ingratiated himself with fellow inmates and was even elected as their leader. The specific advantages he provided to his peers remain undisclosed. With the backing of an entire cell, Lu Yang's confidence grew. Consequently, he even dared to approach Xiaolan in a bid for goodwill. While many lacked the confidence to meet her demands, Lu Yang seemed unfazed. What was the source of his audacity? Upon their initial encounter, Xiaolon immediately recognized the prominent influencer. Their eyes met, affirming their mutual understanding, and they proceeded directly to discuss terms. What can you offer me? Lu Yong appeared to be thriving recently, his prior arrogance resurfacing. You must know who I am. Indeed. I possess considerable wealth. Any amount that slips through my fingers is beyond what an ordinary person could earn in a lifetime. Xiaolan's expression remained impassive as she silently observed his bravado. While your culinary skills are commendable, your criminal record may deter some prestigious restaurants from hiring you upon your release. Therefore, I can offer you 500,000 as a stepping stone for your resurgence after prison. The funds can be transferred to your family or directly to you upon your release. In return, you simply need to ensure that you prioritize me when it comes to the cafeteria meals, serving me the best dishes first. I have heard that you only prepare 1 or 2 dishes as demonstrations while the rest are crafted by others. I solely wish to savor the culinary creations made by you. Lu Yong has mastered the art of persuasion, skillfully employing a strategy of initial suppression followed by the promise of benefits. He is confident that Xiaolon will acquiesce. After all, among so many individuals in the same dormitory, none can escape his financial prowess. 500,000 is but a trifling sum in comparison to his vast fortune exceeding 100 million, yet for an ordinary person, it requires considerable effort to earn such an amount. Currently incarcerated, he believes that by merely performing minor tasks for Lu Yong, it can be effortlessly acquired, an offer that few could resist. Unfortunately for him, he has encountered Xiaolon. Xiaolon merely smiled faintly and said, "Is that all?" Without hesitation, he turned away, adding, "Let us not squander each other's time. Come back when you have reconsidered." Lu Yong was taken aback for several seconds before hastily following, lowering his voice to say, all right, how about 1 million? Don't be too greedy. You've merely performed your routine duties. For such a modest workload, 1 million is already exorbitant. Xiaolon paused momentarily, yet did not look back, simply waving his hand dismissively. Is it really appropriate for you to offer me such a paltry sum? Perhaps I should pay you to serve me tea daily instead? Lu Yang's immediate reaction was to perceive Xiaolon as attempting to extort him. After all, his fellow inmates had employed similar tactics. His response was firm. Think carefully. My money is not something you can easily extort. Should you refuse my offer of 1 million, I shall enlist my parents to hire detectives, thugs, and local ruffians to trouble your family. This blend of intimidation and temptation is the method through which Lu Yong has successfully garnered the loyalty of his entire dormitory. If you think my offer is too low, just know that I can easily hire thugs outside for a far greater amount. Financial power is not something mere mortals can resist. Yet, Xiaolon remained unperturbed, even laughing. He had no family. Even if they were discovered, it would only bring trouble to the formidable and gluttonous Lao Deng. Go ahead and hire thugs. Let us see if Lao Deng doesn't break their hands. Do as you wish. Hurry and find more. If you do not, I shall take the initiative. After all, you are quite the internet celebrity. It would be much easier for detectives to locate your family than to find mine. Lu Yong was momentarily speechless, finally exclaiming in frustration, 2,250,000. It cannot be more. Seeing that Xiaolon still did not turn around, he shouted angrily, do you think your meals are made of gold? Are you being excessively demanding? What is it that you truly desire? Be straightforward. His voice had risen, and snippets of their exchange were carried by the wind, attracting the attention of several onlookers. Xiaolon, adopting a teasing demeanor, noticed Lu Yang's agitation and slowly turned partially towards him. Lu, the internet celebrity. It seems you have been a nouveau riche for some time now. Why do you still resort to such base tactics of throwing money at people? Do I appear to be in need of funds? Lu Yong was momentarily stunned. Clad in prison garb, how could he discern who possessed wealth and who did not? Chapter 196. No need for pretense. Just a simple recovery in the outside world. One could assess a person's wealth through their luxurious cars, exquisite watches, and the venues they frequent. However, here, everyone's appearance is rather uniform, leaving only the faces to recognize individuals. You are so young. And you are not one of the prominent influencers I know. Where does your fortune come from? Are you a star? A model? No. Which celebrity possesses such culinary skills as yours? If you were a second-generation rich kid, you wouldn't be here for just a minor infraction. Could it be that you are a chef? Yet, even that seems implausible. No chef, regardless of their fame, would amass such wealth without being swayed by millions. Lu Yong's musings were initially meant to remain internal, but he openly expressed his disbelief in front of Xiaolon, clearly perceiving her assertions as mere pretension. Yet, Xiaolon's confidence surpassed his own. You, a mere jester, can earn billions by acting foolish online, while I, a person of genuine skill, am presumed incapable of mingling within elite circles? How absurd. Perhaps you should reflect on the reason you do not know me. Is it because your social circle is too lowly to afford my culinary services? TSK. You haven't even heard my name. Does your network lack someone to enlighten you? Could it be that your entire social circle consists of individuals identical to you, with you as the one boasting the most followers, all treating you like royalty, leading you to believe you've reached the pinnacle of high society? Xiaolon, adept at piercing through pretentious facades, dissected Lu Yong with a few pointed remarks. Delivering a final blow, it's no wonder you received a 10-year sentence for such a minor offense. Without connections to assist you, your team couldn't even find someone to take the fall for you. The circle you inhabit is dreadfully inferior. Lu Yong erupted in indignation. You speak as if your circle is so superior. If you were truly that impressive, how did you end up here? Why couldn't you find someone to take the blame for you? Is it possible that I am that scapegoat? Xiaolon leisurely retorted, her words both disarming and commanding. As for who originally intended to enter, I shan't divulge. You were unable to connect when you were at your peak. Now that you are here, Even if you manage to leave someday, you will merely be a has-been influencer, further distancing any chance of recognition. Xiaolan's statements mingled truth with embellishment. Although she had never engaged with the so-called upper echelons of society in this life, she had encountered them excessively in a past existence. Those titans of industry and real estate moguls, who command respect outside, would still treat her with the utmost courtesy. On one hand, a culinary prodigy like Xiaolan is a rare find. The more one possesses, the less they require. She is uniquely capable of satisfying their desires with her talents. On the other hand, business negotiations invariably involve banquets. If Xiaolan were to grace the kitchen, the deal would be almost sealed. As for the term influencer, it remains a derogatory label. Aspiring to ascend the social ladder without falling into disrepute is already a commendable feat. Allowing Xiaolan to play the role of an arrogant talent, she need not act. A mere return to her essence suffices. The formidable aura and disdainful gaze of Lu Yang pinned him in place. Reminiscent of the expressions affluent second-generation heirs and those in power war when they witnessed Lu Yang's subservience while desperately seeking connections. This time, when Xiaolan announced her intention to leave, Lu Yang found it insufficient merely to vocalize his desire for her to stay. He seized Xiaolan's arm. Had it not been for the throng on the playground, he might have lunged forward to cling to her leg. Brother, I was blind to your stature. Are you not soon to be liberated? You are taking the fall for someone else. Such immense kindness will surely be rewarded upon your release, yes? Xiaolan remained silent, merely casting a derisive glance his way, as if to say, what concern is it of yours? Brother, I was indeed impolite earlier. I apologize. Shall we formally introduce ourselves? Xiaobi Qinglan gently brushed aside his hand. In the lexicon of adults, there is no such thing as a mere introduction. Every encounter is steeped in ulterior motives. I am aware of what you seek from me. I do not mind, provided you elucidate what I might gain from you in return. Lu Yang hesitated for a moment, teetering on the brink of speech. Xiaolan, growing impatient, interjected, do not squander my time. Others wish to approach me for mutual benefit. Wait, I'll tell you. Once you are out, I can arrange for you some youthful companions. Xiaolan was taken aback, then shook his head with a chuckle. Are you jesting? With my appearance and resources, do you truly believe I require your assistance to attract women? Lu Yang, cautious, glanced furtively before leaning closer to Xiaolan's ear, whispering conspiratorially, not women, but youthful companions, very fresh, not yet mature, and the kind that cannot be found on the market. Xiaolan felt a sinking sensation within him. It seemed he had finally pried a response from Lu Yang. During their time in the cafeteria, he had noticed the gleam of the ladle as it passed by Lu Yang, indicating that nefarious activities were still afoot, though unobserved. Yet, Lu Yang's vague statements warranted deeper inquiry. Xiaolan, ensuring his listening device remained in place, continued in a lowered voice, just how youthful are we speaking of? Surely, 17 or 18-year-olds are not so elusive in the market. Seeing Xiaolan's interest piqued, Lu Yang reveled in a sense of triumph, chuckling softly, as young as you desire. You can specify. After all, they are nurtured in a greenhouse. Whether you crave bean sprouts, young shoots, or actual beans, it all depends on your whim. Xiaolan averted his gaze, suppressing the revulsion that flickered in his eyes, feigning a facade of lecherous intent without the courage to act. Is it safe? I would hate to encounter something undesirable. Haha, rest assured, it is entirely safe. All are delivered by family. Payment is exchanged hand in hand. Once you've dined and wiped your mouth, you can leave. Their family will handle the dishes, and should anything break, it is their concern, not yours. Clenching his fist tightly within his sleeve, Xiaolan fought the urge to shatter Lu Yang's skull. He truly wished to remain oblivious to the implications of Lu Yang's words. The cruelty was unbearable, yet it appeared to be the only interpretation. Yet, this insinuation lacked the weight of evidence, being too vague and obscure. He had to stifle his intense nausea and press on with his inquiries. What use is something so unripe, if it has not even matured? It is merely a matter of novelty. Surely, the taste would be lacking. Do you have anything else? Even in the realm of vegetable sales, one would hardly offer but a single variety, would they? Upon engaging in conversation with Xiaolan, Lu Yang felt an unexpected sense of tranquility. He had long mastered the art of enticing individuals into dubious ventures, appealing to their primal desires. Once he set his sights on this path, success was nearly assured. Indeed, there is a plethora of options at my disposal, many of which are rarely seen. For instance, internet celebrities, renowned cosplayers, or even those lesser-known stars and idols are all within reach. Ordinary women become mundane after a while. Once the lights are dimmed, they become indistinguishable. What one truly seeks is that exhilarating experience, where others revere her as a goddess, and the goddess deigns to play the role of a nurturing figure. That is where the true thrill lies. Chapter 197. The Joys of Being an Emperor. A genuine harem of 3,000. Lu Yang's words were punctuated by a lewd chuckle. However, as laughter filled the air, he soon realized he was the sole source of merriment, for Xiaolan remained unmoved, his countenance as frigid as ice. A glance upward revealed Lu Yang's distorted reflection in Xiaolan's eyes, his form grotesque under the erratic light, resembling a maggot. In a moment of disorientation, he instinctively lowered his gaze to confirm his humanity. Upon reassessing his physical form, hands and feet intact, he looked up once more, only to find Xiaolan dismissively huffing and averting his gaze. Do you truly believe I would fall for your deceitful words? With such a secure resource at your disposal, how is it that you were sentenced to 10 years for assault? If I were to believe you, I might as well be rendered a fool. Oh, so it was disbelief that clouded Xiaolan's demeanor. Lu Yang had assumed he was merely being scorned. Nay, my friend, I assure you I am not deceiving you. I do possess secure channels, yet they are so devoid of excitement that they scarcely pique one's interest. Liu Yang was increasingly eager to forge a connection with Xiaolan, not only to secure a comfortable existence during his incarceration, but perhaps even to orchestrate an early release. Thus, he hastily endeavored to prove his worth, abandoning even the pretense of subtlety. You must understand, my friend, human desires are insatiable, ever escalating. Take, for instance, the inexperienced youth. Merely showing them an image sparks immense thrill. Yet once they have crossed that threshold, mere images lose their allure. Moreover, once one has experienced the pure, the desire for the wild becomes overwhelming. Having sampled the tender, one craves the mature. Having explored the self, one yearns to discover others. Occasionally, even women, having seen enough, may wish to experiment with the extraordinary. Do not be misled by my relatively brief fame of 5 or 6 years. In that time, I have indulged in every conceivable experience, and yet I find myself weary of it all, yet unable to resist. I confess, I have perhaps overindulged, encountering a downfall. There was a period when voluntary encounters felt lackluster. No performance could compare to the stark authenticity of true coercion. As long as you do not recklessly pursue such a path as I did, you could undoubtedly relish the joy of reigning as an emperor, surrounded by a genuine harem of 3,000. As Liu Yang spoke, he keenly observed Xiaolan's reactions. Despite maintaining a stern facade, there appeared to be a flicker of belief in his eyes, prompting Liu Yang to amplify his claims. The resources at my disposal are vast and varied, guaranteed to cater to your every whim, providing years of enjoyment without repetition. Rest assured, absolute safety is paramount, of every conceivable kind. They will not alert the authorities, for they too seek to engage in further business, complete with health reports to ensure your pleasure. If you are genuinely concerned, you might consider traveling abroad, where certain countries have legal allowances that are beyond the reach of scrutiny. We belong to a certain circle, where resources are exchanged freely. Every location has been explored, and those experiences are firsthand. Unsuitable options are not recommended, and information flows swiftly. None of my acquaintances have encountered mishaps. Liu Yang continued to elaborate, while Xiaolan had already caught onto the keyword circle. Quite well, it seems we are drawing connections. Please, continue. I'm listening and recording. After an extensive discussion, noticing Xiaolan's indifferent demeanor, Liu Yang felt compelled to ascertain the other's sentiments. What do you truly think? I have laid my heart bare. Surely you don't doubt my sincerity? Xiaolan offered a timely response, revealing a hint of a smile. I believe you. Of course, your honesty is evident. However, what do you mean by however? However, I am about to leave shortly, while you have 7 or 8 years ahead of you. Surely, you do not expect me to wait until you're released to experience enjoyment? By then, I may not even retain any earthly desires. This statement, intentionally exaggerated, bore a humorous tone, instantly amusing Liu Yang and leading him to believe that their rapport had grown closer. How could that be? Look at what you're saying. I can't get out myself. Does that mean I have no brothers outside? I can introduce you into the circle. They will be sure to treat you well. And rest assured, everyone in the circle is reliable. They are tight-lipped. Look at me. Even if caught, I know what to divulge and what to withhold. Xiaolan smirked, sensing that the bait had been taken, yet wishing to probe further for any hidden depths. Very well, I will accept you as a friend. Since we are friends now, may I pose a question? Ask away. We are friends. There is nothing you cannot inquire about. Xiaolan leaned in closer, lowering his voice. During your gatherings, is there anything to enhance the atmosphere? This question was undeniably sensitive, and even Liu Yang's typically carefree expression grew momentarily rigid. The subject of Xiaolan's inquiry was certainly not the ordinary health supplements one might find in a pharmacy. Xiaolan leisurely clarified. In my circle, the members have respectable occupations and must maintain a certain public demeanor, as you can understand. However, when one upholds such a facade for too long, it can become stifling. I pondered whether introducing individuals from my circle into yours would yield something that could elevate their spirits, ignite the atmosphere, while being relatively safe and not hindering their work the following day, and remain undetectable. Liu Yang felt a surge of excitement at the thought of Xiaolan wanting to introduce people from his circle to join in. Xiaolan's circle was anything but ordinary. Given his hints, these individuals were significant figures in society. Risk always accompanies opportunity, and when the allure of opportunity is substantial, taking risks becomes worthwhile. Yes, absolutely. There are options. Liu Yang swallowed hard, glanced back furtively, and continued. With gatherings lasting so long, it's impossible to jump straight into things. After that, there would be nothing left to do. We have plenty of entertainment up our sleeves. We have managed to procure some novel substances that metabolize swiftly. Within just 24 hours of evading capture, they are entirely processed, rendering them undetectable during examinations. Xiaolan displayed a satisfied expression and inquired with a smile, is it addictive? Liu Yang chuckled in response, mainly a psychological craving. The physical dependency is not as pronounced. After all, it is a new type, for those accustomed to the older variants. Consuming it feels akin to indulging in candy. Look, I stopped after entering and experienced no issues. Xiaolan laughed, giving Liu Yang's shoulder a few hearty pats, followed by a squeeze. Liu Yang, under the impression that he had gained Xiaolan's full endorsement and their thoughts were in sync, attempted to reciprocate by placing his arm over Xiaolan's shoulder. However, Xiaolan's grip on his shoulder was too firm. Despite several attempts to raise his arm, he found it firmly restrained. Such a strong desire for control. The strength was reminiscent of the force with which the police had held him down on the day of his arrest. Liu Yang felt an inexplicable discomfort but could not articulate it, resorting instead to a silly grin. Xiaolan, meanwhile, was also smiling, though his smile bore a hint of coldness, as if he longed to subdue Liu Yang and cuff him to the ground. Chapter 198. Such a person is perilously close to being a deviant. Indeed, Xiaolan had extricated the truth. Lu Yong's circle of acquaintances not only dabbled in vice, but also in narcotics, with a high likelihood of engaging in gambling as well. The realms of vice, drugs, and gambling are inextricably intertwined, as the threshold for these indulgences is boundless. A modicum of vice could be deemed as merely the natural pursuit of pleasure. A slight wager might be described as a harmless dalliance. A limited use of drugs could be categorized as medicinal. However, once an individual is engulfed by desire, they inevitably cross the line of moderation, leaping into an abyss of insatiable cravings. The forms of vice engaged in by the ordinary differ vastly from those of the depraved. The latter indulges in a manner that exhausts the excitement of the living, turning instead to the dead. When people become tiresome, they seek other forms of entertainment. This reckless abandon renders the vices of the deviant world indistinguishable, merely outlets for insatiable desire. Individuals like Lu Yong are perilously close to crossing into deviance. Had he not been apprehended, his trajectory would have led him to commit even more unconscionable acts, for ordinary thrills no longer suffice. Desire is an abyss without a bottom. A 10-year sentence is, in fact, lenient. Though he has been incarcerated, the network of scum he orchestrated continues to function normally, perpetuating the cycle of victimization. Even the once unyielding spatula has resolved to impose a harsher sentence upon him, and Xiaolan will not be merciful. Just a few more days, no more than 4, and he will be ready to reel in the catch, methodically addressing each one. While Xiaolan and Lu Yong engaged in their private conversation, the choir members nearby were grappling with their own inner turmoil. In prison, individuals typically operate in groups for mutual surveillance, usually 3 to 4 persons traveling together to monitor one another. Logically, someone should have trailed behind to eavesdrop on Xiaolan and Lu Yang's discussion. Yet, they exchanged glances, none daring to approach. Given Xiaolan's earlier remarks, it was clear he intended to discuss matters that were not meant for their ears. Should one insist on listening and inadvertently uncover something? Would they report it or remain silent? If they reported it, the chef would be lost. The routine of 3 meals a day may appear trivial. Yet prison life is essentially woven together by these daily repasts. Refraining from reporting, should the truth come to light, you would be deemed an accomplice. The most prudent course of action is to feign ignorance and refrain from involvement. Alas, let us proceed to rehearsal. A group of individuals hastily concocted excuses and left with a mix of reluctance, their eyes occasionally darting toward the corner where Xiaolan stood. Fragments of conversation floated over, irresistible to their ears. Initially tinged with annoyance, the tone gradually morphed into one of joviality. A fleeting glance revealed 2 figures entwined, their camaraderie evident. Goodness, have they truly struck a deal? When Lu Yong returned with a beaming smile, a palpable shock rippled through the onlookers, especially for Litinho, who had attempted to ingratiate himself with gifts twice, yet failed to win favor, while Lu Yong succeeded. His insatiable curiosity gnawed at him. What conditions had Lu Yong proposed? Yet, a mere moment's contemplation confirmed that whatever the terms, they were far beyond his own means. Lu Yong possessed assets in the millions. The following noon, everyone beheld the unmistakable exchange of glances between Xiaolan and Lu Yong as she approached him. Soon after, her hand began to tremble while serving. While others might drop meat in their excitement, Xiaolan, in her fluster, managed to serve only meat, leaving the vegetables behind. How many people suppressed a curse, their envy burning in their eyes? Such blatant favoritism. The direct benefits of aligning with the serving staff were unmistakable. How infuriating. Why was the favored one not me? Lu Yong appeared utterly delighted, his eyes nearly squinting with glee. Initially, he had glanced at Xiaolan, but thereafter, his focus remained solely on the meat in the serving spoon, unaware that Xiaolan's gaze had grown increasingly frosty. Go ahead and eat. A meal like this deserves something special, she mused, exaggerating her hand movements as she added a generous scoop of meat to Lu Yang's plate. She was conscious of the many eyes upon her, a deliberate act. It was likely that after the lunch break, countless individuals would speculate about the favors Lu Yong had promised Xiaolan in exchange for her special treatment. Xiaolan welcomed anyone willing to engage in a mutually beneficial exchange. If one could offer something satisfactory, they too might receive such preferential treatment. Perhaps some would even consider reporting this favoritism. Let them, for he had already made arrangements with the authorities to suppress any dissent. Even if those measures failed, he had the warden on his side. No one could impede his progress toward his objectives. Naturally, many others would merely be intrigued and eager to try their luck. Since Lu Yong had demonstrated that winning Xiaolan's favor could yield results, why not give it a shot? Thus, that evening, when Xiaolan reappeared on the playground, she found herself approached by an even greater number of individuals. A sweeping glance revealed a host of new faces, not just those from the previous night's choir, but a throng of newcomers. The newcomers evidently lacked the cunning of seasoned inmates. They remain oblivious to the fastidious nature of Xiaolan, clinging to a sense of optimism as they attempt to forge connections with him through a myriad of mundane offerings. As long as you provide me with your home-cooked meals, I shall assist you in washing clothes, folding bedding, and delivering milk. Until your release, I will be at your beck and call, your most loyal subordinate. Xiaolan merely shook his head, dismissing them with a curt, next. I have a sister who requires no dowry, provided you can. Next. You have someone you despise. I am willing to risk an extended sentence to help you deal with them. Next. Brother, there are no women in prison. I can be your, next. Darling. If you seek a man, I can, next. Enough already. Xiaolan felt a twinge of regret, lamenting his hasty rejection of the previous applicant, for he genuinely needed a strong arm to confront those he found disagreeable. Forget it. I shall refrain from engaging in unlawful activities and exercise restraint. As more individuals sought to propose their terms, Xiaolon firmly declined, resolved to select his companions with discernment. Should he allow any more indiscreet individuals to approach, he would surely require medication for his blood pressure. Upon surveying the crowd once more, he recognized several familiar faces. While serving food, he had made a point to memorize the distinguishing features of those inmates whose bowls glowed red with their appetites, intending to seize opportunities for future interactions. You, come forward and speak. He pointed casually at an unfamiliar face, employing this as a ruse to initially confuse the ordinary inmates before identifying his true target. To his astonishment, the individual he pointed at approached with an air of mystery, declaring, "I have connections that can help you reduce your sentence, allowing you to leave sooner." Xiaolon, initially inclined to dismiss him as well, found himself momentarily rendered speechless by the unexpected proclamation. What manner of person possesses such extraordinary abilities, capable of extricating someone from prison? Chapter 199. The Middleman, aiming to profit from the difference. Xiaolon regarded the speaker with newfound seriousness. The man was of modest stature, lacking the cunning gleam of Lu Yang, and instead appeared somewhat naive. A closer inspection revealed a certain inexperience in deception, yet his eyes conveyed a sincerity that seemed almost genuine. Curiously, Xiaolon retorted, "If you possess the means to help me reduce my sentence, why have you not first aided yourself?" He anticipated that this question would expose the other's braggadocio, yet to his surprise, the individual nodded earnestly, unable to conceal his delight. "I have. Just recently, I had my sentence reduced by 6 months. If you don't believe me, you can check the public notice board. My name is still listed, Ma Fun. I am not deceiving you. He is truly remarkable. He can facilitate reductions without anyone being the wiser. I can connect you with him." Xiaolon blinked, questioning the reliability of his own hearing. The process of sentence reduction in prison entails a stringent series of procedures and approvals, requiring rigorous scrutiny. As this Moffin had indicated, there exists a public announcement phase prior to the formalization of any reductions. Should an inmate who does not meet the criteria for sentence reduction be granted one, fellow inmates are entirely within their rights to report such an occurrence during the announcement period. What extraordinary capabilities must this individual possess to navigate through such formidable barriers and manipulate the system? Xiaolan's curiosity was increasingly piqued, based on Moffin's choice of words. The enigmatic figure was either a fellow inmate or a staff member at the prison, someone within his frequent reach. There was a slim chance that the mystery person was a friend or relative of Moffin outside, but given the stringent surveillance during visits, it was nearly impossible for Moffin to convey messages regarding sentence reductions, thus that possibility could be dismissed. Consequently, Xiaolon concealed her astonishment, adopting a haughty demeanor. "So, it is that you speak of who holds the reins, not you. You are merely a middleman seeking to profit," she remarked, casting him a scornful glance. "I could simply wait for him to approach me. Why should I involve you? My daily culinary endeavors are limited. Adding another patron means attending to another table. I have no intention of squandering my resources on a middleman." Upon hearing Xiaolan's desire to distance herself from him, Moffin became anxious, his toes tapping nervously as he sought to meet her gaze earnestly. "He will not seek you out. His identity is shrouded in mystery and cannot be disclosed. Merely revealing it to me puts his life at risk. He is exceedingly discreet and cautious. Without me as an intermediary to relay your message, you would never locate him among thousands, and he would not reach out to you unprompted. You need not concern yourself with extra patrons. Simply ensure that extra food is provided for my table when you serve. There is no distinction between contacting me or him." Moffin desperately attempted to validate his worth. But the more he spoke, the more he inadvertently exposed the truth. Among thousands, finding him implied that the mystery figure was merely one of the many inmates. No additional care required, Xiaolon pondered, uncovering further inconsistencies. Is he truly that enigmatic? If your only request is for more food for your table, then I surmise he must be dining at the same table as you. Each table is assigned, with fixed personnel. He is among the 7 others at your table. If I wish to investigate, I could simply inquire about his name. As she spoke, Xiaolon found herself amused by the absurdity of the situation. There is nothing remotely mysterious about this. Ma Fun is more transparent than a sieve. If we continue this conversation, he might inadvertently divulge the mystery person's name, rendering any investigation unnecessary. What do you mean? Ma Fun's face displayed a mix of shock and bewilderment, as though his worldview had been crushed under the weight of a steamroller. Just moments ago, he had been like a confident kindergarten child, believing he could stump everyone with a simple arithmetic question. Yet now, he faced a high school student who showed him no mercy, employing a crushing technique against him. Moffin was on the brink of tears. His embarrassment and fear could scarcely capture the turmoil on his face, which had fallen into a state of utter disarray. Please, don't reveal this. His identity must remain concealed. Otherwise, it could attract the attention of the United Nations, who might send assassins after him. I still wish for him to assist me with my sentence reduction. At the very least, I want to require your extra attention when serving food. Let us pretend I was never here tonight." Xiaolon felt an overwhelming urge to laugh, yet his professionalism restrained him, causing only a slight twitch of his brows. It seemed less like Moffin was attempting to deceive Xiaolon, and more like Moffin himself had fallen prey to a mysterious figure. The mention of the United Nations added an air of incredulity. "Do not be alarmed. I shall not disclose this. I, too, desire a reduction in my sentence. If you truly can assist me, I shall ensure both you and your enigmatic benefactor are well cared for." Xiaolon, employing a gentle approach, swiftly redirected the conversation to the crux of the matter. "Pray tell, how did you come to associate with this mysterious individual? And in what manner did he facilitate your sentence reduction? I must ascertain the reliability of this benefactor before deciding whether to pursue an alliance with you both." Moffin hesitated momentarily, but ultimately surrendered to the inevitable. Very well, I shall disclose this to you, but you must not reveal it to others. The mysterious benefactor is my roommate. Previously, he served as a janitor in the hospital section of the prison, where he encountered numerous influential figures. Due to the sensitive nature of the secrets he possesses, which implicate the United Nations, higher authorities relocated him to a general population unit to safeguard him from assassination attempts. Thus, he appears as an ordinary inmate, yet he wields considerable connections both inside and outside the prison, making sentence reductions merely a matter of his word. A few months ago, he was transferred to our unit. Initially, when he told me he could assist in reducing my sentence for a mere 100,000 yuan, I was skeptical, considering he was imprisoned for fraud. However, my cautious curiosity led me to have my family transfer 60,000 yuan to test the waters. And lo and behold, I received a notification of my sentence reduction shortly thereafter, by exactly 6 months. What a pity. He claimed that had I provided the full 100,000 yuan at that time, I could have seen a reduction of 10 months. I promptly arranged for my family to send him the additional 100,000, but alas, one can only seek a sentence reduction once a year. I shall have to wait until next year for the next opportunity. Xiaolan found himself overwhelmed by the numerous inconsistencies in Ma Fen's account, unsure of where to begin his critique. Knowing that the individual had been imprisoned for fraud, how could one still place trust in him? Was there not a possibility that he had returned to his old ways? Moreover, the fact that he had been willing to accept funds from Ma Fen as a trial seemed rather reckless, even if 60,000 yuan was not an insignificant sum. The prospect of reducing one's sentence by 10 months for a payment of 100,000 yuan raised many questions. Let us consider, without demonstrating merit within the prison system, a mere display of repentance cannot yield a reduction exceeding 9 months. Therefore, regardless of one's extraordinary abilities, orchestrating a 10-month reduction remains implausible. Moreover, with reductions occurring only once every 2 years, the next opportunity would not arise until the year after next. Xiaolan was keen to observe how this mysterious figure would produce a notification of sentence reduction for Ma Fen next year. As for the coincidence of a 60,000 yuan payment resulting in a 6-month reduction, it was likely a case of blind luck rather than any orchestrated scheme. Chapter 200. Moral standards as low as salaries. An avalanche of complaints cascaded through Xiaolan's mind, dense and overwhelming, clouding his thoughts. Had he not delved deeper into the regulations surrounding sentence reductions? Or had all the rules and protocols, recited daily, vanished? Surely, it could not be that only lips were moving while the mind remained in slumber. After a moment of despair, Xiaolan steadied her mind and posed her question. Why do you prefer to believe that it was the mysterious elder brother who orchestrated your sentence reduction, rather than considering that you might genuinely meet the criteria for it? Ma Fen widened his eyes, responding with unwavering conviction. Of course, it is the elder brother's merit. I never even applied for a sentence reduction, and yet it fell directly into my lap. What kind of good fortune is that? It must be the elder brother's extraordinary prowess. Xiaolan cleared her somewhat parched throat, and, in a tone she did not realize was peculiar, inquired. Have you never contemplated that perhaps the warden recognized your good behavior and actively included you on the list for sentence reduction? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ma Fen vehemently denied, his face betraying a disdain for authority accompanied by a barely perceptible jealousy. I have neither money nor connections. Those prison guards look down upon people like me. They didn't even confiscate my money, so how could they possibly arrange a sentence reduction for me? It must have been the elder brother who had a word with them to get it done. As he spoke, Ma Fen's anger intensified. How infuriating. What is there to be so arrogant about? Guards are merely jailers. In ancient times, they were nothing of consequence, barely above the lowest ranks. They aren't even worth a minor official's consideration. They are part of the social underbelly. Now, they all strut around as if they were significant figures. At this point, Xiaolan fell into a profound silence. To equate the ancient bureaucratic system with the contemporary one was indeed rather absurd. In ancient times, a commoner who dared to enter the Forbidden City could face execution. Yet today, during holidays, the Forbidden City is teeming with visitors. Times have undeniably changed. Here, Xiaolan felt compelled to speak on behalf of her colleagues in law enforcement. In antiquity, jailers were indeed the societal low, part of a disreputable profession, with the term jailers referring to those of the lowest status, akin to courtesans and performers. The remuneration and selection criteria for jailers were equally meager. Any able-bodied man could apply to be a jailer, while those with ambition sought other livelihoods. Due to the low wages and lax selection standards, the moral caliber of jailers was similarly compromised. Most derived their income from extortion and deceit. In a certain sense, they were the very individuals who ought to be incarcerated. Their notorious reputation led to their classification as disreputable, with their offspring being barred from civil service examinations for 3 generations. Conversely, modern prison guards are civil servants, requiring that their ancestors have no criminal records for them to pass the political vetting. Both prison guards and ordinary police officers are legitimate representatives of the law, selected through rigorous standards and assessments. They simply operate within different systems. The expectations and discipline imposed on police officers are equally stringent for prison guards. During working hours, they are prohibited from drinking, using mobile phones, or engaging in idle chatter, let alone partaking in any more outrageous conduct. This is not a foreign land where male guards can exploit hundreds of beautiful female inmates at will. It is unacceptable for male inmates to act as they please. 4 high-definition surveillance cameras will eternally monitor their every move. The reputation of prison guards is notoriously tarnished, leading many of them to implore the public to refrain from referring to them as guards, a term they find unflattering and improper. Instead, they request to be called prison police. However, their appeals seem to have borne little fruit. Even today, inmates continue to address them as guards. And it is taken for granted that guards and wardens are synonymous. It is likely that many inmates perceive the current prison police as no different from the ancient wardens, merely paid enforcers of the law. Xiao Lan endeavored to correct Ma Fun's bias against the correctional officers. Surely there are other inmates receiving reduced sentences alongside you. How do they manage without a mysterious benefactor? Ma Fun scoffed dismissively. Humph. They must have their families providing favors to the guards. Their glances are far from innocent. Xiao Lan was left both amused and exasperated. Then why don't you have your family offer favors directly to the guards? I wish I could, but my family is honest and unconnected. They don't even know how to facilitate such dealings. I owe my good fortune to my benefactor. Otherwise, a common person like me would never even approach the possibility of a reduced sentence. Thus, my friend, you must seize this opportunity. Chances to befriend influential figures are exceedingly rare. Just have your family transfer 100,000 to his account, and next year, he will surely secure your reduced sentence. Xiaolan's silence was deafening. Whether one accepts such an arrangement or not, it is a logically coherent proposition. It is no wonder that fraudsters never lack for business. There will always be some overly clever individuals who, when faced with the police's benevolent warnings, perceive them as hindrances to their fortune, believing that a distant, unseen benefactor is genuinely looking out for their best interests. It is also no surprise that fraudsters target individuals like Ma Fun. Some minds truly deserve the suffering they endure. In those brief seconds of silence, Xiao Lan felt a sense of resonance with his colleagues working in the prison. It is no wonder that working in a prison is fraught with challenges. An inmate's errant behavior can be corrected in the short term, yet erroneous perceptions are deeply ingrained and difficult to amend. Individuals like Ma Fun, who successfully obtain reduced sentences, have typically exhibited no violations within the past year, actively participating in labor and completing tasks with exceptional performance. At first glance, it appears they have genuinely reformed, yet who knows what twisted thoughts lurk within their minds. Oh, well, that is not a concern for Xiao Lan. He has already collected audio and video evidence. He will submit it later, leaving his colleagues to grapple with the ramifications. As for the so-called mysterious benefactor, Xiao Lan merely needs to encounter him in the cafeteria tomorrow and observe him seated at the same table as Ma Fun to discern his identity. Thus, Xiao Lan chose to feign a smile, saying, "Thank you, brother, for guiding me. I will find a way for my family to send money promptly. If I truly manage to connect with this benefactor, I will not forget you when I am released." Ma Fun smiled contentedly, placing an arm around Xiao Lan's back in a familiar manner, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. From this moment onward, we shall consider ourselves allies. I must say, your discerning eye for character is indeed impeccable. You sent me to seek him out, and as expected, he graciously acquiesced. Truly, your insight is remarkable." However, the insincere smile on Xiao Lan's face nearly faltered, as he felt an inexplicable sting of reproach. Chapter 201. Let the fish that bite the hook come with greater ferocity. After 2 days of fishing, only Lu Yang and Ma Fun had been caught. While this yield might seem commendable, Xiao Lan believed that the pace could be hastened. There are undoubtedly more inmates within the prison who have not been detected, alongside unnoticed regulatory loopholes. Let us not forget that Xiao Lan's true investigation revolves around how these criminals manage to evade rigorous scrutiny and surveillance to clandestinely brew alcohol within the prison confines. Though brewing may appear trivial, it reflects significant lapses in standard management oversight. If these deficiencies are not promptly addressed, many more inmates will likely follow suit. He must expedite the search for this individual. Thus, the following day, Xiao Lan resolved to take more decisive action. He intended to elevate the standard of meals served, ensuring that those favored would elicit even greater envy among others. At noon, Xiao Lan deliberately prepared 2 dishes as a demonstration, a stir-fry and a soup. The soup was a radish meatball concoction, with the meatballs freshly crafted from pork, while the grinding process caused some loss of moisture and elasticity. The freshness of the preparation provided a unique flavor, far superior to frozen alternatives. As he served the meals, Xiao Lan's hands trembled more than usual. While plating for Lu Yang and Ma Fun's table, he shook vigorously, appearing as if the ground were electrified, yet it was clear he intended to drop all the radishes, leaving generous portions of meatballs for Lu Yang and Ma Fun's bowls. To the unknowing observer, it seemed that others were enjoying radish soup. While these two feasted upon meatball soup, the delight of the diners at these tables was palpable, their smiles nearly reaching the heavens. In contrast, those who witnessed the disparity found their first few sips of soup overwhelmingly sour, only to discover the latter part returned to a more palatable flavor. Oh, it was not the soup that was sour, but rather their hearts. They wished fervently to remain oblivious, for when they were served their ordinary portions, the stark comparison only fueled their resentment. Surely, these discontented inmates would divide their grievances regarding today's lunch into 3 segments, incessantly lamenting until every section of the prison was aware of their perceived injustices. Excellent. This is precisely the outcome Xiao Lan desired. Let the fish that bite the hook come with even greater ferocity. As he served Ma Fun, Xiao Lan deliberately cast a glance at the 7 individuals at his table. According to the incriminating records displayed by the spatula of righteous indignation, one individual, clearly marked as a fraudster, was the so-called mysterious Big Brother. His demeanor was timid, his aura decidedly unsavory. He hardly resembled a formidable figure lurking within the prison shadows. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not be swayed by his flimsy tales, nor his ludicrous claims of being targeted for assassination by the United Nations. It is likely that even he himself could not have anticipated his own success in deceiving others. It is only due to Ma Fun's foolishness that he found himself imprisoned, yet still became a victim of a con artist within those very walls. Upon identifying the true perpetrator at a glance, Xiaolan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he departed with an air of confidence. Later that night, on the playground, one could experience the scene from Xiaolan's perspective, encapsulated in the 4 words, "The peacock displays its feathers." That evening, at least a third of the people present sought to ingratiate themselves with Xiaolan, employing every charm in their arsenal. Xiaolan felt a peculiar sense of déjà vu reminiscent of a classic scene from the film Melina, where the leading lady, upon taking a drag from her cigarette, is met with countless hands extending lighters in eager admiration. In this moment, however, the face of the leading lady was replaced by that of Xiaolan, whose expression mirrored indifference, his eyes heavy with fatigue. Most of the promises made to Xiaolan were mere empty platitudes, offered in a spirit of trial and error. As if to say, what if this actually works? Growing weary, he wondered when the big fish would arrive. Finally, a significant remark reached his ears. "I can help you connect with the outside world." Xiaolan cast a sidelong glance and lowered his voice, inquiring, "How can you assist?" "I have a phone." Xiaolan's eyes widened in disbelief. How astonishing. In prison, even the guards lacked access to mobile phones. How had this inmate acquired one? With a surge of excitement at the prospect of a big catch, Xiaolan drew the individual closer. However, as soon as the distance lessened, he was met with an overpowering stench of smoke, prompting him to push the person away. This self-proclaimed owner of a phone was a heavy smoker. His fingers were stained a deep yellow, and even without examining his teeth, one could surmise they were of the same hue. The acrid scent enveloped them like a colored veil, obscuring Xiaolan's view of the other's features in the dim light of night. Merely conversing face-to-face became a trial for his senses. "Are you implying that your phone can be used for gaming online?" In a brief moment of inquiry, Xiaolan supported his forehead with one hand, propped his chin with a fist, covered his nose with another hand, and shielded his mouth with his sleeve, appearing quite occupied. He did not wish to act in such a manner, but the old smoker's stench was overwhelming, causing his head to buzz and his cheeks to sour. Even covering his nose provided little relief, and he was on the verge of retching. Yet, the old smoker seemed oblivious to the effect he had on others. Leaning closer to Xiaolan's ear to say, "There are cameras everywhere. I cannot lend you my phone. However, if you have someone you wish to contact, I can send a message on your behalf." Xiaolan recoiled, nearly producing a double chin in his attempt to distance himself from the foul odor lingering around him. He swatted at the air as if shooing away a fly, exclaiming, "No need. If I wish to communicate with family or friends, I can simply use the prison phone. At the very least, I could wait for them to visit and speak face to face. Your phone, which cannot be used for anything, is of no value. Next, please." Seeing Xiaolan's disinterest, the inmate stepped forward in desperation, lowering his voice to shout, "Do you even understand the worth of private communication with the outside? Conversations via prison phones or during visits are monitored. There is no freedom whatsoever. But private contact is entirely different. You can say whatever you wish without anyone knowing. I've laid it out for you. Do you grasp what I'm implying?" Xiaolan certainly understood that this was not an intentional deception. He merely sought to ascertain whether there was internet connectivity. If Xiaolan were a criminal attempting to discreetly contact accomplices outside to destroy evidence, then a mobile phone capable of communicating with the outside world would indeed be a tempting prospect. However, Xiaolan's criminal record was impeccably clean, devoid of any blemish. Such a temptation held no sway over him. Rather, he sought to entice the other party into revealing more information regarding the phone. "I comprehend your intent. Yet I have no need to communicate privately with anyone, nor do I possess anything that cannot be overheard by the police. I merely wish to surf the internet and play games. If your phone cannot accommodate that, then it is of no consequence," he stated. The other party, momentarily taken aback, scratched his oil-slicked hair, which he had refrained from washing to save money for cigarettes. The prison was equipped with signal jammers, rendering the internet speed excruciatingly slow. Even a mere splash of excitement was a stroke of luck. This individual was determined not to relinquish the opportunity to persuade Xiaolan. Narrowing his eyes, he displayed a lecherous grin. Wait, my friend. Do you not have any romantic interests outside? You are lonely in here, and she is lonely too. Do you not have any flirtatious banter to share with her? Or perhaps you would ask her to send you a few risque photos to alleviate your nighttime solitude." Xiaolan's expression morphed into one of shock and disbelief. Not only did he lack a girlfriend, but even if he did, he could not possibly engage in such acts using someone else's phone. "Do you take me for a fool, or her for one? Sending risque photos to your phone, allowing you to spy? This alleviates your nighttime loneliness, does it not?" The seasoned smoker quickly concealed his prominent yellow teeth, adopting a serious demeanor. "That is out of the question. A friend's wife must not be wronged. I would never dare to sneak a glance at my friend's girlfriend's photos. Nor would I share them. I swear." Xiaolan could not be bothered to even cast a glance in his direction, retreating another step. "If you cannot present anything worthwhile, then let it be. Think it over again." "Wait." The seasoned smoker gritted his teeth, ultimately deciding to reveal his trump card. "I shall show you some risque photos of my partner, all right? Xiaolan." The number of exclamation marks was insufficient to convey Xiaolan's astonishment. However, the seasoned smoker had more to offer. "I have 5 online romantic interests, and they have all sent me risque photos. I can also show you pictures of my roommate's girlfriends. Just promise me a few extra scoops of food tomorrow, all right?" Xiaolan had never been so speechless in his life. 5 online romantic interests? This individual was a master of time management. Were these online partners even aware that the one chatting with them was this odorous character? Furthermore, just moments ago, he had fervently sworn never to peek at or share others' partner photos, yet now he was offering them all up? Was the speed of this slap to the face not excessive? This is not right, is it? Those are someone else's girlfriend and wife's photos. Do not worry. Their boyfriends have all consented. We are merely exchanging for mutual benefit. But they themselves would never agree. Haha, they are none the wiser. Besides, if they dare to send them, they must be prepared for them to be shared. So go ahead and look without hesitation. Xiaolon found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He simply cannot fathom how these young women can be so naive. When their significant other requests intimate photographs, they readily oblige. The internet leaves traces. What is the difference between this and willingly creating a digital record of their indiscretions? Could they truly believe the empty assurances that their partner's intentions are solely for personal consumption and will never be shared? No matter how sincere their vows may appear in the moment, consider this. When one rises in the morning, pledging to embark on a weight loss journey after stepping on the scale, is that not a genuine commitment? Yet, by evening, when they indulge in gluttony, do those promises hold any weight? If they cannot be faithful to their own declarations, how can they be trusted to uphold someone else's? They have become transgressors. Their moral compass dulled beyond that of the average individual. Expecting them to promise no further criminal conduct is a formidable challenge. And the notion that they would maintain confidentiality is even more far-fetched. Even if their initial vow to keep secrets was heartfelt, who can guarantee that their mindset post-breakup or divorce will remain unchanged? Under normal circumstances, Xiaolon would decline the invitation to view such photographs. But during this period of entrapment, he finds himself compelled to acquiesce. Alright, how do you intend to show me? Where will this occur? His primary aim is to encourage the other party to produce their phone, facilitating the recording of this incriminating evidence. Previously, the veteran smoker had promised to relay messages, exercising caution by not revealing his phone in Xiaolan's presence. However, sharing intimate photographs is an entirely different matter. Such images cannot be printed, and to show Xiaolan, the phone must be brought forth. The veteran smoker feels a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Glancing around, he notices curious eyes occasionally scanning their vicinity. He hesitates. Could we wait until a day off when fewer people are around for me to show you? It's nighttime, and the playground is crowded. The glow of a phone would be too conspicuous. Xiaolon replies, fine, but when will I see it? When will you add to my plate? Hey, what difference does a day make? Why not add to my plate 2 days early? Xiaolon retorts, I can't. Who knows if you're truly telling the truth? Frustrated, the veteran smoker exclaims, but the promises made by others were not fulfilled on the spot, right? Why do they receive immediate benefits? Xiaolon scoffs. They inspire my trust. As for you, you claim to have a phone. Why should I believe you? In such a tightly regulated environment as a prison, how could you possibly acquire a phone? Where would you find a place to charge it? You must be deceiving me. What would I gain from deceiving you? Haven't you heard that where there is a will, there is a way? Even with the prison's signal blockers, there will always be blind spots. Similarly, no matter how meticulously they search inmates, there will inevitably be moments of carelessness. And as for charging, a mere solar-powered panel would suffice. The veteran smoker, mid-explanation, seems to realize he has divulged too much and quickly falls silent. Forget it, I'll show you now. Just remember to add to my plate tomorrow. With that, he gestures for Xiaolon to shield him from the surveillance, then crouches down as if to tie his shoelaces. However, the prison-issued cotton shoes possess no laces. After a flurry of activity, the veteran smoker manages to extract a peculiar, clearly modified phone from the hidden compartment within his shoes, accompanied by an unpleasant odor. Xiaolon immediately held his breath, covering his mouth and nose, fearful that the foul stench would infiltrate through the crevices. Yet, he was rather careless, neglecting that the eyes are also among the body's orifices. As the odor drew nearer, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Through his blurred vision, he witnessed the other party illuminating their mobile phone screen, unveiling a WeChat chat interface, and magnifying an image before him. Xiaolon could discern nothing clearly. The closer the phone was brought, the more he struggled to keep his eyes open. When the habitual smoker prepared to reveal a second unsavory image to Xiaolon, he hastily recoiled. That's enough. Please, take some care with your personal hygiene. I no longer wish to see this. Bring it to me only after you've cleaned it. The smoker chuckled awkwardly. I assure you, there will be more dishes added tomorrow. With each word Xiaolon uttered, he stepped back until he finally reached fresh air, allowing himself to breathe deeply. What an ordeal this evening had been. Surely, it could be deemed a work-related injury. Fortunately, evidence had been captured, successfully documenting the moment the other party retrieved their phone, which still functioned normally. Chapter 202. Absolutely no sneaking or leaking. According to the perpetrator's account, his roommates were likely aware of his concealed phone and complicit in its concealment. However, this device did not resemble any commercially available smartphone. It appeared more like a makeshift assembly of various components, resembling a heap of junk at first glance, yet astonishingly functional. No wonder gaming was out of the question. The mere ability to engage in online chatting was miraculous. One could not help but admire the technical ingenuity, though it remained uncertain whether mass production was feasible. With a glimmer of intrigue, Xiaolon tentatively inquired, my friend, could you possibly procure a phone for me as well? Whatever the cost, I am willing to discuss. The prospect of additional offerings was enticing, and the smoker showed signs of interest but reluctantly shook his head. No, I can't manage it. That person has already left. And I have no assistance. Moreover, I am not exaggerating. Assembling this phone requires a certain level of skill, and I suspect I am the only one in the entire prison capable of it. From the hints in the other party's words, Xiaolon pondered briefly and deduced how the phone had been smuggled in. Indeed, there must have been accomplices. On the day of incarceration, every individual is stripped bare and thoroughly searched, making it nearly impossible to conceal any contraband upon entry. Therefore, it must have been during their incarceration that help was rendered to smuggle it in. The challenge of sneaking in a complete phone is considerable. However, if only small components are brought in each time for subsequent assembly, it becomes feasible. Coincidentally, the prison also has a workshop for processing electronic components. The specific details would need to be reported, prompting the prison to review past surveillance footage and investigate the recent list of departing personnel. Xiaolon could contribute only this much. He could already envision the prison warden drenched in sweat upon receiving the illicit cases he had documented over the past few days. What appeared to be a fortress of a prison was, in truth, riddled with more holes than a sieve. In comparison, the act of brewing alcohol clandestinely seems trivial, especially considering that some manage to procure mobile phones. Prison guards may dedicate 12 hours each day to prevent inmates from causing disturbances. Yet the inmates have 24 hours to devise their schemes. While regulations may govern the physical environment, they cannot penetrate the machinations that unfold within the inmates' minds, which, once fully formed, are put into action. It is an ongoing cycle of discovery and refinement. Just as prisoners may not use shoelaces to hang themselves or scale walls until they have them, the shoes in the prison are equipped with laces until that moment. Similarly, the plastic sheets from a stool are not deemed contraband until an inmate sharpens the edges for self-harm. Regardless, early detection and intervention are crucial. As Xiaolon wandered back to the cell, lost in thought, he noted that it was still early before lights out, and the others were still engaged in outdoor activities. Unexpectedly, he found Lao Sun sitting inside the cell, seemingly awaiting his return. "You went out to the playground again," Xiaolon acknowledged with a nod. Lao Sun appeared conflicted about how to broach a subject, taking a long pause before finally saying, "It seems quite a few people have been looking for you lately." Xiaolon responded succinctly, "Yes. They aren't trying to buy you off, are they? To favor them when serving food?" He chuckled. In contrast to Lao Sun's dry laughter, Xiaolan's was more boisterous, indeed. Lao Sun's expression soured, akin to someone struggling with constipation, clearly taken aback by Xiaolan's candid acknowledgement of the unspoken rules. This left him at a loss for words. After scratching his head, he realized time was running short before lights out, and he ultimately spoke up. This situation shouldn't escalate too much. If it continues, it may attract the guard's attention. Perhaps other inmates may even join forces to report you." Xiaolon shrugged nonchalantly. "It's fine. I know what I'm doing. This commotion is still too small. Only a few have shown up." Lao Sun felt a lump in his throat, unable to cough it out or swallow it down. Was this commotion too small? The scale of an imperial selection of court maidens would be similar, wouldn't it? Seeing that Xiaolon was unyielding, and knowing how much he valued Xiaolan's talents, Lao Sun could only gently advise. "Do you wish to know how I ended up in prison?" This inquiry piqued Xiaolan's curiosity. During their previous night talk in the dormitory, Lao Sun had refrained from sharing his own story. Now, with Lao Sun opening up, Xiaolon was all ears. "Pray tell, how did you come to be here?" "In my youth, I worked in a factory canteen, and later, I joined a private kitchen restaurant. That establishment was rather remote, yet curiously, it attracted a constant stream of customers, often arriving in luxury vehicles." Lao Sun, a skilled storyteller, had cast a hook to draw Xiaolan's attention away from past events, allowing him to focus intently on the narrative. "Initially, I was perplexed as to why business was so thriving, but later, I discovered that the restaurant promoted itself as serving authentic ancient recipes. You understand, it pertains to ancient practices: bear paws, deer antlers, rhinoceros horns, civet cats, leopard fetuses. Any one of these ingredients, if presented today, would be considered a protected species." Xiaolon listened in astonishment, exclaiming how severe it was. He had begun to vaguely deduce how Old Sun had managed to enter this realm. A chef's fortune can rise or fall based on their culinary skills. The outcome is as it is, yet he was still keen to hear Old Sun's account of the process. However, the matter of protected species is somewhat ambiguous. There exists a degree of operational space, you see? At this point, Old Sun began to scratch his head, seemingly bashful, his neck and face flushed. For instance, while the wild Chinese giant salamander is a nationally protected species, those raised in captivity can be consumed. Similarly, wild bamboo rats are classified as a species with some level of protection, yet those that are farmed may be eaten. Many situations unfold in this manner. Consuming wild animals may lead to imprisonment, whereas their domesticated counterparts pose no such risk. Xiaolon nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case. Diners need only focus on their meals, but chefs have much more to contemplate, as a moment's negligence could land them in trouble. In broad terms, nearly all terrestrial wild animals are illegal to consume, with only a select few on the list of permissible farm species. One should not presume that common animals are safe to capture. Doing so could very well result in one's own capture. For example, capturing a wild sparrow or a wild bullfrog is illegal. When the restaurant owner first asked me to prepare a dish, I felt a twinge of fear, but the owner assured me it was farmed, encouraging me to proceed confidently. Xiaolon interjected. "Is it sufficient to take his word for it?" Old Sun's already flushed face deepened in color. "In truth, I was somewhat skeptical at the time. I suspected the owner might be deceiving me. For animals do not bear labels indicating whether they are wild or farmed. It all hinges on the owner's word. Moreover, many animals were brought in by the guests, with the restaurant merely charging a processing fee. The patrons claimed they were farmed, but only they could ascertain the truth." Xiaolon mused to himself. "Isn't this as clear as day? If caught, it wouldn't be unjust." However, before he could voice his thoughts, Old Sun began to introspect. "I had contemplated resigning. Yet a sense of luck lingered within me, believing that the restaurant had operated for so long without being shut down, thus it must be safe. Even if something were to go awry, the blame would likely fall on the owner, sparing me, the humble chef, from repercussions." Over time my courage grew, and my ambitions expanded. I came to believe that only rare ingredients could yield exquisite dishes, and only such culinary masterpieces warranted my utmost dedication. I lost interest in preparing ordinary dishes, choosing instead to delve into the peculiar and exotic, gradually rising to the position of head chef. Yet, as the saying goes, those who often walk by the river inevitably get their feet wet. I wish I had reined myself in sooner. I was far too reckless. Xiaolon immediately sensed the impending trouble. After detailing how he had boarded the ship of misfortune, the narrative would now shift to how he experienced his downfall. One day, a group of young individuals arrived, dragging an alligator, claiming it was farmed, and requested our assistance in processing it. Their peculiar demeanor raised my suspicions, yet without pressing further, I lent them my aid. Having never encountered such a crocodile, I found it quite novel and desired to prepare it for a meal. However, midway through my endeavor, the police arrived, revealing the audacity of those young individuals. This crocodile was not purchased, rather, it was discovered by them on the roadside after a recent flood had unleashed a plethora of lively fish, while others collected carp. These audacious youths had the audacity to seize a crocodile, specifically a Yangtze alligator, a nationally protected species. How could they dare to collect such a creature? Oblivious to the fact it might be wild? Astonished, Xiaolon expressed her disbelief. If they were willing to catch a Yangtze alligator for consumption, why not procure a giant panda for roasting? The Yangtze alligator, akin to the panda, is an endemic species of our nation, historically referred to as Tu, or earth dragon. Due to its diminutive size, slow movements, and gentle nature, which seldom provokes humans, it has been hunted to near extinction, thus earning its status as a first-class protected animal. This creature, a relic from the age of dinosaurs, now exists as a living fossil. Calling it the panda of the crocodile world is no exaggeration. The audacity of these youths to wish to consume it is incomprehensible. To this day, Old Sun grinds his teeth at the mere recollection of those youngsters. The most outrageous aspect was that they broadcasted the entire event live. Not only did they stream the process of killing the Yangtze alligator, but they also documented its transport to the restaurant where I worked, even surreptitiously capturing footage of me bustling about in the kitchen. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Xiaolon was left speechless. To livestream one's own criminal actions? Unbelievable. Just recalling it made Old Sun break out in a cold sweat, hastily wiping it away with his sleeve. It seemed I was destined to fall into their clutches. Fortunately, the Yangtze alligator was not wild but had escaped from a breeding farm, or I would surely have faced severe consequences. Nonetheless, even farm-raised Yangtze alligators cannot be traded freely. Those young individuals received probation, while the restaurant owner and I were incarcerated. Xiaolon was genuinely at a loss for words. Old Sun's imprisonment was indeed a misfortune, yet not entirely unjust, as he had ventured into a misconception from the outset. Humanity's tendency to define the value of ingredients based on their rarity and market demand is an arrogant anthropocentric view, as if all creation revolves around humankind. Many ingredients that are commonplace today were once considered exceedingly precious. In ancient times, mere grains of pepper could fetch exorbitant prices, rivaling gold in status. Chili peppers were, during festive occasions, gifts bestowed upon ministers by the emperor. Before the advent of greenhouse cultivation techniques, fresh vegetables were scarce in winter. A bit of chive root mashed with some wheat sprouts, catgrass, would suffice to entertain esteemed guests. Today, the prices of pepper, chili, and chives are remarkably low. Does that imply their flavors are inferior to those of antiquity? Not necessarily. Modern individuals crave novelty, often yearning to sample exotic delicacies. Yet they may have never savored truly delectable home-cooked meals. A chef who solely pursues the rarity of ingredients risks falling into a misjudgment. This is what they call destiny, isn't it? The tempest has arrived, yet one finds oneself ensnared by a handful of inexperienced youths. However, having taken that initial step, one should have foreseen that capture was merely a matter of time, and thus one must resign to fate. Old Sun, with a wry smile, interjected, I have long accepted my fate. Even in prison, I can still pursue my original craft, so life is not overly burdensome. Yet, I often feel that preparing these mundane dishes lacks excitement, failing to ignite my interest. It was only upon meeting you that I realized any ordinary ingredient, in your capable hands, can transform into a culinary masterpiece. I came to understand that I was profoundly mistaken. The worth of ingredients is subjectively defined by humans, but the essence of the ingredients remains unchanged by human influence. There are no ordinary ingredients, only inept chefs. Old Sun suddenly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Xiaolon, and said earnestly, I share this with you primarily to convey the importance of heeding the subtle warnings. If you wish to avoid deeper entanglements, then do not step into the mire from the outset. Given that these are unspoken rules, they are inherently beneath the surface, and inevitably, there will come a day of reckoning, one that you cannot foresee, wherein you may fall into the hands of the most unexpected individuals. Therefore, let us remain steadfast and principled, shall we, Xiaolon? The quality of one's dishes reflects one's character. From the meals you prepare, I can discern that you are a diligent, grounded, and unpretentious young man, destined for a remarkable future. Never allow yourself to adopt unsavory habits within this prison that might dull your spirit and talent. You do not belong here. You should strive to leave at the earliest opportunity. Even Xiaolon, despite his usual reticence, recognized that Old Sun was sharing his own experiences as a cautionary tale, urging him to learn well and avoid straying down the wrong path. He wished to respond to Old Sun's good intentions, yet the nature of his undercover mission obliged him to remain enigmatic. Countless words condensed into a single assurance. Rest assured, you shall not misjudge me. I shall not disappoint you. With Xiaolan's promise, Old Sun felt a measure of relief. Yet, complaints and grievances concerning Xiaolon began to snowball like falling snowflakes. Chapter 203. I have wine. Do you have dishes? When people discovered that no matter how they endeavored to curry favor, they could not gain Xiaolon's approval, and only a select few could enter his inner circle. Some individuals finally reached their breaking point. With a mindset of if I cannot partake, I will overturn the table. The number of grievances appearing in the cafeteria's suggestion book surged. Old Son and the others in the kitchen wiped their brows in concern upon seeing this. This suggestion book was not solely for their eyes. The authorities would also conduct regular checks, and it was only a matter of time before this issue would come to light, impossible to conceal for long. Yet, Xiaolon appeared unfazed, continuing to act according to his own whims, showing no urgency to remedy the situation, and persistently drawing others into his small circle. Recognizing that their complaints were futile, whispers began to circulate among the inmates. Speculation arose. Could it be that even the prison guards were turning a blind eye to Xiaolon's actions? It seemed plausible. Have you noticed that recently, in the corner of the cafeteria, there are always a few uniformed individuals engrossed in their meals? They claim they are merely sampling the dishes. But before long, they have taken full plates of food. I suspect the meals they are enjoying were personally prepared by Xiaolon. I overheard one of my colleagues mention that their supervisor had them trade breakfast, taking a large meat bun from the staff canteen. He sought to exchange it for pickled radish skins. Tempted by the allure of meat, he readily agreed to the trade. However, he soon regretted his decision. From that point onward, he refused to engage in such exchanges again. Consequently, the supervisor had to find his roommate to make the swap instead. It is no wonder that Xiaolon dared to brazenly demand favors. It appears that those who support him outnumber those who seek to bring him down. Perhaps it is best not to report him. Sometimes, with a stroke of luck, one might still partake in a bite. It seems that possessing culinary skills allows one to act with impunity, even within the confines of a prison. Had I known earlier, I would have pursued culinary arts instead of beauty and hairdressing. I wouldn't have found myself in disputes with clients, leading to an impulsive mishap with scissors. Time swiftly passed to Saturday. This day was designated for study. All work was to be paused in favor of learning. Yet, the canteen situation was peculiar. Regardless of the day, meals must be served, and they could not cease operations. On this day, each ward had different study arrangements. Some inmates were required to remain in their cells for meals, thus sending representatives to fetch food from the canteen. It was during this midday hour that, while Xiaolon bent over to serve a fellow inmate, he heard a voice whispering beside him, "I have liquor. May I trade it for your meal?" Suppressing his excitement, Xiaolon had waited so long and finally found the opportunity he had been angling for. Upon glancing up, he beheld an unremarkable man. The type who could easily be lost in a crowd, with no notable features to remember. After observing him for a while, Xiaolon recalled that one of the man's eyes was double-lidded while the other was single-lidded. Suppressing his delight, Xiaolon did not immediately serve him, but instead asked in a low voice, "How will you give me the liquor?" "Tonight at the playground," the man replied. Xiaolon acknowledged him with a nod and served him from another dish. Only then did the man reveal a smile of successful enticement. That night, Xiaolon stood alone at the appointed location, having left the others at the playground behind. It wasn't long before the man arrived, empty-handed. Xiaolon looked around, puzzled about where the man would produce the liquor from. Surely it wasn't from the soles of his shoes. The man seemed to sense Xiaolon's confusion and chuckled awkwardly. "It's not on me." He then stepped onto the ground, indicating, "It's here." Initially perplexed, Xiaolon's confusion dissipated when he witnessed the man unearthing a plastic bottle from the soil. They were situated near a patch of barren land that had been transformed into a farm to enrich the inmates' spiritual lives, where radishes, cucumbers, and tomatoes were cultivated. Inmates could occasionally tend to the vegetables they had planted, experiencing the joy of labor and harvest. Who would have imagined that someone would take the opportunity to bury bottles for brewing liquor in the ground? Chapter 204, Safe Travels. "Do not return after your release, here you go," the man said, brushing the dirt off the plastic bottle before handing it to Xiaolon. Under the light, Xiaolon observed that the bottle, once containing tea or a beverage, now held a yellow-brown liquid. Shaking it gently, he noticed a dark lump at the bottom, obscured by the bottle's packaging. At first glance, one might mistake it for an authentic tea beverage. However, the color and shape evoked some rather unpleasant associations in Xiaolon, causing a wave of nausea to wash over her. As she observed the man preparing to depart, she quickly grasped his arm. "You must at least disclose how you acquired this liquor. Otherwise, I cannot bring myself to drink it. Is this truly alcohol?" To her surprise, the man exhibited considerable patience, confidently raising his hand to loosen the bottle cap. With a soft hiss, a waft of alcoholic aroma escaped. Xiaolon's nose immediately detected it. The scent was not overpowering, yet it was indeed genuine alcohol. "I assure you, my product is authentic. Others have sampled it and praised its quality. Is this safe? It isn't counterfeit, is it? What if it upsets my stomach? Why does it smell slightly rancid?" Upon hearing Xiaolon's doubts regarding the liquor's quality, a crack appeared in the man's otherwise composed demeanor, revealing a flicker of anger. "How could this be counterfeit? This is my own brew. The bottle you hold is my most successful creation. I've consumed numerous failed attempts without issue. How could this one cause a problem? If you don't believe me, I'll drink it in front of you." He attempted to snatch the bottle, but Xiaolon quickly evaded, concealing it close to her chest. No, it's now mine since you've given it to me. If it's genuine, such a precious item shouldn't be tasted by you. Perhaps you could enlighten me about the raw materials used in this brew? It would ease my mind to know. At the very least, tell me what the thick, dark sediment at the bottom is." The man, believing he had discerned the underlying intent in Xiaolon's inquiry and feeling quite pleased with himself, smirked. "Even if you knew the ingredients, you couldn't replicate it. It requires skill. I, who have been in the brewing business, have tried countless times before finally achieving success recently. I shall inform you. The raw materials consist of fruit peels and juices. The cafeteria distributes various fruits weekly, and the convenience store sells seasonal varieties, such as apples, oranges, bayberries, and plums. Each time I manage to acquire them, I carefully bring them back, proportioning them into bottles and allowing natural yeast to ferment into alcohol. Occasionally, with a stroke of luck, I might even produce wine. With only natural yeast and no other brewing equipment, the alcohol content remains low, strictly speaking. It cannot be classified as true liquor, but rather as an alcoholic beverage. Yet, in a place like prison, where even a drop of alcohol is forbidden, even a slight trace of alcohol can drive one to madness. I've heard of inmates who, with nothing better to do, would frequent the hospital ward, not for any medical reason, but merely to inhale the scent of disinfectant alcohol. In years past, there was even an incident where an inmate, taking advantage of a moment's inattention, gulped down a mouthful of disinfectant alcohol, nearly succumbing to poisoning. In summary, this man possesses a remarkable brewing talent within the confines of prison, garnering admiration from countless individuals. It is likely that he doesn't even need to supply his own raw materials. Others, frugally saving their resources, would buy fruits for him, all for a mere taste. Once Xiaolan had gleaned the details of the liquor's preparation, she released her grip on the man's arm. However, the man who had previously been eager to leave now seemed in no rush to depart. He fixed his gaze upon Xiaolan, as if suddenly struck by a thought, and a sycophantic smile spread across his face. I nearly forgot. You work in the cafeteria, so acquiring fruit must be even easier for you. Your cafeteria makes steamed buns in the morning, so you must have yeast, right? Before Xiaolan could respond, the man was already lost in his exuberant musings. Not having brewing grains was inconsequential. Yeast could ferment rice, and in the future, they could even brew rice wine. Although its alcohol content would be low, the fermentation process would be significantly quicker than that of fruit. If they could produce it in bulk, they would never be short of wine again. Perhaps they could even sell it to other inmates and make a tidy profit. The man's excitement had him clenching his fists. And only upon seeing Xiaolan's calm demeanor did he add, surely, the earnings would include your share, right? What do you think? He seemed to be convinced that Xiaolan would certainly assist him, given that he had already accepted his bribe of fruit wine. Embarking on this venture together seemed only natural. Thus, he unwittingly divulged his future plans. For a moment, Xiaolan was uncertain whether encountering this man was a stroke of misfortune or pure luck. Had the man's target been anyone else in the kitchen, and had he succeeded in his persuasion, the implications could have been dire. Brewing wine for personal consumption in prison was a different matter entirely compared to collaborating with others to produce it for sale. Meeting Xiaolan had thwarted his plan before it even took shape, which could be considered a fortunate turn of events. However, once this scheme came to light, acquiring fruit in the prison would no longer be a simple task. The prison farm would need to be thoroughly inspected from time to time to prevent illicit brewing operations. Xiaolan smiled, feigning agreement to his proposal for collaboration. Yet, upon returning to the dormitory, he leaned close to Li Ci's ear and whispered, "Pack your things. We can leave tomorrow." Li Ci was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a tone of disappointment. "But tomorrow is a rest day. Can't we stay another day? I've arranged to play basketball with someone. If we go back, I'll have to work again. I don't want to go back." Xiaolan, puzzled, observed Li Ci, whose face had grown rounder in just a week. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he was the only one suffering under the burdensome tasks. Meanwhile, Li Ci indulged daily in the variety of meals Xiaolan prepared, merely assisting with some menial tasks and sharing the food, blissfully unaware of how quickly time passed. The greatest peril he faced in prison was likely the mistaken belief that he was being targeted by Li Tianyou. No wonder he seemed so carefree. It truly mirrored what the director had said. Being here felt akin to a vacation. Xiaolan felt a strong urge to tug at his ear and disrupt his enjoyment. But then reconsidered. Perhaps he too should savor a moment of genuine leisure. The rest day was the most joyous day of the week within the prison. On this day, there were no heavy work assignments, no tedious lectures, only respite. Everyone could freely engage in their favorite pastimes, chatting, reading, playing ball, or chess, with the activity areas also being more relaxed, snatching a brief respite from life's toils. Tomorrow would be the true rest day. But the joy had already begun to swell among everyone that very evening. In a moment of reverie, Xiaolan seemed to be enveloped by the comforting atmosphere, conjuring visions of his school days. Freedom, only truly appreciated when it is threatened, becomes profoundly precious. Time, too, is cherished most in its fleeting moments. So be it. Let him linger for one more day. Within the confines of the prison, he had come to know several individuals who had strayed from the righteous path, yet possessed kind hearts. On this final day, they would interact without any ulterior motives, bidding farewell in earnest. The following day, everyone savored the sumptuous meal Xiaolan had prepared for them, with nearly everyone enjoying the dishes he had cooked. One person jested, "Why such a feast today? Could it be our last delightful meal before the new year?" The others quickly retorted, "Shaw, don't be a harbinger of bad news. The new year is still over a month away. Let us not wish for misfortune." Another, wiping tears from his eyes as he ate, lamented, "If this is the fare we enjoy now, I can scarcely imagine the delights of the new year. How can I bear to leave this place?" Another chimed in, "I just received notice of my sentence reduction. I will be released in 6 months, yet I truly cannot bear to part with these meals. Had I known the quality of the food would improve, I would have performed less admirably." Such conversations drifted into Xiaolan's ears, but he remained silent. A knowing smile upon his lips. Li Ci, however, quietly scoffed, "Such fanciful thinking. You're dreaming if you think you'll still be feasting come New Year. Today is your last day here." He added, "After today, you'll find even a moment in prison unbearable, yearning for freedom every day." The others in the kitchen, including Old Sun, were unaware of Xiaolan's impending departure. They were simply delighted that he had not gone to the playground the previous night, believing he had mastered his skills and would no longer be reported, allowing them to continue learning culinary arts from him. Yet that night, Xiaolan drained his shopping cart's balance, purchasing gifts for the entire dormitory. Everyone, strive for reform, aim for an early release, and take care to maintain the fundamentals of cooking. Without diligent practice, all your previous efforts will be in vain. His roommates exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of why Xiaolan was suddenly so earnest. What is going on? You're acting as if you're leaving. Some began to jest, huh? If you're released, can I have your prison uniform? It's quite chilly, and I'd like to bask in your good fortune. Xiaolan responded with a smile, sure. He then produced a freshly laundered prison uniform and gestured to the one he wore, saying, I have another. When the time comes, feel free to take it. Laughter erupted. But as they chuckled, they realized Xiaolan's demeanor was sincere, prompting Li Si to start gathering his own prison clothes. You're not really leaving, are you? It's impossible. You just arrived a week ago. Xiaolan revealed the reason he had prepared in advance. My appeal has been accepted. The court has ruled for a retrial of my case, and I will be transferred to the detention center with my brother-in-law. As shock spread among the group, a guard arrived personally to escort Xiaolan and Li Si away. Through the door, the others watched as Xiaolan's figure faded into the distance. Suddenly awakened to the urgency of the moment, eager to chase after him, yet old Sun's command held them back. What a peculiar place a prison is, where no one is inclined to hold back. If one truly desires to pursue, it is best to strive for an early release, so that in the future, one may encounter another outside the prison walls with the confidence to forge a friendship. His swift departure signifies that he does not belong here, and we are unworthy of his presence. We can merely wish him a safe journey in our hearts. The others ceased their attempts to step outside, yet they did not retract their feet. It was not until the silhouette of Xiaolan faded into the distance for quite some time, and the lights dimmed, that a soft voice emerged from the darkness. Safe travels. This was soon followed by many voices echoing the same sentiment. Safe travels. May you never return. As the night passed, the news of Xiaolan's departure did not erupt like an explosion. Instead, it infiltrated like a chill in the air, creeping in slowly until those who sensed it were left shivering from the cold. This interval provided just enough time for Xiaolan to compile his observations from the past week and relay them to the warden. He was not subservient to the warden and bore no obligation to summarize everything in a report. He merely needed to articulate his findings verbally. For documentation was the responsibility of others. As Xiaolan recounted his discoveries, the warden began to perspire profusely. All these revelations could be conveyed in less than half an hour. He was merely providing clues. The true investigation would follow, necessitating urgent action to prevent further complications. Thus, the warden had no time for pleasantries and promptly ordered an investigation to commence. The real reckoning was only just beginning. Those prisoners who fancied themselves clever and self-satisfied would soon face their reckoning, especially that internet celebrity Liu Yang and his pack of brutish friends. Hurry back in for a reunion. The sewing machines have been prepared for you. Tread carefully, for the pressure is on. Xiaolan's task had officially concluded. Yet the system's assessment experienced a slight delay, requiring patience. On Monday, the two returned to the precinct to report in. Old Lu rushed into work, passing Xiaolan without pause. A few seconds later, he retraced his steps. Xiaolan, is it truly you? You're back already? Chapter 205. Do you wish to ascend as a local sovereign? Although Old Lu had urged Xiaolan to complete his task swiftly, he had not anticipated such rapidity. He initially thought he was merely hallucinating due to longing for Xiaolan's cooking, taking a moment to realize the person before him was indeed real. Come, let us discuss this in the office. Upon closing the door, Old Lu scrutinized the report submitted by Xiaolan, reading it 3 times over. Unable to believe his own eyes. As he read, he suddenly slapped himself. Xiaolan, what are you doing? Is it possible that I am still asleep, lying under the covers? Old Lu replied, appearing lost in thought. Xiaolan, invigorated by the moment, suggested playfully. Shall I give you another slap to see if you are dreaming? Go away. Old Lu recoiled, as if genuinely fearing Xiaolan's playful gesture. What are you afraid of? Am I truly capable of slapping you? Such a rebellious act is beyond my capacity. Who knows what you are capable of? In just a week, you have nearly turned the prison upside down, approaching the status of a prison overlord. And what is my situation compared to that? In his report, Xiaolan concisely documented his discoveries within the prison, growing ever more impactful with brevity. First, he uncovered a murderer with a hidden dual identity. Next, he revealed that an incarcerated internet celebrity was involved in illegal activities outside. Then, he identified a collaborator who smuggled parts to assemble phones and engage in online romance. Finally, the most trivial of offenses turned out to be illicit brewing. I almost forgot that he apprehended a drug trafficker upon his arrival in Chuanyang City. What an eventful week, more thrilling than the lives of many. Xiaolan, adept at winning hearts and forming cliques within the prison, was seemingly on the path to becoming a new warden's tyrant. Give him another week, and he might just ascend to the position of a local emperor. Old Lu, feeling a twinge of anxiety, lifted his thermos for a sip, only to realize it contained freshly boiled water, causing him to grimace in discomfort. The end-of-year workload had been overwhelming, and Xiaolan had sent him the electronic version of the report the previous night, which he had not had time to review. Consequently, when he saw the printed version today, he was taken aback, losing composure in front of his subordinates. Had he read it the night before, he would have only embarrassed himself at home. What a blunder. However, a mischievous glint appeared in Old Lu's eyes. Had this report been shown to the director? If not, I could take it to him, he thought with a chuckle. Without waiting for Xiaolan's response, Old Lu was already on his feet. With the year-end approaching, Old Lu was quite busy, and the bureau would only grow busier. It seemed he had resolved to deliver a little shock to the bureau. Soon, a muffled grunt emanated from the director's office. By the time Xiaolan was summoned inside, everything had returned to normal, save for the redness around Director An's mouth, revealing the preceding commotion. Opposite him, Old Lu, with a similarly reddened mouth, struggled to contain his laughter, his gaze filled with cunning. The task was executed well. Director and remarked, terse as ever. Old Lou, ever blunt, chimed in, not just well. If you dig further, the warden might be ousted. Good to have you back. It's splendid. If you hadn't returned, we would have feared you might not, he added, patting Xiao Lan's shoulder vigorously. Director and refrained from rebuttal, leaving his thoughts ambiguous, whether in agreement or merely disinclined to speak due to discomfort. After a moment, he finally spoke. An internal investigation has been initiated at the prison. You may need to assist remotely. Please connect with them in the coming days and keep an eye on the results, while also supplementing your report details. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lan realized he was to enjoy a few days of paid idleness and promptly replied, understood. Chapter 206, Daily Steamed Buns and Pickled Vegetables, claiming to be a rich second generation on Xiao Lan's first day away. Due to the substantial amount of pickled radishes he had prepared earlier, no one noticed his absence. By noon, however, a subtle shift was detected. It was rather peculiar. Typically, during lunch distribution, Xiao Lan would allocate food to his small group, and any leftovers would be randomly distributed among a few fortunate souls. Yet today, no one received anything. Not even his small circle. So, who exactly had eaten? As night fell, the kitchen staff remained devoid of Xiao Lan's presence. Although the inmates were forbidden from discussing matters aloud, their exchanged glances spoke volumes. Where could Xiao Lan have gone? Surely he hasn't been reported? No, please. They had all agreed not to report him. Who was responsible? Step forward. If he had indeed been taken to the small dark room, he should have been released after a few days. No need to panic, no cause for alarm. In hushed tones, the inmates consoled one another, clinging to the hope that Xiao Lan would soon return, thus preventing any unrest within the prison. After all, no one wished for Xiao Lan to emerge from the small dark room only for them to be confined there in his place. However, 3 days swiftly passed, and Xiao Lan's silhouette remained absent from the dining hall. In contrast, those who had formed close-knit groups with Xiao Lan were gradually taken away. Now, genuine fear gripped everyone. Speculations and rumors proliferated throughout the prison. Could it be that the consequences of forming cliques were this severe? Would they all face increased sentences and be transferred to the high-security unit? It was said that the high-security units enforced strict regulations, permitting only a monthly expenditure of 100, with no days off. As the year drew to a close, it was plausible that, in an effort to set an example, everything would be handled with utmost severity, potentially resulting in transfers to a different prison altogether. It was terrifying. I had previously yearned to join their little circle, yet now I was grateful to have been spared that fate. How regrettable it was. With his exceptional culinary skills, Xiao Lan was well-liked and performed admirably in the kitchen. If only he had remained diligent in his work. Alas, having already entered incarceration, he was now facing further punishment for succumbing to petty temptations. Why could he not learn to behave? The inmates collectively misinterpreted Xiao Lan's absence, and for the first time, they felt a sense of disappointment akin to that of family and friends once directed at them. How strange it was. They had previously been the objects of such disappointment. With a role reversal, the sentiment was truly heart-wrenching. As time passed, a week had elapsed since Xiao Lan's departure. The pickled radishes he had prepared upon his arrival were finally unsealed on the first Sunday after his absence. On this day, as the inmates savored the familiar yet foreign flavor, they were unexpectedly overwhelmed with emotion. Just as their fingers brushed against their noses, tears cascaded into their porridge. Despite this being their first experience with the pickled radishes, they instinctively recognized it as Xiao Lan's creation. The taste, both comforting and delightful, could belong to no one else but him. The pickled radishes, fermented slowly by lactic acid bacteria, bore a richness of flavor that surpassed the previous pickles they had consumed. It was gentler, more profound, akin to the quiet companionship of family. When it was present, one took it for granted, believing that the day of parting was still far off. Yet departure came so suddenly. Without the slightest warning or a proper farewell, it unfolded silently and unexpectedly. As the traces left behind gradually fade away, a sudden realization dawns upon people. Life is not akin to the cinematic world, where at the moment of parting, slow-motion sequences and poignant melodies serve as reminders to cherish the moment. Individuals often depart in a state of numbness, parting only to reunite, and upon experiencing an extended absence, they resign themselves to the notion that the last farewell was indeed final. They reminisce about the times when Xiao Lan was present, when each meal was infused with delightful surprises. Although the menu remained unchanged, Xiao Lan's thoughtful creativity transformed the mundane into the extraordinary. After his departure, no one would conceal subtle, meaningful designs within the meals that only discerning diners could appreciate. Nearly a week had passed, yet it felt like a lifetime. Many in the cafeteria wept inconsolably as they finally grasped the truth. They would never see Xiao Lan again. Even a mere transfer to another block or prison could mean a lifetime of separation, akin to changing classes or schools during one's studies, leading to divergent paths. Regret weighed heavily upon their hearts. Had they intervened when Xiao Lan erred, perhaps they could have steered him back from the precipice, allowing him to continue his work in the cafeteria. Yet they understood that persuasion often fails. If individuals could be swayed so easily, they would not find themselves in prison. Before their incarceration, all present had been urged by family and friends to reform, yet they had remained resolute in their folly. At that time, they had perceived their family's admonitions as tiresome. Now, with roles reversed, they yearned for Xiao Lan's improvement just as their loved ones had hoped for their own betterment. A myriad of emotions swirled within them, ultimately crystallizing into a shared encouragement. Alas, we must strive for rehabilitation, seek a reduction in our sentences, and endeavor to return to the outside world. Perhaps beyond these walls, they would savor meals better than those prepared by any chef, rivaling Xiaolan's culinary finesse. The prison authorities, aware of the misunderstandings, chose not to correct them, allowing Xiaolan to serve as a cautionary tale in the hearts of the inmates. The persistent tolling of the warning bell instilled a fear of clandestine alliances and corrupt practices. Henceforth, with each meal, future inmates would recall Xiaolan's example, fostering a sense of self-discipline and adherence to conduct amidst feelings of disappointment. A week later, Xiaolan received the final investigation report from the authorities. The individual who facilitated the smuggling of mobile phone components was an external contractor, invited specifically to teach the inmates about appliance repair. The inmate found in possession of the phone had previously learned under him and had, through coercive persuasion, convinced the contractor to assist in the illicit transport. This inmate, displaying a modicum of talent, had indeed managed to assemble the phone, even embarking on an online romance. The authorities confiscated the phone and punished those who had sheltered the offender. Additional signal jammers were acquired to ensure comprehensive coverage throughout the prison. As for the external contractor who had resigned, he was transferred to judicial authorities. Currently, efforts are underway to conduct urgent training sessions to prevent other contractors from transgressing the law. Xiaolan had already anticipated the number of overtime shifts that Baoguo would soon have to endure. Managing the outsourced personnel was no easy task. This group of individuals was not composed of official prison staff. Rather, they were specifically invited to serve as technical advisors or to oversee the transportation of materials. To put it more clearly, when inmates are required to learn to operate sewing machines or repair vehicles and electrical devices, it is not the prison guards who teach them, but rather these external experts. These individuals, referred to as outsourced personnel, are highly mobile and are drawn from diverse societal backgrounds, leading to a wide variance in their qualities. If they are subjected to strict management, they may resent the restrictions, as they are not prisoners, but rather external consultants hired from factories. Conversely, if there is insufficient oversight, they could become the prison's most significant vulnerability, often causing disturbances. Yet, the prison relies heavily on their expertise. It remains uncertain how the prison intends to conduct training for them while striking a balance in this relationship. Regardless, this was not a concern for Xiaolan. However, Baoguo's subsequent remarks made Xiaolan realize that Baoguo was even busier than he had initially thought. Additionally, regarding the dual identity of the inmates, due to the discovery of a concealed murderer, the warden had mandated that all inmate information be verified before the year's end. He asserted that in this era of big data, the implementation of digital facial recognition technology was long overdue. Remarkably, a few more criminals had indeed been identified. Verifying the information of thousands of inmates was an immense undertaking, yet it was not Xiaolan's responsibility. Furthermore, Liu Yang had already confessed everything. His acquaintances had been apprehended while hosting a party, indulging in illicit activities. In summary, everyone who had not been incarcerated was now behind bars, and those already imprisoned faced increased sentences, with previously granted reductions rescinded. Thanks to you, Xiaolan, you are truly remarkable. Xiaolan humbly replied, "Oh, it's merely luck." To write it as luck is to read it as a fortunate turn of events. Yet, how could Baoguo know that Xiaolan had concealed certain truths? He passionately declared, "Xiaolan, after spending some time with you, I have realized how vastly different the operational methods of the public security and judicial systems are. This is the law enforcement work I had envisioned. I have decided to pursue a civil service examination within the public security system. I aspire to become your colleague. I have already registered and will be taking the exam early next year." Xiaolan responded, "Is it really that hasty? Have you thought it through? You are still young and already a deputy warden. You have a promising future ahead. Moreover, with your current workload, do you have enough time to prepare for the exam?" Baoguo replied confidently, "There is no need to second guess. I have made my decision. There is no exam I cannot pass. Don't forget, I am Baoguo." Xiaolan thought, this is a situation beyond advice. He is truly an exam prodigy. However, he feared that once Baoguo entered the public security system, he might discover that Xiaolan was an anomaly, and everything would differ from his expectations. Would he regret his decision? But ultimately, this was not an exam that Xiaolan had to take. Baoguo had taken the time to brief Xiaolan on the follow-up, which was quite considerate of him. Nevertheless, even if he hadn't come, Xiaolan was already aware of the results from the system's settlement. Ding. Statistics complete. A total of 20 criminals apprehended this time. Among them are 10 Class D criminals, rewarded with a bonus of 50,000 yuan and 500 points. 5 Class C criminals, rewarded with a bonus of 100,000 yuan and 1,000 points. 2 Class B criminals, rewarded with a bonus of 100,000 yuan and 1,000 points. 2 Class A criminals, rewarded with a bonus of 200,000 yuan and 2,000 points. And 1 Class S criminal, rewarded with a bonus of 200,000 yuan and 2,000 points. Truly, one must continue to strive. With such a multitude of individuals, it is easy to surmise that the internet celebrity Liu Yang and his dubious companions have also been apprehended. This prison stint has yielded a total of 650,000 yuan and 6,500 points. And when combined with the drug dealer captured on the bus shortly after arriving in Chuanyang City, the total rises to 800,000 yuan and 8,000 points. With such a bountiful harvest, it is only fitting to indulge in some expenditure. Hoarding this wealth serves no purpose. It is time for his colleagues at the police station to realize that he is not merely a pauper. Soon, Xiaolan drove a black SUV priced just over 500,000 yuan to the precinct. Given his income, affording a luxury sports car was not beyond reach. However, as a public servant, flaunting such a vehicle would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention and scrutiny online. Therefore, he opted for practicality. The SUV offers the spaciousness of a station wagon combined with the off-road capabilities of a truck, making it exceptionally suitable for Xiaolan's upcoming provincial assignments. Upon seeing him emerge from the vehicle, his colleagues were initially oblivious to its price, but their astonishment was palpable. Wow, Xiaolan, how could you possibly afford a car? Their perceptions of him still lingered on that of a freshly graduated police academy student residing in a modest urban village. Recently, he had received a small bonus, likely just enough to alleviate immediate financial concerns, which is why they hesitated to ask him for a treat. Little did they anticipate that, in such a short span, he would acquire a new car. Is this borrowed? Or did you buy it secondhand? It looks brand new. Don't tell me your street vending business is that lucrative. Goodness, my mindset is about to become unbalanced. Stop it. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiaolan is undoubtedly a legitimate scion of wealth. Purchasing a car is a mere trifle for him. Old Lu's voice suddenly interjected amidst the chatter, and upon hearing the term wealthy second generation, astonishment washed over the crowd, including Xiaolan himself. However, upon reflection, he recalled that he had previously mentioned to Old Lu and the others that his grandfather had established a family fund for him. From Old Lu's perspective, the dividends from such a family fund could indeed amount to several million. How could Xiaolan not be considered a wealthy second generation? Initially, Old Lu and the others found it hard to believe, but after conducting some inquiries, they discovered that Xiaolan's sources of income were verifiable, forcing them to accept the truth. The system operates with impeccable precision. Thus, they were compelled to acknowledge Xiaolan's newfound status as a wealthy heir. Yet, those who were closest to him found it increasingly difficult to come to terms with this revelation, particularly individuals like Leah C. Were you truly a wealthy second generation? Back when you first started working, you were living on steamed buns and pickles. How can you claim to be a wealthy heir? Didn't you used to reside in an urban village? Is this your version of experiencing life as a wealthy individual? This experience seems rather excessive. Indeed, one may even starve oneself into malnutrition. This is a perilous endeavor. In the face of skepticism, it is of little consequence. One merely needs to respond according to the initial parameters established by the system. I once lived in true poverty. The fund my grandfather purchased would only become effective once I secured formal employment. Now, however, my circumstances have notably improved. After a day's worth of explanations, everyone has finally come to accept the new persona of Xiaolan. It is no wonder you do not bow to financial temptation. Abandoning business pursuits and the allure of internet fame, it turns out you were affluent all along. This revelation makes perfect sense. Your material needs have been sufficiently met, leaving only the desire for spiritual fulfillment. You could have easily chosen the path of a frivolous scion, yet you are wholeheartedly dedicated to the police force. Such resolve is indeed commendable. The others have quickly accepted this change, for your wealth or lack thereof holds little significance for them. However, for Directorin, especially for your father, it is of considerable importance. Who can forget that your father once lured you to live in Directorin's home under the pretense of saving on rent? Now that you are financially secure, the necessity to economize on housing has dissipated. Continuing to reside there would now be seen as impolite. Are you truly planning to move out? After just a week away, you wish to depart again? Is it that my home was not sufficiently clean, or perhaps my household chores were not performed with enough efficiency? Old Deng stood at the door, his face etched with desperation as he gazed at Xiaolan. Awkwardly scratching his head, Xiaolan replied, neither is the case. The primary concern is that the weather is growing increasingly cold. It would be unkind to have Directorin sleep on a metal bunk in the dormitory. It is best he returns here. As for him, oh, do not fret. He has grown accustomed to it. If the bed is not hard enough, he cannot sleep. In any case, there is no need to worry about him. Don't leave. Who else will I rely on for meals? Without you, I would feel like a lonely empty nester. Xiaolan looked on in exasperation. The term empty nester typically refers to parents whose children seldom visit. Your situation, where you actively prevent your children from returning, does not quite fit this description. It could be more aptly termed a case of the cuckoo occupying the nest. Observing Old Deng's persistence, Xiaolan hastily interjected, all right. Why not inquire where I intend to move? Where to? Xiaolan promptly produced a key and opened the door to the adjacent apartment, gesturing inside. Here. Indeed. Xiaolan had purchased the apartment directly opposite Director N's residence. On one hand, the location is quite desirable, conveniently situated near the hospital and market, and within reasonable distance from work. On the other hand, Old Deng is rather difficult. If he were to run too far, it is likely he would not permit Xiaolan to leave. By living closer, Xiaolan could enlist Old Deng's assistance with daily cleaning, thus repaying the favor of shared meals while also saving on the cost of hiring domestic help. As for the government-subsidized property in Fenghan District, that can be viewed as an investment. The area is currently thriving, and the property can be rented out. Upon realizing that Xiaolan was moving to the apartment across the way, Old Deng felt as though nothing had changed, and his face broke into a beaming smile. No longer obstructing the path. Hee, I will help you move. In this entire affair, it seems the only one truly affected is Directorin. Once he inquired about the price Xiaolan paid for the apartment, he felt as though the sky had fallen. He had purchased his own home during a period of soaring prices, when everyone insisted that real estate would continue to rise. In his haste, he had acquired a property at the peak of the market. Now, it is quite unfortunate, having taken out a loan, he has incurred a loss exceeding 1 million within just a few years. What is even more egregious is that Xiaolan purchased his property outright, while he opted for a mortgage, resulting in significantly higher interest payments compared to Xiaolan's. Attempting to exhibit emotional intelligence, Xiaolan consoled him, saying, it's all right, early purchases bring enjoyment, while late ones come with discounts. Directorin, with a vacant gaze, stared blankly at him, responding, do I appear to have enjoyed even a moment of this? Whose residence is it, after all? Certainly not his. Xiaolan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, offered, shall I lend you some money? You could repay the loan early and save on interest. Director and clutched his heart, which felt as though it had been through 1,000 wounds, and replied, please, spare me. Let my heart have a moment of peace. The thought of having to borrow money from a subordinate who has only just begun their career left him feeling as though all his years of effort had been in vain. Xiaolan had already abandoned any pretense of emotional intelligence. Indeed, having never worked a day in his past life, he found it challenging to master such subtleties. Each attempt to flatter his superior ultimately resulted in a slap to the face, and it was a miracle he had not faced any repercussions. It seemed wiser to interact normally, speaking freely. Tonight, I'm hosting a hot pot dinner at my home. I would be honored if you could join, he invited. Didn't you just celebrate your housewarming last night? Director replied, the invitation was extended to colleagues, yet I was not included. With a sardonic smile, he continued, I thought I was being ostracized. Xiaolan clarified, that was not the intention. I was merely concerned you would inquire about work in the midst of dinner. Isn't that precisely the definition of isolation? So, will you be attending tonight? Yes. Chapter 207. The action is impressive, but father is here to fight that evening. After work, Director returned to his long-neglected home, carrying freshly purchased hot pot ingredients. Why did he refer to it as long-neglected? Well, from now on, he could return whenever he wished. However, for some inexplicable reason, he felt as though countless eyes were fixed upon him the moment he entered the community. Whether it was the elderly, middle-aged couples, or the youth, all seemed to direct their gazes toward him. He did not wish to be overly sensitive. Yet an ingrained instinct from years of work convinced him that the stares were indeed real. Why was everyone watching him? Was it because he seldom returned home, rendering his face unfamiliar and causing the residents to view him as a suspicious character? That seemed unlikely. This community permitted delivery personnel to enter, and the presence of one or two unfamiliar faces should not provoke such scrutiny. Perhaps his status as a director had been recognized, leading to curious glances? Yet, that expression did not appear to be one of curiosity. It bore hints of irritation. Surely, it could not be that his striking appearance evoked jealousy among men and admiration from women, prompting everyone between the ages of 8 and 80 to focus on him? The very thought made Director chuckle. A decade ago, that might have been plausible, but now, he had become so steeped in work that it would be a miracle if he was not loathed by all. As he pondered the myriad possibilities, he discreetly pressed the elevator button. While waiting, he noticed a crowd gathering behind him, seemingly waiting for the elevator as well. This was quite illogical. The elevator system comprises 3 lifts, which, upon pressing the button, randomly opens one door. The determining factor for which one opens first is simply which lift reaches the ground floor ahead of the others. Typically, those awaiting the elevator would be dispersed among the entrances of the 3 lifts, uncertain of which would arrive first. However, at this moment, they have all congregated behind Officer N, seemingly with intentions not to wait for the elevator, but rather to fixate on him. The realization of this peculiar situation sparked in the urge to call the police. Nevertheless, as the chief of police, it would be unbecoming to retreat home and summon all officers for his protection. After all, as a robust adult male, would he truly be unable to escape any peril? Thus, he suppressed his rising confusion and anxiety, and as the elevator arrived, he stepped inside without hesitation. The residents behind him followed suit, surging into the confined space. The small elevator quickly filled with a diverse crowd of men and women, young and old, and observed that several individuals had just exited the lift, inexplicably. After casting a glance at him, they re-entered. Now, beads of sweat genuinely adorned N's forehead. Why was everyone behaving so strangely? With a heightened sense of caution, he refrained from immediately pressing the floor buttons, instead waiting for others to do so. A chilling scene unfolded. Not a single person in the elevator reached for the floor buttons. Their gazes hovered, almost expectantly, upon N, as if awaiting him to make the first move. Clutching his plastic bag tightly, N, a staunch materialist, could not shake the feeling that this scenario mirrored an urban legend about haunted elevators. He attempted to discreetly scrutinize the expressions of those around him using the reflective surfaces within the elevator. As his eyes casually drifted, he unexpectedly locked gazes with several individuals. Startled, even this sturdy man felt a shiver run down his spine amidst the eerie atmosphere. Within mere seconds, countless horror film scenarios raced through his mind. He could have pressed the open door button to escape immediately, yet fortified by his integrity, whether the supernatural was real or merely the result of others' hidden agendas. He resolved to confront the situation personally. Maintaining his composure, he disregarded the scrutinizing stares and casually pressed a lower floor button. Upon doing so, it was no illusion, absolutely not an illusion. Almost everyone raised their eyes to take note of the floor number before subsequently pressing their own selections. With a muffled thud, the elevator halted at the floor and had chosen. A significant portion of the occupants exited first but did not venture far, appearing to wait for him. However, and chose not to follow them out. Instead, he expressionlessly pressed the closed door button, sealing the doors in the midst of their astonished gazes. Those remaining in the elevator were momentarily bewildered, exchanging glances as if silently debating their next course of action, yet they maintained their composure without any erratic movements. Finally, an elderly woman tentatively broke the silence, asking, "Young man, are you preparing for a hot pot with all that beef?" And responded in kind, "Yes, indeed, a hot pot." They ceased further inquiries, merely exchanging a few more knowing looks. Through the reflective surface, he could see everything clearly, yet he averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. The elevator halted once more. He chose not to exit, nor did anyone behind him. The standoff persisted until the elevator doors began to close. Just as they were halfway shut, he suddenly slipped through the gap, leaving behind a tableau of astonished faces, trapped in the narrow crevice of the doors. Oh, so they wish to follow me. A cold smile crept across his face as he hastily made his way toward the emergency staircase, effortlessly shaking off his pursuers and safely returning home. Not long after, the elevator arrived at the same floor again. The occupants surged out, anxiously searching for him. Where is he? Where is he? It was truly exasperating. Why was he deliberately evading us? Did he fear we might drop by his home for hot pot? I had a hunch. He must be the one whose recent hot pot endeavors have filled the entire neighborhood with a tantalizing aroma. It's unbearable. He has been indulging in hot pot for an entire week. Whose hot pot could possibly smell that divine? It's as if he is making it impossible for anyone else to enjoy their meals. Look at him carrying all those hot pot ingredients. He is certainly planning another hot pot feast tonight. This shows a complete lack of civic responsibility. At the very least, he could share the link to the hot pot base. In hindsight, if you were so certain from the start, why didn't you inquire about the specific hot pot base he uses? You were unsure, hence your reluctance to ask. Don't just criticize me. Why don't you dare to ask him yourself? Are you not afraid of mistakenly questioning the wrong person again like before? A whole bunch of people have been tempted and have gone home to make hot pot, only to find that no matter what hot pot base they buy, it never tastes the same. I'm convinced it must be him. I've noticed that all he carries are hot pot ingredients. With no hot pot base in sight, he must possess a unique recipe. Stop chatting and start searching. This is the closest we have been to the truth. Yes, right here on this floor. Before the aroma spreads further, let us quickly sniff our way through each apartment. Meanwhile, Director cautiously retreated into his own home, locking the door behind him. After confirming through the peephole that no one was pursuing him in the corridor, he sent a WeChat message to Xiaolan. Open the door. I've arrived. Xiaolan, busy stir-frying the hot pot base in the kitchen, heard the notification sound and glanced at the message, bemused. How strange, he muttered. Why send a message when you could just knock? He then called out to Lao Dang in the living room. Go open the door. Your son is here. Just as Lao Dang had opened the door, someone from the opposite apartment suddenly dashed out, swiftly slipping through the entrance and executing a spinning kick to slam the door shut behind him. The move was impressive, but it was met with his father's ire. Before he could turn around, Lao Dang delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. What are you doing? What are you doing? If it's not your own door, you don't treat it with care, do you? Kicking it? Kicking it? Can't you use your hands to close the door? The resolute director, usually composed in front of others, found himself scrambling on the floor after being struck by his father. Wait, someone is following me. Nonsense. I've lived here for so long without anyone following me. You come back once, and suddenly someone is stalking you? Why don't you claim that ghosts are chasing you while you're at it? If you don't want to eat this meal, just say so. In the kitchen, the fire blazed as the chilies sizzled in the crimson oil. In the living room, the atmosphere was marked by paternal kindness and filial piety. While Anju endured the relentless beatings, his cries echoing painfully. With an admirable display of emotional intelligence, Xiaolan switched on the exhaust fan, allowing its whirring to mask the sounds of distress. Truly a moment of remarkable composure in his life. Time passed, and a series of knocks abruptly interrupted the commotion within. Knock. Knock, knock. Peering through the peephole revealed a throng of people outside, all seemingly ordinary residents of the community, their noses twitching as if they were scenting something enticing. Anju immediately regained his serious demeanor. See, I told you someone was following me. It's them. A whole crowd. Chapter 208. You truly are a subordinate man logically. One could avoid the hassle by not answering the door, feigning ignorance to evade the situation. However, with 3 robust men and a skilled martial artist present in the room, they were genuinely curious to meet these followers and discern their intentions. With a decisive click, the elders swiftly opened the door. As their eyes met, the visitors initially offered polite smiles, soon overtaken by the rich aromas wafting from within, compelling them to take deep breaths. This is the place. It must be this house. WeVe found it. At last, WeVe located the source. How wonderful. WeVe found the key. Amidst the excited chatter, Lao Dang and Anju finally grasped the reason for their visit. Ever since Xiaolan returned, he and Lao Dang had indulged in hot pot together for an entire week. After enduring a prolonged period of deprivation in prison, Xiaolan had developed an insatiable craving for the rich, spicy flavors of hot pot, which he found utterly irresistible. With the weather growing colder, hot pot was undeniably the quintessential seasonal delight. In this building, every day, families were enjoying hot pot. However, a conundrum arose. None of the hot pot aromas wafting from other homes could compare to the enticing fragrance emanating from Xiaolan's residence. His hot pot base was particularly spicy, pungent, and exceptionally fresh. It cut through the competition in the neighborhood, awakening the appetites of those nearby. The aroma was so captivating that it rendered people unable to open their eyes, making them hesitant to step outside, for fear that the scent would cling to their hair and prevent them from sleeping at night. Thus, they were compelled to seek him out, not for any other reason, but to inquire, what brand of hot pot base do you use? They indeed posed the question. To their disappointment, a straightforward link online did not exist. No brand could be named, for the base was freshly made by Xiaolan himself. The silver lining, however, was that Xiaolan was more than willing to share the recipe and method of preparation. Fresh chili peppers would impart a more fragrant aroma, as the capsaicin gradually released during the cooking process, peaking at around 100 degrees before tapering off. The hot pot bases available for purchase had been cooled and packaged. Their most aromatic moments long past, which is why they seemed inferior in comparison to Xiaolan's. In reality, the difference was slight. A mere fraction of a difference could lead to a significant divergence in quality. At last, the riddle that had puzzled them for days was unveiled, leaving everyone teary-eyed, uncertain whether from the spice or the poignant revelation. Encountering such a generous neighbor willing to share their secret recipe is indeed a stroke of fortune. Recently, they have been somewhat frantic in their quest to uncover the source. Having lost sleep over the past few days, it's only natural for anyone to become a little delirious under such circumstances. They never anticipated that their somewhat obsessive behavior would startle others. Fortunately, the homeowner was not offended and graciously permitted them to observe in the kitchen. Hee. It seems they did not intimidate Xiaolon at all. As for the unfortunate Inju, he has weathered many storms. A minor elevator scare would hardly rattle him, right? Given the limited ingredients and seating today, Xiaolon did not invite the large group to stay for dinner, but generously shared a portion of the hot pot base for everyone to sample. They accepted with bashful smiles, returning home feeling a tad embarrassed, and soon after, they all appeared at her door once more, laden with gifts. We truly didn't mean to intrude on your family dinner earlier. We don't have much to offer. So please accept these food and drinks as a token of our gratitude. Before long, fruits, fine wine, and local delicacies filled Xiaolan's home. Those who can afford to buy homes in this neighborhood are generally well off, and the gifts included boxes of cherries and strawberries, with even the local specialties being of exceptional quality. One individual, who presented a bottle of wine, gifted a rather expensive selection, costing several hundred. Enjoying a bit of red wine to warm oneself in the depths of winter is simply delightful. However, when Xiaolon glanced at Director and beside her, she reluctantly declined the offer. I must graciously refuse. Since the enforcement of the alcohol ban has intensified, police personnel are prohibited from consuming alcohol even off duty. In the presence of such a high-ranking official, Xiaolon dared not entertain the thought of using the wine for cooking, especially since a bottle of that caliber would be classified as a premium wine. Accepting it as a gift was out of the question. Unaware of Xiaolan's unique work circumstances, the giver quickly pivoted to offer organic juice instead. With great enthusiasm, they placed their gifts in Xiaolon's home and departed in haste, not out of fear that she would refuse, but rather as if they were eager to return home and savor the freshly prepared hot pot base she had shared with them. Before long, delicious aromas wafted from every household, indicating that they had truly been tantalized these past few days. As they gathered around the table to dine, Lao Dang suddenly remarked, "It has been ages since I've felt such warmth among neighbors. It's reminiscent of returning to the countryside." Director, too, was transported back to his childhood, recalling a time when homes in the village remained open, and whenever someone prepared a delicious meal, children would eagerly peek in, often rewarded with a taste of the warm dishes. Such openness, however, cannot exist in the city. Who would dare offer food to children, knowing that it could lead to liability if they were to fall ill? Some experiences must remain as cherished memories, forever out of reach. After a satisfying meal, Xiaolon raised her glass of juice and, with heartfelt emotion, proclaimed, "As I embark on my career, having just begun and knowing so little, I am immensely grateful for the guidance and tolerance shown to me by my esteemed seniors. I toast to you with this juice in place of wine." Director picked up his glass, paused for a moment in contemplation, and replied, "The youth exhibits a commendable attitude. Very good. Indeed. There is a new task I intend to assign to you," Xiaolon remarked disdainfully, setting down her cup. "It is no wonder that no one enjoys dining with you. Discussions about work invariably arise halfway through the meal, which is quite off-putting." Chapter 209, Not Mere Bluster, but a Genuine Warning of Crime, University Cafeteria Edition. Of course, the above sentiment was one Xiaolon dared only to voice internally. Were she to articulate it aloud, she might find herself, come morning, stepping into the precinct with her left foot first, leading to an involuntary resignation. In reality, Xiaolon placed her cup down with a resounding thud, adopting a tone of reckless determination. "I am but a brick. Wherever I am needed, I shall go. Director, please feel free to speak. I am duty-bound." After taking a sip of juice, Director set down the cup and began to speak slowly. "This task is relatively straightforward." "You always say that," Xiaolon interjected. Each time, it seems this phrase has become the prelude to every assignment. Director appeared somewhat embarrassed, recalling the promises made during previous tasks. Each seemingly simple assignment had ultimately led Xiaolon to unravel significant cases, such as the last prison brewing incident, which began with a fugitive wanted for 3 murders. Ahem. Director cleared his throat and continued. "This time, it is genuinely simple. You merely need to cooperate. Please refrain from making any more promises. I am fearful. Let us get straight to the matter." "Very well. This task is located in our provincial capital, Changming City." Stemming from a request for assistance from the local Public Security Bureau, the incident originated when a student reported seeing a message on a self-destructing mobile app, indicating intentions to place a bomb or poison in a certain cafeteria at Changming University. The reporting student is from Changming University, and the message likely originated from someone within a 3-kilometer radius of the campus. The student, growing increasingly anxious, decided to report the matter to the police. Initially resistant to the notion of work, Xiaolon found herself captivated once the subject was officially broached. She could not help but inquire, what happened next? Subsequently, members of the local Public Security Bureau's Public Safety and Cybersecurity departments embarked on an investigation, as the threat of a bomb in a public venue posed a grave danger that could not be underestimated. However, as anticipated, the investigation proved fraught with challenges. Primarily, the self-destructing mobile application functioned precisely as its name suggested. Once the message was opened and read, it would vanish after 3 seconds, leaving no trace behind. This functionality bore resemblance to a message in a bottle, mingling elements of social media. Essentially, when refreshed, users would randomly encounter notes from strangers. The application forbade screenshots, and all user IDs remained anonymous, displaying only the distance of the note's author from the reader. Due to its significant randomness and anonymity, Many young individuals utilized it to relieve stress, sharing their grievances or perusing the complaints of others. Upon hearing this, Xiaolon immediately recognized the underlying issues. While young people might find such outlets exhilarating, the immense concealment it afforded could serve as fertile ground for criminal activity. In a state of anonymity, where individuals are not held accountable for their words, the darker aspects of human nature may be unleashed to their fullest extent. Such malice is likely genuine. It is no wonder that the student felt compelled to report it. He must have feared that the threat was not mere bravado, but a legitimate warning of criminal intent. Before the Security Bureau could elaborate further, Xiaolon could not help but contemplate possible countermeasures. Could we not contact the software developers to obtain backend data? Or retrieve the IP address? Yet, if Xiaolon could conceive such responses, surely the colleagues in the cybersecurity department of the Changming City Public Security Bureau would have considered them as well. Unfortunately, the server for this software is located overseas, and the data resides beyond our reach, rendering any contact impossible. Additionally, the IP address is masked by virtual locations and numerous distractions, making it technically unfeasible to identify the perpetrator directly. This case presents numerous challenges, not only on the technical front, but in various other respects. Changming University is the sole 985 institution in our province, boasting substantial financial investment and an expansive campus with 10 cafeterias. We are unable to ascertain which cafeteria the criminal intends to target. Moreover, we have no certainty that this incident is even real. The reporter cannot provide any evidence, only a testimony, and due to the brevity of 3 seconds, he could not even read the full content of the note. Furthermore, as the end of the semester approaches, coinciding with exam week, students are concentrated on campus, and we cannot disclose this information to avoid inciting public panic. Thus, the investigation must proceed discreetly. We cannot shut down all cafeterias based on an unsubstantiated report, as it would disrupt normal student and staff life. Nor can we risk alerting the perpetrator to change their plans. However, we cannot take this matter lightly. It would be prudent to split our efforts, conducting investigations while also monitoring the 10 cafeterias. If we can endure through exam week, the situation will ease once the holidays commence. At this point, Director and furrowed his brow, and in that moment, he shared a profound empathy with the chief of the Changming Public Security Bureau. Yet it is year-end, and police departments across the province are overwhelmed. Manpower is undoubtedly insufficient. Deploying inexperienced newcomers for surveillance would be futile. Thus, they hope to enlist someone with experience in undercover operations to provide overall guidance and lead the surveillance efforts. Xiaolon could predict the following words without needing to be told. And you, Xiaolon, are the chosen one. As director and began to speak, Xiaolon quietly echoed the sentiment, both voicing the same thought in unison. Director and paused, then patted Xiaolon on the shoulder. Xiaolon, you understand. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. After all, Changming City is our provincial capital, and Changming University is the pinnacle of higher education in our province. Should anything happen at the school, it would reflect poorly on our entire province. You surely do not wish for us to become a national embarrassment at year-end, do you, Xiaolon? You know what needs to be done. Xiaolon was now able to accept his fate with calmness, yet he still had a question. So, am I to serve as the cafeteria's food server this time? Director N's response was unexpectedly surprising. Certainly not. I have perused your undercover report from the prison, and I must say, your culinary prowess is rather ostentatious. This time, I implore you to temper your skills and refrain from becoming a trending topic. Chapter 210. Ultimately, I have become the very embodiment of what I despise. To remain low-key, with such a demand, the complexity of the task escalates dramatically, rendering it one of the most formidable challenges in Xiaolan's career as an undercover vendor. Since the moment he wielded the spatula, he has grown amidst the astonished exclamations of others. Whenever he took action, the concept of modesty was utterly foreign to him. However, given the leader's stipulation, he must devise every possible means to comply. How to be low-key? The only way is through pre-prepared dishes. If one wishes for Xiaolon to blend in with the crowd of vendors, he can only resort to the monotonous art of ready-made meals. Ultimately, he has become what he loathed the most. The following day, Xiaolon reluctantly bid farewell to Little Black with a kiss. He then embarked on his journey in his newly purchased SUV, armed with a spatula for identifying criminals, setting forth alone to protect the nation's blossoms. Leah C. and Hu Lai wished to accompany him. Yet with the year-end approaching, all departments were short-staffed, and they were conscripted as laborers. As they parted, their lamentations surpassed even those of Little Black. Brother Lon, please return swiftly. Brother Lon, we will miss you. Brother Lon, may we come to your house for the New Year's Eve dinner? Xiaolon waved his sleeve, closed the car door, leaving no trace behind. During the 4-hour drive, Xiaolon felt an unsettling dissonance. What could be amiss? He recalled that the old man at home had been unusually quiet. This mission, if all went well, would allow him to apprehend the bombers and return home swiftly. Otherwise, he would not be back until after the university's final examinations, by which time the new year would be imminent. Could it be that the old man had simply accepted Xiaolan's departure without protest? Even Little Black had clamored to follow him. So how could the old man remain silent? A sense of unease lingered, yet Xiaolon could not pinpoint its source. Throughout the journey, he remained vigilant, scrutinizing the vehicles around him for any suspicious followers, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Upon reaching his destination, as he opened the trunk to retrieve his luggage, he couldn't help but curse in disbelief. Damn it. Inside the trunk lay a familiar figure, hair grizzled yet movements agile. Xiaolon swiftly shut the trunk, but the old man executed a somersault and emerged like a flash. What are you doing? I'm on a mission. The old man grinned unabashedly. You carry on with your mission. Who is stopping you? I'm merely here for a little vacation, to clear my mind, and catch a ride. You wouldn't be so petty, would you? Ah, the notion of a ride was but a ruse. Xiaolon could not be bothered to expose his true intentions. However, the old man had followed him. What could he do? Even if he shoved the old man back into the trunk, the vehicle could not drive itself back to Fengling City. Xiaolon gazed upward at the sky, sighed deeply, clenched his fists, stamped his feet, and ultimately, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "Forget it, just keep your mask on throughout, avoid being recognized, and don't complicate matters for me. That is my sole request." Ha ha ha, alright. I promise not to create any disturbances. Perhaps I might even assist you. I possess considerable experience in apprehending those reckless terrorists who indiscriminately detonate bombs. Let us hope your expertise remains unnecessary, Xiaolon mused, massaging his temples. I sincerely wish this is merely a case of online bravado. Better to labor in vain than to confront a genuine explosion. Meanwhile, within the high school division of the Changming City Public Security Bureau, a covert team of 9 was awaiting the arrival of their leader. This group, composed of members from various divisions of Changming City, found themselves in a flurry of activity as the year-end approached. Core personnel, burdened with pressing responsibilities, were utterly preoccupied, leaving only those less essential to be dispatched for surveillance duties. In truth, all members were relatively inexperienced, their skills comparable, and still in the early stages of development. Although it was their first encounter, they had already collaborated on surveillance for several days and had grown somewhat familiar with each other. Despite the appointed leader, Xiaolon, not yet having officially assumed his role, a de facto leader had emerged from the group. Su Zhou, hailing from the Changming City Public Security Bureau. Without delving into Su Zhou's recent performance, his affiliation with the city's bureau naturally garnered admiration from colleagues in other divisions. It is human nature to gravitate toward strength, and even those who disdain hierarchical distinctions find it challenging to suppress their instinctive admiration for individuals of higher status. The selection criteria for the city bureau were more stringent and challenging, leading others to subconsciously regard Su Zhou as superior. Additionally, as the provincial capital, Changming City is objectively more developed than the smaller Fengling City, further contributing to the perception that the personnel from the Changming City Public Security Bureau possess a higher overall caliber than their Fengling counterparts. Thus, while no one openly voiced their opinions, whispers circulated in private, questioning. I heard the leader is a newly appointed officer from the East City Division of Fengling City, specifically invited to guide us on this task. I fail to understand the necessity of this. Isn't Su Zhou from the City Bureau already more than adequate to lead us? Chapter 211, A Day of Idleness. Yet relishing the prospect of ambition, when Xiaolon first embarked on significant cases, he had received accolades on the police internal network, leading one to believe that his illustrious deeds were known nationwide. However, as his capability to shoulder greater responsibilities grew, the East City Division recognized his merit and, in an effort to facilitate subsequent operations, reduced his exposure while increasing his bonuses. Consequently, to the eyes of ordinary officers, Xiaolon appeared as a fleeting figure, his face not yet familiar before being overshadowed by the commendations of other exemplary officers from across the country. Many had not even had the chance to witness his accolades before being captivated by other announcements. Thus, it was hardly surprising that none of the 9 members in this team had any impression of Xiaolon. However, Xiaolan's reputation has grown increasingly resplendent among the upper echelons of leadership. Otherwise, so many officials would not have traversed city borders to seek his assistance from the bureau. A commendable subordinate is akin to a skilled caregiver, rarely circulating beyond familiar circles, often recommended amongst acquaintances even before officially entering the market. Regrettably, the 9 members present were merely subordinates, unaware of Xiaolan's exceptional capabilities, questioning why the leaders deemed him more competent than themselves. After all, who among them was not a mere foot soldier, willing to risk life and limb for a modest monthly salary? With their doubts festering, they finally beheld the true figure of Xiaolon. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a tall silhouette emerged before them, clad in a gray woolen overcoat. He held a transparent umbrella and carried a black briefcase. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, refracting beams of light that enveloped him like shimmering waves. The dancing light obscured his features, rendering him ethereal. His coat billowed as if akin to unfurling wings. He ascended with the wind, moving against the gale, as the snow and wind intertwined beneath his feet, creating a carpet upon which he strolled with effortless grace toward the gathering. It was akin to a close-up shot from a television drama, despite their keen eyesight. The onlookers could not discern his face against the backlight, yet they could make out the intricate texture of his coat and the white snowflakes adorning his plush fabric. Melodious background music resonated in the air, the rhythm rising and falling in tandem with his footsteps, as if the melody itself sprung forth from his presence. Just as the narrative unfolded around him. What a spectacle! His entrance accompanied by lighting and a soundtrack. Who could distinguish between Xiaolon and the leading man of a romantic drama? Just as the crowd began to question whether they were mere NPCs in a television series, Xiaolon suddenly emitted a yelp and tumbled backward, landing in a most undignified manner. While one might call his fall clumsy, he nonetheless raised his arm to prevent his briefcase from hitting the ground. To label him graceful would be a stretch, as his umbrella and hat were swept away, revealing his close-cropped hair. Meanwhile, a refuse truck meandered down the street, its cheerful tune growing fainter, as if mocking the onlookers for losing their composure. As if awakening from a dream, the crowd rushed forward, eager to assist Xiaolon in regaining his footing. Are you all right? Are you hurt? They clamored. As he was helped partway up, he slipped again, nearly toppling once more, but was fortunately steadied by a firm grip. I'm fine, really. Thank you, he replied, the cold wind causing him to draw his neck into his coat as he hastily donned his hat. Having just emerged from prison, he lamented the lack of time for his hair to grow. In the biting winter chill, the breeze felt particularly frigid against his scalp. It was difficult to fathom that within the same province, in cities not far apart, the climatic disparities could be so pronounced. Fengling City rarely experienced snowfall, whereas Changming City's snow fell with carefree abandon. It often melted and froze in unpredictable patterns, leaving the ground damp and treacherous, making it hard to discern where ice lay hidden. Thus, despite Xiaolan's cautious steps, as if treading on thin ice, he still stumbled, suffering embarrassment before his peers from the neighboring city. It was indeed a misfortune that he had not prepared adequately. His shoes lacked sufficient grip, and even his umbrella had been an impromptu purchase from a street vendor near the subway station. The snow in the south differs markedly from that in the north. The northern snow is dry, allowing one to forego an umbrella, as it merely shakes off with a gentle motion. Conversely, the southern snow is wet and melts upon contact with clothing. After traversing from the parking lot to this location without the protection of an umbrella, one would inevitably end up drenched. The umbrella, priced at a mere 10 yuan, is of lamentable quality. Just moments ago, the wind had flipped it, causing Xiaolan to tilt backward. Fortunately, he heeded the doctor's advice and gained some weight, providing a cushioning layer to his rear, thus escaping injury from the fall. Merely brushing himself off sufficed. Had he sustained an injury before even commencing his task, it would have been quite embarrassing. It is a relief that all is well. You must be Comrade Xiaolan. Please, let us proceed to the bureau for a brief respite. Come, let us enjoy a cup of hot tea. Recently, the weather has been a mix of rain and snow, rendering the ground treacherously slippery, necessitating footwear with superior anti-slip properties. The bureau has recently received a new batch, and I shall procure a pair for you. Though Xiaolan's fall may have marred his image, his colleagues, busy assisting him, unconsciously set aside any underlying competitiveness, leaving only genuine concern for one another. Eventually, everyone gathered in the conference room to deliberate on the specifics of the surveillance operation. The Cybersecurity Department and the Public Security Department would collaborate to investigate the individual responsible for the anonymous notes. They would serve as the primary force, while we would act as the second line of defense, tasked with safeguarding the final barrier. Upon hearing the phrase second line of defense and final barrier, Xiaolan could not help but furrow his brow. It seemed reminiscent of a previous assignment that had culminated in him single-handedly infiltrating enemy territory. He instinctively pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering how it felt as if those around him were increasingly fond of making lofty declarations without taking action. Although we have yet to formally establish ourselves in the various cafeterias, we have scoured the entire campus, assessing the surrounding environment, familiarizing ourselves with the basic situation, and marking it on our maps. The chosen spokesperson for this gathering is Su Zhou from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Curiously, although the reconnaissance was a collective effort with the university division spearheading the surveillance task, it seems only natural for Su Zhou to take the lead, as there is an unspoken belief in the capabilities of personnel from the Municipal Bureau. Xiaolan, still unfamiliar with everyone, remains oblivious to this underlying trust issue, focusing solely on the intelligence being shared. Changming University, having been established early and possessing a significant reputation, was designated as a higher education zone during urban planning, encompassing over 5 universities and vocational colleges. The closest institution is less than 200 meters from Changming University, attracting many students from other schools seeking better dining options to its cafeteria. In addition to these students, tourists and alumni occasionally visit to explore the university and subsequently dine in the cafeteria. Furthermore, due to the affordability and quality of the university's food, numerous local professionals make a point to visit. This influx of patrons results in the 10 cafeterias at Changming University being perpetually bustling with activity. Should an explosion occur, the potential for catastrophic consequences would be immense. We have successfully contacted the principal and requested him to find a reason to prohibit individuals from other schools from entering Changming University before the holiday. Only students will be allowed to use their meal cards to purchase food in the cafeteria, and mobile payments will not be permitted. If the perpetrator is from another institution, this measure will effectively prevent their entry. If not, it will still reduce foot traffic and mitigate the impact. Xiaolan listened quietly, occasionally nodding. This strategy seems commendable, yet its practical execution remains uncertain. With so many individual vendors in the cafeteria, they too need to earn a living. Restricting access to outsiders will inevitably result in a significant loss of income, and they may resort to underhanded tactics. Furthermore, the university is not lacking in those adept at business. Counterfeit student IDs can be produced and sold, so a meal card, which requires little technical skill, would be easy to replicate. Thus, we must clarify how to monitor the cafeteria discreetly, ensuring our presence goes unnoticed. We would like to hear the esteemed suggestions of Comrade Xiaolan on this matter. Su Zhou's inquiry followed the normal meeting protocol. Yet as he glanced at the youthful and inexperienced Xiaolan, he felt a strange sense of hidden superiority. Previously, Su Zhou had performed modestly at the municipal police department. But here, he felt competent, and inexplicably, so did everyone else. In contrast, Xiaolan appeared untouched by the harsh realities of the world. How much experience could he possibly possess? Perhaps he might even falter when speaking in front of so many people. When it was Xiaolan's turn to speak, he abruptly stood up. Su Zhou stifled a laugh and said, "There's no need for such formality, Comrade Xiao. You may speak while seated. This is a private meeting, free from the presence of publicity comrades with cameras." "Oh, I understand. My pants are damp, and sitting makes my backside cold. Allow me to stand and dry off for a moment while the heater blows some warm air. I hope no one minds." At that instant, the conference room fell into a hushed silence, the only sound being the hum of the heater. Xiaolan had given everyone a slight jolt of surprise. Nervousness? Not at all. Why should a brother feel restrained? The task at hand was what mattered. With a firm gaze, he swiftly transitioned into work mode. Thank you all for gathering the intelligence in advance. It has been immensely helpful. I shall refrain from excessive pleasantries. We must act swiftly and monitor various cafeterias as soon as possible. Each of us has our area of expertise, and since my induction, I have been engaged in undercover assignments and have developed a mature strategy. I will share it with everyone, and if there are no objections, let us act promptly. Acquiring equipment takes time, and we cannot afford to delay our operation tonight. As the heater warmed him, Xiaolon rolled up his sleeves, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned officer, leaving no room for doubt. The pressure seemed to rise as if they were facing their formidable superior. If anyone has concerns about the plan, feel free to voice them while we proceed. We can adjust dynamically. He concluded, all right, my pants are dry. Let us move forward with our mission. Chapter 212, Selling Instant Noodles. Surely this won't make headlines again? With a single command, everyone sprang into action. Since joining, they had been constantly urged by superiors to work, and now, before their minds could catch up, their legs were already in motion. 2 hours later, everyone received their respective stall tools. 3 hours later, they had completed their disguises and were fully equipped, officially commencing their venture. The swiftness of the process left them astounded. Initially, they had anticipated at least a full day of meetings, followed by equipment purchases and practical training, believing that action could only commence by the third day. Yet now, they had seamlessly transformed their identities. By 5 in the evening, with the sky already darkening, each cafeteria at Changming University had a convenience store at its entrance. And beside each store, a mobile stall had appeared. The police officers, who had donned uniforms in the morning, were now selling volcanic stone-grilled sausages, starch sausages, sugarcane juice, boiled corn, popcorn, fruit cuts, freshly squeezed juices, roasted sweet potatoes, and instant noodles. Among them was Xiaolon, the only one among the 10 with the privilege to sell food that required more than 2 steps to prepare. Having observed Leah C. and the others set up their stalls numerous times, Xiaolon accumulated a wealth of experience from past failures. He understood that the secret to a successful undercover stall operation was to minimize physical exertion whenever possible. He allocated carefully selected stall businesses to the others, ensuring that with the equipment in place, they could comfortably place their hands in their pockets. Xiaolan's strategies were derived from practical experience, addressing every conceivable aspect, rendering any potential suggestions from others difficult to articulate. In comparison to the more complex and labor-intensive food stalls, everyone naturally preferred Xiaolan's arrangements, effortless, mindless, and requiring only basic manual involvement. Consequently, the proposal was unanimously approved without any surprises. As night fell and the light dimmed, even the slightest flaws in their disguises would be harder to detect. This evening was meant for everyone to acclimate, and any issues could be raised in the group at any time. After sending a message on his phone, Xiaolon, with an almost supernatural awareness, continued to advise in the group, do not stand too upright. Ordinary people do not stand at their stalls like sentinels. Avoid staring directly at passersby. A typical vendor would be engaged with their phone. You can pretend to play on your phone while subtly observing the pedestrians. Upon reading this, others realized their rigid postures and quickly slouched, beginning to fidget. It was no wonder he was regarded as an exceptional guide. His experience was evident. Yet, someone couldn't help but murmur internally. I've watched countless pancake videos, and I was almost ready to sell them, but now I'm not even selling pancakes. All this knowledge seems wasted. The only task left is to skewer sausages for customers. The others felt similarly. They only needed to be active when customers arrived, with the rest of the time spent in anticipation. After Xiaolon pointed out all his concerns in the group, he finally directed his attention to his own stall. He set up at the 6th cafeteria, which was conveniently located near the teaching buildings and library, where students frequently dined after classes. As for the various cafeterias, each possesses its unique geographical advantages. Some are in close proximity to the dormitories, others near the laboratories, and a few conveniently located by the main entrance. His stall is a modest establishment dedicated to the preparation of instant noodles, prominently displaying a clear menu. Vegetables at 5 yuan per serving, eggs at 1 yuan each, and a processing fee of 1 yuan for the cooked noodles, calculating based on a standard pack of instant noodles priced at 25 yuan. The total cost after assistance amounts to a minimum of 35 yuan. This is the ingenious method Xiaolon devised to conceal his culinary skills. When it comes to pre-prepared meals, instant noodles are the most primal form. Nowadays, the market is flooded with a plethora of other pre-prepared dishes, seemingly diverse, yet varying greatly in quality. Concerned about the well-being of the blossoming youth, Xiaolon opted to sell instant noodles instead, regardless of their nutritional value. At least they are not harmful. He merely processes the noodles slightly, hoping to avoid any unwelcome notoriety. As mealtime approached, students gradually flocked to the various cafeterias for their meals. The newly established stall at the entrance piqued their curiosity momentarily before they turned their attention elsewhere. Although the stall was fresh, it was not particularly novel. Previously, several vendors had set up shop at the cafeteria's entrance. It seemed the school, noticing their thriving business, began charging stall fees, which were rather steep, leading to a gradual withdrawal of vendors unable to recoup their expenses. Periodically, new vendors would rent the stalls, only to discover the arrangement unprofitable, ultimately retreating to set up outside the school. A whole street of food stalls lies just beyond the campus, offering more affordable rent. Alongside numerous mobile vendors, those craving snacks would venture out, while students heading directly to the cafeterias primarily sought substantial meals. Groups of classmates meandered about, while a few stalls had already welcomed their first customers. Although the vendors were somewhat inexperienced, the simplicity of their offerings meant that even slower service raised no suspicions. In contrast, Xiaolan's instant noodle stall had yet to open for business. Grilled sausages and fruits could serve as appetizers, but instant noodles are considered a main course. Consuming instant noodles would render the cafeteria's offerings less appealing. However, even as a staple, instant noodles leave much to be desired. One significant drawback is that a single pack does not suffice to satiate hunger, while 2 packs can be overly rich. The only commendable aspects are their convenience and low cost. With no customers in sight, Xiao Lan remained unperturbed, seated on a small stool, donning a pair of plain glasses. The air he exhaled above his mask fogged the lenses, creating a misty veil that cleverly concealed his gaze, allowing him to observe others unabashedly. Half an hour passed, and Xiao Lan's stall attracted only a few curious students. They glanced at the brand of instant noodles displayed, wrinkled their noses in dissatisfaction, and departed. One kind-hearted individual even advised Xiao Lan, "Uncle, your instant noodles lack uniqueness. They are all outdated styles, and everyone is tired of them. You procure and sell a variety of international delicacies, such as Thai mama noodles, Korean spicy turkey noodles, Japanese bone broth noodles, as well as newly launched domestic tomato noodles, and the recently introduced health-conscious non-fried instant noodles, which can retail for over 10 yuan per pack." Xiao Lan felt an urge to correct the person addressing him as uncle, as he simply appeared hunched from the cold wind, resembling an elderly man from afar, yet he had graduated only a few months prior. However, contemplating the term police uncle, he realized that it was not inappropriate. If he wished to call him that, so be it. Regarding the business optimization suggestions presented, he marveled at how swiftly university students could think on their feet. It was indeed a commendable proposal. Nevertheless, Xiao Lan's focus lay elsewhere. The state of business mattered little to him. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, No, it's too expensive. We are all students, and finances are tight. I merely wish to sell affordable instant noodles to help my fellow students save some money." Upon hearing Xiao Lan's words, the classmate erupted in laughter. "Uncle, you don't understand. The wealthiest individuals are university students. With monthly allowances of 1 to 2,000 yuan, what else would they spend it on if not on food?" Xiao Lan smiled silently. As a recent graduate himself, he wished to impart, "Child, laugh while you can, for that joy shall not last long." After graduation, entering the workforce entails working long hours, often from 9 to 9, with a meager monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, leaving only around 2,500 in hand. During the first year of employment, saving money is nearly impossible. Those without connections or a robust background often find themselves spending just to work. However, Xiao Lan refrained from voicing these thoughts, uncertain of the classmates' familial connections or financial security. As the flow of patrons in the cafeteria began to dwindle, Xiao Lan found a moment of respite to tend to his own needs. He opened a pack of the classic braised beef noodles, preparing to indulge in a meal. How do ordinary people prepare instant noodles? They place the noodle block in a bowl, add all the seasoning packets, pour in hot water, cover it, and after about 5 minutes, stir it and dig in. Those with a touch of culinary finesse might delay adding the seasoning packets slightly. They would place the noodle block in, cover it with hot water, and after 2 minutes, add all the seasoning, stir, cover again, and let it steep for 3 more minutes before commencing their meal. Though uncertain of the reasoning behind this method, it seemed to him that the additional steps might enhance the flavor. Of course, it was also possible that he had simply forgotten to add the seasoning earlier and remembered to do so in haste. As for Xiao Lan's method of preparing instant noodles, it diverged from both of the aforementioned approaches. He vowed that he had no intention of showcasing culinary prowess. Upon receiving the instant noodles, he relied on intuition to develop his own technique. First, he boiled water, then placed the noodle block in. After 2.5 minutes, he used a slotted spoon to retrieve the noodles, swiftly immersing them in cold water. Xiao Lan mused that instant noodles are, after all, noodles. Since they are noodles, they should adhere to the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. Soaking them in cold water would render them more elastic and smooth. Particularly, instant noodles are subjected to high-temperature frying, resulting in a porous surface. They soften more rapidly in water compared to regular noodles. Without special treatment, their texture would be wholly compromised. Moreover, instant noodles are coated with a plethora of oils, which impart a fragrant aroma, yet render them rather greasy when consumed. A swift rinse can eliminate a substantial portion of the oil, sacrificing a hint of flavor while enhancing health and palatability. Xiao Lan tore open 3 packets of seasoning, placing them into a disposable bowl, and poured in hot water to fully dissolve the seasonings. The most criticized aspect of instant noodles is their high oil and salt content, along with nutritional imbalance. However, to Xiao Lan, this is hardly a concern. If the oil and salt are excessive, one merely needs to have the seasoning packets. The key is to refrain from drinking the broth afterward. In a certain sense, the seasoning packets for instant noodles are not dissimilar to the spicy broth of hot pot. Few would dare to drink the hot pot broth directly, yet many relish the broth of instant noodles, making it unsurprising that the salt and oil levels exceed recommended limits. As for nutritional imbalance, Xiao Lan retrieved the noodle block from the cold water, drained it, and immersed it in the broth infused with the seasoning. Next, he swiftly blanched a lettuce leaf, adding it to the bowl mere seconds later. He also prepared a poached egg to include, thus ensuring a complete meal with carbohydrates, vegetables, and protein. Now, if Xiao Lan proclaims that this bowl represents a nutritious and healthy meal, who would dare to oppose? Lowering his mask on one side, he used the rising steam from the hot water as a veil and hungrily indulged in his nutritious version of instant noodles. He believed himself to be discreet, unaware that within a 10-meter radius, many had already gathered, drawn by the enticing aroma. How delightful! The scent of instant noodles. It had been ages since he last enjoyed them. Why this sudden craving? The potency of instant noodle fragrance is indisputable. Today's youth have sampled snacks from all corners of the nation and tasted numerous instant noodle varieties, understanding that while they smell enticing, their taste is merely average. thus discarding any romanticized notions. However, the aroma of instant noodles remains unparalleled among countless delicacies. Few are aware of the humble beginnings of instant noodles. Long ago, a nearly 40-year-old merchant traveled inland for business, only to exhaust his efforts, wear out his shoes, and spend all his money without achieving success. Dejected, he packed his belongings and prepared to return home by train. On board, he took out a bowl of instant noodles and began to eat. At that moment, the wheels of fate began to turn. The fragrance of the noodles emanated from him like a wild stallion, captivating all passengers in the train. It is no exaggeration to state that the entire train was drawn to him, taking turns to observe as he finished that bowl of instant noodles. Thus, he discovered a business opportunity. Instant noodles represented an untapped market in a country of over 1 billion people. Upon returning, he abandoned his old business and resolutely dedicated himself to the development of new instant noodles, beginning with braised flavor, thus laying the foundation for a burgeoning commercial empire. Chapter 214. Lost in the praise at this moment, Xiao Lan remained oblivious to the multitude he had captivated with the aroma of his noodles. The scent wafted through the air like an unbidden breeze, stirring a flood of intrigue. A mere shift in thought prompted many who had just entered the cafeteria to retreat. Drawn back by the irresistible allure, they turned back, not out of an adventurous desire to taste something they had never tried, but rather from a sudden wave of nostalgia, recalling how long it had been since they last indulged. In this vast expanse of 9.6 million square kilometers, it is nearly impossible to find someone who has not savored instant noodles. After all, the latest population figures for this land stand at 1.4 billion. While the annual sales of instant noodles once soared to an astonishing 46.2 billion packets at its peak, on average, each individual consumed 33 packets per year, equating to 3 packets monthly. Even after reaching its zenith, the sales of instant noodles have steadily declined over the past decade, yet they have never plummeted below 42 billion packets annually. Instant noodles have borne witness to countless individuals transitioning from childhood to youth and then into adulthood, encapsulating some of the most beautiful and cherished moments of life. What began as a luxury item has evolved into a staple, only to later be dismissed as junk food, a transformation that reflects the changing societal landscape rather than the noodles themselves. It is not an exaggeration to assert that they have also been silent witnesses to the country's journey from poverty to prosperity. They are akin to shells scattered across the beach of memories, each encounter prompting one to pause and reminisce, often picking them up once more. In simpler terms, it's something one might not crave regularly, but upon seeing someone else enjoying it, the urge to indulge becomes irresistible, often due to sheer laziness to prepare it oneself. Thankfully, with Xiaolan's noodle stall in existence, all difficulties seem to dissolve effortlessly. "Boss, I'll have a bowl. Nothing added, please." As Xiaolan immersed himself in his meal, he suddenly heard voices approaching and hurriedly slurped down the last 2 bites, wiping his mouth with a tissue as he stood up and donned his mask. "All right, what flavor would you like?" One of the 2 young men replied. I'll take the spicy beef flavor." The other unexpectedly shrugged. "I don't want any. This noodle one tea fill me up. I'm off to buy some rice." "But didn't you just say it smelled delicious and that you wanted to eat?" The first one protested. "You're the one who brought me over." The second grinned mischievously. "True, but you've already bought it, so just let me have a taste later." "All right then, just don't finish it all in one go." "No way, just a bite." Instant noodles are only fragrant to smell. One bite, and it becomes quite tiresome. "I want to eat for free when I get my rice. I'll share a few pieces of meat with you." "Deal." The boy who was about to be treated did not resist any further, as he secretly agreed with his companion's sentiment. Instant noodles, after all, are only pleasant to the nose. Their taste is rather mundane, and one bite can become quite overwhelming. Xiaolan continued to boil water, the cold weather and outdoor setting causing it to heat slowly, barely producing steam when a few girls arrived. The girls were clearly more vivacious than the boys, perhaps shivering from the chill, as they alternated in stamping their feet, resembling a flock of sparrows hopping about in the snow. Upon their arrival, they greeted Xiaolan enthusiastically. "Boss, is this your first day setting up a stall? I don't think we've seen you before." Hearing their cheerful tones, Xiaolan instinctively raised his voice in response. "Yes. What flavors would you like?" "I can't handle spicy. I'll have the braised beef flavor." "Spicy beef isn't spicy at all. You won't even notice it. If only you could provide some spicy condiments here. I cannot live without them. I yearn for the taste of fresh shrimp." A few girls were clearly selecting instant noodles, and amidst their choices, they somehow began discussing other topics. Xiaolan, engrossed in cooking the noodles, could hardly comprehend their conversation, but occasionally catching snippets. It seemed they were discussing which hand cream could prevent static electricity. As their chatter continued, they eventually turned their attention to Xiaolan. "Boss, you truly have a knack for business. The dormitory prohibits the use of electric cookers, and the hot water in the communal kitchen is barely warm enough. It's a struggle just to prepare instant noodles. Your ingenuity in processing instant noodles is remarkable. Indeed, a cup of instant noodles costs 5 yuan, while a bag only costs 2.5. Buying the cup feels extravagant, yet I dread the effort of washing dishes with the bag. Your stall provides disposable bowls and chopsticks, assists in cooking, and even allows for additional ingredients like vegetables and eggs. It's simply delightful. You must keep this going for a long time, please." "Yes, indeed. The last time I had instant noodles was on the high-speed train when I returned to school. How I missed that. I've heard complaints about the smell of instant noodles on the train, so I've refrained from indulging during my travels. Thankfully, your stall is here to satisfy my cravings in advance." Xiaolan basked in their praise, his lips curving into a smile beneath his mask. The girl spoke in soft, melodious tones, reminiscent of birds chirping atop trees. Even if the words were unintelligible, the sound alone lifted one's spirits. Moreover, These girls were extolling Xiao Lan's business acumen, providing him with ample emotional satisfaction, which warmed his heart. With joy in his heart, his hands moved deftly. Before he knew it, Xiao Lan's culinary skills began to reveal themselves. He deftly operated with both hands, creating a blur of movement, cooking for 5 people simultaneously. He remained composed and methodical, with a slotted spoon in one hand and a spatula in the other. He boiled noodles with his left hand while seasoning the broth with his right. Without even glancing at the noodles he scooped out, he effortlessly tossed them into a disposable bowl, each strand distinct and perfectly placed. The broth was poured over the noodles with a casual flourish, landing precisely on top without a single drop spilling over the edge. As the girls instinctively recoiled, they soon marveled at Xiao Lan's mastery, applauding in astonishment. Wow, impressive. Wow, wow, wow. Show us more, show us more. Amidst their accolades, Xiao Lan momentarily lost himself in the moment. All 3 girls requested extra ingredients, and without hesitation, he executed his signature one-handed egg cracking technique. As 3 eggs simultaneously descended into the boiling water, their shells intact and tossed aside by Xiao Lan. An unexpected silence replaced the anticipated gasps of awe. Chapter 2:15. Though the Empress is overbearing, her beauty outshines all in the harem. Xiao Lan raised his eyes in confusion, discovering a circle of onlookers gathered around his stall. Many had just exited the cafeteria, holding takeout boxes, and were captivated. Their expressions a mix of shock and awe at his performance. While the earlier actions could be attributed to mere practice, the one-handed egg-cracking feat reminded him of something he had witnessed in JoJo. Could it be that the boss possesses a stand user? Xiao Lan paused momentarily, casting a contemplative glance at the poached eggs bobbing in the boiling water. The 3 eggs, their whites shimmering with a hint of yellow, floated and sank, mirroring the tumultuous state of his heart at that moment. Alas, he had faltered. Pride had led him astray. Yet, it was too late to dwell on that. He needed to retrieve the eggs swiftly, for they had already been compromised, and he could not allow them to be further marred. With a slotted spoon, he fished out the trio of poached eggs, placing them gently into a bowl, eager to turn the page on this incident. Shall we eat here, or take it to go? He inquired. In moments of awkwardness, individuals often feign busyness, much like Xiao Lan did now. Without waiting for a response, he hastened to pack the food. Even if they chose to dine in, he could simply remove the lid he had just placed. It was of little consequence. Unfortunately, his frenetic activity did not distract anyone from his earlier blunder, and they began to voice their thoughts. Aren't you the chef who retired? Your movements are remarkably smooth. Could you perhaps demonstrate that impressive feat of cracking 3 eggs simultaneously? I want 3 eggs added to my bowl. The 2 young men who made such outrageous requests elicited a twitch from the corners of Xiao Lan's mouth. Seriously, you're not worried about your cholesterol from indulging in 3 eggs at once? And besides, you haven't even bought any noodles. Where would you like the eggs added? Today's youth seem to abandon even the most basic logic for the sake of entertainment. He mused silently, wary of voicing his thoughts aloud, knowing that speaking too much could lead to further misunderstandings. Cough, cough. There's no way to crack 3 at once. I do them one by one, just quickly. Which you might have missed, he explained, simultaneously grasping 3 eggs, cracking them one-handed in front of everyone with a speed that was almost a blur. At first glance, it seemed he was clearing up the misunderstanding about cracking 3 eggs at once, yet the more one looked, the more it appeared he was trying to cover up his earlier slip. His actions spoke more eloquently than his words, and the more they observed, the more it seemed he was holding back his true prowess. Regardless, even cracking the eggs one by one with one hand was a commendable skill. Many could not even master the art of cracking an egg with one hand. It required dexterity and the right finger length. Completing the task with clean hands, without a trace of mess, was a testament to his culinary expertise, creating a visual delight for onlookers. Impressed by Xiao Lan's skill, the young man who had previously expressed a desire to indulge asked for a bowl as well. With that, others began to follow suit, gradually requesting their own servings. The more Xiao Lan attempted to maintain a low profile, the more university students engaged him in conversation. Boss, what did you use to set up your stall? Your movements are so deft. You must have been doing this for years. Cough, cough. I used to have a stall at the night market, he replied. Oh, have you considered live streaming? It might just become a hit. Perhaps run some promotional activities and encourage customers to share it on their social media. Your business could flourish. Xiao Lan's brow twitched, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. It's just a small venture. I'm only looking to earn a little, not seeking fame. Have you thought about selling spicy hot pot? Now that you have all the necessary equipment, preparing spicy skewers is merely a matter of adding a few sticks while offering fewer ingredients to reap greater profits. It is no wonder that these students can gain admission to prestigious universities like 985. They possess such ingenuity. While enjoying a snack, they have devised numerous strategies to expand Xiao Lan's business. However, Xiao Lan sincerely wishes for modest business success, as he has serious matters to attend to. Fortunately, the vigilant cooking ladle remains his radar, ever watchful. After yet another upgrade using his points, the ladle's monitoring radius has expanded to 5 meters, assisting him in detecting any suspicious individuals entering or exiting. Currently, the spoon's handle in his palm emits a steady blue light, signaling that all is well, allowing Xiao Lan to focus on the customers before him. The students may chatter, but ultimately, the decisions regarding the business rest with the owner. The onlookers arrive swiftly but disperse just as quickly. The cold weather discourages lingering outdoors. 3 girls, after retrieving their instant noodles, return to their dormitory, finding that a serving of noodles complemented by vegetables and an egg is sufficient for a proper dinner. Meanwhile, 2 boys, carrying their bowls of noodles, head straight to the cafeteria, planning to enjoy their instant noodles before purchasing something more substantial for their main meal, with the additional 3 eggs being entirely unplanned. Hurry! Let me have a bite of your noodles. One boy exclaimed as soon as he sat down. The other, looking exasperated, replied, Didn't you buy your own? Why must you insist on tasting mine? Hey, mine is pickled cabbage, while yours is spicy beef. The flavors differ. I'll try a bite of yours if you let me share mine with you, alright? As he extended his chopsticks toward the spicy beef, he simultaneously offered his pickled cabbage noodles. This seemed a fair exchange, and the other boy, with no objections, also reached for his chopsticks. They used the disposable bowl lids to catch the broth, one scooping a mouthful of noodles, slurping it into his mouth. Upon tasting, they both sensed a subtle difference. The flavor of the noodles was reminiscent, yet distinct from their memories. The texture was remarkably unique, smooth, and silky, akin to hair washed with premium shampoo and treated with conditioner, gliding effortlessly on the tongue. Each slurp brought pure delight, with the texture being both bouncy and delectable. In contrast, their memories of instant noodles resembled hair that had just emerged from bed during winter, coarse, dull, and unruly, unable to be tamed with a mere comb. They were unaware of how this transformation was achieved, too engrossed in watching the owner showcase his culinary skills to notice the finer details. Although they had observed the entire process, they could not pinpoint when it began to diverge. The bowl of instant noodles before them was a mystery. Even the temperature was perfect, neither too hot nor too cold, ready to be savored upon opening. They remained oblivious to the fact that Xiaolan had cooled the noodles in icy water, which was the reason for their ideal serving temperature. Everything is meticulously designed for the early birds, leaving those who are packaged up to merely hope that their dormitories are not too far away. Otherwise, the delectable flavors would diminish significantly. Remaining in the cafeteria to savor freshly cooked instant noodles proved to be the wisest decision for the two young men that day. With the delightful taste of the noodles leading the charge, even the usual seasoning packets seemed to perform beyond expectations. Perhaps it had been too long since they had indulged in spicy beef noodles. Upon the first bite, the heat unfurled like feathers released from a pillow, dancing freely after a breach in its confinement. It soared into the inner membranes of their ears, gently teasing and tickling, provoking an involuntary tightening of their shoulders as one raised a hand to press firmly against the ear. Oh, what a thrill! Another savored a mouthful of pickled cabbage beef noodles, and the tanginess ignited his appetite. Indeed, it was a flavor that had set the market ablaze upon its debut, propelling a company that had languished in obscurity for a decade into the ranks of leading brands. At its zenith, it even managed to hold its ground against industry giants. Subsequently, it sparked a frenzy of imitation among countless companies. Yet, for over a decade, the original creators remained unrivaled, basking in glory. Regrettably, this flavor stumbled due to the pickled cabbage supplier. Pickled cabbage is notoriously high in nitrites, and though it is widely acknowledged to lack nutritional value, it is cherished for its taste and perceived safety. Alas, the trust built over years has ultimately been misplaced. Years have passed since the supplier's downfall, and one can only hope that improvements have been made. This pickled cabbage noodle dish resembles the illustrious huafei of the imperial harem, radiating beauty above all others. While the other flavors may carry echoes of the pure and virtuous empress, this one stands alone, unreplicated. Even when the 8 banners of the Manchu are gathered together, none can compare to the grandeur of huafei. Although she may have been a bit overbearing, as long as there is a willingness to amend her ways, I remain inclined to forgive her. The two men tasted each other's noodles, feeling a lingering desire for more, but hesitating to ask. Eventually returning their focus to their own bowls. It is often said that the first bite of instant noodles is the most delightful, with the second bite losing 90% of its allure. Yet, upon taking their second bites, their eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Changing flavors proved to be equally satisfying. Not only did it not suffer from the remnants of the previous taste, but it also defied the curse of diminishing returns in flavor. Wait, they seemed to have discovered a delightful loophole. Was it possible that alternating flavors would allow them to forever experience the bliss of the first bite? They exchanged glances. Their camaraderie had not yet blossomed to the point of sharing bites, so they resolved to buy 2 bowls next time to experiment. Thus, they averted their gazes and continued to indulge heartily. As they feasted, they uncovered another delightful aspect of their meal. When sampling each other's noodles, they had hesitated to take too large a bite. However, with their own bowls, it was entirely different. A single chopstick plunge yielded half a bowl of noodles. Devoured in a whirlwind of enthusiasm, stuffed to the brim, they finally felt a genuine sense of hunger vanquished. Eating noodles is meant to be a gratifying experience, indulging in hearty bites while slurping the soup to truly savor the joy of carbohydrates. For young men, the appetite is insatiable, and finishing a bowl of noodles is merely a matter of a few mouthfuls. It is no wonder that many find themselves irresistibly drawn to the broth after finishing instant noodles, as they often remain unsated. Just as they prepare to tilt their heads back to gulp down the soup, they unexpectedly discover 3 forgotten poached eggs nestled within. Without a moment's hesitation, they scoop them up and pop them into their mouths. Tender, smooth, soft. These 3 words immediately come to mind. Poached eggs differ from fried or scrambled eggs. Their surface is not fluffy and does not absorb too much broth, preserving the egg's inherent sweetness. The yolk's tenderness is meticulously timed by Xiaolan, just cooked, with a precise 5-second window distinguishing runny from fully cooked. Each flavor has its admirers, and unless specifically instructed otherwise, Xiaolan prepares them just so, perfectly sized to swallow without risk of choking. Chapter 216. University is freedom, and freedom is relative. Having devoured 3 eggs in one go, a slight fullness begins to settle in the stomach, yet the mouth still feels a void, leaving a lingering desire for more. After a few lip smacks, one cannot help but voice the thought, I want to buy another bowl, are you coming? The other young man, having drained the broth, smacks his lips and retorts, Didn't you say that 2 packets of instant noodles would be too much? Weren't you planning on getting rice? Why the sudden craving for more noodles? The swift rebuttal takes him by surprise, but when it comes to satisfying one's appetite, youth seldom holds back. Let's talk, are we buying or not? Let us buy? Let us buy, let us go? The two return to Xiaolan's noodle stall, having been away for scarcely 5 minutes. Boss, 2 more bowls, different flavors. With extra toppings and eggs, one exclaims. The other, taken aback by the sudden change from 1 bowl to 2, adds, I'll have the same. Xiaolan is not surprised by their return. For a typical young man, 1 packet is hardly sufficient. Yet, ordering 2 outright feels rather audacious. Everyone has their moments of indulgence. In times of hunger, one may believe they can consume 3 packets in one sitting, but often, 2 is the limit before they feel overwhelmed. Young man, can you finish all that? Isn't it too much? Xiaolan kindly warns. However, the 2 boys wave their hands dismissively. It won't be too much, boss. You have no idea how delicious your noodles are. Oh, I must have gone too long without instant noodles. It feels like the first time I ever had them. So fragrant. Me too, me too. Today, no matter what, I will eat until I burst. Boss, just keep cooking. I will definitely finish it. Me too, me too. Xiaolan refrains from further objections. Who among us didn't dream of indulging in instant noodles to our heart's content during childhood and youth? Circumstances may have constrained such desires, perhaps due to lack of funds or parental restrictions. Ultimately, people sometimes seek to remedy the regrets of their youth, and any preachy admonitions at such moments are simply a dampener on the joy. Not long after, the two returned to their original seats in the cafeteria, each cradling 2 bowls of instant noodles. With a sip from the left, they experienced a rich and savory delight. A slurp from the right brought forth a tangy and spicy sensation. Eventually, they leaned back in their chairs, cradling their bellies, their fingers reluctant to move for a spell. What a satisfying burp. I have indeed discovered a secret. By alternating bites, each mouthful feels like the first, and one can never grow weary of it. But did you truly observe how the chef prepared this? Why are these noodles so delightfully chewy? I cannot fathom. It feels no different from my own method of preparing instant noodles. Perhaps the addition of vegetables and eggs alleviates the greasiness. I am so full and so satisfied. Is this the joy of junk food? Hee hee. A blissful smile adorned their faces. This meal, costing less than 10 yuan, brought them genuine happiness. The joy of a billionaire dining on caviar in a Michelin-starred restaurant might not surpass their current delight. In the realm of food, social hierarchies dissolve, for happiness knows no class distinction. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, first-year female students must attend evening study sessions until their 3rd year, during which the student council comes to take attendance. Therefore, their nightlife is not as rich as high schoolers might imagine. University offers freedom, yet this freedom is relative. Claims that entering college brings ease are mere illusions. They too must return to their dorms to eat and bathe after classes, ensuring they arrive at the designated lecture hall before 7 o'clock. The dormitory accommodates 6 students, with bunk beds and desks, and is equipped with 2 bathrooms. Given that a girl's shower typically starts at half an hour, they must allocate their bathing time wisely to ensure everyone enjoys a hot shower. Otherwise, some may end up with a lukewarm wash. When 3 girls returned with their newly purchased instant noodles, 2 of their roommates were already in the shower, the sound of rushing water echoing from the bathroom. Another roommate was seated with headphones on, dining while binge-watching a show, occasionally erupting into laughter. The 3 girls chatted as they settled at their respective desks, lifting the lids from their bowls of noodles, with a series of crisp sounds. It was as if they had unlocked a vault, akin to opening Pandora's box, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. The scent surged forth like a warrior brandishing a mighty axe, overwhelming and chaotic, swiftly conquering the entire dormitory. Wow, it smells incredible, exclaimed the girl engrossed in her show, abruptly removing her headphones as if they were obstructing her from savoring the aroma. She sprang to her feet. What is going on? Why is everyone suddenly eating instant noodles? Wow, who are you trying to tempt? Instant noodles, a food that requires no sight but can be instantly recognized by its scent alone, embody the pinnacle of culinary innovation. After being fried in palm oil, they are infused with various flavorings and substances produced through the Maillard reaction, all with the singular aim of striking at the heart. The fragrance of instant noodles is an unreasonable delight, a concentrated essence that whispers of unhealthiness yet assures one of safety and indulgence. The true allure of instant noodles does not reveal itself upon a pristine and orderly dining table, but rather amidst the thick aromas of smoke, sweat, and foot odor that permeate the green trains and dimly lit internet cafes. Those who have never experienced the indulgence of a smoke-permitting green train or the nocturnal refuge of an all-night internet cafe will never grasp the profound sense of liberation that envelopes one the moment the lid of an instant noodle cup is lifted. For those who have truly savored this experience, the fragrance of instant noodles transcends mere scent. It is a form of enchantment, regardless of the oppressive odors surrounding you. The aroma of instant noodles exerts a powerful counterforce, enveloping you in a fleeting moment of multifaceted pleasure that transcends the senses, from olfactory delight to gustatory ecstasy, culminating in a euphoric embrace of both body and soul. Instant noodles rose to prominence alongside the green trains and flourished amid the migratory waves of workers traveling north and south. Yet, like these very trains now supplanted by high-speed rail, they face the encroachment of the burgeoning delivery service industry. Instant noodles are not merely a concentrated essence of flavor. They encapsulate an entire era. The olfactory experience of an entire train car pales in comparison to that of a single bowl of instant noodles, let alone within the confines of a modest female dormitory. Despite the swirling scents of shower gel, shampoo, and steam wafting from the bathroom, mingling with the lingering aroma of takeout left behind by a roommate, as well as the remnants of skincare products and perfumes. All of this pales in comparison to the formidable presence of 3 bowls of instant noodles. With 2 loud thuds, the bathroom door swung open, revealing 2 crimson faces peering out. They inhaled deeply, eagerly calling into the dormitory. Who has eaten instant noodles? Where did you get them? Is the water in the kitchenette hot enough to prepare noodles? One of them implored. Please, I just want one. I beg you, kind fairy, share a noodle with me, and I will come out immediately. Just one noodle. The request from the latter roommate was one that was difficult to refuse, after all. She merely asked for a single noodle, not even a bite. How could one deny such a modest request? Yet the pressing question remained. Are you certain you can emerge quickly? You still have foam in your hair. Your eyes are barely open. You must be washing your hair, right? Oh, how I wish someone would come and feed me. Any kind soul willing to feed me will receive my calculus notes in return. This plea proved to be a masterstroke, and indeed, she soon found herself besieged by 3 eager hands vying to offer her sustenance. Mastering mathematics and the sciences, one can traverse the world without fear. My teachers have not misled me. Meanwhile, the neglected roommate in the bathroom, mouth agape in anticipation, had waited for what felt like an eternity, convinced that at least one of the 3 bowls would be hers. Little did she realize how starkly real the adult world can be. Who will feed me a bite? I will gladly share my level 2 computer science course materials. Surely that would suffice. The folly of not producing good things sooner. Why not mention it earlier? Once again, 3 bowls were offered up, and what had once been a modest serving of noodles was now even more diminished. Now, they were resolute in their refusal to share, hastily retreating to their seats. It takes at least 10 minutes to walk from the cafeteria to the dormitory, and with the previous exchanges, at least another 5 minutes had elapsed. A bowl of noodles that had soaked for 15 minutes was now undoubtedly soft and mushy, leaving them devoid of any hope. However, when it comes to instant noodles, the essence lies within the seasoning. The presence of vegetables and eggs renders the quality of the noodles somewhat inconsequential. Yet, unexpectedly tasting a strand of noodle, she found it remarkably elastic and smooth, retaining an impressive chewiness, which left them all astounded. How astonishing! How could this noodle remain so resilient after all this time? The texture was akin to that of freshly prepared noodles, each strand distinct and not clumped together or broken into pieces, maintaining its form. Had they not known that over 10 minutes had passed, one might easily mistake it for noodles freshly packed from the cafeteria. After a brief moment of astonishment, the girls quickly rationalized their surprise. There was no need for such amazement. Surely, during the interval when they had not consumed noodles, the manufacturing techniques for instant noodles had undergone a transformation. With technology advancing at an unprecedented pace, new innovations spring forth almost daily, including cutting-edge fighter jets and drones. Thus, it was hardly surprising that instant noodles, a product brimming with technological advancements, had evolved to include noodles that do not dissolve easily. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that in the past, one would have to find a captivating drama to enjoy while eating, but today, none of them even thought about reaching for their phones, too engrossed in the delightful meal. As they savored each bite, they could not help but exclaim in satisfaction, "So delicious! Have I truly not had instant noodles in ages? They are so much better now." The vegetables were tender and sweet. Had they known the quality of the ingredients beforehand, they would have ordered an extra serving. Oh, and this egg. I have found my dream egg. In the dormitory, the only girl without instant noodles or someone to share with was tormented by the enticing aroma. Forced to distract herself with her phone. Yet, as she scrolled, she suddenly erupted in indignation. This is too much. Just eating instant noodles. And you're posting on social media? What is so special about your dream egg that it warrants a 9-grid photo? The roommate being accused sat to her left. Her cheeks flushed. Oh, it's genuinely delicious. You must enlarge the picture. The owner cooked the egg to perfection, with no egg white broken, perfectly round and symmetrical. Most importantly, the yolk is divine. I haven't had a yolk that I can swallow whole, without choking in ages. If only it were runny. I adore that. Only those who relish runny eggs can truly appreciate the value of a perfectly poached egg. Ordinary runny eggs, due to being undercooked, carry a risk of salmonella, making them potentially hazardous. Only those made from certified, pasteurized eggs can be consumed with peace of mind. However, pasteurized eggs are costly, and even restaurants may hesitate to use them, let alone street vendors. Thus, consuming runny eggs outside is often a source of anxiety. Yet, to ask an enthusiast of runny eggs to settle for fully cooked ones would surely lead to disappointment. The egg before them, however, was a perfect balance between runny and fully cooked, seemingly straddling the critical threshold, transcending worry and approaching reassurance. Such an exemplary egg, with 3 parts fate and 7 parts skill, undoubtedly merits a 9-grid post on social media. Chapter 217. A clandestine reminder. Do not expose your abs while street vending. Upon hearing such a description, the girl was driven to madness. She had already satisfied her hunger, merely needing to finish off a few more bites of rice to conclude her meal. However, when her roommates unveiled instant noodles, she immediately felt as though her mouth and stomach were forcibly severed. Her stomach, bloated, signaled that her dinner quota for the evening was full, preparing to close its doors against any further intake. Yet, her mouth resembled a ticket counter, having sold out of seated tickets, but standing tickets were still available for purchase. Unable to bear it any longer, she opened her wardrobe and extracted a box of instant noodles. Originally intended for consumption on her journey home after finals, she now had to indulge in an early culinary escapade. With a cacophony of noise, she shoved her chair aside and dashed to the water room, swiftly filling a thermos with warm water before scampering back to her dormitory. Such a commotion could not escape her roommate's attention. Turning her head, they caught sight of her pouring the hot water from the thermos into the instant noodle container. Hey, Why are you using water from the water room to soak your noodles? Didn't you test it and find it wouldn't soften? They inquired. Indeed. The water in the room felt warm to the touch, yet it was only around 50 degrees Celsius. The noodle block would cool before it had a chance to soften. If I want to eat, the noodle stall at the entrance of the 6th cafeteria should still be open, one roommate suggested. The girl sighed in response, I know, but it takes nearly half an hour for a round trip. In the time it takes to go and come back, I refuse to believe I can't soften the noodles. Back in her high school days, when strict rules governed her life, she had often resorted to soaking noodles in cold water. Given enough time, they would always soften. This sentiment held some truth. In those austere years, not only did she occasionally consume noodles cold, but eating them dry was also a common occurrence. Nonetheless, there was a distinct pleasure in soaking them in hot water. The moment the lid was lifted, releasing the fragrant steam, was exhilarating. The warmth enveloped her face, quickly dissipating into coolness, leaving her nose moist and ready to savor the meal. However, having already used lukewarm water, there seemed little else to do now. The girl was not entirely impulsive. She understood that the water would cool rapidly in this weather. Therefore, after briefly soaking the noodle block, she discarded the lukewarm water and poured in the remaining half cup from her thermos. A simple preheating would expedite the softening process. Eagerly, she awaited the results, pressing the lid of the noodle container down firmly with her textbook. After 2 minutes, she couldn't resist peeking inside to check if the noodles were ready. Meanwhile, the other 3 girls had finished their noodles, slurping up every last drop of broth. Upon closer inspection, one could see the girls still gingerly attempting to bite into the noodle block, testing whether it had softened. Must you bite to know if it's soft? They teased. Even if you stab it with a fork, it remains an intact block. You should already know it hasn't softened at all. At this moment, their affection for her grew. Knowing the futility of her actions, yet persisting nevertheless, was a unique brand of heroism that only a true foodie could embody. 2 individuals emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in a cloud of steam, their bodies seemingly smoking as they walked. They chattered incessantly about the cold. However, upon spotting a fellow dorm mate indulging in instant noodles, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They rushed over, disregarding their damp clothing. How did you manage to get instant noodles? Does our dorm finally have hot water for this? They exclaimed. Let me just have a sip of the broth, please. Faced with the exuberance of her roommates, the girl remained silent, offering a wry smile as she slowly lifted the lid of the noodle container. Go ahead, if you don't mind, she said. Inside, the noodles were shattered into fragments, with rough patches indicating that the inner strands had not fully absorbed the hot water. Most disheartening, however, was the greasy residue clinging to the edges of each noodle piece. It was unclear whether the oil packet had failed to dissolve or had solidified again after melting. But the sight was wholly unappetizing. Well, I finished my shower. I think I'll head to the cafeteria to buy some noodles instead. It's the 6th cafeteria, right? One asked. Yes. Hurry up and dry your hair. Let us go quickly so we can finish eating before evening study time. Without a moment's hesitation, the 2 turned to leave, not uttering a word of disdain, yet their distaste was palpable. Left behind, the girl gazed at the bowl of undercooked noodles, torn between eating and not eating. After tentatively taking a bite, she was struck by a confusing blend of flavors, both salty and bland, watery yet dry. In frustration, she hurled the noodles into the trash and donned her jacket. Aren't you 2 going to buy some? Take me with you. I refuse to believe that I cannot have instant noodles today. As the clock tower chimed, signaling the start of evening study sessions, half of the students had already entered the classrooms, leaving the campus eerily quiet. Xiaolan sat on a small stool, squinting her eyes as she absorbed the atmosphere of the campus. School truly is a peculiar place. When one is a student, there is a constant desire to escape. Yet once freed from academic obligations, one finds themselves nostalgic for those days. With the biting cold wind sweeping through, and seeing that few visitors had arrived, Xiaolan retreated into the cafeteria, settling on a bench near the entrance to observe the scene. The cafeteria staff were busy cleaning tables, while several students occupied the now spotless surfaces, engrossed in their studies. These students were likely in their 3rd or 4th year, preparing for impending final exams. With library seats scarce and classrooms dominated by 1st and 2nd year students, they sought refuge in the cafeteria. The staff surely appreciated their presence, as they willingly assisted in keeping the tables tidy, leaving them sparkling clean. The ambience within the cafeteria was tranquil, save for the sound of pages turning. Bored, Xiaolan pulled out her phone to gather information. She followed the campus forum, trending topics, and the school's confession wall, ultimately discovering a user with high activity. Originally, the confession wall was established to assist hormone-driven college students in finding relationships, but it gradually evolved into a multifaceted platform for news tips, anonymous rants, lost and found notices, inquiries, and secondhand transactions. Upon opening it, she had scarcely scrolled twice before encountering something pertinent to herself. Breaking news. Breaking news. At the entrance of the school cafeteria, yet another vendor has appeared. A rough tally reveals stalls selling roasted sweet potatoes, fruit juices, and instant noodles. It remains uncertain until what hour they will operate, but undoubtedly, the night owls are in for a treat. The campus confession wall has proven to be quite the source of information, within mere hours of setting up. Users have already provided feedback, complete with photographs. Delving into the comments, students have been quite vocal, sharing their evaluations. Beware, steer clear of the sugarcane vendor. The owner is inexperienced. A stalk as thick as my wrist was reduced to the size of my fingers post-peeling. Had I not seen him cut his own hand while attempting to peel, I would have outright refused to pay. Evidence is attached. This illustrates why food sold on and around campus is typically delectable. Anything subpar is swiftly exposed by students and subsequently eliminated. Xiaolan quietly jotted this down, intending to discuss it with a colleague during their review, suggesting he practice his knife skills. Other students chimed in with recommendations. If you're craving sugarcane, head to the third cafeteria, where there's a vendor selling sugarcane juice. If you tell him you prefer to gnaw on the cane directly, he patiently chops it into manageable pieces, peels it, and even provides a bag for the refuse. Truly, it brought me to tears. Xiaolon reflected for a brief moment. Perhaps the misallocation of talent was indeed his oversight. He noted it down for future adjustments during their review. A rather charming comment caught attention. I must confess, the young man selling popcorn is incredibly handsome. He carries a delightful, sweet aroma, and his smile reveals two adorable dimples. Observing him clad so lightly, the wind clinging to his form, I could even discern his well-defined abs. Out of kindness, I offered him 2 heating pads. To my surprise, his face flushed, and he repeatedly declined, saying he couldn't accept gifts from the public. In my haste to attend evening study, I ended up applying them myself. His abs were so pleasant to touch. This particular comment garnered an astonishing 100 replies. Upon inspection, they echoed a collective lament. Recently, my coat was soaked by melting snow, leaving me without proper attire. And I've been freezing, producing copious amounts of mucus. Why hasn't any kind-hearted girl offered me a heating pad? To the previous commenter. With those abs and such a charming demeanor, you seem oblivious to the fact that he has deliberately dressed so lightly. And still attending evening studies? You must be a freshman or sophomore. Let me offer you some advice. Men who flaunt their abs while wearing minimal clothing often possess ulterior motives. You might not be able to handle it. Allow an older sister to guide you. Do tell me which cafeteria he is in. I stand before him now, no exaggeration. He looks decent, youthful, and the aroma of popcorn is undeniably alluring, evoking a sense of romance. However, his physique is genuinely impressive when he stands beneath the streetlight. He has quite a sight. Alas, I searched my entire being for a heating pad and only found an unused cotton sanitary napkin. Would it suffice? What do you think me a creep? Xiaolon dutifully pinned a reminder. Note to self. Vendors must wear thick coats in the future. Dressed as a Michelin tire. No one is permitted to reveal their abdominal muscles. After perusing several comments, I finally stumbled upon reviews related to the instant noodle stall. The noodles are delicious. Everyone must try them. The stall owner appears quite elderly, dressed warmly from head to toe, seemingly fearful of the cold, clearly a seasoned artisan with years of experience. This bowl of noodles embodies at least 50 years of culinary skill. You must all indulge. It undoubtedly offers a sensation unlike anything you've tasted before. Chapter 218. Sell it, and it will become a bestseller. What does 50 years of expertise even mean? It instantly elevated Xiaolon's status. He glanced down at his attire. Clad in a black down jacket, black cotton trousers, a thick cotton hat, earmuffs, a mask, glasses, and gloves. Well, considering he has lived 2 lives, how could he not count that as a century of mastery? Xiaolon took screenshots of the information he had gathered as evidence and subsequently shared it in the plainclothes stall group. He accompanied it with a note. Tonight marks our inaugural stall. The feedback from the crowd is as follows. Feel free to amend where necessary. If not, consider it encouragement. Operating a stall tests one's endurance. Even if you typically withstand the cold, it's wise to dress warmly during this period. When the crowd is sparse, retreat to the cafeteria to avoid the wind. Adaptability is essential. For those injured, do not endure in silence. There is a small shop next to the cafeteria where you can purchase iodine and band-aids. Cold weather prolongs wound healing, so do not allow minor cuts to develop into significant lacerations. Let us endure this challenging period. We must be present during peak meal times, remain highly alert, and adjust our presence according to the number of diners during other times. Soon, a flurry of acknowledgments appeared in the group. Those mentioned on the confession wall felt rather bashful. Indeed, practical experience yields true knowledge. Previously, they had envisioned numerous plans, only to realize now that they were mere theoretical musings, far less effective than first-hand action. For instance, the casual remark about not taking anything from the crowd almost revealed their identities. Fortunately, the university students, with their lively imaginations, assumed it was all in jest and took it lightly. Had they encountered someone more serious, it could have ended poorly. Additionally, they had long debated the timing of the stall, whether to operate all day or focus exclusively on daylight hours. Now, having camped in the cafeteria, they discovered that it served not only as a dining area, but also as a study space. Consequently, numerous students remained in the cafeteria during the evenings for study, making it impossible to leave. Thus, they needed to operate both day and night. However, not all cafeterias remained open at night. Only a few near the student dormitories and those located along the essential routes to the library and classroom buildings would keep their lights on for studying. This arrangement worked well, allowing police officers to rotate shifts. In winter, many people are recognized by their outerwear. Among 10 young officers of similar age, a mask can easily serve to conceal one's identity when necessary. As the clock approached 9, the evening study session concluded, and a throng of students returned from the classrooms. It is uncertain how many new customers the confession wall's recommendations had drawn to Xiaolon, but he suddenly found himself quite busy. Oh, there really is an instant noodle stall. It has been ages since I last enjoyed instant noodles. I must give it a try. My goodness. It's still open at this hour, and so affordable. I absolutely must indulge. Perhaps, even without students promoting it, the anticipated guests would inevitably arrive. After all, the cafeteria where Xiaolon operates is situated along the main thoroughfare of the academic building. At this hour, the ground floor no longer serves meals. Patrons must ascend to the second or third floors for sustenance. The offerings on those upper levels are diverse yet disjointed, featuring an array of barbecued skewers and fried snacks, far from a proper meal. Once one ventures up, it is nearly impossible to descend without having indulged. Thus, most students refrain from going, believing that avoidance of temptation will shield them from its grasp. However, Xiaolan's instant noodle stall is positioned right at the entrance of the cafeteria, making it impossible to overlook, even if one turns away. The aromas wafting through the air and the murmurs of curiosity are inescapable. Willpower is akin to the noodle block, seemingly robust, yet when immersed in hot water, it softens within a minute. Peers are easily swayed. If 2 or 3 individuals rush to the stall, it signals that 20 or 30 more are likely to follow suit. On the first day of her venture, Xiaolan's stock of instant noodles was meager, and by 9:30, it had been entirely sold out. The students, however, were fervent, dashing to the nearby convenience store to procure more noodles for her. Consequently, Xiaolan found herself working until 10 at night before she was finally released. This is precisely why it is said that earning money from students is remarkably easy. They are a collective with a high angle coefficient. Upon returning home, they reviewed their earnings, which turned out to be quite substantial for just one evening. The young police officers had never witnessed such a phenomenon and were nearly overwhelmed by the revelation. Why had no one informed them that running a stall could be so lucrative? While the benefits of being a civil servant are certainly appealing, such as a high housing fund, these funds sit in an account and are not immediately tangible, lacking the same impact. Initially fatigued, they suddenly felt invigorated, ready to continue selling until dawn. At this moment, Xiaolan coolly interjected, reminding them to consider not just the income but the costs as well. The principal was aware of their identities, which is why they were exempt from stall fees. Should charges be imposed, their meager profits would dwindle. Moreover, on the first day of trading, everyone was eager to try something new. The influx of first-time customers mattered less than the retention of repeat patrons. This realization awakened them from their reverie. As civil servants, they were accustomed to guaranteed stability. Engaging in business, however, meant bearing the risk of profit and loss, and suddenly, dreams felt too precarious to entertain. After recalibrating their approach, they set out to sell again. On the following morning, Xiaolan continued to offer her noodles, while others made slight adjustments to their offerings. Those selling fruit began pairing their wares with bottles of yogurt. Despite yogurt being a product high in sugar, and fruits being similarly sweet, for some reason, the girls believed that fruit and yogurt could aid in weight loss and serve as a suitable breakfast or dinner. In any case, where there is demand, there is a market, and thus, sales flourished. As for the juice vendors, they brought bags of yellow beans, green beans, and red beans to sell freshly ground soy milk for breakfast. The equipment remained the same, merely a change in ingredients. The young man selling sugarcane, who had received the most negative reviews, practiced diligently on his pencil sharpening technique during slow periods. Eventually, it became well known that purchasing sugarcane from him would yield a complimentary sharpened 2B pencil. For students preparing for exams, this was akin to finding a pillow to rest their heads upon, and thus, the sugarcane stall on the campus's confession wall experienced a remarkable turnaround in reputation. After a dynamic adjustment over several days, by the 4th day of operation, they had already become adept vendors. Standing there, they no longer required guidance from Xiaolan. They instinctively pulled out their small stools, sat down, and began to shake their legs. At times, even they could not discern whether they were plainclothes officers or vendors who had ventured into commerce alongside Xiaolan. Otherwise, how could their business flourish and profits multiply? Chapter 219. Selling conscience is more profitable than anything else. After several days of setting up their stall without encountering any suspicious characters, they observed numerous students from other schools visiting the cafeteria only to leave in disappointment, unable to pay. It remained a mystery how these outsiders managed to enter. Ideally, access should be restricted to students with identification, preventing outsiders from entering the campus. However, the university was vast, with entrances in every direction, including some obscure ones that remained unknown to most. The implementation of regulations often encountered discrepancies from announcement to execution. Xiaolan continued to watch intently, maintaining high vigilance. And finally, on the 5th day, he captured the moment when the cooking ladle turned red. He instantly felt as if scalded, quickly lifting his head to scan the surroundings, his gaze locking onto a young woman who appeared puzzled after being denied service at the cafeteria. His instinct suggested that she was the cause of the ladle's reddening. Yet uncertainty lingered, compelling him to observe further. The young woman approached several stalls, only to be met with dismissive gestures. Currently, only student meal cards were accepted. Electronic payments were not permitted. I forgot my meal card. I used to be able to pay electronically. Why can't I do so now? The more patient vendors attempted to explain, while the busier ones merely waved her off, refusing service. They had encountered numerous individuals claiming to have forgotten their meal cards in recent days. Such excuses were hardly credible. If one truly forgot, they could borrow from a familiar classmate, return to their dormitory, or, at the very least, order takeout. There would be no reason to negotiate with vendors in the cafeteria. Can I pay in cash? Upon hearing this query, the vendors visibly wavered. Their purpose for opening shop was to earn money, and the school's restrictions on outsiders and the prohibition of posting payment QR codes had already significantly reduced their income. If a loophole for profit presented itself, they were keen to exploit it. Thus, one vendor quietly replied, "Yes, but I have no change." With this, the young woman felt reassured. She could still purchase her meal, albeit with cash. It posed no significant issue. She merely needed to find a place willing to exchange change. Her immediate inclination was to glance toward the small shop within the cafeteria. However, just before she crossed the threshold of the shop, a vendor from a nearby snack stall waved her over. From a distance, she had mistaken the stall for one selling spicy hot pot, but upon closer inspection, she discovered it was merely a mundane instant noodle stand, offering only a few monotonous flavors of instant noodles. However, the stall owner casually remarked, "We accept mobile payments." Upon hearing this, Xiaolan discreetly retrieved her phone and illuminated the payment code. The young woman immediately resolved her indecision and decided to dine here. While the cafeteria offered a plethora of choices, regrettably, only a handful of vendors accepted cash, and it remained uncertain whether the small shop could exchange cash. Thus, this was the most prudent option. She was only eating to satiate her hunger, indifferent to what she consumed, as she had pressing matters to attend to, and time was of the essence. I'll have a serving, please, with extra vegetables and an egg. By the way, can I add meat? I'm sorry, but there are no meat options available. All right then, that totals 5 yuan, correct? As the young woman meticulously studied the menu at the stall, Xiaolan was equally engrossed in the young woman's criminal profile. Egg-selling black intermediary, level C, guilty of illegal medical practice. Accomplice. Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback. Lifting her gaze to scrutinize the girl once more, and then glancing at the words egg-selling black intermediary on the profile, she felt a sense of surrealism wash over her. The girl appeared to be of a typical university age. How could she engage in such illicit activities? Xiaolan's mind raced with confusion. Was this girl merely ignorant, unaware of the perils associated with egg selling, thus becoming a black intermediary, or was she simply malevolent, driven by greed, willing to jeopardize the futures of other girls her age for money? Boss, that's 5 yuan altogether, right? I've already paid. The voice snapped Xiaolan back to reality. She quickly composed herself, nodded, and pointed towards the cafeteria, saying, please take a seat inside. I'll bring it to you shortly. All right. The girl chose a seat near the entrance and then busied herself with her phone. Within her device, there were several new friend requests, indicating that her messages on the restroom bulletin had been seen. Her morning's diligent efforts were not in vain. Heartfelt egg donation. Monthly earnings exceeding 10,000. Paid egg donation, easy and painless. Today's egg retrieval, tomorrow's classes. These were the contents she had inscribed with a black marker, accompanied by her WeChat number. If she successfully facilitated a transaction, she could pocket 1,000 yuan. As for those female university students willing to donate eggs, they could earn upwards of 10,000 in compensation. Given her prestigious education, the eggs from students at Changming University were evidently more coveted, fetching a higher compensation per sale. Consequently, the referral fees for her intermediary services were also elevated. This explained why she, despite being a student from another institution, frequently traveled to Changming University whenever she had the opportunity. She was there to earn money. If one were to ask her why, if donating eggs was so lucrative, she did not simply donate herself but chose to act as an intermediary. Considering the tenfold disparity in profits, she would scoff at the notion. If money were so easily acquired, who wouldn't rush to seize it, without resorting to deceit? Initially, she too was a victim of deception. She had first encountered advertisements for compensated egg donation on the restroom door, and the intermediary who contacted her was a senior from her school, impeccably dressed and fashionable. High-end brands. The senior from the same school chewed gum nonchalantly as she explained, oocytes, you see, are released by women every month. If one does not intend to bear children, the oocyte lives merely a day or two before perishing. What a waste. Since you have no need for them, why not donate them for others to use? To put it nicely, it's a benevolent act, assisting those families grappling with infertility. To put it bluntly, it's a form of resource utilization. Furthermore, donating oocytes can yield compensation that could be spent on clothing, bags, or cosmetics. It's a win-win situation. The girl found the senior's reasoning compelling, yet a flicker of concern crossed her mind. She feared that the senior might harbor ulterior motives, perhaps using the guise of oocyte donation to lure her into compromising her integrity. The senior, upon sensing her hesitation, laughed dismissively and said, selling oneself? The earnings from that are meager. Why would you, a university student, engage in such lowly work? It's far too precious a resource. Any number of individuals could feign being university students without breaking a sweat, and there's no calculus involved on that journey. What you possess is your genetic material. Rest assured, our intentions are pure. We aim to benefit both ourselves and others. To further cement her trust, the senior presented additional arguments. Are you aware of sperm donation? Numerous reputable hospitals actively encourage men to donate sperm, offering compensation ranging from hundreds to thousands for each donation. Oocyte donation operates similarly. It is legitimate and contributes to society. The rarity of our oocytes elevates their value. After a thorough persuasion, the girl was eventually convinced and signed various consent forms. Thus began her descent into a nightmare. It was a grand deception. What was promised as a painless, straightforward, and legitimate process was nothing but a web of lies. Sperm donation, being minimally invasive, is indeed accepted by many legitimate hospitals. However, oocyte donation poses severe health risks, and no institution operates within legality for such practices. They are all illicit. She had envisioned the oocyte donation process to be as simple as a urine test or a cotton swab, merely requiring a trip to the restroom. But reality struck hard as she endured 2 weeks of hormone injections. The unscrupulous organization, indifferent to her well-being, compelled her to produce over 30 oocytes in a fortnight, an extraordinary demand given that a woman produces roughly 400 oocytes throughout her lifetime. 30 was nearly equivalent to her entire 3-year stock. It was akin to depleting a resource without regard for sustainability. During that time, she suffered from relentless vomiting, hair loss, and abdominal pain, feeling as though she endured a protracted illness. After 2 weeks, she was summoned for the retrieval procedure. She sighed with relief, believing her suffering was at an end, unaware that this was merely the beginning. As she lay on the operating table, she beheld the unscrupulous doctor brandishing a hollow, arm-length needle designed for oocyte extraction, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Without any anesthesia, the needle was plunged into her abdomen, relentlessly puncturing her insides in a quest to extract as many oocytes as possible. The process continued until dozens of bloody oocytes were retrieved, marking the conclusion of the so-called painless donation. As she descended from the operating table, She could scarcely discern whether she was human or specter, alive or deceased. Indeed, the procedure was minimally invasive, leaving scarcely a trace of incision. To the untrained eye, no one could fathom the ordeal she had endured. Only she understood that she had genuinely traversed the threshold of the underworld. Previously, she had been too timid to gaze upon the slender needle used for blood tests. Yet this experience shattered her completely. In the aftermath, she received a sum of 10,000 yuan, but her body was plagued with recurrent inflammation, relentless bleeding, and escalating pain, rendering her half alive. It was then that she truly grasped the essence of fear. A quick online search unveiled numerous cases of severe abdominal infections resulting from egg donation, some even leading to the loss of life, which sent her into a state of panic. Money became inconsequential. Her sole desire was to restore her health. However, the 10,000 yuan procured from selling her eggs was woefully inadequate to cover her medical expenses. Unable to confide in her parents and in desperate need of funds for treatment, she sought out a senior for accountability, hoping for an explanation. The senior, however, merely chuckled and pulled her aside, generously handing her 1,000 yuan. "Silly junior," she chided, "don't look at me like that. It's commonly said that money is hard to earn and even harder to swallow. There's no easy path to wealth. Nevertheless, you're not entirely at a loss. You've boarded this ship, and in the future, I shall guide you to profit. You won't need to sell your eggs anymore. All you need to do is make introductions. For every successful referral, you'll earn a commission." Persuaded by the senior's words, she, consumed by her financial desperation and fear of death, capitulated. Having experienced the ordeal firsthand, she adeptly understood the psychology of the deceived girls, which allowed her to thrive in her new role. Before long, after the senior graduated, she emerged as the most prominent black market intermediary at the university. Moreover, she possessed sharper business acumen than her predecessor, recognizing that the market value of eggs from female students at prestigious 985 universities was significantly higher, prompting her to venture to Changming University in search of prospects. As for the fates of those lured into egg donation, it mattered little to her. As long as they survived, it was of no concern. She had endured, and surely those elite students could weather the storm as well. Greed had tainted her soul and distorted her memories. Occasionally, she would reflect on her past and wonder if it had truly been so painful. Perhaps not. Was it not merely a minimally invasive procedure, with the largest needle measuring less than 2 centimeters in diameter? She could return to school the very next day. Since it was not her own pain she was enduring, she felt indifferent. The more she deceived, the greater her earnings. No longer did she sell her own eggs. She sold her conscience instead, for selling one's conscience proved far more lucrative. On her phone, a chat interface with a newly added friend illuminated her screen. The person on the other end inquired, "Hello, is it truly painless? I have an exam coming up soon." A cruel smile crept across the youthful girl's face as she swiftly typed a reassuring response. "Rest assured, dear, it's painless. I've been through it myself, and it had no impact at all." Chapter 220. She is the flower that blooms amidst thorns. With a few succinct words, she deftly handled another inquiry. Lying had become as effortless as drinking water. Having finalized a meeting time with this individual, she promptly moved on to the next conversation. Another person who added her was exceedingly direct, immediately asking, "How much can I earn for selling one egg? How quickly will I receive the payment?" Upon the very first interaction, the inquiry about money aroused a sense of caution in the young woman. Having spent considerable time in this line of work, she had encountered her fair share of reporters seeking to entrap her. Fully aware of the illicit nature of her activities, she distinguished clearly between what should and should not be said. Thus, she replied, "Darling, are you in dire need of funds? We are a legitimate organization, not involved in the sale of eggs, but rather in altruistic egg donation. The compensation provided is merely a stipend, not a transaction." The response came swiftly. "My family has been in an accident, and I urgently need funds for surgery. Whether it is selling or donating eggs, I just want to receive the money as soon as possible." The more eager the other party became, the more vigilant she grew, infusing her words with a sense of probing inquiry. "My dear, I truly sympathize with your family's plight. However, egg donation follows a specific protocol, and a medical examination is indispensable, along with other steps. Completing this process will take at least half a month." After sending that message, she continued to probe, "Sweetheart, as a student from a prestigious university, if you are in need of money, why not consider part-time tutoring? The hourly wage is often several times that of an ordinary student. What made you consider egg donation?" The other party remained silent for an extended period, with the status bar indicating that they were typing, only to repeatedly disappear. It seemed that the individual was struggling to find the right words, typing and deleting them in a cycle of indecision. The young woman smiled, feeling a sense of triumph. How predictable, she thought, with her wealth of experience. She had encountered all sorts of individuals since entering this world, and she was adept at evading their traps. Just as she was about to exit the chat and seek another conversation, a new message unexpectedly appeared. It contained an image of a graduate school acceptance letter. Following this, a flurry of voice messages arrived in quick succession. She refrained from listening to them, opting instead to convert the audio to text. The content revealed, "I am a Master student in medicine, and my studies occupy most of my time, leaving little opportunity for part-time work, especially with exams approaching and numerous texts to memorize. Let me be frank. I am aware of the nature of your organization and the reality behind egg donation. Whether it is a donation or a sale is irrelevant to me. I genuinely need money. It is a matter of life and death. I understand the procedure you mentioned, and I believe the half-month time frame refers to the administration of ovulation induction injections. It need not take that long. I can complete the injections in 7 days as I am well versed in medical procedures. I wish to discuss 3 key points with you. First, what is the maximum price a graduate student can command? This is my first experience with egg donation, and I am in excellent health, which will be evident during the ultrasound. I am currently negotiating with several agencies, and I will choose the one that offers the highest bid. Second, how quickly can the funds be transferred? Is it possible to receive half of the payment up front? I require at least $6,000 to cover my hospital expenses. Third, if I choose to be a regular donor, will your agency allow the medical staff to consider my input during the egg retrieval procedure? I prefer not to use anesthesia in a conscious state. I can provide medical advice to improve outcomes and minimize adverse reactions. I have calculated that if the first egg retrieval occurs in 7 days and the prognosis is favorable, I could potentially donate again shortly after the new year. Gazing at the lengthy string of text, even the coldest heart of a girl felt a sharp pang of pain. In the past, she had deceived only those naive and half-informed girls, many of whom only realized their regret and fear once they lay on the operating table. But by then, it was far too late. This was the first time she encountered a victim so clear-headed and aware of the underlying truth, as if she were merely a piece of meat awaiting a buyer. A sudden chill swept through, sending a shiver down the girl's spine. "Your noodles are here," came a voice from above. It was the owner of the instant noodle stall, lifting the transparent plastic curtain and allowing the biting cold to rush in. "Thank you," the girl said, accepting the bowl of noodles and disposable chopsticks. She noticed the owner's gaze seemed intent on her phone screen and being sensitive to such scrutiny. She quickly turned off the display. The owner, masked and possibly wearing an awkward expression, remarked, "Take your time eating. If you want extra ingredients or an egg, just let me know." With that, he lifted the plastic curtain and left, allowing another gust of cold air to sweep in, dispersing the flicker of doubt that had begun to form in her mind, leaving only the chilling cold in its wake. She hurried to cradle the bowl of noodles, hoping to dispel the chill with its warmth, but her first action was to illuminate her phone screen to check the chat interface. After confirming that the displayed information was insufficient to expose her identity as a black market intermediary, she felt reassured enough to warm her hands with the bowl, which soon became quite hot. Yet, for some reason, the icy sensation did not dissipate. Rather, it seemed to shift. It migrated from her palms to her cheeks, then to her throat, her lungs, and finally to her liver. Vaguely, it felt as if it had settled in her pelvic region, evoking memories of the excruciating pain from that day on the operating table when the cold, long needle pierced her repeatedly. The individual she was conversing with was a medical female graduate student, undoubtedly a talent. Such high-quality eggs could command a high price, allowing her to profit handsomely as an intermediary. She should have eagerly replied, working to secure this valuable client. Yet, in this moment, the one repeatedly typing and deleting was herself. Why did a flicker of compassion arise in her numb heart? A certain distorted belief within her seemed on the verge of collapsing. All along, she had self-hypnotized, convincing herself she had not committed any egregious wrong. She was merely posting a small advertisement. Who among decent people would be deceived by such a nuisance ad? Only those vain and seeking easy gains would fall prey. If she did not ensnare them, others would. And if they did not suffer minor losses at her hands, they would face much greater ones elsewhere in the future. Thus, she felt justified in her deceit, even swell with pride, deriving a sense of accomplishment from weeding out the incompetent fools from society. She fancied herself a champion of justice, and in doing so, felt a sense of superiority. However, upon reading the lengthy message from the graduate student, she felt as if she had been struck awake by a harsh reality, suddenly recognizing the terrifying nature of those nuisance ads. When a person finds themselves in dire straits, such nuisance advertisements become the only lifeline. A drowning person does not ponder whether the straw can truly save them. They instinctively reach for anything that might offer hope. Those deceived by her are not necessarily foolish, nor are they always greedy. Perhaps they are simply at their wits' end. And what has she accomplished? Changing University, the most prestigious institution in the province, admits individuals who can be broadly categorized into 3 types. The first group consists of exceptionally intelligent talents, who, while not quite geniuses, grasp concepts with remarkable ease and excel effortlessly, standing out in the crowd. Their success is akin to sailing with the current. The second group includes those born into families that place a high value on education, possessing the financial means and the patience to cultivate a serene and focused learning environment for their children. These students, free from the burdens of hardship, can dedicate their energies solely to overcoming the challenges of their studies. Their success flows naturally. The third group comprises individuals who are exceptionally resilient. They are born into a hard mode of life, perhaps due to parental ignorance or economic hardship, or a combination of both. The adversities they face come at them like arrows from all directions, leaving them battered and yet compelled to forge ahead. They must first endure the trials of life itself, then swallow the bitterness of learning, and ultimately bear the solitude of their struggles, all before they can stand alongside the first 2 groups. Their success is akin to rowing upstream, persevering against the odds, and carving a path through stone. While the first 2 groups may breathe a sigh of relief, exclaiming that they have navigated through countless mountains, only they understand that for them, each summit conquered reveals another looming peak. After all, they lack familial support and find themselves alone. The young woman is acutely aware that the second group predominates at Changming University, while the first and third groups are exceedingly rare. The female medical graduate, unable to afford her family's hospital bill of 6,000 yuan, resorts to negotiating with unscrupulous intermediaries for an advance on egg donation. Clearly, she belongs to the rare and unfortunate third category. She is a flower blooming amidst thorns, unaware of the multitude of suffering she has endured to blossom so vibrantly and beautifully. The harvest season is upon her, yet she must crush her own petals. As a medical student, She surely understands the grave consequences of egg donation and the potential hazards of repeated donations. The prospect of future fertility has become irrelevant. Preserving her life is her only concern. She is acutely conscious of her descent into despair, willingly leaping into the abyss. Outside, Xiaolon wishes to peek inside, yet fears that his furtive demeanor might alert her. He has concealed a spicy pepper beneath the vegetables, uncertain whether she will even tolerate the heat. If she picks it out, it could spell trouble. The young woman proves to be far more vigilant than he anticipated. Even as he attempts to steal a glance at her phone, she senses his scrutiny before he can decipher anything. Thus, Xiaolon resorts to a more cautious strategy. He first incorporates the spicy pepper into the food, accompanied by his covert filming techniques, leaving a trace. If she consumes the pepper and realizes her error, she may even choose to turn herself in at the police station. Should she decline to do so, at least he will have captured her likeness, enabling his colleagues to conduct further investigations and gather evidence. Although the act of filming may seem somewhat sordid, Xiaolon discreetly extends his phone's camera through the plastic curtain, capturing snapshots of the young woman's profile. The process was fraught with trepidation, a palpable fear of my trembling hands blurring the carefully captured angles I had worked so hard to attain. An even greater dread loomed that a righteous figure might suddenly emerge, swiftly subduing him with a forceful grip. If he were mistaken for a rogue and whisked away to the police station, that would indeed be an amusing turn of events. Just as I was engrossed in my task, a fleeting glimpse of the shadowy intermediary startled me, causing my phone to slip from my grasp. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, catching it midair. Such a conspicuous motion made it impossible to remain undetected. I had braced myself for the storm ahead, yet to my astonishment, the girl seemed utterly oblivious to my presence as she burst through the plastic curtain in a frantic rush. In that moment, one might easily believe she was fleeing for her life. She ran with such speed that she vanished from sight in an instant. Had she been a moment slower, my instincts would have compelled me to pursue her. After all, when the police chase, it is often driven by the question, if you are not guilty, why do you run? Luckily, I refrained from chasing her, or my undercover identity would have been compromised. My phone had already captured a clear profile of her face. In this age of big data, a mere photograph can lead the authorities to anyone. Run, if you must. The monk may flee, but the temple remains. It would be wise for you to surrender voluntarily, lest trouble finds you at your door. I set my phone down and entered the cafeteria, intending to assist with the cleanup, as she was my customer. However, upon reaching for the dishes, I abruptly halted. The instant noodle container remained unopened, and even the packaging of the disposable chopsticks was only half peeled. She had not taken a single bite. After a moment of shock, I could only shake my head in resignation. Dear girl, you squandered your chance. Surrendering could have led to leniency. What a pity. The noodles themselves held little value, but the precious spicy pepper inside, earned through diligent points, stirred my heart with sorrow. Ah well, if you do not partake, I shall. I have no conscience to burden, and I fear not the repercussions of the spicy pepper at midnight. It typically manifests later, and if anything were to transpire, it would occur only after I return home. Lifting the bowl of noodles, I discarded the chopstick wrapper and proudly ventured outside to indulge. In the distance, the shadowy intermediary did not head toward the school gate, but instead dashed madly toward the teaching building, rushing into the women's restroom. She resolved to inspect each stall, determined to erase every trace of the egg donation advertisements, whether pinned by her own hand or that of her peers. Let them think her mad. She was done. She could no longer partake in such a morally bankrupt enterprise. Earning ill-gotten gains is truly a heartless endeavor, devoid of any justifications. Everyone encounters moments of misfortune, and thrusting a dagger disguised as a lifeline into another's hands is akin to murder. She needed to act swiftly, to eradicate these sinful inscriptions before her fervor waned, allowing her selfishness to suffocate her conscience, rendering her numb once more. Yet, when she finally set about the task of scrubbing, she discovered that the marks would not budge. Oil-based markers, water-based markers, gel pens, highlighters, pencils, colors of black, blue, red, and a myriad of hues were everywhere, an omnipresent testament to her struggle. Painless, safe, healthy, legitimate, compassionate, donation. Swift, compensated, generous rewards. The tangled, convoluted words concealed two chilling characters: cannibalism. She repeatedly wiped with her portable disinfectant and makeup-removing wipes, ultimately managing to erase only a fraction of the color, leaving distinct imprints on the door panel. Even more alarming, after tearing off the advertisement-laden sticker, another handwritten ad lay exposed beneath. How could this be? Previously, she had considered spending an entire morning leaving advertisements in the women's restroom of a whole teaching building to be a laborious undertaking. Now she realized that, compared to the cleanup, writing them was astonishingly effortless. Chapter 221. The long and shining road ahead. Uncertain of how long she had been scrubbing, she had only managed to clean 4 stalls, and her makeup wipes were nearly exhausted. By tomorrow, perhaps not even waiting until then, this freshly cleaned spot would once again be defaced by new advertisements. In the past, she had cherished the pristine door panels, for it was on these that advertisements were most conspicuous and effective. A wave of helplessness washed over her. What was she truly doing? This effort was utterly futile. So many were engaged in the dark intermediary trade. She was merely one among them. If blame were to be cast, it could hardly fall on her. As this thought took root, her shoulders suddenly felt heavy, as if burdened by an unseen weight. She shuffled forward to the next stall. The door, though unlocked, resisted her push 3 times before finally yielding, as if it bore an immense weight. Closing the door, she mechanically retrieved a wipe and glanced up at the back of the door. Suddenly, her gaze trembled. Before her was an expanse of red, a luxurious, pearlescent, creamy hue. This color exuded an air of opulence, meant to be delicately applied to the lips, carefully blotted, rather than smeared across a wall as it was now. Who would be so wasteful as to apply such a considerable amount of lipstick on the door? This must have consumed an entire tube. The visual impact was staggering. Reminiscent of a supernatural occurrence or a mischievous prank, the vibrant red strikingly eerie. As she drew closer, a subtle, elegant fragrance wafted toward her, revealing faint red letters beneath the crimson layer, compassionate egg donation. The girl froze momentarily, then comprehension dawned upon her. In the trash bin lay a discarded lipstick tube. The packaging indicated it was from a high-end brand, retailing for $200. She had lured girls into selling their eggs to afford luxury lipsticks. Yet someone had used a designer lipstick to obscure her advertisement, preventing others from falling victim. The duality of human nature, its greatness and baseness, was glaringly apparent. This sudden burst of red transformed from something terrifying to something fervent, ablaze with intensity. In a daze, the red morphed into a sea of flames, searing her eyes, scorching her very soul. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the cafeteria, Xiaolon selected the clearest photograph from the optimal angle and sent it to the police at the university branch. She wrote, "I inadvertently came across this girl as chat page and suspect she is involved in the illegal egg selling industry. To prevent more victims from arising, please investigate her promptly." A response came swiftly, acknowledging receipt. Moments later, the other party suddenly sent a frontal photograph. "Take a look, is this her?" The efficiency of this operation left Xiaolon utterly astonished. Could this truly be the pace of the provincial capital? It was her. Indeed, so swiftly had the data been matched. After a brief silence, the other party sent another photograph, this time a full-body shot against the backdrop of the Public Security Bureau. "No. I haven't even begun my search, and she has already surrendered herself." Xiaolon paused for a moment, casting a glance at the empty instant noodle box in the trash, puzzled. Did she actually eat? No, the box wasn't even opened. How could she have? Even if she had, it wouldn't have manifested so quickly. Truly strange. The young woman explained that her self-surrender was motivated by a desire for the police to assist in locating a female medical graduate. This graduate's family had been involved in a car accident and was in urgent need of funds, claiming to have contacted several unscrupulous intermediaries for egg donation. She feared that the graduate might be persuaded by other dubious agents if they could not reach an agreement, and sought the police's help to find her and dissuade her from selling her eggs. Upon reading her colleague's explanation, Xiaolon was finally convinced that the other party had experienced a moral awakening. This was indeed the first instance he encountered of a perpetrator realizing their mistakes without the aid of any tools. The unscrupulous intermediary had not benefited from the reform of his little hot pepper, thus the entire affair bore no relation to Xiaolon, and the credit for the self-surrender could not be attributed to him, resulting in no system reward. However, Xiaolon found greater joy in the absence of reward than he would have in receiving one. The remorse brought about by tools could not compare to genuine contrition. Once you locate that graduate, you will notify the school for verification, will you not? After verifying the situation, could you please inform me? Xiaolon inquired. The police officer on the other side assumed he was merely concerned about the progress of the case, given that he was the one who had initially discovered it, and promptly replied, "Certainly, we will keep you updated on any developments." Based on the graduate's admission notice and additional corroborative evidence found in the chat records, the police personally contacted the school, which garnered significant attention, making the task of locating a student a matter of mere moments. To their astonishment, the investigation revealed the truth. The medical graduate was an exemplary student, consistently earning scholarships in such a competitive environment. Due to an unexpected family crisis, she had borrowed money from all her relatives and friends in a short span, exhausting all possible sources, and had even attempted crowdfunding on various platforms. However, those platforms had seen too many instances of individuals who were not in need soliciting funds, thereby depleting the trust and compassion of netizens. Consequently, this genuine case of need garnered little attention. Seeking assistance on social media was fraught with peril, as scammers were prevalent, each weaving tales more compelling than her own. Some claimed to be persecuted veterans, while others presented themselves as single mothers with children on rooftops. In comparison, her identity as a medical graduate lacked any sensational appeal. Fortunately, her efforts to borrow and raise funds had managed to rescue her from dire straits, but whether she could truly escape disaster remained uncertain, as she needed to continue her hospitalization, which meant further financial burdens. The young graduate had not considered borrowing from online lenders, knowing well that such loans accumulate interest exponentially, growing ever larger like a snowball. Furthermore, the medical field is notoriously one where age enhances desirability, implying that for the next 5 years, she would be virtually unable to earn any income, leaving her incapable of filling the abyss of online debt. She had no time to seek part-time employment. The examinations for medical students are notoriously arduous, and success cannot be achieved through last-minute cramming. Not a single subject could be neglected, lest she risk losing her scholarship and opportunities for accolades, thus disrupting all her future plans. Should she fail too many courses, graduation itself could become a distant dream, rendering all her past efforts futile. People often assert that life is replete with choices. However, that is not the case. It is the affluent who possess a multitude of options, while the impoverished are left wanting. As a student emerging from the mountains, she had never truly escaped her origins. The weight of those countless peaks and valleys lingered upon her brow and bore down heavily upon her shoulders. She had grown accustomed to maintaining a delicate equilibrium amidst such pressure, merely adopting a heavier gait. As long as she walked longer than others, she managed to keep pace. Yet, in an instant, the ground beneath her crumbled. In the fleeting moment before being entirely buried by the debris, she glimpsed an advertisement for egg donation in the restroom, which felt like a lifeline grasped in desperation. Her knowledge could not swiftly translate into wealth, and her looks were insufficient to barter for substantial monetary gain. What else could she sell? The prestige of her esteemed university, her genetic heritage, her health. A single extraction of 30 to 40 eggs could potentially allow her to sell them approximately 10 times. The medical knowledge she acquired could ensure her survival, and she could even perform the procedure on herself. It was rumored that some unscrupulous institutions employed doctors with backgrounds in cleaning services, who underwent just weeks of training before stepping into the operating room. She reasoned that it would be wiser to wield the scalpel herself. Having studied medicine for over 6 years, having already resigned herself to being a bargaining chip, she was blindsided when the transaction fell through, and the situation was exposed. The school administration summoned her to the office, and before uttering a word, the female administrator displayed a mixture of regret and pity. In that moment, she realized that this woman was already aware of everything. Perhaps even more people knew. Surely, the school authorities were informed. Otherwise, they would not have arranged for a female leader to discuss such a delicate topic. A wave of embarrassment, shame, and utter humiliation engulfed her, accompanied by a surge of self-destructive thoughts. What other options did she have? With a sudden financial void, something had to be done to fill it. The school had already extended its assistance by organizing a fundraising campaign, which was indeed a noble gesture, yet the funds remained insufficient. She could not keep asking for donations, depleting the goodwill of others indefinitely. Prepared for a reprimand from the administrator, she was instead offered a cup of hot tea. And the conversation swiftly turned to the matter at hand. A police officer, during an investigation, had become aware of her family's circumstances and had decided to lend his support. He was willing to cover all medical expenses related to her family's hospitalization and subsequent care, and he would also provide financial assistance for her education until her second year of employment. Henceforth, she need not worry about financial burdens. Egg donation is illegal. But considering she had only entertained the thought without taking action, the authorities would not pursue the matter, and the school would not make it public. They merely wished to ensure that she had relinquished such notions. In the future, all you need to do is dedicate yourself to your studies, so that you may give back to society and use your knowledge to assist others. This is the expectation of the police officers and all of our esteemed teachers. Although the school leaders have expressed so much, the intelligent and quick-witted female master's student found it difficult to digest even the first sentence. Is this truly the case, teacher? She asked, her mind racing with the thought of the substantial hospital expenses, which were indeed a considerable burden. Her initial thought was that being a police officer does not come with a high salary. While she was unaware of the specifics, her family was in the ICU. No one can remain unperturbed in the face of daily expenditures that amount to thousands, can they? She desperately needed assistance, yet she was reluctant to burden others, especially a dedicated police officer, for every penny earned was through hard work. Moreover, her family lacked medical insurance, leaving them unable to claim any reimbursement for medical costs. The police officer might be unaware of the true extent of the expenses, which far exceeded his expectations. Please, do not feel compelled. Kindly relay that any contribution, regardless of its size, is appreciated. The young woman's thoughts were in turmoil, and as she anxiously waved her hands, she quickly restrained herself, clenching her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms. The school leaders shared her concerns. They had not called the student over without understanding the situation. Witnessing the student's maturity, one of them gently patted her head and reassured her, rest assured, I have already spoken with that police officer. He mentioned that while his salary is modest, his family is well off, and covering your medical expenses and supporting you is not an issue. There's no need for you to worry. It's not easy to bear such burdens at your age. Learn to relax occasionally. Just like your peers, there are those who can share the weight with you. He had instructed her not to think about repaying him. Instead, when she is able, she should help others in turn as a form of gratitude. Furthermore, the police were aware of her situation because of her confession to a surrogacy agency that she had approached. The officer was moved by her experience and pleaded with the police to locate her and prevent her from harming herself. Look, others value you so much. You must cherish yourself even more. The young woman wished to articulate her thoughts, to express her gratitude or make a promise, but only sobs escaped her lips, rendering her speechless. When Xiaolon received the bank account number provided by the school and verified the student's information, he swiftly transferred 200,000 yuan, noting, take care of the medical expenses first. If it's insufficient, bring the bill to me for reimbursement. The kind-hearted officer willing to cover the medical costs and support her tuition and living expenses was indeed him. Among the police officers in the city and even the nation, few could match Xiaolon's financial standing without debt. He chose to make his donation anonymously, not only due to his naturally low-key demeanor and lack of desire for recognition, but also to avoid flaunting his wealth and testing the greed of humanity. Xiaolon could only assist the young woman temporarily. He had alleviated her immediate worries, and as for the road ahead, it was long and bright. She must navigate it on her own. Chapter 222. The E-Person in the Stillness of Night. Xiaolon initially believed that his virtuous deeds during the day would grant him a peaceful slumber. However, he was mistaken. The relentless little chili pepper had not spared him. He had vowed to lead a life devoid of wrongdoing. Yet here he was, haunted in the dead of night. Alone, he clung to his pillow beneath the covers, sobbing quietly. How infuriating it was. His mind, unyielding, incessantly replayed the trembling hands of patrons, their pleading eyes, and the figures waiting for him in the biting wind. He thought he had become desensitized, but how could he still feel remorse for them? And then there was Brother Tao, who had invested in several properties just to secure a meal from him. Recently, he had stumbled upon Brother Tao's live stream, where he offered a substantial reward simply to uncover the whereabouts of the handmade bun vendor and the clay pot rice stall owner. Little did Brother Tao know that they were indeed the same person. He suspected that the bun vendor had met with misfortune and was missing, while he believed the clay pot rice seller had been ostracized by his peers and had quietly vanished. Why else would someone disappear without a trace? Xiaolon lamented. I truly deserve this. He yearned to unlock his phone, log into his alternate account, and reveal his true identity and location in the patron's fan group. Fortunately, he had been cautious. Upon sensing something amiss, he swiftly knocked on the door of his neighbor, Lao Deng, and tossed his phone inside. The abruptness of the act startled Lao Deng, who had been half asleep, causing him to think it was a grenade. He instinctively shouted to take cover, only to end up collapsing and hitting his head, resulting in a sizable bump. This only compounded Xiaolan's already fragile conscience. Caught in a turmoil between whether to assist or not, he finally shut his eyes, gritted his teeth, and, with a resolute stomp, spun back to his own room. After all, he had already wronged so many. What did it matter to wrong one more? He dove back into his bed, pulled the covers up with a whoosh, and resumed his quiet sobbing. I truly deserve this. At last, he comprehended the genuine effect of the relentless little chili pepper. It had transformed him into an old workhorse, consuming the thinnest of fodder by day and ruminating it meticulously by night. Matters that once passed through his mind with little thought were now being meticulously recalled. Every detail etched clearly in his memory. It was as if he had sprouted four brains, each functioning like a sieve, filtering his past memories repeatedly, from coarse to fine. Those memories that were pure of heart passed through unscathed, while those that contravened ethical standards and laws were rigorously filtered out. They loomed before him, an inescapable reminder that he could not forget without resolution. Xiaolon had never been a villainous person, yet here he was, consumed by guilt over a mere little chili pepper. It is not difficult to imagine the intense moral interrogation faced by those who have truly committed heinous acts. The sheer force of such an internal struggle, endured without resorting to confession, suggests that this individual is beyond redemption. As night gave way to day, the once diligent Xiaolon had transformed from a tireless workhorse into a languid panda, adorned with dark circles under his eyes, his vitality drained. Yet, he resolutely rose, preparing to set up his stall at school. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by an unexpected sight, a large red envelope, and upon closer inspection, it was Lao Deng standing outside, his forehead swollen like that of a longevity deity. Startled, Xiaolon exclaimed, What are you doing standing there? Lao Deng, with an air of authority, peered into the room. Last night, I kept hearing the sounds of cattle from your room. Surely, you weren't up late slaughtering cows behind my back. As he spoke, Lao Deng rubbed his hands together in excitement. Have you finally come to your senses? Are you going to sell authentic braised beef noodles? Hurry, bring it out. If you do, I shall forgive you for frightening me last night. Embarrassed, Xiaolon pushed him away. Go away. Who stays up all night to butcher cows? Don't delay me. I have to set up my stall. By the way, return my phone. However, Lao Deng deftly evaded Xiaolan's grasp, hiding the phone in his bosom. Not a chance. I didn't he come all this way just to eat instant noodles every day? You must whip up some real braised beef noodles for me. Enough of this. I have no time to prepare braised beef. Others have shifts, but I am alone, working from dawn till dusk. The old man's eyes sparkled as if struck by a brilliant idea. How about this? Since there are fewer customers in the morning, I will help you set up the stall while you catch up on sleep. After you wake, you can prepare the braised beef and deliver it to me by noon. Though absurd, this proposition bore a semblance of practicality. Their accommodation was not a hotel, but rather a homestay apartment with a kitchen, suitable for cooking. It seemed that Lao Deng had intended this all along. Regardless of Xiaolon's feelings, the old man found this suggestion to be exceptional. Look at me, an old man who naturally rises early, and you, a young man, should be seizing the opportunity for rest. Just look at those dark circles. Allow me to cover your morning shift, and you can revel in your slumber. Surprisingly, Xiaolon felt tempted by this arrangement. His only concern was, I've already established a reputation, and many regulars frequent in the morning. Can you handle the cooking? Who do you think you're looking down on? Lao Deng retorted, his eyes widening. You think I can't even boil instant noodles? Do you take me for a senile old man? I've been eating instant noodles for almost a week. Do you think I don't know how to prepare them? Indeed, Lao Deng had learned the art of instant noodle preparation from Xiaolon, and he had become quite proficient. Even if his skills were lacking, he would hardly fail. All right, you may proceed, but remember to wear your glasses and mask and refrain from chatting unnecessarily. Just focus on your tasks. Contact me if anything arises. Very well. With their agreement reached, Xiaolon retrieved his phone, set an alarm beside his pillow, and indulged in a refreshing nap. The efficacy of the little chili pepper's transformation has long since faded, and the tender heart has once again hardened into stone, granting him a peaceful slumber. Thoughts of Brother Tao have vanished without a trace of guilt, leaving only the desire to bid farewell and never to meet again. While Xiaolon drifts into the realm of dreams, old Deng embarks on his journey of setting up a stall. With a hat donned, a mask obscuring his face, and gloves pulled tight, he bears a striking resemblance to Xiaolon, perhaps 6 or 7 parts alike. A flurry of customers arrives, none detecting the change in the stall owner. The early risers, hurrying to their classes, are pressed for time and likely lack the inclination to scrutinize. Those who arrive later, however, are more leisurely, with ample time to engage the stall owner in conversation. Boss, I've heard you possess the remarkable skill of cracking 3 eggs with one hand. Could you demonstrate it? If you can, I'll order 3 eggs. Old Deng, however, is hardly adept at such a feat. Cracking even 1 egg with one hand proves a challenge, so he must feign an excuse. It's too cold, my hands are frozen, I can't do it. Oh, I see. In light of your hard work, I must support your business by ordering 3 eggs anyway. Thus, regardless of whether a performance is forthcoming, the desire for 3 eggs remains. Indeed, at Xiaolon's stall, the prices are modest, Boiled eggs in the cafeteria are sold at 5 yuan each, while tea eggs fetch 2 yuan. Here, it's merely 1 yuan, a fair price. Nowadays, even patrons coming for instant noodles often add an egg or a side dish. Perhaps due to the solid foundation laid by Xiao Lan in previous days, customers flocked to purchase instant noodles, causing old Deng to sweat profusely. Some students, intending to buy after their late classes, are deterred by the long queue and reluctantly abandon their plans. As the crowd swells, a few students begin to sense something amiss. Typically, the stall owner handles the throngs with ease, yet today his speed appears notably sluggish. Even cracking an egg requires both hands. And the poached eggs are not as flawlessly executed as before. However, this is of little consequence, as university students are among the most forgiving groups. Who hasn't experienced an off day? The slower pace draws an even larger crowd, and the bustling atmosphere attracts onlookers, resulting in an exceptionally profitable day for the stall. Yet, old Deng, having cracked too many eggs with his unrefined technique, finds his hands increasingly smeared with egg liquid, necessitating the removal of a disposable kitchen glove to don a fresh pair. This marks the first occasion he has removed his black food gloves in front of an audience, revealing his wrinkled hands, which clearly reflect his advanced years. Now, Xiaolan finds herself inextricably entangled, her reputation cemented by the half-century of experience embodied in the seasoned craftsman. Faced with such aged hands, the students' hearts soften further. Not only do they overlook his slowness, but they also graciously accept even the mishap of poached eggs turning into egg drop soup. Their address shifts from uncle to grandfather. Grandfather, take your time. I'm not in a hurry. Yes, neither am I. I have no classes this morning. Are you managing all right, grandfather? If it's too much, I can prepare it myself and still pay you for the service. This lively scene is observed through envious eyes that burn with jealousy, igniting a bitterness within. In an unnoticed corner, someone has mimicked this success, setting up their own instant noodle stall, which has been in operation for 3 days. Yet each passing day sees its business dwindle further. The location of that instant noodle stall is undoubtedly superior to that of the one in the 6th canteen where Xiaolan resides. It is strategically situated directly opposite the library, to the right side of the 1st canteen, and serves as a crucial passageway to both the teaching and experimental buildings. In addition to being at the entrance of a large supermarket, one could assert that this new noodle stall is located in the campus's central business district. A prime spot indeed, established by the proprietress of the supermarket right at its entrance. In her 40s, the proprietress possesses striking beauty, and with the dual advantages of wealth and aesthetic enhancements, she maintains an appearance reminiscent of someone in their late 20s. Each year, incoming freshmen unknowingly express their admiration for her on campus. Who wouldn't relish such compliments? Thus, she delights in perusing the campus confession wall, eager to see her beauty acknowledged. However, every year, alongside the freshmaness praises, there are always some sophomores and juniors in the comment section disparaging her. They accuse her of greed, claiming that the prices of all items in her supermarket are higher than elsewhere. Others allege that she is unscrupulous, asserting that the discounted items she sells are often expired. Some even insinuate that she has improper connections with the school authorities or is involved in financial dealings, as evidenced by the numerous complaints against her that go unaddressed. It must be those bookish types who only focus on their studies, envious of her allure, spreading malicious rumors. Even if there were some truth to their claims, what of it? Her supermarket is situated in the CBD. Is it not reasonable for prices to be a tad elevated? When they say it's a special offer, one must be prepared for the possibility of purchasing expired goods. Experts have stated that consuming items a day or two past their expiration does not pose a risk to health. As for connections with school officials, who could possibly operate a business on campus without some level of association? It's merely jealousy. On the same confession wall, the proprietress noticed that the instant noodle stall at the 6th canteen was receiving rave reviews, instantly sparking her desire to imitate their success. She was quite taken aback to discover that there was indeed a market demand for pre-cooked noodles. The stall at the 6th canteen had stumbled upon a market gap, but lacked the business acumen to capitalize on it. Selling a bowl of noodles for just 5 yuan, and even providing disposable bowls and utensils at a loss, was utterly foolish. In her opinion, a bowl of instant noodles should be priced at no less than 10 yuan, with an additional 2 yuan for vegetables and 3 yuan for a frozen fried egg. If they offered foreign instant noodles with new flavors, charging 18 to 20 yuan per bowl would be perfectly reasonable. That is the essence of business. Money is never too much. The wealthier individuals are, the more they crave it. This is a universal truth. Once affluent people become accustomed to a high standard of living, they develop an almost insatiable thirst for wealth, just like her own face, which requires upkeep costing hundreds of thousands each year. How could she afford to be short on funds? Yet, her noodle stall, positioned so favorably, had an opening day promotion linked with the supermarket's products, which seemed destined for success. However, the peak of her business was merely on the first day, with only a handful of customers visiting thereafter, leading to a drastic decline in patronage, and today, her stall is nearly deserted. In stark contrast, the noodle stall outside the 6th canteen is surrounded by eager patrons, as if they would perish if they could not indulge, igniting her envy. She must devise a strategy to usurp their clientele. Chapter 223. Old Deng is version T0, and he is no match for her. The proprietress deliberately waited until the customers had mostly dispersed before approaching Old Deng to stir up trouble. As she waited, the animosity and indignation within her intensified. Before the last customer had departed, the proprietress could no longer contain herself and charged forward. Even from 3 meters away, her sharp voice pierced the air. Who permitted you to set up stall here? Old Deng, already troubled by the matter of egg preparation, startled at her sudden outburst, causing the eggs to slip from his grasp. Alas, He sighed, removing his gloves to replace them with a fresh pair. At that moment, the proprietress had reached his stall, menacingly pointing at it. Who allowed you to operate here? Did no one inform you that setting up a stall in front of the cafeteria is prohibited? Her aggressive demeanor nearly intimidated old Deng, who, mistaking her for some authority figure, replied courteously, I am, operating here with the school's consent. Which department are you from? Might I see your credentials? Upon noticing his aged hands and hearing his frail voice, the proprietress realized he was merely an elderly man, making him easier to confront. In disputes, those with louder voices and fiercer attitudes often prevail. She did not expect to rely solely on her pretense of authority to drive him away. Rather, she aimed to establish dominance to facilitate her subsequent onslaught. You inquire about my credentials? Pray tell, who authorized you to occupy public space in front of the cafeteria? Obstructing student access? Who approved your stall? Are all necessary documents in order? In just a few exchanges, the proprietress had cast numerous aspersions upon the noodles stall. Even the nearby customers began to be swayed by her rhetoric, assuming the stall was set up without permission and that the elderly gentleman was unaware of any requisite approvals. Had Xiao Lan been present, he would have known that the principal had given his endorsement, allowing him to respond with confidence. But alas, old Deng was here, uncertain whether Xiao Lan had navigated the bureaucratic intricacies properly. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. Old Deng had lived long enough to handle such sudden confrontations with ease. What business is it of yours? Do you have the authority to question my qualifications? Produce your credentials to prove your identity first. Otherwise, you are obstructing my business, and I could very well call the police. At the mention of the police, the proprietress became flustered. Call the police? For what? I merely wish to ascertain whether you possess the necessary approvals for your stall. Surely, such a minor issue would not warrant police involvement. Oh, and what department do you represent? By what authority do you inquire? Why can't you produce your credentials? Surely, you are not some authority figure, but merely here to stir trouble? At this juncture, a student waiting for noodles finally grasped the situation and interjected. She is not any school leader. I know her. She is the proprietress of the campus supermarket. With this revelation, old Deng's understanding deepened. Troubles seldom arise without cause, often rooted in conflicts of interest. It was clear she was seeking a quarrel. After all, how could my humble noodle stall possibly threaten her supermarket's business? The proprietress cast a furtive glare at the student, realizing too late that she should have waited for him to leave before emerging. However, her identity had already been revealed. So it was time to lay her cards on the table. What business was it anyway? She was merely exercising her civic duty to inquire whether he possessed the necessary permits for his stall. Just look at the wares he offered. So inexpensive. Yet could their hygiene be assured? Surely, the instant noodles weren't expired? What if a student fell ill from consuming them? With such low costs, there must be significant issues at play. At the entrance of my supermarket, I also set up a noodle stall, utilizing the finest equipment and sourcing only the best organic vegetables, ensuring absolute safety and cleanliness. Although my bowl of noodles is slightly pricier than his, it is a responsible investment in the health of the students. I advise you to return and properly adjust your operations, raising your costs instead of poisoning the health of students with cheap, toxic products. Otherwise, I shall report you to the school authorities in an instant, leading to your closure. So the truth is revealed. No wonder he approached with hostility. It was a bid to steal business, attempting to intimidate through bluster. Old Deng was a seasoned veteran in confrontation, unmatched in the art of bluster and deceit. Chapter 224, Such Harsh Words. Did you forget to brush your teeth after your last meal? Old Deng chuckled coldly, his muscles taut beneath his clothing, yet he feigned curiosity and asked, very well. Based on your advice, what do you deem an appropriate cost and selling price for my noodles? The proprietress dismissed the frail old man entirely, interpreting his inquiry as a sign of fear, and replied with smug satisfaction, including the stall rental, sanitizing equipment, organic vegetables, free-range eggs, and disposable utensils. The cost of your instant noodles must be raised to at least 8 yuan, with a selling price of 10 yuan to be considered reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? The old man remained unperturbed, while the students nearby were practically wide-eyed in disbelief. Concerned for their wallets, one student interjected, wait a moment. 10 yuan for instant noodles is excessively expensive. For the same price, I could buy a bowl of noodles with meat in the cafeteria. Is this really instant noodles? The proprietress shot him a sidelong glance, her lips curling in disdain. What do you know, you student? I wager you've never even cooked a meal at home. Yet you presume to advise on business? Is this what your teachers have taught you? Pretending to understand? The student felt intimidated by her fierce demeanor, his naivety and limited social experience rendering him momentarily hesitant, especially since textbooks incessantly preached humility, causing him to concede even when he held the truth. No, I apologize. I truly don't understand, but instant noodles retail for only 5 yuan, and even with added ingredients, it shouldn't reach 10 yuan a bowl. His voice grew increasingly faint, while the proprietress's tone escalated, who claimed that adding ingredients costs 10 yuan a bowl. Adding vegetables and eggs incurs an additional charge. Pure instant noodles are 10 yuan. Don't speak as if I'm deceiving you. Don't water and gas come at a cost? Don't stall fees require payment? The costs are genuinely that high. Selling at 10 yuan leaves me with almost no profit. Meanwhile, this old man sells his noodles for 5 yuan. A blatant act of malicious competition, disrupting the market, delivering inferior products, and driving down prices. You university students ought not to be deceived by him. One day, you'll realize the peril of consuming his instant noodles when it leads to dire consequences. Old Deng could no longer contain his frustration and struck the side of the pot with the frying spatula, exclaiming, you old witch. Why not direct your fury at me instead of scaring the students? How can your words be so venomous, even cursing the students? Is it that you forgot to clean your teeth after a foul meal before stepping out? What are you doing? Are you going to hit me? Swinging that spatula at me? Go on, I dare you. I fear you not. The proprietress, brandishing a large slotted spoon from her stall, appeared ready to confront the old man head-on. In truth, her bluster was merely a facade. She suspected the old man was merely posturing, knowing that he wouldn't dare resort to violence. However, to her surprise, he suddenly lunged forward a few steps, causing her to brandish her spoon in alarm. With a cry, he performed an impressive backflip, spinning 720 degrees mid-air before gently landing on the ground. His hat had fallen off, revealing a prominent, swollen bump on his forehead. Clutching his head, he wailed in a high-pitched, trembling voice, "Murder! Help! Murder!" The proprietress was certain she hadn't even touched him. She had merely swung at the air. How could her actions have sent him flying several meters away? Yet, here she was, holding the purported weapon. And in front of her lay a victim, while to the side stood a witness. Though the university student had not seen the incident unfold clearly, he could certainly see the aftermath. The elderly noodle vendor had been struck down, lying motionless with a swollen forehead, crying for help. Naturally, he rushed to shield the old man, raising his phone high. "Stay back. I'm recording. You can't escape justice. How could you be so cruel as to harm an elderly man? Are you even human?" He then turned to the gathering crowd, shouting, "Call the police. Hurry. Call for an ambulance. A life is at stake." The proprietress, flustered and anxious, waved her hands insistently. "No, no, it's not my fault. He fell on his own. I didn't strike him. Don't try to deny it. I witnessed it all and have already alerted the authorities. Don't you dare flee." Though the student was not adept at defending his own rights, he was skilled in upholding social justice. He was resolute in ensuring that the vulnerable would not be wronged. Chapter 225. Do not appear so famished. Soon, a crowd began to gather, consisting of passing students, the small shop owner, and cafeteria staff. It is an undeniable truth that humanity possesses an innate curiosity for spectacle. Many had already taken out their phones to record, and the university student, as a first-hand observer, took it upon himself to narrate the unfolding drama. It was her. She pushed the noodle vendor. She struck him on the head and threatened to raise prices because she operates a noodle stall too. At this revelation, a wave of disbelief rippled through the surrounding students. The hike in prices was not merely a financial concern, it was an assault on their blood pressure. Were they to be exploited in such a manner? At this point, old Deng needed only to provide background moans of distress, akin to a duet where one sings alongside another. The proprietress, no matter how fierce, could not withstand this duet, especially as more and more righteous onlookers joined in, transforming the duet into a grand chorus. In a one-to-many scenario, the proprietress, having narrowly lost, contemplated an escape only to be encircled by enthusiastic college students. "Enough, enough. I concede. I shall settle this privately. Consider my misfortune. Do not involve the authorities. I will offer you 2,000. You can go to the hospital for a checkup." 2,000. Are you dismissing me as a beggar? A wealthy young gentleman, who had spoken up bravely, interjected. "A mere meal costs me more than 2,000. It should be at least 20,000. If any complications arise requiring hospitalization, the cost will far exceed that amount. How about you prepay 50,000? Any excess can be regarded as compensation for mental distress, and if it's less, you can make up the difference." Even the typically unscrupulous Lao Deng felt this was excessive. Now, it was the proprietress contemplating reporting the incident, feeling she had fallen victim to extortion. When Xiaolon arrived, she was momentarily bewildered as to who the true antagonist was. What is happening? What transpired inside? Clutching a large clay pot, she anxiously circled the crowd, unable to penetrate the throng. Yet, the enticing aroma of braised beef wafted from the pot, skillfully infiltrating the innermost circle to draw attention. Lao Deng's keen senses were immediately piqued. One moment he was lamenting his injuries, the next he was inhaling the delectable scent. Upon realizing it was Xiaolan's culinary creation, he sprang to his feet with renewed vigor. The aches in his back and legs vanished as he casually handed the proprietress 5,000, signaling the end of the matter. "Disperse, disperse. Thank you all for your righteous words. It is the integrity of youth that brings hope to society." He declined the student's offer to escort him to the hospital, asserting he was perfectly fine. The proprietress shot him a glare, prompting him to feign a fainting spell, which sent her fleeing in panic. As the crowd dispersed, Xiaolon rushed forward. "What transpired? Why didn't you notify me on your phone?" She intended to set the pot down first, but Lao Deng snatched it from her hands, eagerly swallowing. "This is a trivial matter. I can manage it without troubling you. We cannot allow such a triviality to hinder our cooking." After taking a deep breath, he savored the aroma wafting through his mask. One student, who had been a silent witness throughout, remained, captivated either by the fragrance or concerned for Lao Deng's well-being. He stared in astonishment as two similarly attired vendors engaged in a mysterious exchange. The most enigmatic element was the pot, exuding a rich aroma. The elderly man, who had moments ago appeared on the verge of collapse, now showed no interest in seeking medical attention, focused solely on retrieving chopsticks. When another attempted to examine the swelling on his forehead, he swatted the hand away, exclaiming, "Do not hinder my meal. I shall eat until my last breath." The student was dumbfounded. Could it be that this pot contained medicinal herbs capable of sustaining life? In the next moment, the lid was lifted, revealing a bowl of vibrant, aromatic, and glossy braised beef. This was the epitome of braised beef, boasting an appearance and luster that surpassed even the most enticing packaging. The beef selected is brisket, a tender muscle located in the abdominal area near the ribs, characterized by a small amount of connective tissue and marbling. Due to its tender nature, it easily absorbs the broth that seeps into the crevices between the meat fibers. The method of braising, involving high heat sautéing followed by gentle simmering, allows it to retain its juiciness and showcase a rich texture. During the stewing process, the fat melds with the lean meat, resulting in a delightful interplay of textures that becomes tender and elastic, providing a multitude of layers that linger on the palate. The elderly man, undeterred by the heat or the potential for discomfort, boldly scoops up a piece and quickly shoves it into his mouth. Before he even begins to chew the first morsel, his chopsticks deliver a second piece to his lips. Just as he finishes the second, the chopsticks reappear in the pot. Xiaolan watches in a mix of alarm and concern, unsure whether to worry about the old man burning himself, choking, or simply overindulging. He hastily covers the pot, attempting to curtail the old man's reckless abandon. Calm down. You look like a starving ghost. No one is competing with you. No sooner had he spoken than a nearby college student, swallowing hard, inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask how much this braised beef costs?" Xiaolan was taken aback by how swiftly he was confronted. Just as he had claimed no one was vying for the food, someone had appeared to undermine him. "Apologies. But this beef is for our own consumption and is not for sale," he replied. The college student's expression instantly dulled, as if his spark had dimmed. In an unexpected turn, the usually indifferent old man spoke up. This young fellow was just defending me earlier. Although it's not for sale, we can offer him a taste." He continued, "Oh, I remember now. You came here to buy instant noodles. It's all that woman's fault for distracting me and making me forget. How about I treat you to a bowl of authentic braised beef noodles, with real beef?" Xiaolan had no objections. After all, the purpose of cooking was to enjoy the meal, and having another person partake would allow the old man to consume less, thus reducing the risk of overindulgence. The college student was overjoyed yet somewhat embarrassed, his hands flailing as if performing a fan dance. No. I can pay for it," he insisted. "It smells absolutely divine. If it were for sale, it would surely be a hot seller. No need for you to buy. I'll treat you. I have my pension," the old man declared, attempting to rise to prepare the noodles, but Xiaolan firmly pressed him back down. With him present, there was no room for others to show off their culinary skills. "Stay seated. I'll make the noodles," Xiaolan asserted, donning a pair of disposable gloves. "In the meantime, you can fill me in on what just happened, particularly regarding that woman." Before the old man could respond, Xiaolan abruptly changed his mind. "Never mind. Let the student explain. I'd rather not hear him ramble on." The college student demonstrated impressive summarizing skills, quickly recounting the events and emphasizing that the proprietress was also selling instant noodles. Just as Xiaolan finished cooking the noodles, having prepared 2 bowls in just 2 to 3 minutes, the student completed his account. Had the old man been the one to narrate, he would have undoubtedly embellished the tale with exaggerated flourishes. It is understood that our stall complies with the school's requirements and ensures the well-being of the students. I appreciate your support in speaking up for us. As Xiaolan spoke, she scooped a generous ladle of beef from the clay pot and placed it atop the instant noodles. The succulent chunks of beef formed a small mountain, nearly overflowing. The student gazed in astonishment, his mouth agape, stammering, "No need to thank me. This is what I ought to consume." Indeed, his mind seemed entirely consumed by the allure of the beef, rendering him unable to articulate his thoughts. "Go ahead, indulge." Xiaolan gestured for Lao Deng and the student to take the noodles inside the cafeteria while she remained outside to tend to the stall. Before long, a sound reminiscent of a fierce windstorm echoed from behind. Fortunately, she had the foresight to adjust the temperature earlier, otherwise, it could have resulted in a scalding disaster. Through a plastic curtain, Xiaolan remained composed in front of a pot of braised beef, her mind clear and unperturbed, while the elder and the youth behind her were flushed with excitement, eager to consume the entire bowl of noodles, chopsticks and all. The thick, rich sauce enveloped the noodles, not immediately blending with the seasoning broth beneath. This was a clash of culinary science versus genuine ingredients. Would the industrial flavorings overshadow the brilliance of the braised beef, infusing it with their essence, or would the beef, supported by a myriad of natural spices, deliver a resounding lesson to the seasoning packet? A battleground was set directly on the palate, with taste buds serving as judges and the nose as an esteemed guest, engaging in a head-on confrontation. Chapter 227. I am the culinary god. I reveal my hand. It is likely that many would predict the outcome of this competition without any doubt. For the very first bite tasted by the tongue was that of the beef, and as a judge, it was immediately swayed. As for the nose, it was naturally aligned with the beef, drawn to its aroma, which was the very reason for purchasing this bowl of noodles. Let the mouth speak a fair word. For the contest was being held within its domain, and both the guest and the judge had been swayed, leaning ever so heavily towards one side. The mouth shrugged, hands open, expressing indifference to the positions of both parties. It simply desired abundance. Whether genuine ingredients or scientific flavorings, the ultimate goal was to create something delicious. All culinary philosophies, be it Chinese, Western, Japanese, or Indian, pale in comparison. In the realm of gastronomy, tastelessness is the original sin. With this insight, the truth is laid bare. In the world of cuisine, tastelessness is indeed the original sin. When a bowl of authentic braised beef noodles is thoroughly consumed, leaving not a drop of broth behind, the beef and noodles finally reach a harmonious reconciliation within the stomach, each existing within the other. The beef's sauce compensates for the noodle's superficiality, while the noodle's flavorings break through the richness of the braise. Sated diners recline contentedly in their chairs. In those fleeting seconds of blissful reverie, thoughts arise. Should one resolve the regrets of life, or take a moment to embrace this wretched world? After all these years of consuming instant noodles, it becomes clear that the true essence of instant noodles had been misapprehended. Yet, joy is but a fleeting moment, soon overshadowed by an overwhelming wave of sorrow. Why? Why must you tempt me with such delectable instant noodles? The standards for instant noodles have suddenly been elevated. leaving me to ponder how I might ever settle for the ordinary ones again. The thought of the vendor claiming this was a non-sale item brings a tear to my cheek, trickling down to my temple. Is it truly not for sale? If only the owner would consent to sell it, I would tirelessly promote your establishment, even if it meant kneeling at the dormitories of others to draw in customers. Faced with the earnest pleas of the college students, Xiaolon could only respond with a few dry chuckles. Could he voice his concerns? He feared that an influx of enthusiastic patrons might inadvertently thrust him into the limelight. Just as Xiaolon was about to wave his hand in refusal, who could have anticipated that the previous owner, who had walked away in defeat, would make a sudden reappearance? This time, she was not alone. A middle-aged man exuding authority accompanied her. As he approached, hands clasped behind his back, one could almost see the word leader emblazoned across his face. Merely observing the owner's eager demeanor and guiding him revealed that his status was undoubtedly significant. Upon arrival, the man promptly produced his credentials, confirming his position as a leader in the logistics department. Indeed, those with something to flaunt are seldom discreet. They need not be prompted to showcase their significance. It was they who sold inferior products, deliberately undercutting prices and engaging in malicious competition. The owner, with her sharp nails, pointed accusingly at Xiaolon and Lao Deng. I am here to remind them of their responsibility for the students' health. Yet they cling to their seniority and have deceitfully extorted 5,000 yuan from me. Xiaolon found her reversal of blame absurd. But he was curious to hear the logistics leader's perspective, uncertain of where his allegiance lay. If the leader was unaware of their undercover status, he should naturally side with them. But if he was informed, had the principal not briefed him? Clearing his throat, the leader adopted an authoritative tone. I have already reviewed your documentation. You are merely missing one stamp, which means your approval is not yet finalized. Technically, the school has the right to expel you for setting up shop prematurely. Do you understand? Xiaolon raised an eyebrow, realizing that the man was entirely oblivious to their identities. They had coordinated the stall setup directly with the principal, who had instructed his secretary to guide them through the expedited process, allowing them to board first and settle payment later. How could this logistics leader be so uninformed? Could it be that he typically neglects his responsibilities, only to act when the woman lodged her complaint, seizing upon the incomplete documentation as leverage? Seeing Xiaolon lost in thought and silent, the logistics leader assumed he had intimidated him. The carrot and stick approach was his usual strategy. Having wielded the stick, it was time to offer a carrot of encouragement. I understand that the rent here is not inexpensive, and your early setup is an effort to recoup your investment, which is understandable. The school practices humane management. Setting up early is permissible, but your immediate price slashing disrupts market order, harms other vendors' interests, and challenges food safety standards. Therefore, you have erred. Here's what we'll do. You have 3 days to rectify the situation, optimize your supply channels, and enhance product quality. Do not pursue cost reduction blindly. Ensure the hygiene and health of your food. The pricing of the products aligns with that of established merchants. Changming Supermarket has been operating near the school for 5 or 6 years, and no one understands costs and pricing better than her. Adjusting in accordance with her strategies is undoubtedly wise. The well-fed university student, initially eager to assist, found himself taken aback by the formal rhetoric, left speechless. With the support of school authorities, the proprietress raised her chin defiantly, fully aware of her leverage. The annual rent for her large supermarket is 8 million, which, excluding the winter and summer breaks, equates to a monthly rental fee of 1 million to the school. One can only speculate how much of that profit finds its way into the pockets of the authorities. If they do not support her, will they extend their aid to these small vendors, who struggle to break even? It would be wise to comply with the price increases. Yet they insist on provoking her until she reveals her powerful connections. If they continue to annoy her, she could simply drive them away, leaving them without any business at all. Old Deng, being somewhat experienced, immediately grasped the underlying implications of the official's tone and couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. With their absurd rhetoric, they seem to forget that no one understands costs and pricing better than her. If she is so knowledgeable, why has she not been selling instant noodles at her stall for the past 5 or 6 years? Why wait until we began selling for a week before she joined in? While his words may be blunt, they certainly resonate. The official's face turned pale, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You possess no semblance of decorum. Before he could finish, old Deng clutched his head, exclaiming in mock distress, startling both the official and the proprietress, who stepped back in unison. The official pointed towards the surveillance cameras. Do not feign ignorance. The cameras are recording. We will review the footage, and you will not deceive us. Old Deng quickly lowered his hand to clutch his heart. You are giving me palpitations. Oh dear, my heart condition is acting up. As he appeared ready to collapse dramatically, Xiaolon swiftly intervened, lifting him up and interjecting. The official was correct. The previous pricing was indeed too low, and we shall rectify it immediately. Surprisingly, Xiaolon yielded gracefully, and the official, satisfied with the outcome, hastily departed. Very well. Make the changes promptly. We will conduct inspections in the coming days, so be quick about it. Xiaolon nodded, his gaze drifting towards his phone. Just moments ago, he had received messages from several fellow vendors, all of whom were instructed by the authorities to raise their prices to match those of the supermarket. It seems the proprietress had already taken the authorities on a tour of all the school cafeterias before approaching him. Her appetite for profit is insatiable. She observes those who thrive and seeks to replicate their success, compelling others to raise their prices in tandem. Unquestionably, the logistics official serves as a support for the proprietress. Xiaolon found it tedious to argue with the official. His solitary resistance would yield little success, only more troubles. Instead, why not report to the principal with a simple phone call? It would save a great deal of hassle. However, when he called, the principal, upon hearing the name Changming Supermarket, began to dodge the issue. As the winter break approaches, it is perhaps unwise to create too much disturbance at this juncture. Allow me to gently remind the logistics department to refrain from bothering you during this period. Upon hearing this, Xiaolon understood the principal's ambiguous stance. It was an attempt to downplay the situation. After all, it pertained to the interests of the school. For the institution, a profitable merchant is a welcome entity. There is no scenario in which unscrupulous individuals operate beneath the radar while the higher-ups remain oblivious. More often than not, it is a matter of feigned ignorance. Very well. I comprehend the situation now. It appears that the avaricious proprietress and the bullying school officials will face no repercussions. Fine, very well. Since they resent Xiaolon for encroaching upon their business, she shall embrace this accusation. Initially, she wished to coexist with them as an ordinary individual. Yet what she received in return was exclusion and alienation. No longer will she feign humility. She is a culinary maestro, and the truth shall be revealed. Chapter 228. Chives grow in succession. The proprietress could scarcely fathom the formidable adversary she had unwittingly attracted. Xiaolan's ambitions extend beyond merely capturing the instant noodle market. She also seeks to encroach upon the supermarket's domain. Admittedly, the supermarket offers essential commodities that Xiaolan's establishment cannot provide. However, let us not forget that every cafeteria is equipped with a small convenience store, and online shopping has firmly taken root among the student populace. Urgent items can be procured from the convenience store, while non-urgent necessities can await delivery. Thus, the expansive Longming supermarket is not irreplaceable. Despite the absence of a genuine monopoly, why does the proprietress continue to exhibit such audacity? Does she not fear incurring the wrath of the student body? The school administration may coerce other merchants to yield to the supermarket, but they cannot compel students to patronize it. It has been said that the products in her supermarket are consistently priced significantly higher than those outside. Yet when the convenience store sells at standard prices, she still rushes over in a fit of rage, demanding they raise their prices as well. Xiaolon perused the confession wall and discovered numerous students had exposed this issue, rallying others to partake in a boycott. Yet, the Longming supermarket remains operational, untouched by the protests. Students have even taken to campus forums in frustration, questioning how the Longming supermarket continues to thrive and who the unwitting victims of this situation are. Why has the boycott proven ineffective over the years? An alumnus, long since graduated, responded with a succinct revelation. It is likely due to the cyclical nature of university life, where students graduate in waves and fresh cohorts enroll each year. Freshmen are oblivious, juniors are preoccupied with internships, and seniors are engrossed in their projects, leaving only the sophomores to raise the banner of resistance. There exists no unbreakable alliance among the student body, resulting in the boycott against the Longming supermarket always fizzling out, beginning with promise, yet lacking in resolution. If the essence of the answer lies in the students' lack of unity, then Xiaolon must inspire them to come together. The directive from above emphasizes the paramount importance of safeguarding the safety and property of the populace, which signifies that both life and assets hold great value. To apprehend the bombers and to expel unscrupulous merchants is to protect the nation's blossoming youth. However, individuals are inherently self-serving. Why should the students heed Xiaolan's call to unite against the supermarket? The supermarket offers a wider array of choices than the convenience store. Let us observe how Xiaolon exudes her charm and captivates their hearts. Culinary master, activate. Upon returning home, Xiaolon commenced her preparations for braised meat. The quantity of meat procured from the market rivaled that of half a cow, piled high and transported in an insulated container. The vibrant red meat even causing the lid to bulge. Xiaolon pushed the container with a small cart, while Lao Deng followed behind, mopping up the blood that dripped along the way. The proprietor of the inn, upon reviewing the corridor's surveillance footage, nearly experienced a panic-induced fracture. He immediately summoned several burly men, trembling as he inquired about the nature of the meat. It was only after lifting the lid and confirming it was indeed beef that he wiped the sweat from his brow and departed, not daring to remind them of fire safety. Once the men had left, Xiaolon, citing the cramped quarters as a reason, shooed Lao Deng out as well. With the door securely closed, she was at last able to retrieve her Born gas stove and everlasting gas canister. This was a new feature following the system upgrade, allowing for item transportation. Large items previously purchased could now be summoned at will, albeit at the cost of points each time. The larger the item, the more points consumed. Yet this was far preferable to repurchasing through the system. With everything in place, it was time to begin. The method for preparing braised beef is not dissimilar to that of braised pork, involving high heat searing followed by a simmer. However, due to the differing characteristics of beef and pork, there are some subtle distinctions. For instance, beef does not possess the same gamey flavor as pork, allowing for a more lenient blanching process. Merely removing the blood is sufficient. The meat is placed in cold water, where it transforms from red to white, reaching approximately 70 to 80% doneness. It is crucial not to treat beef as one would pork. It must not be plunged into cold water immediately after blanching. Nor should cold water be added during the stewing process, as beef is inherently tough. Subjecting it to further temperature fluctuations could render it a lethal weapon. The meat may be pre-cut or sliced after blanching. Once the pot is heated and oil is added, shallots, ginger, garlic, and star anise are thrown in masse. After releasing their fragrant aroma, the beef is added and seared over high heat. Once sufficiently sautéed, the secret braising sauce is introduced. This is the crux of the matter. Echoing previous instructions, the sauce must be added with warm or hot water, never cold. Following this, the lengthy stewing period ensues. Beef is tougher than pork, necessitating an extended cooking time, even for tender cuts like beef brisket. Thereafter, one must entrust the process to time, maintaining a gentle simmer. allowing the heat to coax the beef into submission, inviting the broth to permeate every cell of the meat. This process cannot be rushed. Beef must be tender, not tough. Otherwise, it is aptly named bullheaded. If the heat is applied too hastily, it will seal itself off, refusing entry to even the most persuasive of guests. Chapter 229. The storm draws in the exhaust fan. A pot of meat simmered from dusk until dawn, during which the door was knocked upon 30 times, and 66 missed calls adorned her phone. Upon checking, it was no surprise that half were from the ever-curious Lao Deng, while the other half belonged to the innkeeper. The messages revealed the innkeeper's profound helplessness, as he sent Xiaolan numerous screenshots of complaints from the guests, lamenting their inability to sleep due to the enticing aroma wafting through the air. It soon became clear that the exhaust fan in the NS kitchen was installed rather poorly. Unbeknownst to many, whenever a kitchen exhaust fan is activated in a certain room, the aromas inexplicably waft through the ventilation ducts, permeating the various rooms across several floors. Previously, this issue had gone unnoticed, as the homestay, despite offering kitchen facilities, rarely saw guests cooking. Even when someone did take to the stove, it was often for a fleeting moment, the scent escaping before other occupants could identify the source of the problem, which would then dissipate. However, Xiaolan's overnight culinary endeavor unearthed this concealed flaw, providing ample time for guests in other rooms to discern the origin of the issue. Consequently, numerous tenants lodged complaints with the owner, highlighting the potential fire hazards posed by the smoke and the detrimental effects of oil fumes on human health. Yet, the safety hazard was merely a concern. The most palpable danger had already manifested. The tantalizing aroma was keeping them awake. Some young couples, seeking to indulge in a romantic weekend getaway, had their daytime rendezvous set to perfection, and as the evening deepened, they were poised to take their intimacy further, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier that suddenly emerged between them. This barrier, though unseen and intangible, was unmistakably present. It pervaded every corner, ensnaring their senses and captivating their minds. Even a kiss seemed tainted, as if they were tasting the essence of beef. In that moment, their appetites eclipsed all else. Indeed, the primal instinct for sustenance often supersedes that of desire, a notion long established by the sages of yore. As midnight approached, the prime hour for culinary indulgence, the couples fell silent, save for one whose stomach growled incessantly. After a prolonged pause, they reluctantly donned their clothes. I think I spotted a barbecue stall on our way here. Shall we procure some beef skewers? The influx of complaints at such a late hour left the owner feeling as though the sky was caving in. The exhaust issue affected the entire building and would require thorough investigation, a resolution not easily attained in haste. The most expedient solution would be to request Xiaolan to cease his beef stew preparation for the time being. Yet, aware of the allure of the beef, and fearing it might disturb his slumber, Xiaolan had preemptively stuffed his nose. A curious fact, a blocked nose can impair one's hearing, as the nasal passages and ear canals are interconnected. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into a deep sleep, enveloped in a sweet aroma, indifferent to the chaos outside. Upon awakening and realizing his culinary creation had caused such a stir, Xiaolan felt quite embarrassed. The owner assured him a new room, well ventilated and free from exhaust issues, would be arranged, to which he readily agreed. However, internally, Xiaolan mused that even if the exhaust fan functioned flawlessly, the resultant impact would likely remain unchanged. He certainly did not wish to cause such a ruckus each time he cooked. After all, the late hours are when human willpower wanes the most. And yet he found himself compelled to ignite the stove. Perhaps he should explore the system for any methods of refusal. As Xiaolan brushed his teeth and washed his face, he mentally perused the system's points marketplace. As he scrolled through, he finally stumbled upon a remarkable item: tempestuous inhalation exhaust fan. Clicking on the product details, he found the description read: intermittent extraction, scheduled release, fierce inhalation during extraction, and a torrent during release. Declaration: I seem to be akin to a cow, consuming grass and yielding milk. This introduction and declaration left Xiaolan somewhat perplexed. He understood the concept of ofeng, chofeng, which means to vent, but what exactly was fangfeng, fangfeng? Was this relentless outpouring sanitary? And what kind of milk was being referenced? Regrettably, time was of the essence. Xiaolan could not afford to ponder these questions further and decided to make a purchase. Heading out the door. Upon opening the door, Lao Deng, aware of Xiaolan's stall opening hours, had set an alarm to wait for him. As soon as he saw Xiaolan, he anxiously seized his hand. At last, you've opened the door. I called you numerous times, yet you did not answer. We must hurry. There were crowds gathered at your entrance last night. Let us swiftly transport the meat. Trusting his companion, Xiaolan promptly complied. The two individuals, stealthily maneuvering a massive thermal container, descended the stairs with great effort, resembling a scene of concealment. Once in the car, it was unclear whether it was psychological. But despite the thermal container residing in the trunk, Lao Deng incessantly remarked on the delightful aroma of beef. Although Lao Deng himself remained relatively calm, aware that they could only indulge once they arrived at the school, his stomach was less accommodating, audibly protesting with incessant growls. Coincidentally, Xiaolan wished to test the efficacy of the venting device, uncertain of its deodorizing capabilities. Seizing the moment while waiting at a red light, he retrieved it. The venting device resembled a palm-sized fan, featuring a small button and a larger dial. The button bore the character for cho, to draw, while the dial was inscribed with fong, to release, accompanied by a series of numbers that appeared to indicate a timer. The functionality was straightforward. Xiaolan pressed the venting button, and instantly, the fan whirred to life. In an instant, all scents vanished from the car, the lingering aroma of braised beef, the scent of leather seats, and the fragrance of the car's air freshener dissipated completely. It felt as if they had entered a world devoid of olfactory sensations. With the ambient sounds around them seemingly muted. Why does it feel like I can't smell anything? Lao Deng, seated in the back, appeared bewildered. The fan blades whirred so quietly that he failed to notice Xiaolon had placed a small device at the front. Xiaolon remained silent, secretly delighted. Truly, this gadget from the system was remarkable. No longer would they disturb the peace with the enticing aroma of their cooking. Upon entering the campus, the two men leisurely pushed their cart, and the air within a meter of them seemed noticeably lighter in color, as if they were accompanied by a portable air purifier. Mornings and evenings are the most polluted times due to factors such as plant respiration and temperature inversions. Thus, the morning air is not as pristine as commonly believed. Xiaolon recalled a news story about an individual who, in pursuit of fitness, had jogged in the park every morning without fail for a year, only to later develop lung cancer. Previously, he had not been particularly sensitive to such claims, but after acquiring the Baofeng Chifengji storm inhalation venting machine, the contrast between its operation and cessation was strikingly evident. Perhaps due to the venting device's efficacy in containing odors, Lao Deng did not pester him to eat immediately. When they officially set up their stall, dawn had yet to break, and the surroundings were tranquil, with only the sounds of cafeteria staff bustling about. With time to spare, Xiaolon was eager to experiment with the venting device's releasing function. Turn the knob to the indicator marked with the number 5, presumably signifying a ventilation period of 5 minutes. As I released my grip, the previously whirring exhaust fan suddenly halted, before the blades abruptly reversed their direction at double speed. Xiaolon, closest to the fan, felt as if he had been struck by a powerful gust of succulent fragrance, leaving his head buzzing for an entire minute. He envisioned himself amidst the savannas south of the Sahara, witnessing a stampede of wild buffalo, a torrent of hooves thundering across the landscape. Chapter 230. I seek steady happiness amidst the swirling yellow sands and rolling yellow smoke. The buffalo charged with an overwhelming force, splattering mud and pulverizing the yellow grass beneath their pounding feet, caught directly in the onslaught and subjected to countless iron hooves. Xiaolon collapsed to the ground like a ragged doll, his entire being feeling as though it had been disassembled. What does it mean to experience a fragrance of lethal potency? It refers to the exhaust mode of the storm inhalation exhaust fan. This mode filters, concentrates, and purifies the aromas inhaled during operation, extracting the essence and delivering a most potent and deadly blow upon release. Xiaolon was too close, experiencing a surreal sensation as if a sword had pierced his nostrils, yet when he reached to touch his nose, he found no harm. His head remained intact. It turned out that the fragrance was merely a deceptive ploy, its true intent not to attack Xiaolon alone, but to unleash an indiscriminate assault on all present. The aroma surged forth, splitting into 6 paths, shooting in all directions. The fan blade spun rapidly, akin to war drums, launching a full-scale attack. Even a chef of high offensive and defensive prowess like Xiaolon succumbed to the overwhelming scent, leaving those unarmed and unsuspecting in dire straits. In the cafeteria, staff members engaged in cooking and cleaning froze, dropping their spatulas and cloths in unison, their expressions vacant. In the dormitory, those still wrapped in slumber sprang from their beds. Those at the sink widened their eyes in shock, inadvertently jabbing their toothbrushes into their nostrils. On the path outside, morning joggers stumbled, falling to their knees. Conversing pairs felt a sharp pain on their tongues, nearly biting them. All who caught a whiff of the fragrance momentarily blacked out, their minds blank. They resembled computers that had been abruptly unplugged, taking a while to reboot, their screens gradually illuminating. After a significant delay, their first utterance was, "What is that smell? It's divine. My goodness, did I just wake up and time travel to a New Year's feast? Let me sniff the beef. It must be beef." The aroma of braised beef. Many, having just emerged from their blankets, dashed into the corridor, craning their necks to locate the source of the alluring scent. However, this aroma had been carried by the cold wind, diluted countless times before reaching them. The fragrance enveloped everything like a thick fog, omnipresent and elusive, making it impossible for them to pinpoint its origin. Do not say that those residing in the dormitories are lost. Even those who are merely a stone's throw away in the dining hall find themselves momentarily perplexed. The dawn has not yet fully broken, and visibility is obstructed. The staff, rather than believing that this tantalizing aroma wafts from the entrance, prefer to venture into the kitchen to discover who is braising meat at such an early hour. What an enchanting fragrance. Who is preparing such delectable meat sauce? Is there a new dish on the menu? What kind of noodles could possibly be paired with such a delightful topping? Leave me a bowl. I want one too. The advantage of working in the dining hall is the complimentary food. At the moment a dish emerges from the pot, they can reserve a portion for themselves. To cater to the diverse palates of students from all corners of the world, the university cafeteria offers a range of breakfast options, from steamed buns to fried dough sticks and various noodles. However, the meat sauce they typically prepare for the noodles is usually made from pork, lacking the alluring aroma of today's dish. A group of onlookers abandons their tasks and gathers around the chef stirring the meat sauce. Upon closer inspection, disappointment washes over them. The pot contains a mound of pale, fatty meat, unmistakably cheap pork. Having just been added to the pan, it is far from cooked, emitting not a whiff of fragrance but rather a strong, unpleasant odor. What is this? I distinctly smell beef. Why is it still fatty pork? The chef, puzzled by the crowd, glances at them. What are you all doing here? I prepare this every day. Seeing the disheartened expressions, the chef grows irritated. 3 yuan for a bowl of noodles, and you're complaining about a little grease. Finally, they resign to the truth, convinced that the source of the tantalizing aroma is certainly not from their kitchen. But if not from the cafeteria, then from where? Countless individuals, like aimless flies, wander in search of the scent. Meanwhile, Lao Deng, having the advantage of proximity, has already indulged. Braised beef is generously ladled over instant noodles. Each bite of meat accompanied by a sip of broth, a delightful combination slurped down along with the noodles. Xiaolon contemplates warning him about the overly salty broth, rich in sodium and oil, advising against drinking it, yet her mouth is full of noodles, leaving no room for words. One cannot deny that after a night without food, a warm bowl of authentic braised beef noodles is truly a delight. Were Xiaolon to assign a score, this bowl would earn a modest 75 points in her culinary repertoire, yet paired with the pure fragrance emanating from the storm inhalation ventilator, it undoubtedly garners an additional 15 points. In the interplay of color, aroma, and taste, the enhancement of the fragrance elevates the overall rating of the dish, providing Xiaolon with a novel experience and newfound inspiration. Perhaps her culinary skills will ascend to new heights, akin to a game character reaching maximum level, augmented by an epic weapon for further enhancement. Who knows what other cutting-edge technologies await in the Systems Point shop? The anticipation is palpable. She yearns to accumulate more points to refresh the store, just as Xiaolon, with her eyes closed, succumbs to her daydreams. The first silhouette appears 5 meters away from the stall. Soon after, a second, third, and fourth follow suit. This is it. I can smell it. Ah, at last. I have found it. This morning, I had no classes, and my alarm, set for 11 o'clock, inexplicably roused me at 7. With the new year approaching, my cravings for meat have reached an insatiable peak. I could devour an entire cow. Who on earth dares to serve such hearty fare, so early in the day? Xiaolon lifted her face from the bowl of instant noodles, wiping the fog from her glasses with her thumb. It was then that she noticed a throng of people had gathered around the stall, their eyes glistening with hunger as they fixated on the bowl in her hands. Then fervently scanning the various offerings on display, their gaze finally settled on a newly added item on the menu. Authentic braised beef noodles, 40 yuan. The menu evoked shock twice over. First for the exorbitant price, and then for the stark disparity in pricing. The most expensive beef noodles at 40 yuan. The second priciest instant noodles processing fee at 1 yuan, and the cheapest edition of vegetables at 50 cents. The patrons stood in stunned silence for a moment, their eyes darting between the towering piles of instant noodle packets and the fragrant thermos, before the realization dawned upon them. Boss, does your authentic braised beef noodle simply have beef added to ordinary instant noodles? How much do you add to justify the leap from 5 to 40 yuan? Xiaolon remained silent, breaking her own principles to sip the broth of the instant noodles, then donned her mask to demonstrate the generous portion. She lifted the lid of the thermos, wielded a large cooking ladle, and with determination, scooped out a hefty serving, pouring it directly into a disposable bowl. Instantly, the bowl was filled to a third capacity. Among the students, someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Only those who had witnessed the cafeteria lady's deft skills could comprehend the value of that single scoop, brimming with pure meat, devoid of any fillers like taro or potatoes. Even forming a little peak, it was remarkably substantial. Is 40 yuan too much? Absolutely not. This is the steady happiness they yearn for. Boss, I'll have a bowl of your authentic braised beef noodles. Me too. Chapter 231. Upon waking, did global prices surge tenfold? Business was booming. And Xiaolon wasted no time, donning disposable kitchen gloves, snapping them tight, and diving into her work. Everyone, please remain calm and form an orderly line. There is enough for all. Turning to see old Deng still engrossed in his meal, Xiaolon gave him a gentle kick, urging him to turn away and eat without revealing his face. Boss, this smells divine. It better taste just as good. This is the first time I've had such an expensive breakfast. A boy in black-rimmed glasses stood at the front of the line, remnants of toothpaste still lingering at the corners of his mouth, likely having rushed out without fully brushing his teeth, lured by the aroma. His eyes were fixed intently on the beef in the pot, his throat bobbing as he spoke. Xiaolon offered him a confident glance. It's guaranteed to be delicious. Due to the exhaust fan's overly vigorous operation, Xiaolon had turned it off. However, the gathered customers remained oblivious, as she had opened the thermos. The uncovered thermos brimmed with braised beef, a cloud of creamy vapor escaping from its mouth, and the rich, ruby-red broth exuded a fragrance that rivaled the fan's earlier efforts. Xiaolon skillfully prepared 6 packets of instant noodles simultaneously, boiling, cooling, and retrieving them with precision. On the left, he added vegetables, while on the right, eggs were cooked, every step meticulously timed, executed with an air of calm efficiency. The 6 packets before him were not a testament to his limits, but rather to the constraints of his cookware. In the blink of an eye, 6 bowls of freshly cooked noodles were arranged in a row, their lids cast aside like recruits awaiting inspection by a commanding officer. Xiaolon poured the savory broth over them, then ladled rich braised beef atop the noodles, as if bestowing ranks upon the new soldiers. The tender chunks of beef quivered precariously atop each bowl, the robust sauce slowly trickling through the crevices of the noodles, creating an illusion of tranquility on the surface, while beneath, a tempest brewed. From that moment, it transformed from an ordinary bowl of instant noodles into something extraordinary, a culinary metamorphosis that elevated its essence. The entire factory would swell with pride at the emergence of this authentic braised beef instant noodle. Who could dare claim that instant noodles lack potential, that they cannot withstand scrutiny or ascend to the heights of culinary refinement? Just look, will they be packed away or savored here? Here indeed. The leader, a young man adorned with black-rimmed glasses, accepted a bowl, neglecting to take disposable chopsticks, and eagerly bent down to savor a piece of beef. In an instant, his eyes widened, his chewing transformed into a fervent sucking, as if missing a moment of this exquisite flavor would be a grave injustice. The braised beef, having simmered overnight, held its rich essence firmly within each strand of meat. and the mere phrase delicious fell woefully short of encapsulating its intricate and profound taste. It resembled a love story. To condense it merely to two people meeting and falling in love would fail to convey the heart-stopping excitement, the tumultuous emotions, and the profound connection that ensues. How he longed to express the sensations evoked by this morsel of braised beef in a lengthy narrative, yet after much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for words. The young man remained silent, consumed by the act of chewing and savoring, repeating the cycle of indulgence. Occasionally, the clumsy interplay between his teeth and tongue would falter, leading to a regrettable mishap. The 5 others behind him also received their own bowls of braised beef noodles. Among them was a young man dressed scantily in pajamas. His bare feet, clad only in cotton slippers, having come with the intention of packing his meal to enjoy in the dormitory. However, faced with such culinary temptation, there was no way to endure the journey back. He dove directly into the cafeteria feast. Was it cold? Indeed. In the morning, the cafeteria lacked sufficient patrons to provide warmth, leaving it chilly and uninviting. As soon as he settled onto the bench, it felt as though he had been struck by a freezing spell, a chill creeping from his core up to his mouth, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. But it mattered little, for the braised beef in his bowl formed delicate peaks, and although the packaging of his chopsticks remained intact, it did not deter him from lowering his head to take a bite. The moment the warm beef entered his mouth, adrenaline surged through him, as if his body had activated a state of invincibility, rendering all chilling spells ineffective. From head to toe, even his frozen toes within his shoes unfurled in bliss. A look of near ecstasy spread across his face, as though he were savoring the most exquisite delicacy the world had to offer. As he regained his composure, he couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly, "This beef is truly extraordinary." Tender yet chewy, he marveled at how such perfection could exist. If the cow were still alive and could comprehend his words, it would surely give a thumbs up and bask in his praise. "You met your end splendidly." The terms tender and chewy seem inherently contradictory, yet this braised beef harmoniously reconciles the two. He found it hard to fathom how the chef achieved such a feat, attributing it solely to the superior quality of the meat, as if the cow were destined from birth to provide such culinary delight. Melting in the mouth, the meat was succulent, the broth rich yet not overwhelming, the aroma wafting delightfully to the senses. Truly, this cow met its fate with purpose. His voice was not loud, yet those dining with him at the beef noodle stall heard his remarks. They were among the first to indulge, and rather than deeming his reaction exaggerated, they felt he was merely voicing their collective thoughts. In truth, he felt he had understated the experience. Had he been more vocal, his enthusiasm would have been even more fervent, but his mouth was preoccupied with savoring the noodles, leaving little room for words. As Xiaolan's exceptional speed drew in more diners, the enticing fragrance of the noodles enveloped the cafeteria, while the sounds of chewing and slurping grew increasingly pronounced. The noise reached the ears of students still queuing outside, igniting a restless yearning akin to a cat scratch. Those who initially deemed the beef too pricey and had no intention of adding it found themselves hurriedly exclaiming, "Add a portion of beef." The moon was still on duty, while the sun quietly assumed its role. Observing the moon in deep slumber, it chose not to disturb its rest. Instead, it silently drew back the curtain of night, allowing a beam of dawn to seep through. Should anyone glance upward at that moment, they would witness the rare sight of the sun and moon sharing the sky, their silhouettes distinct and worthy of capturing for social media. Alas, the spotlight of the day belonged to another. Students who rise early for winter runs are in for a treat. The 6th cafeteria's noodle vendor has unveiled a new offering, authentic braised beef noodles. A bowl for 40, with more meat than noodles, allowing you to effortlessly reclaim those lost calories. Accompanied by a grid of 9 images showcasing the remnants of noodle broth. The absence of pre-meal photos prompted inquiries in the comments. The response was, "Who remembers to take pictures before eating?" It's only after feasting that one thinks to share on social media. Besides inquiries about the photos, the most frequent comment in the thread was, $40 a bowl? Did you accidentally add an extra zero? Even the most unscrupulous supermarket owner wouldn't dare sell for more than 10. Has the noodle vendor lost their mind? Suddenly charging 40 a bowl? Wait, 40 a bowl? Is anyone truly buying this? Eating this for breakfast? Have you all lost your senses? Did I wake up to a world where prices have surged tenfold? I recall the noodle stall selling for just 3.5 before. On this day, countless patrons who savored the authentic braised beef noodles took to social media to recommend it, and the comments they received mirrored those above. Those who can leave comments and ask questions are akin to individuals with blocked noses, lacking the sensitivity to savor the delightful fragrance. Or perhaps they are simply too distant to catch a whiff of the aroma. Otherwise, anyone who has inhaled the enticing scent would have risen promptly to join the queue, rather than languishing in bed scrolling through their social media feeds. Thus, witnessing the inquiries of these individuals, who have already satiated their appetites, elicits a sense of reluctance to offer explanations. To clarify for those who have yet to experience the fragrance, as long as you stand within a 100-meter radius of the stall, you will undoubtedly rush over to make a purchase. Once you have tasted it, you will realize that 40 yuan for a bowl is quite reasonable. Even if it were priced at 80 yuan, one would not hesitate to indulge. Chapter 232. The familiar limitations resurface at the entrance of the 6th canteen. The rich aroma wafted like robust ropes, tugging at the noses of passers-by, compelling them towards the stall. Even the dogs in the way seemed to receive a light reprimand. The biting cold of the wind could not diminish the fervor of the students waiting in line, which snaked from the 6th canteen all the way to the entrance of the Changming supermarket. Whether they hurried over after catching a whiff of the fragrance or joined the throng after seeing recommendations on social media, the number of people in line only continued to grow. It was madness. Wasn't it nearly time for morning classes? Why were there still so many people queuing? Did no one have early classes? Are they all out of their minds, forgoing sleep to stand in line so early in the morning? As the words left their lips, sharp glares shot towards them from a group of individuals. Who are you calling crazy? Aren't you queuing as well? Realizing their slip of the tongue, one student awkwardly chuckled. I suppose I was just a bit too hungry and ended up scolding myself. But I must admit, I'm puzzled. How can there still be so many people in line for something priced at 40 yuan? It's precisely because it's expensive that I must try it and see if it truly lives up to the praise circulating on social media. What a coincidence. I feel the same. The chatter among the students waiting in line reached the ears of the supermarket proprietress, sending a chill down her spine. At that moment, she stood at the entrance of the supermarket, arms crossed, anxiously observing the empty instant noodle stall beside her. She glanced at the desolate stall and then at the long queue stretching from the 6th canteen to her side, her face alternating between shades of green and white with frustration. Last night, the logistics manager had called her, informing her that the instant noodle vendor at the 6th canteen had agreed to raise prices, advising her to refrain from causing further trouble. The message conveyed was clear. For reasons unbeknownst to her, even the busy principal had taken note of this matter. The principal had personally instructed that prior to the winter break, no disturbances should be stirred up, and any issues could wait until the next semester. Therefore, my dear, for the time being, it would be prudent to keep a low profile. The proprietress grasped the implications of her superior's words, suggesting that support would not be forthcoming in the near future, urging her to be patient and avoid any conflict. Although she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, the realization that her objective had been achieved, an agreement to raise the prices, brought her a sense of satisfaction. Today, she had risen unusually early, specifically to witness the outcome. Without the advantage of low prices, what could that vendor at the 6th canteen possibly contest with her? She arrived with a heart full of joy, only to find a throng of students gathered at the entrance of the supermarket, leading her to mistakenly believe that her instant noodle stall had finally attracted a bustling crowd. However, as she drew closer, she discovered that not a single transaction had been made that day. These students were merely queuing from the 6th cafeteria. The proprietress, infuriated, felt as though she could ascend to enlightenment and then descend again, seeking any excuse to unleash her ire. The instant noodle stall was managed by a diligent female student who was meticulously tidying up the pots and pans, moving with great care lest she provoke the wrath of the proprietress. Yet, with poor business weighing heavily on her mind, the proprietress found fault even in the absence of mistakes. What is this? Why are you dawdling? You've had this stall for so long, and still haven't set it up properly. Is my monthly payment of 500 merely a gift? Are you just pocketing the salary without any effort? The part-time student hastened her movements, yet this only earned her another tirade from the proprietress. Enough of this futile busyness. There are no customers now, so why pretend to be diligent? Can't you see the dirt on the floor? Don't you have the sense to sweep it? The part-time student opened her mouth as if to protest, wanting to point out that she was only instructed to run the stall, not to clean the floor. But money is a powerful motivator, and lacking the courage to speak out, she merely turned to fetch a broom. After a few gentle sweeps, the proprietress burst forth, snatching the broom with her spidery fingers, her long nails scratching the student in the process. Haven't you eaten? Sweeping so lightly will accomplish nothing. Don't you know to put in some effort? Watch how I do it. Sweep like this. The proprietress flailed the broom across the floor in a fit of rage, sending a flurry of snow-like debris and mud flying towards the queue of students. Hey, watch out. There are people here. Why are you sweeping this way? The students, startled, jumped back, hastily avoiding the mud that was flung their way, causing a gap to form in the line. Observing the disarray, the proprietress raised an eyebrow, a hint of satisfaction crossing her face. Indeed, her earlier reprimands of the part-time student had been veiled criticisms aimed at those customers who were neglecting her business. Ignoring the student's protests, she triumphantly tossed the broom back to the part-time student, raising her voice. Did you see that? This is how you sweep. This is how you keep it clean. Under the proprietress's piercing gaze, the part-time student was compelled to sweep with greater vigor, deliberately flinging muddy water into the air at the proprietress's prompting. Even the most naive of students could discern the implication of being shooed away. If they were deemed an eyesore, if they were to be swept out the door, so be it. They maintained their composure, refraining from yelling, merely redirecting their line to curve around near the supermarket entrance. The people behind them synchronized perfectly, one after another following suit, transforming the queue from an L shape into a V shape. At last, the proprietress got what she desired. The customers no longer queued at her entrance, and the supermarket was laid bare, stripped of its facade of bustling activity, revealing its stark emptiness. The proprietress cast a glance at her neglected instant noodle stall, which was piled high with packets of noodles, and then at the part-time employee who had been paid for half a month yet remained idle. Turning her attention to the queue that extended several hundred meters, she realized this was a significant loss. Hadn't the instant noodle stall in the 6th cafeteria also raised its prices? She overheard students discussing that it had surged to 40 yuan a bowl, leading to an astonishing quadrupling of business. This was unacceptable, despite the logistics manager advising her to refrain from stirring trouble. She was determined to uncover the underlying reason for this phenomenon. Enough of the sweeping, she said in a lowered voice, summoning the part-time girl who was busy tidying up. The girl looked on, puzzled and anxious, as the proprietress commanded, "You, go to the instant noodle stall in the 6th cafeteria and investigate the situation. Why is their business booming today? Now, what about our stall?" The girl's gaze inadvertently drifted towards their own instant noodle stand at the supermarket entrance. Being a straightforward individual, she had applied for the part-time position with a singular focus on selling noodles. However, the proprietress, not one to be trifled with, glared at her as if to convey her impatience and snapped, "Stop dawdling. Hurry up. Run there." The girl, startled, nodded and dashed off. After a considerable time, she returned, her face glowing with excitement and enthusiasm, swallowing hard as she reported, "Boss, their braised beef noodles really contain chunks of braised beef. And they sell for 40 yuan a bowl. Many people are clamoring to buy them." The proprietress intended to inquire about the presentation and aroma, but before she could utter a word, the rich, savory scent that lingered on the girl's attire caught her attention. Despite the girl having merely stood by the stall for a brief moment and then sprinted back against the cold wind, the alluring aroma clung to her, unmistakably potent. Just from the fragrance, the proprietress understood the gravity of the situation. The girl continued to recount her observations at the 6th cafeteria when I arrived. Someone bought 8 bowls in one go. They were purchasing for the entire dormitory. Such kindness. The proprietress was oblivious to the girl's final gulp of air, as her mind was consumed with thoughts of, 1 bowl costs 50, 8 bowls amount to 400 yuan. These students often complained that her supermarket items were overpriced by 2 or 3 yuan, yet they were willing to spend 400 in a single purchase. Clearly, her price hike had been too conservative. Are there many who buy several bowls at once? She inquired. Indeed, due to the long wait. If someone in the front knows the vendor, they will often ask them to buy on their behalf. Those at the back have voiced their discontent, and arguments have erupted. However, when I was about to leave, the vendor announced a purchase limit, 2 bowls per person. A chuckle escaped from the proprietress, a sound squeezed from her clenched teeth. With the crowd size and the imposed limit, supply would still fall short of demand. Jealousy gnawed at her as she realized that the vendor's price increase was not a concession but a strategic offensive. She would need to confront this challenge head-on. So what if the school administration could not openly support her? Having operated her supermarket for years, she was well versed in the ruthless tactics of business warfare. "You may return to your duties at the stall now." The proprietress uttered a terse remark before turning to leave. Yet, her departure was merely a guise as she blended into the throngs of people queuing ahead. This time, she exercised caution, refraining from directly approaching Xiaolan's instant noodle stall. Instead, she took cover in a vehicle parked at a vantage point where the stall could be observed. Despite the considerable distance, a mere crack in the car window allowed the rich aroma of braised beef to permeate the air, rendering space and distance irrelevant. The scent, as if wielding a spell to diminish the dimensions, disregarded the barrier of glass, striking her with a relentless force akin to bricks against her forehead. Overwhelmed by a haze of longing and irritation, she ground her silver teeth in frustration, unable to swallow the bitterness welling within her. Ultimately, she retrieved her phone to report the matter. "Hello, 110? I wish to file a complaint. At the 6th canteen of the school, someone is selling braised beef noodles, and many students are exhibiting addictive reactions. I suspect there are addictive substances involved. Please address this matter promptly." After hanging up, the proprietress rolled up her window, reveling in the anticipation of the police's arrival. Even if the informant remained anonymous, the police would undoubtedly attend to the issue, particularly given its implications for student health, ensuring a swift response. Should the police find fault with the braised beef, it would be a boon. If not, she had an array of avenues to pursue: fire safety, commerce, food supervision, 12,315, each capable of conducting investigations, ensuring that her rival would face relentless scrutiny. Why not simply raise your prices without all this fuss? You brought this upon yourself. She was resolute in her determination to seize this noodle business. With an abundance of near-expiring instant noodles in her supermarket, failure to sell them before the holiday would result in wastage upon their return after winter break. Chapter 233. What difference does it make to don the imperial yellow robe? This incident marked the most embarrassing police response ever recorded at the higher education branch of the Longming City Public Security Bureau. It was hard to envision the officers, upon encountering Xiaolan's perplexed gaze, drenched in sweat beneath their uniforms. It was a misstep. They had inadvertently arrived at the stall of an undercover operative. Just moments prior, they had received a public tip-off concerning illicit substances and food safety issues occurring within a university setting, prompting an immediate and serious response. Within 5 minutes, personnel were in place. The police car surged forward, prepared for decisive action, only to find themselves in an unexpected predicament. Through her mask, Xiaolan locked eyes with several officers. The officers' expressions transitioned from stern to bewildered in mere seconds. The lead officer swallowed hard, awkwardly adjusting the body camera on his shoulder, momentarily at a loss as to whether to cover the lens or conceal his face. "Is there something we can assist you with, officer?" Xiaolan, drawing on her experience with undercover operations, initiated the dialogue. The officers regained their composure, cleared their throats, and adjusted their slightly askew hats. They promptly adopted a professional demeanor and clarified their purpose. "We received a report from the public alleging that the food you are selling may contain addictive illegal substances. We are here to investigate. There seems to be some misunderstanding. Do you have anything to explain?" When discussing the misunderstandings, the officer deliberately raised his voice to ensure that more students could hear. The moment they stepped out of the car in their uniforms, they attracted a plethora of whispers from the students. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed some students recording the scene with their phones. Many students left the queue to witness the spectacle, eager to discover what transgression the vendor had committed. Both the police and Xiaolan, at the heart of the commotion, were acutely aware that the food sold by their own was beyond reproach. Any issues could only stem from the accuser. Xiaolan, raising his voice, opened the lid of the thermos. "This is grass fruit, and this is nutmeg. Although they may resemble poppy husks, they are traditional spices." As he lifted the lid, a rich aroma of meat rose, mingling with steam, revealing tantalizing beef brisket glistening with oil in the dark red broth. "Officer, I consume the same products I sell. I assure you, there are no contraband items, nor even a hint of synthetic flavoring." He scooped out the round, brownish, suspicious substances with a spatula, presenting them to the police and the gathering students. He nudged Lao Deng with his foot, gesturing for him to take a piece of beef. Lao Deng, ever cooperative, pulled down half of his mask, opened his mouth, and accepted Xiaolan's offering, thereby personally testing the dish. With so many eyes upon him, he exaggeratedly chewed, contorting his features beneath the mask, smacking his lips, and giving a thumbs up. The murmurs from the onlookers finally began to diminish. Surely, a son would not poison his father. If this elderly man dared to partake, it was likely safe. The officers nodded seriously, pulling out several transparent evidence bags. All right, we understand now. It seems this was a misunderstanding. It is commendable that the public is vigilant. We must account for this, so could we take a few samples for testing? Absolutely. No problem. After packaging a few small bags of samples, Xiaolan swiftly prepared 6 bowls of beef noodles, offering them to the officers present. On such a cold day. You've worked hard, do try some. The nearest officer quickly waved his hands, initially intending to refuse, but Xiaolan deftly hung 5 packaged bags on his fingers. The impending rejection transformed into a question as the enticing aroma wafted into his nostrils. How much? An adjacent officer shot him a disapproving glance. The price list was clear before them. 40 yuan per bowl, certainly not within their modest salaries. Just as he was about to step forward to voice his thoughts, Xiaolan handed him the 6th package. This one is for you. The other officer's hands can't hold it all. The warm braised beef noodles felt soothing in his hands, the heat radiating swiftly from his palms to his neck and ears, flowing down to his heart. The officer scratched his head, then rubbed the back of his neck, ultimately resignedly retrieving his phone from his pocket. I'll pay. As the patrol car departed, the sound of the engine was accompanied by a loud voice announcing, Wealth Treasure has received 240 yuan. The supermarket owner, just lowering her window, was met with the merciless electronic chime of payment. Like an icicle piercing through her eardrum, it struck her brain, pinning her entire head to the seat. Moments ago, she had been unable to overhear the conversation between the police and Xiaolan through the glass. Merely astonished that the officers prepared to leave with such nonchalance after asking only a couple of questions, a behavior that seemed oddly absurd. Suddenly filled with suspicion, she leaned forward to discern the situation, only to be met with the sight of the officers departing, each carrying a bag. Then came the delayed sound of a transaction being completed. The proprietress clutched her chest, a wave of intense dizziness surged to her forehead, and a mouthful of blood lodged in her throat, unable to be coughed out or swallowed down. She had come to confront them. How had it turned into a scenario where she was inadvertently delivering business to her competitor? As she watched the patrol car drive away, she noticed that not a single student in line had left, and indeed, more had joined the queue. The blood in her throat surged to her head, inciting her to transform into a furious Wolverine. She flung open the car door and charged towards the line of students. Why are you still queuing? Are you still eating? Don't you see the police are here to shut down the vendor? Her voice rang high-pitched and jarring, echoing across the empty campus, as if the ground itself trembled beneath her wrath. Aren't you afraid that the vendor's goods might be problematic? Eating, even with the police present. You still think of food. You'll only realize the danger when it's too late. As she walked and shouted, she did not dare approach the stall directly, but instead vented her frustration towards the students at the back of the line. A group of university students stared at the proprietress in confusion, unable to comprehend the source of her anger and agitation. Some students responded politely, we saw the police. But weren't they here to buy beef noodles? Another student nodded in agreement. Yes, they bought a bowl each and left. Upon hearing this, the proprietress was further incensed, her fury almost causing her to burst. She felt as if she could shoot her eyes out to pierce the students' skulls. Yet, the students remained oblivious to her murderous intent, casually conversing with those beside them. How enviable. The police don't have to wait in line. They can just go straight to the front. I've waited so long to get here, and there are still so many in front of me. Maybe they're regular customers and have the vendor's contact to pre-order. Even if they didn't pre-order, it's reasonable for them to eat first. They have work to do. That makes sense. So, does the instant noodle stall support pre-orders? Who has the vendor's WeChat? Does he have a customer group? Great idea. Let us ask the vendor later if he has a customer group. If not, we can help him create one. If we can communicate in the group, we'll know when it's less crowded and won't have to queue like today. The proprietress, already on edge, nearly stumbled upon hearing their chatter. What is going on? I personally came to chase people away, and instead, they organized the vendor's customer group. Insanity. You're all out of your minds. You complain that 10 yuan is too expensive, yet you rush to buy it for 40. Do you even know what ingredients they use before daring to eat? You'll all end up dead. She continued her tirade through the line, resembling an angry hen flapping her wings and clucking in a frenzy. It can only be said that the quality of contemporary university students still leaves much to be desired. Along the way, there were few who dared to retort or engage in a verbal clash with her. Most were left bewildered, taking a considerable amount of time to realize, she was addressing me. Although the students possess scant experience in face-to-face confrontations, their virtual altercations are plentiful. A lack of verbal dexterity is inconsequential. As long as their fingers are adept at typing, they promptly retrieve their phones to record videos, which were subsequently disseminated across various class groups and social media as a form of retaliation. Gradually, as a large pot of braised beef noodles was sold out, the number of customers in front of the stall dwindled, granting Xiaolan a moment to breathe. He pulled out his phone from his pocket to check his WeChat messages, only to discover an unexpected group chat had appeared. The group was titled Braised Beef Noodles Customer Exchange Group 1. The chat was lively, with the latest speakers continuously changing, while the red number in the top left corner stubbornly remained fixed at 99, unable to increase. For a few moments, Xiaolon questioned whether he had been so busy that he had lost track of time. How could he not recall creating this group? Upon entering, he was taken aback. Lo and behold, the group had grown to 489 members, nearly reaching its limit. No wonder it was labeled as Group 1. Surely there must be a Group 2? In his confusion, he timidly typed a message. When was this group created? I have no recollection of it. As soon as the message was sent, the group erupted in excitement, with responses flooding in. The stall owner is here. Ah, welcome stall owner. Amidst the cacophony of welcome and cheers, Xiaolon finally discerned the answer he sought. Someone tagged him and replied, Stall owner, your beef noodles are exquisite, though the queue is quite arduous. Please inform us in the group whenever you restock. By the way, Group 1 is about to be full. Will you create Group 2? If not, I can assist you. I've created it, and I've also established Groups 3 and 4. I have transferred ownership to you. In light of my enthusiasm, may I be an administrator? As Xiaolon perused the incessant stream of messages, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He vaguely recalled, amidst the busyness, a student asking for his WeChat. He had forgotten whether he had provided it, but the outcome was now all too clear. How could it be that he, in an effort to maintain anonymity, had seemingly abandoned the creation of a customer group, only to have someone else establish it on his behalf? And how was it possible for ownership to be transferred without his consent? Was this not akin to donning a yellow robe without ceremony? What was he to do next? Relinquish his authority? Chapter 234. Do not allow bad currency to drive out good. Unite. In the blink of an eye, Braised Beef Noodles Customer Exchange Group 2 had welcomed dozens more members. With a mere blink, it quickly surpassed 100. Truly, these university students have an abundance of time to engage with their phones, and their surfing speed is remarkable. In less than half a day, Xiaolan's Braised Beef Noodles had gained widespread acclaim. Before long, an unidentified individual shared a video in the group. Upon opening it, a fierce woman could be seen vociferously berating students. Before Xiaolan could ponder the identity of the woman, the person who posted the video provided a commentary. Beware of the owner of Changming Supermarket. Not only does she raise prices at will, but she also just insulted students queuing to purchase braised beef noodles. I cannot fathom her madness. You will understand the extent of her vitriol upon watching the video. Her lack of civility is evident. Let us all refrain from patronizing her establishment in the future. Shortly thereafter, other students chimed in with corroborating videos. I too was among the unfortunate students who faced her wrath. It was truly infuriating. We were merely queuing to buy the braised beef noodles we desired, and she inexplicably accosted us as if we had stolen her money. She simply cannot stand the success of the instant noodle vendor. This is undoubtedly blatant jealousy. Just earlier, the police came to inquire about a report concerning the noodle stall. It is highly likely that it was the supermarket owner who, envious, made the complaint. Fortunately, the officers were discerning and did not fall for her ruse, nor did they misjudge the noodle vendor. It is remarkable that she has not been apprehended for her frivolous reporting, yet she dares to emerge and shout. I suspect she seeks notoriety, so let us share the video to fulfill her wish. This incident stirred a considerable reaction. It is essential to understand that during finals week, students, having little interest in their studies, are intrigued by various happenings. Sharing videos and messages is merely a matter of a few taps, an effortless task that can swiftly achieve their objectives. By the time the students awoke from their afternoon rest, virtually the entire student body had heard the supermarket owner's tirade. You are all insane, each one of you. May you all meet your demise. Following the enlightening efforts of concerned individuals, although they did not manage to savor the braised beef, they were all well informed of the unfolding drama. Here is a comprehensive timeline of events, with eyewitnesses and videos to substantiate. Over a week ago, the instant noodle vendor sold noodles for 3.5 yuan, garnering substantial business, which incited the jealousy of the supermarket owner. A few days later, she attempted to mimic the noodle stall outside her supermarket, pricing her offerings absurdly at a minimum of 10 yuan. Yesterday, she threatened the noodle vendor to raise prices to 10 yuan as well, enlisting the support of school authorities. When negotiations fell through, she resorted to violence against the elderly vendor and, fearing the situation would escalate, fled in disgrace. This morning, envious of the noodle vendor's new popular dish, she hesitated to confront the vendor directly, likely resorting to making a false police report. Subsequently, when the police arrived and found no issues, they departed, yet the owner, having lost her composure, unleashed a torrent of insults and curses upon the students in line. Such a person is utterly devoid of integrity, exploiting the fact that each year students graduate and new ones enroll, allowing her to act with such impunity. Spread the word. Let everyone see her true colors and ensure she does not succeed. As the message circulated, a multitude of students fervently commented. She has the audacity to target the students' wallets. How dare she be angry at us for not purchasing her goods? We stand for free trade. We shall boycott unscrupulous merchants. Let us resist Changming Supermarket. Do not allow bad money to drive out good. Students, unite. We accept instant noodles priced at 3.5 yuan, as well as 40 yuan braised beef noodles, provided they are genuine and worthwhile. We will never tolerate coercive sales or monopolistic practices. Longming Supermarket, may you close your doors soon. Support the instant noodle vendors. We stand with you, instant noodle vendors. Please, kind-hearted individuals, add me to the instant noodle group. As the number of members in the customer groups grew exponentially, Xiaolon felt an increasing sense of foreboding. While her objective of rallying the students against the supermarket owner was indeed correct, the current situation seemed rather excessive. Was it possible that things were spiraling out of control? Would this escalate to the news? Xiaolon had originally intended for a subtle and gradual approach, but her opponents had inadvertently handed her a golden opportunity. It turned out that the police who arrived in the morning had been summoned by the owner. Such a foolish move. Had she not orchestrated this scene, or had she refrained from lashing out after a failed report? The collective anger of the crowd would not have ignited so swiftly. Now that emotions were running high, Xiaolon had no choice but to discreetly transfer the leadership of 6 or 7 customer groups to Lao Deng before things escalated further. She then took away the utensils from Lao Deng's hands, handed him her phone, and issued her directive. Do not merely indulge in eating when you're not busy. Send some messages in the groups to soothe everyone's emotions. Aim to keep things at a simmer without letting it boil over. Lao Deng, with his mask on, rubbed his sore jaw from chewing beef, his stomach still clamoring for more, yet his teeth could not endure any longer. Perhaps it was the fatigue from eating that prompted him to pause. Your request is rather abstract. Could you be more specific? Xiaolon replied. Just let the students be angry, but refrain from any substantial and extreme actions. They should silently resist the supermarket in their hearts without translating that into action. Absolutely no demonstrations, littering at the supermarket entrance, or vandalizing. We must uphold the dignity of civilized university students. Lao Deng, with his disposable gloved hand, gestured an okay sign. Leave it to me. You can rest assured. Yet, Xiaolon remained somewhat uneasy, observing Lao Deng for a while, curious about what he would post in the group. Lao Deng typed slowly with a handwritten input method, taking ages to find a punctuation mark. After an eternity of toiling, he managed to type 4 words. Hello, fellow students. But as soon as he sent it, it was quickly buried by the flurry of messages, leaving no trace behind. At last, Xiaolon displayed a sense of relief. Slow is better. Let us chat at this leisurely pace, keeping Lao Deng occupied while encouraging the students to patiently listen to his ramblings. Young people can be impulsive and fiery, and with time, they will cool down. Thus, Xiaolon confidently took on the role of a hands-off manager, leaving Lao Deng at the stall while she returned home to prepare meat, anticipating her return for the night shift. She could hardly fathom the trouble that would arise from leaving Lao Deng to face a crowd of university students alone. From Group 1 to Group 7, a palpable sense of indignation permeated the conversations, with messages flooding the screens in a frenzy. Most individuals were engulfed in fury, lamenting the audacity of the proprietress. Posts from alumni who had long since graduated emerged, shocking everyone to discover that the supermarket owner had wielded her influence for so many years. Why should this be tolerated? Suddenly, amidst a sea of furious emojis, a lengthy message materialized. Like a solitary white cloud drifting through a tempest, it captured everyone's breath in anticipation. Dear children, it feels as though I am conversing with you. Witnessing your distress over the injustices faced, I am reminded of my days tilling the soil, gazing at seedlings battered by torrential rain, clutching my hoe and unable to sleep through the night. In my youth, brimming with fervor, I yearned to tear apart the oppressive clouds and sever the haughty lightning, longing for the deluge to cease. Yet, as time passed, I learned that seedlings must grow steadily, with roots firmly entrenched, to withstand the storms and flourish amidst the vast expanse. Young souls, do not channel your passionate fervor against insurmountable walls. There are grander mountains awaiting your conquest. You are all golden phoenixes. Though your feathers may gather dust, your ascent will require effort. Cherish your plumage, contemplate your future, and refrain from impulsive, irrational acts. Prioritize nourishment and education, treasure your time, and take care of your well-being. The lights in the dining hall and library will remain aglow for you well into the night. Should hunger strike, come to me for a bowl of instant noodles. If thirst arises, I offer free hot soup. No one can drive me away, and the price of instant noodles shall remain unchanged. My rice fields have borne heavy grains, and no gust of wind or downpour can bend me. I shall sway, but never break. Let us encourage one another. Unbeknownst to many, this heartfelt and poignant message profoundly impacted a cohort of university students, long dulled by the superficiality of internet slang. Having lingered too long in the realm of jest, they had forgotten the power of earnest prose. Each word resonated with sincerity, holding their hearts. They realized that such simple, yet impactful words were penned by an elderly man who had faced adversity. There were no laments, no complaints. He merely urged them to nourish themselves and focus on their studies, and this thought nearly shattered their hearts. The instant noodle vendor, the one who faced hardship, was genuinely concerned for their welfare. If the students had previously expressed their outrage as a mere act of defiance, now their anger began to be enveloped in warmth, gradually thickening like a cocoon. Their fury solidified into a tangible force, taking shape in the likeness of the instant noodle vendor. With shared glances of understanding, they recognized the vendor as someone worth protecting. The proprietress has the backing of the school leadership, while the noodle vendor has only his son. He lacks wealth and connections, making him vulnerable. We must assist him. The proprietress has already made 2 attempts. She will not relent until the noodle vendor is gone. We cannot stand idly by. Indeed, the noodle vendor cares for us. We cannot allow him to be mistreated. Perhaps we should collectively petition the principal. Surely, he can reign in the school leadership. No, we cannot. Have you ever heard of the phrase officials protecting one another? The principal undoubtedly sides with the school leadership. Why not escalate the situation and take it online, creating a ruckus? It was initially just a casual chat within the group, expressing a desire to confront the supermarket owner. But now everyone has settled down to seriously consider how to take action. If Xiaolon were present, she would certainly use her formidable fists to demand answers from old Deng. What exactly do you intend to achieve with your flowery language? Who are you trying to incite? However, the older generation tends to write in such a tone. Formal language remains formal, and spoken language remains spoken. Once they pick up a pen, they automatically switch to a written mode, and the same applies to typing on a phone. Despite old Deng's emotionally charged and earnest writing, he is merely completing the task assigned by Xiaolon with an air of calm detachment, drawing upon over 60 years of literary experience. That night, the internet erupted into action, demonstrations, littering, and painting. Every form of protest was on display. A video unexpectedly surged to the top of trending topics. At first glance, the thumbnail merely showed a crowd, and one might mistake it for a celebratory event. However, upon playing the video, the first audible call was, "Boycott the unscrupulous supermarket. Protect the instant noodle vendor." The chant grew increasingly fervent, echoing through the chaotic background noise. As the camera zoomed in, the bold letters on the raised red banners became clear. "Unscrupulous supermarket, get out of Changming University." The lens pulled back, revealing the sheer number of participants, so vast that it seemed to overflow the confines of a phone screen, resembling a tumultuous sea with waves crashing against the shore. Numerous banners fluttered, accompanied by many individuals holding handwritten posters that echoed their slogans. It appeared that nearly all the students on campus had gathered. What could have transpired to draw so many students out into the snow instead of lounging in their dormitories? Was there a promotional event offering free goods? As the video was widely shared, it quickly gained traction and rose in popularity. The innate curiosity of netizens was unleashed, each one diving headfirst into the unfolding drama. What happened? What happened? Please, tell me. The situation, initially straightforward, was approached with the same seriousness as a group project by the students, who meticulously laid out the events leading to the incident. Soon, the narrative became clear to the online community. Wow. I knew those who could run a supermarket on campus had some connections, but I didn't realize they were that powerful, able to threaten other vendors. I don't believe the supermarket owner did anything wrong. She merely intended to give the naive students a taste of reality before they entered society. What ill intentions could she possibly harbor? The discussions surrounding this incident have ignited fervently online, and within the school, the atmosphere has devolved into chaos. If only one student were to skip evening study sessions, that individual would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation. Conversely, if only one student were to attend, it is the counselor who would be anxious. That night, an unknown number of counselors emitted sharp cries of alarm. Upon discovering that not merely a few classes had collectively skipped their evening studies, but that the entire year had engaged in such behavior, the counselors' anxious hearts finally succumbed to despair. This situation had surpassed their control, necessitating an escalation to higher authorities. And now it was the school leaders who were in a state of panic. Before long, the trending topic videos were updated once again. The latest development showcased a group of school leaders, wielding loudspeakers and adorned with B insignias, earnestly beseeching the gathered students. "Dear students, please return. Should you have any concerns, you may confide in your counselors or send messages to the campus mailbox. We assure you that we will address them promptly. Please, return to your studies. The final exams are approaching." The tone of the school leaders' pleas was so desperate that one could almost hear them imploring the students as if they were cherished deities. Outside, the cold wind howled fiercely, and under such circumstances, phone batteries drained rapidly. What of the students themselves? Everyone tacitly shifted to power-saving mode, determined to endure until their devices succumbed to shutdown. Despite the leaders' apparent disarray and their seeming vulnerability, they had not displayed such humility when they previously disregarded student grievances during the day. The escalation of events had a discernible trajectory from midday onwards. Numerous students had left messages through various feedback channels, urging the administration to confront the situation, yet their pleas fell on deaf ears. The students' written words were overlooked, their messages sinking without a trace. Faced with this indifference, they resolved to voice their concerns aloud, confident that the administration could no longer pretend to be oblivious. When Xiaolon arrived to switch shifts that evening, she fortuitously witnessed the leaders addressing the crowd, their sparse hair fluttering alongside the falling snowflakes. It was an unseasonably cold day for an outdoor assembly. Did they not fear losing their hair to the wind? Pushing a cart laden with red braised beef noodles, Xiaolon muttered to herself, donning her hood and instinctively hunching her shoulders against the chill. As she walked, a gust of wind lifted a banner, which fortuitously landed upon her. Grasping it, she read aloud, word by word, "Protect the noodle stall owner." Upon completion, she sensed something amiss and read it again from left to right. "Protect the instant noodle stall owner?" With each repetition, the perplexity on Xiaolon's face deepened. She could not fathom how she had become the subject of protection. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck her, and an ominous premonition surged through her mind. This is unacceptable. I must inquire about the commendable deeds of old Deng immediately. Gripping the handles of the small cart, he commenced a sprint of 100 meters. A thunderous clamor erupted as Xiaolon made a dazzling entrance. From a distance, a gathering of individuals encircled a noodle stall, and upon closer inspection, they were all university students, both male and female, brimming with youthful exuberance. Initially, one might presume they were purchasing instant noodles, but it became evident that they were merely engaging in conversation with old Deng. Rather than mere dialogue, it resembled adulation. Old Deng would utter a word or two, and the throng would erupt in praise and applause, akin to pacifying a child. Not content with mere chatter, the students had also brought an array of snacks and beverages to offer. Xiaolon glanced over and noticed an assortment of sunflower seeds, peanuts, chicken feet, potato chips, chocolates, milk, and even the luxurious Juanshan milk laid out before old Deng. Could it be that they felt a pang of sympathy for old Deng, thinking him solitary and forlorn, and thus sought to offer comfort? No wonder old Deng had been so engrossed in his stall for so long, without urging Xiaolon to take over. It appeared he was enjoying a rather prosperous time. As Xiaolon approached, he overheard a girl exclaiming with excitement, "Good news! The topic has climbed to third place on the trending list. With a little more effort, we can reach the top. That supermarket owner won't dare to trouble the noodle stall anymore." Old Deng laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful." Then he inquired, "What is trending? And where can I see it?" The girl patiently explained, "Oh, Trending means. Xiao Lan staggered slightly, an ominous premonition intensifying within him. He retrieved his phone, opened the application, and tapped into the trending list, spotting the words Changming University, which caused his vision to darken. The old man, with the assistance of the students, also searched for the mini-program and accessed the trending list. Upon grasping the topic's popularity and the number of discussions, his jovial expression faded, replaced by a look of grave realization. Lifting his head, he locked eyes with Xiao Lan, whose face was etched with despair. What have you done? Xiao Lan silently mouthed, questioning old Deng. The old man shook his head and raised his hands in a gesture of confusion, embodying the essence of innocence. Xiao Lan felt a surge of frustration. Surely old Deng had done something to escalate the situation without cause. Excuse me. Thank you. Xiao Lan maneuvered through the crowd, discreetly seizing old Deng's phone to peruse the chat records. Before him unfolded messages that starkly contrasted with old Deng's real-life persona. Anyone reading them would perceive the author as a kind-hearted, simple, honest, sincere, dignified, and tolerant elder, unaware that he was a scheming old trickster who spoke without hesitation and demanded to be thoroughly satiated. It was no wonder that the crowd was rallying in defense of old Deng. It turned out this clumsy ally had been stirring the pot from the shadows. You see, I told you I did nothing wrong. I merely followed your instructions. Old Deng whispered defensively into Xiao Lan's ear. Xiao Lan found himself devoid of the strength to argue. Yes, you did nothing at all. Snowflakes drifted down, and the north wind howled as his heart felt desolate. Xiao Lan sniffed his reddened nose and, before the police could track him down through the online discourse, he resolved to report the situation proactively. The situation is what it is. I shall expedite the matter. So please rest assured. Chapter 236. You lose your composure, others inquire, you respond nonchalantly. The logistics support department appears to be a bustling hub, managing affairs of varying magnitude throughout the campus. Although the clock strikes 5 in the afternoon, it is not uncommon for the lights to remain aglow until 8, with personnel engrossed in their tasks. However, the leadership seldom finds themselves overwhelmed. When equipment malfunctions, they delegate repairs to external contractors. Menial tasks are assigned to temporary staff, while the newly recruited youth bear the brunt of the workload. In essence, the leaders remain unburdened. At this moment, the department head is ensconced behind a computer screen, indulging in mobile gaming, their face flushed with excitement, fingers nearly smoking from the rapid tapping. Occasionally, bursts of expletives escape from their yellowing teeth, followed by a deep inhale of their electronic cigarette, releasing plumes of vapor through their nostrils. Who, pray tell, is so fond of overtime that they shun returning home? It is those who do not labor during working hours. A few more rounds of gaming, and they would be free to return home, where the children's homework would be completed, household chores tidied, and a soothing bath would precede a restful slumber. Perhaps they would even hear their spouse express gratitude for a day's hard work. Alas, the logistics leader's plans are about to be disrupted. The shrill ring of the office landline pierces the air. Upon answering, the principal's furious greeting is unmistakable. Didn't I instruct you to keep an eye on that supermarket proprietress? I expected no further disturbances before the end of the semester. What on earth have you been doing? The department head's mind momentarily blanks, yet their slick tongue responds swiftly. Principal, I assure you I have adhered to your directives. I will verify how the staff executed their tasks and ascertain any oversights. In the past, such evasions have often bought time to resolve issues, but today, this tactic proves ineffective. Verification? You only think of it now? The students have been causing a ruckus for quite some time. How is it that you are just now aware? The department leader, sensing the principal's stern tone, feels a flicker of panic but manages to maintain composure. After all, it is merely students. Surely, handling them should not be too arduous. Principal, I acknowledge my oversight. I shall address this immediately. The pressing concern is to quell the unrest. Warnings, disciplinary actions, reprimands, probationary measures, threats of withholding scholarships and accolades. First, frighten the students back into submission. Upon hearing this, the principal realizes that the department head is prioritizing the supermarket's interests, completely oblivious to the extent of the turmoil, and their voice trembles with indignation. Threats? The students could easily leak chat logs anonymously online, and then you can forget about recovering from the trending topics. Enough. I do not care how you have negotiated with the supermarket's manager. First, we shall close the establishment for a thorough inspection. Closure. The entangled interests nearly led the department leader to forget that the principal is their superior, prompting an instinctive rebuttal. But the semester's end is just around the corner. I doubt the students will remain unsettled for long, as they will soon need to prepare for exams. The principal retorts, are you instructing me on my responsibilities? If you had managed the department effectively, would we have reached the pinnacle of trending topics? Do you still not perceive the gravity of the situation? Upon hearing the words trending topics, a wave of anxiety surges from the department leader's spine, chilling them to the core, causing a few drops of perspiration to escape. He had completely forgotten how he had hung up the principal's call, only recalling the significant action of immediately notifying the proprietress. Despite being warned not to stir up trouble, he insisted on doing so, and now the situation had escalated. She would not need to open the store tomorrow. It was time for a business suspension and rectification, just like that. The proprietress, upon receiving the call, was utterly bewildered as she witnessed the sealing of her establishment. Was it merely a trivial dispute among merchants? Why had the school so resolutely decided to abandon her this time? Was it not customary to prioritize the supermarket's interests? Panic-stricken, she hastily redialed the number, finally connecting after a prolonged attempt. Hello, leader, please do not truly seal the premises. Why such a hasty decision? Could you discreetly inform me if I have offended someone in higher authority? Who is this esteemed individual? I implore you to guide me. I shall make amends. The department head on the other end shook his head in disbelief. He had no answers to her inquiries. Did he not wish to receive a bribe? He certainly could not afford it. This entire affair was steeped in mystery, defying all logic from top to bottom. Ultimately, it was chillingly unsettling, and his instincts urged him to take decisive action. Forget about making amends. It was futile. It wasn't the higher-ups, but rather an overwhelming number of students and netizens who had risen in collective outrage. Until that fury subsided, who would dare to protect her? The proprietress attempted to articulate further, but the department head impatiently interrupted. In any case, do not call me again. Instead, you should promptly apologize to the students. Perhaps that might placate them. At that moment, her mind was in disarray. As a seasoned surfer of high-intensity social media waves, she had certainly observed the discussions surrounding this incident across various trending platforms. Initially dismissive, she had thought it a trivial matter unworthy of such attention. However, now that it had garnered publicity, she believed it might serve to illuminate her struggles as a fragile woman being bullied by unruly students. Yet, she had not anticipated the overwhelming support from netizens for the students and the instantaneously severe reaction from the school leadership. The order for her to suspend operations was astonishing. Could it be that the students' protests wielded such power? Dread began to creep in, even though she still felt no fault of her own. Sigh. I suppose I must apologize. The students are young. They are merely children. Why should I, as an adult, hold it against them? Preserving the supermarket is of utmost importance. The proprietress gazed skyward, lifting her camera to the highest beauty filter setting, resting her face on one hand, allowing the focus to shift to the glistening tear at the corner of her eye. With a flurry of clicks, she captured multiple identical images. After a prolonged selection process, during which the tear had dried, she finally chose a selfie to share in the student group chat, accompanied by the message, I am the proprietress of Changming Supermarket. Regarding the false statements circulating on trending topics, I am deeply saddened and have cried alone at home for quite some time. I feel it is necessary to respond. Dear students, you are educated, cultured, and polite children. Do not be swayed by the provocations of those with merely a middle school education. Some individuals, during their youth, neglect their studies and venture prematurely into society, unaware of the myriad perils they may encounter, acquiring various dubious tactics, excelling in sowing discord and slandering others. Throughout the years, the supermarket proprietress has run her business with transparency, maintaining fair prices and ethical operations. My son is pursuing his postgraduate studies at a prestigious university, a testament to our family's virtuous upbringing and refined education, showcasing the erudition and grace of our household members. In summary, the proprietress is entirely innocent. Those who are pure will naturally remain untainted. There is no need for further explanation. Those who understand, understand. With this articulate statement disseminated, the supermarket owner felt she had sufficiently humbled herself, having extended ample gestures of goodwill. She had lavished praise upon others with numerous descriptors. And if the students were to oppose her, it would reflect a lack of culture, civility, and decorum. After her explanation, the students and netizens should undoubtedly rally to her side, for she is the mother of a graduate student from a prestigious institution. To side with an uneducated street vendor rather than the esteemed mother of a distinguished scholar seems unfathomable. The proprietress eagerly awaited the students' responses, and after a full minute, the first reply emerged in the group chat, a solitary question mark. This was swiftly followed by another, and soon, an increasing number of individuals were typing out their inquiries. What ensued was an almost comical barrage of responses, with nearly all students employing the same symbol in reply, interspersed occasionally with ellipses to express their bewilderment. The proprietress felt a pang of anxiety, longing to reach through the screen, grasp the collar of the student on the other side, and shake them while demanding to know the meaning of their response. What does a question mark signify? Is this the reaction one should have after reading her explanation? Speak up. At last, someone initiated the first textual response. Are you out of your mind? What does your son have to do with this? Who inquired about your son? No one. We simply wish to understand why you have the authority to compel other businesses to raise their prices. Some students, opting to forego direct confrontation, merely captured screenshots of her statements and shared them online for others to critique. After reading the supermarket proprietress's bewildering remarks, netizens collectively fell silent for a minute, evidently perplexed by her unusual reasoning. What is the significance of posting a meticulously edited selfie? What does showcasing your graduate son imply? Each mind resonated with a single lyric. You act irrationally, others inquire, and you respond absurdly. Eventually, someone endeavored to empathize with the proprietress's emotional state while typing her explanation. Interpreting her words, I see. Previously, wherever one presented a prestigious academic credential, it commanded universal respect and admiration, elevating one above others. By invoking her son, the supermarket owner seeks to flaunt her privilege in its entirety. Dear lady, times have changed. Netizens are well aware that a high level of education does not equate to high moral character, and substantial income does not inherently confer superiority. You cannot deceive us. Even if a noodle vendor possesses only an elementary education, you cannot coerce him into raising his prices. I would advise the proprietress to refrain from offering any explanations. As soon as she opens her mouth, she inadvertently reveals her privileged status, displaying an unmistakable sense of superiority that disregards the common folk. This is akin to striking herself down. I have grown weary of these haughty, wealthy individuals. One may harbor thoughts of superiority in private, yet it is best left unspoken. Otherwise, one must be prepared for a resounding slap in response. The proprietress's apology was akin to pouring water into a pot of boiling oil, exacerbating the already volatile situation. Her remarks, delivered with a low level of education and malicious intent, unleashed a barrage of criticism, leaving countless innocent onlookers wounded. Since she initiated the attack, she cannot fault the online community for retaliating. In an instant, the internet erupted with a cacophony of condemnation, each wave more fervent than the last, with some hot-headed individuals vowing to demonstrate what true lack of decorum and malice entails. The proprietress was thoroughly panicked. She had hoped to elicit public sympathy with tearful selfies, yet she became a mere tool for public derision. In haste, she canceled all her accounts, withdrew from the internet, and deleted all related information, retreating home in silence. Trembling with dread. Until that moment, she still harbored hopes of weathering the storm and making a comeback. However, whether she accepts it or not, her once unstoppable vessel has ultimately capsized in the mire. Chapter 237. Brother tasting delicacies. My only connection on the internet. In the principal's office. At this hour, the principal had returned home, finished dinner, and was comfortably lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, preparing to wash up and retire for the night. However, a phone call jolted him upright from the sofa. Principal, this is bad. Our school is embroiled in a major public relations crisis. Upon witnessing Changming University trending in such an undignified manner, the principal reacted as if a bundle of firecrackers had been ignited beneath him, rushing back to the school. Being the sole individual privy to the police's undercover operation, he was drenched in sweat. Listening attentively to the police officer's critical admonition over the phone, the principal genuinely regretted and understood the gravity of the situation. He had been overly optimistic, believing that the bomb threat was most likely a momentary lapse in judgment, while the supermarket's monthly rent was a tangible concern. Yet, what if the bomb incident were indeed true, and the proprietress's actions jeopardized the undercover officer's operations? At that point, it would be too late for regrets. Could the paltry rent cover the losses of several families? He should never have allowed such trivial financial gains to hinder significant matters. After hanging up, the principal reflected on how irrational his previous behavior had been. He likened himself to a husband accompanying his wife for a prenatal checkup. The doctor had merely stated that the situation was somewhat concerning, yet he had irrationally shouted, "Save the baby. No matter what, we must save the baby." While saving the baby might not guarantee his wife's safety, he could not afford for his family's heir to be in jeopardy. To utter such words without facing immediate retribution from his wife was a testament to her restraint. Only after suffering losses on all fronts would he realize his folly. Fortunately, reason had returned, and there was still time to remedy the situation. Officer, I assure you, moving forward, our school will fully cooperate and eliminate any obstacles to facilitate the smooth execution of the undercover officer's work. Having issued a military order, it becomes imperative to take practical action. The principal promptly targeted the head of the logistics department for accountability. Swiftly, arrangements were made for a conversation, encouraging him to resign voluntarily. This individual had become untenable. Previously, minor infractions had been overlooked, but now, with the circumstances aligning unfavorably, it was time for decisive action. At 2:30 in the morning, Changming University discreetly released an announcement. The communiqué conveyed two significant points. First, the closure of the supermarket for rectification. Second, the resignation of the head of the logistics department due to accountability. These measures, while somewhat unsatisfactory, initially signified a triumph for the protesting students. The timing of the announcement was intentionally chosen to minimize public attention, aiming for a discreet resolution. Little did they anticipate that the nocturnal online community would seize upon it, propelling the announcement to trending status shortly after its release. Impressive, the school's response was quite swift. They did not feign ignorance after all. So, does this mean the instant noodle vendor stall is safe? The announcement was silent on this matter. Could there be repercussions later? Why only disclose the outcomes without revealing the investigation results? Who empowered the supermarket owner to exert such influence over the campus for so many years? Was the administration truly unaware all this time? Let us refrain from pressing further. The mere act of holding one logistics leader accountable is already a sufficient explanation, and further inquiry would be impolite. It can only be said that where there are people, there exists a certain order. Some matters are difficult to circumvent. However, the solidarity exhibited by the students and netizens may, to some extent, instill a measure of trepidation in those who reside in lofty positions. We may occupy a lower status, but we are not devoid of indignation. As an observer throughout this ordeal, I find myself reflecting on the future of Changming University's students. Upon graduation, their advanced education may increase their chances of entering leadership roles, becoming the pillars of society. I hope that, when that time arrives, they retain the memory of their oppression as the weak and continue to advocate for justice, rather than transforming into tyrants once they ascend to power. Simultaneously, amidst this trending event, some express genuine concern for the nation and its people, while others fixate solely on the allure of braised beef noodles. I have scrolled through countless comments, yet I have not encountered a single individual eager to gather for a visit to the instant noodle stall. Am I the only one curious about how delectable the braised beef is? Alas, I thought I was the only one contemplating food. The highly upvoted comments are so grand in perspective that I hesitate to voice my thoughts. What time does the noodle stall open? What route should one take? At what hour can one secure authentic braised beef noodles? I implore kind souls to share their insights. By the following morning, perhaps due to discreet moderation, the highly praised comments questioning the situation had been relegated to obscurity. Instead, those discussing braised beef noodles surged to the forefront. Despite students from Changming University clarifying that the campus was currently closed to outsiders, the enthusiasm of netizens remained unabated. More eager participants even tagged the renowned food critic in the comments. Food critic, I heard you have arrived in Changming City. Surely you are still here? Here is the key to garnering attention. Do go and sample it for everyone. Tao go. The proprietor of a bun shop and the owner of a clay pot rice stall has garnered our attention. You should hurry to Changming University to sample the braised beef noodles. I trust no one else but you. In this moment, countless voices have called upon him, finally capturing his notice. At that time, he had just concluded a new business deal and found himself conveniently in Changming City. Ever since the clay pot rice vendor departed, he held steadfast belief that they would return soon, which is why he chose not to leave the province, opting instead to traverse the nearby cities. During this period, he had received numerous business orders, allowing him to indulge in culinary delights while also earning a living. However, the gastronomic experiences of late had been rather lackluster, barely reaching the threshold of palatability. Similarly, the viewership for his store visits and video edits had dwindled, standing in stark contrast to the significant traffic he once enjoyed while savoring buns and clay pot rice. This dual setback in both culinary pleasures and career aspirations deepened his longing for the bun shop owner and the clay pot rice vendor. Alas, such exceptional chefs are a rare find. Encountering two remarkable individuals in one city was indeed a stroke of fortune. Perhaps they were the finest in the province, and it seemed increasingly difficult to find their equals, suggesting it might be time to explore another province. However, with so many netizens tagging him to taste the braised beef noodles, and given his presence in Changming City, it was a serendipitous alignment of time, place, an opportunity that he could not ignore. If the noodles proved unsatisfactory, he would regard it as his final stop before contemplating a venture into other provinces. Tauge took out his phone and posted a message on Weibo. Thank you all for the tags. I happen to be in Changming City and am quite intrigued by the instant noodle stalls. I've heard that Changming University is closing for the semester. Students who can assist me in procuring braised beef noodles, please DM me. There will be a small remuneration. Upon the release of this Weibo post, the online community erupted with excitement. Wow, Tauge is really going. His response time is incredible. Who else could be more popular? This is why he has become such a prominent internet personality. When netizens reach out, he genuinely responds. Oh my goodness, fortune is surely on its way. Students of Changming University, be prepared. The small remuneration Tauge mentioned is definitely not insignificant. Do not let this opportunity slip by. Meanwhile, Xiaolon, surfing the 5G waves, stumbled upon Tauge's announcement and could not help but exclaim, what on earth? Setting her phone down, she anxiously paced her room. Who could have summoned this revered figure? Why was he everywhere she turned? It had been quite some time, and why he left the province? Was he truly considering settling here? No need to panic, she reassured herself. As Tauge was seeking assistance with procurement, not engaging in face-to-face transactions, he would undoubtedly not recognize her. Chapter 238. Facing gastrointestinal challenges in high-end circles, Tauge is a man of action. The following morning, he set out to locate the braised beef noodles according to the strategies provided by netizens. As expected, the diligent security guard did not permit him entry. Being a prominent broadcaster and live-streaming his endeavors, he refrained from any actions that might disrupt the social order, such as trespassing or sneaking in. At the entrance, the streaming host was not the only one present. It was evident that numerous individuals were brandishing their phones and selfie sticks, all eager to bask in the limelight. The security guard vigilantly monitored this motley crew as if they were thieves, his eyes wide open, refusing to let anyone pass without a student ID. With a face full of regret, the host addressed his audience. Friends, it seems the school closure is indeed real. I've confirmed it for you all. For those who came from afar to taste the delicacies, spare yourselves the trouble. Do not worry. Although I cannot enter, I shall not engage in battle unprepared. Today, I will certainly sample the braised beef noodles on your behalf. In fact, I contacted my purchasing agent last night. Although I cannot enter, the agent will have everything packaged perfectly. Within the campus, a long queue still formed in front of the instant noodle stall. Xiaolon was not in the best of spirits today. He had to cater to the ravenous students before him while remaining alert for any suspicious characters and keeping an eye out for the host who might blend into the crowd. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, a voice suddenly whispered in his ear, "Vendor, have you heard of the host?" The voice was like a whisper from a demon, causing Xiaolon to nearly spill the soup he was holding. Who is this person asking if I know the host? Fortunately, his mask concealed all his reactions, and the questioner, not paying attention to Xiaolon's demeanor, continued speaking. The food streamer, the host. He is that incredibly popular online food vlogger with millions of fans. Vendor, you won't believe it, but one of these 2 bowls of braised beef noodles is packed for the host. The student spoke with a grin, pride evident on his face. If the host finds it delicious and posts a video, you will be famous, even when the school is on break. You won't have to worry about business. Xiaolon finally grasped the intent behind the student's words. He was unable to contain his desire to boast about his connection with the host, and was seeking recognition from Xiaolon. You little rascal, are you conspiring with the host to ambush me? Xiaolon forced a smile, attempting to appear pleased. Oh, how wonderful. So you're assisting the renowned streamer with his purchases. I must give you extra. Saying this, he added another scoop of beef to the already generous serving of noodles. The students were momentarily impressed by the vendor's generosity and envious of the hostess' fortune, for the meat in that bowl was worth double that of others. They eagerly anticipated a similar generous serving for themselves, but alas, that did not come to pass. What a joke. It would be quite the miracle if I didn't knock you out with a spatula instead of rewarding you. What if others see and try to imitate? The student felt a twinge of disappointment but consoled himself. It's all right, the purchasing agent will earn a few hundred in running fees. Enough for him to buy 5 bowls of braised beef noodles for a feast. However, the student failed to notice the peculiar glimmer in Xiaolon's downcast eyes. Especially as he sealed the packaging, Xiaolon, hidden behind his mask, grinned widely, a silent, sinister smile forming. My apologies, dear host. Let us extinguish this third entanglement before it can even begin. After all, you wouldn't want to sacrifice a house, would you? A few minutes later, at the school gate, the eagerly awaiting Tao Gu and the 200,000 fans online finally welcomed their instant noodle purchaser. The student who had chatted with Xiaolan earlier rushed out, panting, his face beaming with a proud exhaustion. Tao Gu, the braised beef noodles have arrived. Here, this portion is for you. The vendor, having heard it was for you, generously added an extra scoop of meat. The student's lips glistened, though it was uncertain whether it was sweat or an uncontrollable drool. His seemingly casual remark concealed a tumultuous internal struggle throughout the journey. Who could fathom how desperately he wished to indulge in this bowl of noodles with double the meat? After all, Tao Gu would never know. Yet, he was merely a university student untouched by the corruptions of society, unversed in the art of kickbacks. However, virtue was rewarded. His honesty spared him from a calamity, preventing him from indulging in the customized, enriched braised beef noodles meant for Tao Gu. Thank you. You've worked hard. I appreciate your help. To the viewers in the live stream, let's give a thumbs up for our little brother who assisted with the purchase. He was the first fan to message me directly, and we met successfully without any mishaps. Tao Gu embraced the purchasing student for a photo in front of the camera. As the comments flooded in, after showering praises on the buyer, viewers urged Tao Gu to dig in, as the audience could hardly contain their anticipation. Hurry up, Tao Gu. My takeout is already unwrapped, and I've been holding my chopsticks forever, just waiting to watch your eating broadcast. I will hold my breath until you finish tasting. Braised beef noodles are here. Everyone else, step aside. Host, please give us a close-up of the food in the live stream. Tao Gu grinned broadly. Don't worry. I will start eating right away. He set up his phone on a folding stand and brought the noodles into view. Through the plastic bag, the bowl of noodles felt warm in his hands, like a small furnace. The high temperature kept the fat on the beef from solidifying into an unappetizing white, still gleaming with a vibrant sheen. While this heat might be too hot for delicate girls, it was just right for the rugged Tao Gu. Peering through the disposable bowl, he could see the juicy, tender beef piled inside. Just looking at it conjured images of the beef bursting with flavor between his teeth. Tao Gu could hardly wait to lift the lid. As he did, a plume of steam erupted towards his face, enveloping him. The warm, moist air coated his face and filled his nostrils, momentarily transporting him to a steamy room. Tao Gu involuntarily let out a long sigh, a blend of discomfort and satisfaction washing over him, feeling utterly relaxed. As the steam dissipated, he casually brushed his damp eyelashes and took a deep breath, this time inhaling the delightful aroma of the braised beef. So fragrant. It smells absolutely delicious. Tao Gu extended his chopsticks, and in the blink of an eye, they were graced with a piece of meat. Without a moment to spare for a cooling breath, the beef seemed to take flight, swiftly vanishing into the mouth of the gluttonous host. The audience in the live stream could almost foresee the expression of satisfaction and joy that would adorn his face, as envy and jealousy welled up within them, evoking a sense of helplessness akin to a tongue unable to reach through the screen. However, to their astonishment, the host furrowed his brow, resting his hand on his forehead, seemingly in agony. The viewers quickly sensed his distress and flooded the chat with messages of concern. What's wrong? Speak up, glutton. Is it delicious or not? Give us a clear answer. The host remained silent, donning a mask of pain. His hand, clutching the chopsticks, trembled increasingly, and his posture became more stooped, resembling a shrimp tossed into boiling water, reddened and bent like a bridge. Please tell me you're not burning yourself again, like last time with the buns. Don't try to fool me. With the current temperature, food cools down the moment it hits your mouth. If it's too hot, just spit it back into the bowl. We're familiar enough. We won't judge you. Yet, the host refrained from releasing his mouthful, instead making a laborious swallowing motion, accompanied by exaggerated sounds. The astute viewers noticed his lips were noticeably swollen, as if savagely vacuumed. His tongue flailed wildly in the air, attempting to maximize contact with the cool air, seeking brief relief. So spicy. What a fiery sensation. It was no exaggeration. The host felt transformed into a fire-breathing dragon, his mouth ablaze, each breath seemingly exuding flames. He was acutely aware that his tear-streaked, distorted visage was far from dignified, yet he dared not cover his mouth, fearing that the fire within might not escape from above. He worried it would erupt from below instead. With a swollen tongue and unclear speech, he addressed the student who purchased the food. This is far too spicy. Is this really braised beef noodles? Did you mistakenly buy spicy beef noodles? The purchasing student looked bewildered and foolish, scratching his head. Did I buy spicy beef noodles? I didn't know, the vendor didn't say. After a moment of contemplation, the student suddenly recalled. Wait, that's not right. I didn't add any extra chili. Even if it's spicy beef noodles, it should be of normal spiciness. Can you not handle spicy food? That's rather pathetic. The host lifted his head, silent, his eyes, swollen from the spice, staring vacantly at the live stream. Some appeared to have calmed down, yet in reality, they had been mentally absent for some time. The overwhelming stimulation had rendered him momentarily devoid of his senses. He could not discern the flavor of the meat, only recalling a sensation akin to a disembodied soul. The chat was filled with the mischievous laughter of viewers, along with comments like "You're such a loser," but not a single word of sympathy could be found. The host rubbed his buzzing ears, sniffled, and wiped away the tears brought forth by the spice. As the heat gradually subsided, an insatiable desire to win surged within him. It is not that anyone belittled my humble spicy beef. I simply wasn't prepared. As the glutton regained his composure, he felt emboldened and stuffed another piece of meat into his mouth. It was as if a nuclear bomb detonated in his mind. The potency of the capsaicin causing his eardrums to tremble violently, akin to two dying fish writhing inside his ears. Their tails flailed, contorted, and struggled, Yet amidst the extreme agony brought forth by the spice, he discerned a tantalizing, exquisite itch that penetrated to the bone. Before his brain could catch up, his chopsticks had already delivered another morsel to his lips. The third piece awakened the most primal instincts nestled deep within his genes. As if a carousel of history spun before his eyes, he beheld the relentless torrent of evolution, witnessing the ascent from early primates to bipedal humans. A journey of countless centuries distilled into the ruthless maxim, survival of the fittest. What bizarre fare had our ancestors not consumed? Those who persevered added another page to their culinary repertoire, while those who faltered were struck from the family tree. A mere spicy flavor? Allow my body to activate its adaptive mode, and as this newly evolved version of myself, I shall meet you head on. The glutton indulged deeper into the spice, growing bolder, swifter, and more impassioned with each bite, losing himself in the experience. Eventually, his taste buds acclimated, successfully discerning the unparalleled savory essence of the meat amidst the surging heat. Exquisite. Oh, how delightful. So hot. So exhilarating. While he was caught up in the fiery ecstasy, he passionately urged his viewers, listen, my friends. Those who can handle the heat are truly fortunate. It's delicious, truly delicious. I have never tasted anything so fiery and flavorful in my life. 1 bite and your soul soars. 2 bites and you transcend. 3 bites and you bask in the divine light. 4 bites and you return to the earthly realm. Although this braised beef was unexpectedly fiery, beyond imagination, as long as one possesses resilience and a desire to relent, this beef will undoubtedly deliver an exhilarating heat. If only Xiaolon had the time to watch the live stream, for if he witnessed the glutton's reaction, he would surely faint from fury. This was the devil's pepper. Drawn from the point shop specifically for such occasions, a spice so diabolical it was originally intended for interrogating criminals. True to its name, it torments the senses, primarily affecting the 7 orifices, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, all while ensuring no physical harm or evidence remains post-torture. Who would have thought that this instrument of punishment would bring such delight to the glutton? A normal person would discard such an excessively spicy beef after a single bite, yet he continued to devour it with abandon, observing the glutton's satisfaction with the braised beef. His fervent endorsements in the live stream would only attract more business to Xiaolon. This simply wouldn't do. It seemed Xiaolon had been too lenient, lacking the ruthless tactics required to handle the glutton. He turned to the Points Redemption shop, eyeing another item named Spicy Hand of Destruction. As the name suggests, this pepper specializes in wreaking havoc in the most outrageous manner. With a gentle touch while consuming, it leaves devastation in its wake. It is not a deep-seated enmity that warrants the use of such extreme measures. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaolon ultimately could not bring herself to be so ruthless. So be it. One should not regard Brother Tao as a mere avatar of himself. It was precisely this fleeting moment of compassion that led to Brother Tao's third entanglement, one that was both intricate and inextricable. As expected, netizens were once again captivated by Brother Tao's impassioned recommendations. Goodness, if you merely say it's delicious, I might not feel compelled to try it. But if you claim it's spicy enough to send me to the heavens, then I simply must rise to the challenge. I have devoured the notoriously fiery turkey noodles and licked the plate clean. How spicy could the mere fragrant beef noodles be? Do you truly believe I've never eaten instant noodles before? I hereby volunteer for the challenge. Work paused, booking tickets to Changming City. I shall arm myself with a box of intestinal fortitude. This will be a high-stakes gastronomic endeavor. Chapter 239. At 60 or 70 years. One is in the prime of life. Brother Tao's live stream wielded immense influence, trending locally on that very day and capturing the attention of the entire internet. Netizens from all corners clamored to test their limits against the extreme spiciness, and before anyone could blink, all tickets for the next 5 days to Changming City were sold out. Some students studying in distant locales were left in tears, pleading, please, have mercy. Our school is about to enter winter break. Don't seize our tickets home. Promise me, just let the tickets for the next 5 days be. And spare those for the next 10. We just finished our final exam. Leave at least 1 ticket for us locals. Others, less fortunate, opened their ticketing apps only to feel as if the sky had fallen. This semester, our school had exams earlier than usual. I thought there would be plenty of high-speed train tickets available, so I wasn't in a rush to buy one, and now they're all gone. Who understands the feeling of having to stay at school after final exams? With an ominous premonition, one student declared, I insist that you outsiders refrain from snatching up tickets for the spring festival. Let us locals return home first. While the external netizens were en route, the students at Changming University had already begun to put their plans into action. An increasing number of students were specifying that they wanted the spicy version of braised beef noodles, and it had to be extraordinarily spicy. Vendor. We only learned about the fragrant spicy beef noodles from Brother Tao's live stream. Why didn't you offer this before? Quickly, 1 serving please. It is no wonder Brother Tao is seen as a natural-born media savant, always the first to encounter such delightful opportunities. Please. Also give me a serving of the spicy flavor. Xiaolon could hardly have anticipated that this wave of karmic retribution would return to her so swiftly. The 7 orifices smoking devil pepper required points for redemption, but Xiaolon was merely an ordinary wealthy individual, devoid of such abundant points to squander. Yet, with the proverbial ducks being forced into a row, Brother Tao had already showcased the dish in his live stream, and thus, everyone felt compelled to partake. Reluctantly, Xiaolon had no choice but to dig into her own pockets to purchase copious amounts of chili peppers and to prepare another pot of spicy beef. While the cost of ingredients soared unexpectedly, the diners, once finished, would inevitably exclaim, is this it? It's not even that spicy. Brother Tao was rather underwhelming. Nevertheless, the spicy variant did indeed pack more of a punch than the braised version, prompting requests for another serving. This endeavor turned out to be a mutual loss for both Brother Tao and Xiaolon. The sole source of comfort for Xiaolon was the school's strict lockdown measures, which effectively prevented any encounters with the troublesome Tao Gu. However, to his dismay, the persistent Tao Gu clung to him like a ghost. One night, at a secluded corner of the school entrance, a shadowy figure loomed. The bluish glow emanating from his phone illuminated his face, casting a sorrowful expression upon Tao Gu. He lamented to his livestream audience, pouting as if he could tether a cow. Didn't I tell you not to come here? It's a lockdown. Yet here you all are, flocking over. Now look at this, with so many wolves and so little meat, everyone is scrambling for agents. I can hardly find one myself. Just when I finally locate an agent, they want to charge extra. The insatiable cravings in his belly could not be satisfied with a single meal. He needed at least 3 agents a day. Even with the wealth of his family, he could not sustain such exorbitant prices for every meal. Tao Gu realized he could not continue down this path. Rather than allow intermediaries to profit, it would be more prudent to negotiate directly with the vendors. Moreover, tasting only a little each day merely satiated him without truly satisfying his appetite. It was an unbearable state of limbo, akin to the sensation of a sneeze that builds up but never releases. My friends, today I must wait for the vendor, he declared. Every time I order through an agent, it's just a few morsels, hardly enough to fill the gaps. I need to devise a plan to procure a whole bucket to indulge myself and return home content. Upon hearing this, the comments section erupted with mockery. Tao Gu, you were just boasting. I refuse to believe you would actually leave. Even if you could part with the braised beef. Would you truly abandon the dumpling vendor and claypot rice seller next door? Tao Gu gazed at the flood of comments and forced a bitter smile. Reluctance is futile. I cannot linger here any longer. I have this ominous feeling that I might never escape this province in my lifetime. Seizing the opportunity before his meeting with the braised beef noodle vendor, while their relationship was still shallow, he resolved to make a decisive break. Otherwise, his title of gourmet traveler would become a mere jest. After wandering aimlessly for a long while, he felt no different than a fly that circles back to where it began. Gathering his spirits, he addressed the live stream. It's not a big deal. If I encounter the braised beef noodle vendor, I shall inquire whether he can vacuum pack the beef for shipping. With logistics being so advanced these days, it should be feasible. If all else fails, I could invite him to my home as a chef. The audience erupted in disbelief. Tao Gu, that is outrageous. You plan to abduct the man. You want to eat? Pack, and take the pot away? Aren't you worried about being blacklisted by Changming University? No, the entire internet. Don't panic, folks. I've heard the vendor is elderly, and older individuals may not wish to move to big cities. I'm guessing the instant noodle vendor is local and will choose to return to his roots. That is not certain. Being in your 60s or 70s is precisely the age to venture out. Plus, working as a chef at Tao Gu's house could offer a handsome salary. Free from the petty rivalries of the industry. Just think, he'd only need to prepare 1 meal a day, and in his free time, he could reside in a grand villa, stroll through magnificent gardens, walk a lavish dog, sip fine wine, and be chauffeured for errands. Who wouldn't relish such an existence? Oh no, now I'm tempted. Tao Gu, do you need a local dog? Just let me follow you. Even if it means residing in a lavish villa adorned with a golden collar, I would gladly accept. As the live stream continued, Tiao Ji's keen eyes suddenly caught sight of Xiaolon pushing 2 empty thermal containers after work. Tao Gu sniffed the air, confirming the tantalizing aroma of meat wafting through. And he sprang to his feet, shaking off the snowflakes that adorned him, and howled at the sky. Boss. The sound echoed, causing a chill to run down Xiaolan's spine. He did not need to turn around to know the famished specter pursuing him. Gripping the handle of his cart tightly, Xiaolon focused his energy, bending his knees and tensing his rear, springing forth like a coiled spring. Tao Gu, momentarily stunned, quickly raised his voice even louder. Boss. Don't run. I'm not a bad person. There's no need to be afraid. However, Tiao Ji's viewers in the live stream were fervently flooding the comments. Boss, run. Hurry. For heaven's sake, don't let Tao Gu catch you. Otherwise, you'll be living in a grand villa with sprawling gardens. If you slow down, you might become Tiao Ji's exclusive delicacy. The barrage of comments was merely for amusement, as neither Tao Gu nor Xiaolon had the luxury to glance at their phones. They were engrossed in a game of chase through the snow. Xiaolon thundered ahead, pushing his cart, while Tao Gu, wielding his phone, pursued him, shouting, Boss. Don't run. I'm Tao Gu, the food streamer. I can help you with advertising. But more importantly, I want to buy your beef. Xiaolon quickened his pace. Where he had once felt as if gliding on ice skates, he now felt as though he were propelled by fiery wheels. He darted several meters away, the wind carrying his voice to Tao Gu. It's sold out. Don't chase me. Tao Gu persisted from behind. I know. I want to buy tomorrow's beef. Can I reserve a container? I have money. Chapter 240. Retirement for 1,000 days. Old age for a moment. As Tiao Ji's words fell, a muffled voice from ahead, struggling to breathe through a mask, replied, Not for sale. Tao Gu exclaimed, I'll pay double. I'm not short on money. Running. He was nearly thrown off balance by this unexpected response. Oh no, I've encountered a wealthy elder. So, can your beef be vacuum sealed and shipped out of town? I can pay a deposit. If you lack the connections, I can help you establish a cold chain. Not for sale. I only sell to students. Tao Gu had many more words to share, but was so astonished that he nearly bit his tongue, forgetting what he intended to say. Was this elder not seeking fame or profit, but merely looking to nourish university students? The comments in the live stream were equally astonished, filled with exclamations. Goodness. Did I hear correctly? Tao Gu was so gracefully rejected? Selling to Tao Gu wouldn't hinder his stall at school. The boss could clearly earn more. Why refuse him? Perhaps age has diminished his energy. Cooking 2 containers a day is his limit. Such small businesses face inherent productivity challenges. The boss could have chosen to sell to Tiao Ge and simply sold one less at school the next day, yet he unhesitatingly prioritized the students. How touching. I'm moved to tears. Wait a moment. Everyone says the instant noodle vendor is old, but how can he run so swiftly? His legs are remarkably agile. I heard that business has been booming lately, and the owner's son has come to assist. Perhaps Tiao Ge is pursuing him. That was close. Tiao Ge nearly caught up with the owner. However, with the son following in his father's footsteps, Tiao Ge might still have a chance to win him over. That might take some time. We will likely have to wait until the son has fulfilled his duty of caring for his father before anything happens. Like-minded individuals. Tiao Ge shared similar thoughts with the comments streaming by. He watched as the other party was about to board a vehicle, certain that there would be no change of heart. He hastily raised his voice, exclaiming, I won't pursue any further. Please slow down. I merely wish to inquire, as the winter break approaches and the school closes. Where will you set up your stall? Please, do enlighten me. Tiao Ge contemplated that once the students returned home for the holidays, the owner would no longer refuse to sell meat to him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lan was momentarily taken aback. It was not that he did not wish to answer, but rather that he had never considered this question. Once the term concluded, his undercover assignment would also come to an end. There would be no more selling, and he could return home for the new year. Tiao Ge continued to press from behind, as if he would not relent until he received an answer. Are you setting up nearby at the night market? Is that correct? Is it? Ah, yes. Xiao Lan mumbled, crouching low as he slipped into the car. Watching the vehicle drive further away, Tiao Ge leaned against his knees, panting for several moments before regaining his breath. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he could not help but murmur, how strange. Why does the owner's silhouette seem so familiar? It feels as though I have seen it somewhere before. After reflecting for a moment, he could not recall a matching figure, so he decided to set it aside for the time being. Looking down at his phone, he observed a flurry of teasing comments in the live stream. Reveling in his misfortune. Tiao Ge, where's your financial prowess? Why is he ignoring you? The old man has his pension. Selling his goods is purely based on conscience. How will you manage if he doesn't fall for your tricks? Tiao Ge felt his pride wounded, forcing himself to maintain a facade. In truth, I can comprehend the owner's decision. As a member of society, it is unreasonable for me to snatch food from the mouths of students. Now that the owner has chosen not to sell to me, it is of little consequence. Once the school holiday arrives and the students depart, the owner will set up his stall outside, and then I can feast to my heart's content. Tiao Ge could already envision the scene of indulging in 2 buckets of beef, one spicy and one braised, eating as much as he desired. Saliva unconsciously trickled down the corner of his mouth. The live stream viewers recognized his demeanor, realizing that he was about to alter his plans. It is reasonable to suspect that the owner has employed a strategy of enticing yet withholding, as Tiao Ge now grins like a fish that has willingly taken the bait. Oh no, the owner has reeled Tiao Ge in. If the owner does not flee, Tiao Ge will depart tomorrow. With the owner's retreat, Tiao Ge's return has become indefinitely postponed. Braised beef holds a 100 allure for Tiao Ge. The owner's refusal to sell braised beef magnifies its temptation to a staggering 100,000. Tiao Ge, you haven't purchased your flight ticket, have you? It seems you plan to stay until the end of the term. If you have bought a ticket, you should promptly cancel it. Remember, while we are not lacking in funds, we ought to save a little. The university winter break will last over a month. Brother Tao, are you aware that the boss plans to set up a stall at the nearby night market during the holiday? Could it be that he is contemplating purchasing a property in the vicinity? Initially, Brother Tao had no intention of buying a house, but upon noticing this comment, thoughts began to stir within him. The notion of acquiring a home seemed feasible. With the university winter break extending over a month and the summer holiday approaching 2 months, if the boss operates his stall nearby during this time, purchasing a property could indeed be a wise investment. The audience in the live stream observed Brother Tao's eyes gleaming with excitement, which elicited a wave of envy. Wait, Brother Tao, are you serious? If only I could buy a house as freely as you do. How infuriating. This is property near a prestigious university. It's exorbitantly priced. Meanwhile, Brother Tao needs only to consider where the boss sets up his stall. As Brother Tao contemplated this idea, it seemed increasingly viable. Eagerly, he waved to the live stream audience. Family, I'm signing off for now. I'm a bit disheartened for not getting the beef today. I'm going to check out some properties to lift my spirits. I hope to find a good deal. Exiting the live stream, Brother Tao wasted no time and promptly contacted a real estate agent. His motivation for purchasing a property was not purely impulsive. He also held an investment mindset. Investing near the university was the most straightforward way to recoup costs. Even if he did not reside there himself, he could rent it to students. During the school year, students would occupy the space, while Brother Tao could stay there during the winter and summer breaks, perfectly alternating their schedules. He sincerely hoped that the braised beef vendor would not suddenly disappear again, or he might truly have to seek blessings at a temple. Wondering if he carried some kind of curse that scared them away, Brother Tao made a cross over his chest and softly murmured, Amit Ba. Meanwhile, Xiao Lan drove with lingering apprehension. He had narrowly avoided being caught by Brother Tao, had he been exposed to millions of viewers in the live stream. His undercover mission would have been utterly compromised. Fame can be perilous, and it seemed prudent for him to minimize his public appearances for the time being. He decided to let Lao Deng handle the stall for a while, allowing him to take on a more challenging role. Xiao Lan could then mingle among the students, actively patrolling and gathering information. It appeared that Lao Deng's presence was not entirely without merit. Universities had begun their exams, with the fastest group set to finish and leave campus in just over a week. With fewer people on campus, safety would be enhanced. He hoped to conclude this task before the holiday and avoid any unforeseen complications. Chapter 241, The Undercover Stall Team, All Hands on Deck. 3 uneventful days passed. During this time, Xiaolon delegated the entire management of the instant noodle stall to Lao Deng. At this point, it mattered little how the noodles were prepared. Patrons were drawn solely by the allure of the braised beef. Xiaolon disguised himself as a student, wandering around the cafeteria and campus, shifting from a passive waiting mode to an active search for suspects. In his wanderings, he indeed managed to apprehend several suspicious individuals. Spotting a familiar figure in the queue, Xiaolon swiftly approached and executed a chokehold. The individual instinctively reacted defensively upon sensing someone nearby. However, the disparity in their strengths was overwhelming, and Xiaolon subdued him as easily as one would a chick. Xiaolon gently lifted the mask of the person before him with a single finger, their eyes locking in mutual recognition. It was Su Zhou from the Municipal Public Security Bureau, a member of this undercover operation team. Xiaolon's 99 suspicion was confirmed, and with an expression of resignation, he released his finger, causing the mask to snap back into place. Xiaolon, aren't you supposed to be at the cafeteria? Why are you queuing here? Su Zhou awkwardly adjusted his mask, his gaze flickering. I merely wish to observe the exemplary work of outstanding comrades. Xiaolon, speak honestly. Su Zhou, I was tempted by your delectable dish. Xiaolon, at a loss for words, stepped back from Su Zhou. Is it really necessary to sneak in line? If you want to eat, just let me know. I wouldn't deny you. Su Zhou chuckled sheepishly. How could I possibly ask you directly? I was simply curious about the taste of the braised pork that has garnered such attention on social media, so I thought I might discreetly buy a portion to try. He quickly added, my stall has a colleague covering for me, so this doesn't constitute dereliction of duty. Xiaolon, engaging in a playful train of thought, mused, you didn't conspire with your colleague to buy for him while you're at it, did you? Su Zhou merely laughed, his laughter betraying his unease. In that moment, he appeared far removed from the proud figure of a city bureau officer, self-proclaimed as the team leader. Xiaolon chose not to delve deeper and prepared to leave, lest the queue behind them misinterpret his intentions as cutting in line. Although they maintained a playful stance, to the onlookers, it seemed as though two ordinary male university students were merely frolicking. Such tactics of queue jumping were all too common, spotting an acquaintance in line and immediately rushing over to greet them, then seamlessly merging back into the queue while distracted. This method of cutting in line was particularly contemptible. Just as Xiaolon and Su Zhou exchanged a few words, they had already attracted several glares of discontent from those waiting behind. As Xiaolon took a step forward, someone grasped the hem of his garment. Turning around, he found it was Su Zhou again, his face earnest as he implored, Brother Xiao, can we make a deal? During the meeting tonight, could you refrain from mentioning that I came here to buy braised pork? Just spare me some face. I promise to reflect deeply on my actions. Xiaolon sighed. All right, as long as you all know in your hearts. Not long after he uttered those words, Xiaolon regretted his hasty agreement. A little distance away, he spotted a delightful surprise in the crowd of people waiting. Lo and behold, were not all the members of their undercover stall team? Each one donned a mask, blending into the throng, believing themselves unrecognizable. Upon witnessing their perfectly aligned postures, Xiaolon immediately recognized them as colleagues. Each one, upon meeting his penetrating gaze, bowed their heads in embarrassment. As the line progressed, Xiaolon received 4 private messages, each identical in content. Brother Xiao, during the meeting, could you please refrain from mentioning that you saw me queuing for beef noodles? I promise to deeply reflect on my actions. Very well, they were clearly pairing off, each attempting to keep their secret from the others. Altogether, their undercover stall team comprised 10 members, and excluding Xiaolon, there remained 9. In a scenario where pairs take turns manning the stall, only one honest individual remains steadfast at his post, untempted by distractions. Ultimately, Xiaolon decided to disclose the matter within the group, notably commending the singular honest soul who did not abandon his duty. This individual was a young man selling popcorn, whose integrity shone through. Upon receiving praise, he promptly clarified in the group chat, I must apologize, a student did come over to treat me to beef noodles. I insisted that I couldn't accept, as they would leave the bowls behind and run off, so I had to chase after them to return their money. The singletons in the group fixated intensely on the words them and they, leading to a wave of sardonic remarks after a brief silence. You really shouldn't have done that. If you didn't want to eat, why not pursue them to return the instant noodles? The taunts began. The popcorn vendor replied, that wouldn't do. If I ran, the noodles would spill everywhere, which would be a waste of Zhao's craftsmanship. His reasoning was sound and irrefutable, much to their collective annoyance. On the 4th day, the stall operated as usual. For reasons unknown, whenever Lao Deng was assigned to the stall, the braised pork sold exceptionally fast. Perhaps it was due to the presence of mice in the cafeteria. For every bowl sold, one would mysteriously disappear. Nevertheless, Xiaolon chose to turn a blind eye, prioritizing the completion of their tasks over all else. Once the braised beef was sold out, the customer flow diminished significantly, as most had come solely for that dish. Fewer patrons meant fewer potential issues, which was a relief. While Lao Deng scrolled through short videos, he monitored the stall, seemingly impervious to the cold weather outside. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the stall. Lao Deng looked up to see a young man, likely a university student, surveying the instant noodle stall with keen interest, as if fascinated by the pots and utensils. Lao Deng took the initiative to speak. Young man, you've come too late. The beef is sold out, and only instant noodles remain. The young man expressed no disappointment, replying calmly, then I'll have a bowl of instant noodles. With vegetables and an egg, please. A few minutes later, the young man walked into the cafeteria, holding a steaming bowl of instant noodles. By that time, lunch hours had passed, leaving a greater number of students buried in their books, preparing for finals. Xiaolon blended in among them, his backpack resting beside him. With the zipper slightly open to reveal the handle of a frying spatula, artfully disguised with sports sweatband tape to resemble a badminton racket. The sponge-like tape had a translucent effect, ensuring that if the spatula were to signal danger, Xiaolon would be alerted. To embody a college student, merely having a backpack was insufficient. Spread before him lay a textbook, while he merrily engaged with his phone. Striking a balance between studying and leisure, this was the essence of his college student persona. Suddenly, a steaming bowl of instant noodles was placed on the adjacent table. A voice accompanied the arrival. "You're not a student from Changming University, are you?" Xiaolon was the first to notice the frying spoon emitting a flickering red light. And then he suddenly looked up. Chapter 242. Such a poisonous tongue. Aren't you afraid of poisoning yourself? After several days, he finally saw the red warning light again, indicating the presence of a significant criminal. Suppressing the turmoil of excitement and fear within, Xiaolan's face displayed an expression akin to dazedness. Fortunately, this dazed look served as his camouflage, making him appear much like a university student whose mind had regressed from excessive gaming. Xiaolon swiftly concealed his phone, turning it face down on the table, seemingly to guard against prying eyes, while in reality, he quietly activated the recording function. On what grounds do you claim I am not a student here?" Seizing the opportunity to question, Xiaolon meticulously scrutinized the young man's appearance. The youth's complexion was pale, lips tinged with purple, revealing an unhealthy state, and his face bore the marks of exhaustion. Yet, his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, infused with a disconcerting fervor and excitement, starkly contrasting with his weary demeanor. "You lack a sense of belonging in your eyes. Devoid of the pride and worthiness that comes with being a student of a prestigious institution," the young man asserted, settling beside Xiaolon while deftly splitting a pair of disposable chopsticks. "Have you noticed that the true students of Changming University exude a certain composure, as if they were destined to study here?" He continued, "whereas we are but outsiders, stealthily intruding upon another's domain. No matter how adeptly we mimic the locals, we remain fundamentally out of place." Throughout this exchange, the youth's gaze never landed on Xiaolon, as though he were not conversing with him at all. He merely lifted the lid of his instant noodles, allowing the billowing white steam to obscure his features. Without waiting for the noodles to cool, he dove into his meal, seemingly unbothered by the heat. Xiaolan's heart raced, his mind preoccupied with the ominous red light from the spoon's handle, his eyes fixed intently on the young man, fearing an imminent outburst. After a prolonged period of vigilance, he seized a fleeting moment to glance askance at the spoon's handle. To his astonishment, he discovered that the light was not red, but a soft blue. How peculiar! It had clearly appeared red moments ago. Had he misperceived it? Quickly regaining his composure, Xiaolon discreetly employed the system to search for the young man's criminal record. To his surprise, the result was a blank slate. The young man's history was impeccably clean, devoid of any criminal behavior. Could it be that the athletic tape had obscured his vision, causing him to misjudge the color? Nevertheless, the young man's behavior was undeniably suspicious. In a crowd of many, he had inexplicably singled out Xiaolon to engage in conversation. Wait, what had the youth just articulated? A series of sentiments of alienation, seemingly directed at Xiaolon, but in truth, each word reflected his own inner turmoil. The young man possessed a keen sensitivity, articulating his thoughts with an artistic flair. In simpler terms, he perceived Xiaolan's sense of displacement to be as profound as his own. It seemed that the youth regarded Xiaolon as another outsider, like himself, who had infiltrated the school, thus prompting him to initiate this dialogue. In the past, when Changming University allowed free entry, outsiders, even if they recognized one another, felt no need for pleasantries. Now, with the implementation of access control, outsiders are barred from entry, and those who manage to sneak and find an inexplicable thrill akin to clandestine meetings. The crisis has passed, and the moment of tension has dissipated. Xiaolon relaxed his taut muscles and flipped his phone over. He was not particularly fond of the youth's familiarity, yet he held a certain respect for the young man's keen observational skills. After disguising himself for 3 days in the cafeteria without being recognized, he was taken aback that this youth saw through him at once. Out of admiration and curiosity, Xiaolon made an exception to engage him in conversation. "Xiaolon, so, you are also from another school? But how do you possess a meal card? I recall that the instant noodle stall no longer accepts cash, only meal cards." Having consumed most of his bowl of noodles in just a few bites, the youth turned slightly, a smirk dancing on his lips as he glanced at Xiaolon. "If you can procure a fake student ID to get in, how is it that you can't acquire a mere meal card?" Xiaolon cleared his throat. "I simply didn't bother to obtain one." He straightened his posture. "Moreover, my purpose for entering is not merely to eat. I believe the academic atmosphere at Changming University is quite conducive to study, particularly for final exams, which is why I came here to learn." The youth, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at the professional book lying untouched before Xiaolon, then shifted his gaze to the phone, its battery dwindling to 20. The implication was unmistakable. The youth took a sip of his soup and, with a tone laced with sarcasm, remarked, "If you don't belong to this circle, don't force yourself into it. You think you're striving hard, but you're merely a buffoon, flailing about aimlessly." Xiaolon found himself speechless. Not even noodles could silence such a tongue. With such acerbic wit, one might fear for their own safety while eating. Fortunately, Xiaolon was not a student from a nearby vocational college, for had he been, the provocation might have led him to dunk the youth's head into the noodle bowl. Growing weary of conversing with this peculiar youth, Xiaolon decided that as an undercover agent, he should maintain a low profile. He picked up his book and backpack, preparing to relocate. Suddenly, his hand froze. His gaze was fixated on the red glow emanating from the spoon's handle, causing his heart to skip a beat. A vivid crimson, seeping through the adhesive, was unmistakably blood red. Why had this color reemerged? Xiaolon stared intently at the hue, and after a few seconds, it quietly faded, gradually morphing into blue. This was a flickering interplay of red and blue light. The last time such alternating flashes occurred was during a moment of distress when a girl, betrayed by her ex-boyfriend, contemplated vengeance in her despair. Back then, the red and blue lights flickered at a rapid pace, symbolizing the thin line between heaven and hell. Yet now, the alternating colors flashed with a languid rhythm. What could this signify? Xiaolon slowly turned his head to regard the youth seated beside him. Caught off guard, he found the youth staring back at him. Their eyes met, and the connection felt like a sharp needle piercing through Xiaolan's mind. In a precarious moment where a mere thought could lead one astray into the abyss, the youth's demeanor remained remarkably composed. It seemed as though his inner self had engaged in countless internal battles, experiencing a relentless tug of war, ultimately rendering him utterly numb. The instant noodles had been consumed, and the broth thoroughly savored. Yet, the youth displayed no intention of departing, opting instead to linger a while longer. Conversely, upon noticing that Xiaolon had made no further moves, he inquired, "Weren't you angry and about to leave? Why have you chosen to stay?" Xiaolon promptly repositioned himself on the chair, acutely aware that he could not simply walk away. He needed to devise a means to converse further with the youth, to uncover the depths of his character and ascertain his true intentions. Chapter 243, A Riddler Beyond the Riddler. With a swift shift in thought, Xiaolon resolved to continue the previous discourse. He placed his phone heavily upon the table. "My friend, I must engage you in a discussion. Your words are undeniably harsh. The very fact that I am here to learn signifies my aspiration for improvement, which, irrespective of circumstances, deserves some encouragement, does it not? Moreover, from what I gathered from your earlier remarks, it seems you hold a rather disparaging view of those from ordinary institutions. Your tone is quite discomforting, bordering on educational discrimination." The youth refrained from arguing, instead lifting his ashen visage, contorting his features into a semblance of a grimace that resembled a smile. With Changming University as a benchmark, haven't you grown accustomed to the disdain from those in neighboring schools? Are you still living in a dream, oblivious to reality? I am not the first to look down upon you. I merely vocalize what others think, regardless of the pleasantries others may utter. The truth remains harsh. Attending a subpar institution means not only will outsiders scorn you, but even your teachers will regard you with contempt. And your peers will belittle one another, ultimately leading you to despise yourself. As the youth observed Xiaolan's increasingly dismal expression, a fervent excitement glimmered in his eyes, as if he relished the sensation of inflicting verbal pain. After relishing the sight of Xiaolan's expression for a moment, he smirked with derision. However, attending a prestigious school is an entirely different matter. Even a complete fool who gains admission, regardless of how they managed it, is instantly enveloped in an aura of superiority. It is within this halo that they cultivate a sense of poise and entitlement, growing accustomed to the admiration, goodwill, and reverence of others, as if such accolades are their birthright. Even if they were worthless 4 years ago, for years later, they may still be deemed even more worthless. Yet the world will still embrace them with open arms, lowering the ladder to success for them to ascend. This is the reality. This is the truth. The youth continued his monologue, his expression oscillating between fervor, indignation, scorn, and coldness. Xiaolan's brow furrowed increasingly tight. He was not wounded by the barbs aimed at his sensitive heart. Rather, he was perplexed by the youth's erratic shifts in demeanor. One moment, he appeared to look down upon the masses, mocking their plight, and the next, he resembled a rat in the gutter, envious of the stars above. Xiaolan endeavored to deduce the youth's identity, but found himself perpetually uncertain. Initially, Xiaolan presumed that the young man was a student from the neighboring institution. However, she soon discerned a profound animosity within him towards the students of that very school. As their conversation unfolded, it became evident that his disdain was not limited to the adjacent university. He harbored a sweeping resentment towards Changming University, embodying a kind of indiscriminate hatred. Such unfettered animosity often incites indiscriminate aggression. Hence, could this youth, who audaciously proclaimed intentions to detonate explosives within the school, be the very individual in question? This young man was simultaneously plagued by insecurity and arrogance, grappling with a fierce disavowal of his own identity, yet believing that those with superior social standing were unworthy of their elevated positions. Xiaolan resolved to provoke him, to gauge his reaction. "It seems you hold everyone in contempt, considering even the students of Changming University to be worthless. Your jealousy is palpable, as if you are driven to madness by it. Sour grapes for those you cannot reach." In an instant, a glint of lethal coldness flashed in the youth's eyes, sending a chill coursing through Xiaolan's heart. He was like one whose foot had been painfully trodden upon, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "What do you understand? Like the foolish masses outside. You presume that those who gain admission to Changming University do so through diligence, effort, intellect, and discipline, achieving high scores. You are all deceived. It requires neither hard work nor brilliance, nor even high marks. You have no idea how many overt and covert avenues exist for entry. Fabricate a specialty, tailor a project, change nationality for admission, or partake in privileged domestic and international collaborative programs. Only the impoverished need to traverse the narrow bridge of merit. With power, wealth, and connections, innumerable rules will be rewritten for them. They triumph through deceit, yet behave as though their accomplishments are genuine. Why should this be? Is it fair? It is not fair." The youth's lips trembled, increasingly tinged with purple under the spittle of his fervor. Yet the entire society turns a blind eye to this injustice, colluding in this collective bullying, bestowing all beautiful words upon these luminaries, as if, everywhere here, there are cockroaches, yet the entire cafeteria has grown accustomed to their presence, either pretending not to see or refraining from voicing their concerns. This is wrong. This is erroneous. We ought to eradicate all the cockroaches. As the young man's emotions escalated, his voice grew louder, drawing the attention of fellow students engrossed in their studies. However, Xiaolan interjected at the opportune moment to soothe his ire. Have you considered that society is an amalgamation of biological entities and their environments? She continued. Society cannot be simplistically likened to a cafeteria. Its functions extend beyond mere sustenance, governed by a complex web of operational rules. Some of these rules may not align with the interests of the majority, yet their long-standing existence suggests that the dynamics sustaining them remain unchallenged. And breaking these patterns requires patience. Viewed from a different perspective, cockroaches have existed for over 300 million years, while humanity has only graced this planet for 6 million. Analyzing from the dimension of time, perhaps it is our human activities, which have encroached upon their territory for these 6 million years, that are the anomaly. The young man was momentarily taken aback by Xiaolan's response, seemingly unprepared for such an answer. He fancied himself the protagonist of a revenge film. Such movies often portray the lead character engaging in a grand affair after randomly stepping into a local tavern, striking up a conversation with an unsuspecting bystander. This bystander merely needs to play the role of a passive listener. The protagonist would drop a couple of cryptic, profound remarks before departing, leaving the bystander perplexed. A half-finished drink in hand, and a smoldering cigarette behind. The next scene would reveal the bystander seeing the protagonist's face on the news, with the anchor dramatically narrating the protagonist's heroic exploits, thus birthing legends about him throughout the world. It is only at that moment that the bystander realizes, with a sense of profound reflection, that amidst the monotony of his life, he has experienced a fleeting encounter worth reminiscing about and boasting of, an encounter with the protagonist. However, the bystander the young man approached was unexpectedly more enigmatic than he himself, seemingly intent on overshadowing the protagonist's narrative. After a moment's contemplation, the young man huffed, somewhat displeased. But you are human. Why do you not consider the human perspective and instead speak on behalf of cockroaches? Xiaolan shook his head and replied with poignant depth. I merely wish to convey that no one in the food industry, not even those in 5-star establishments, can claim to eradicate cockroaches entirely. Food attracts them. This is an objective truth. We can only implement regular exterminations to ensure they do not infiltrate areas inhabited by humans, striving for a delicate equilibrium. Such balance is forged through a continuous interplay, enduring, perhaps even eternal, characterized by ebb and flow, resurgence, and repetition. This dynamic equilibrium is a universally acknowledged fairness. What then? Do you deem a fair balance? Chapter 244. The second encounter, like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon above. What kind of balance could embody his notion of fairness? The young man, Yin Fei, pondered deeply, yet he remained uncertain. He was acutely aware of his profound anger and dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs, desperately yearning to instigate change. Yin Fei hailed from a poor rural background. Like many children in the countryside, he was a left-behind child, with his parents working away from home, leaving only his grandparents by his side. What set him apart was his exceptional academic talent that had been evident from a young age. Among the children from several nearby villages, he achieved the highest grades. With the unwavering support of his teachers, he became the sole student from his area to gain admission to a county-level key middle school. In this county, with its hundreds of villages, only a select few top students from the village had the privilege to study alongside local students at the prestigious middle school. There, he witnessed the reality of there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Those exceptional students, like him, who were selected from the village, found themselves easily overshadowed by local students who had been exposed to bilingual education since childhood, especially in their foreign language classes. The 3 years of middle school lay ahead. He was oblivious to the multitude of hardships he had endured and the countless nights he had toiled, relentlessly grappling with unfamiliar words, gradually elevating his rank from the depths to the top 10 of his grade. At this juncture, his life resembled the first half of a heartwarming tale where no one dares to belittle a struggling youth. Everyone anticipated that he would soar once more, akin to his flight from the humble village, unfurling his wings to transition from the county seat to a prestigious high school in the city. Yet, fate played a cruel jest upon him. As the pivotal examination approached, his health began to falter. On the day of the exam, he either suffered from a severe bout of diarrhea or was struck by an unexpected fever. In the most extreme instance, just as he stepped into the examination hall, he collapsed, blinded by darkness. A medical examination revealed no physical ailment. The issue lay within his psyche. His fear of failure consumed him, and he could not bear the thought of defeat. All those physical manifestations were the embodiment of his anxiety and pressure. Anxiety stemmed from fear, and fear arose from the unknown. He was not the protagonist reborn with foresight of the future, nor did he possess a wise elder within a magical ring. His path in life resembled a rickety ladder, where each ascent was abruptly truncated, offering no retreat and no one to catch him below. One misstep could spell disaster. Under such circumstances, he proceeded to take the high school entrance examination. Unsurprisingly, he faltered, achieving a score that was merely half of his usual performance. He could never forget the hesitant lips of his teacher and the gazes of his classmates, filled with either sympathy or mockery. Perhaps his teacher contemplated encouraging him to repeat the year. However, considering the greater psychological burden of doing so and the limitations of his family's circumstances, the teacher could only gently pat his shoulder and say, "It's all right. Work hard in high school. A diamond will shine wherever it is." He nodded, knowing he had no choice but to accept his fate. Securing a place in high school was, after all, a commendable achievement. One must recognize that the entrance examination marked a critical juncture in compulsory education, with many being swept away by the tide, vanishing without a trace. He had performed admirably. He ought to resign himself to his destiny. Thus, Yanfei embarked on his high school journey, albeit with a sense of regret. Fortunately, he commenced high school on a high note, achieving first place in the first monthly examination, creating a significant gap of several hundred points between himself and the second place. The second place student regarded him as a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon above, while others viewed him as a mere mayfly in the vast sky. He still remembered that moment of glory, as the entire school's leaders, teachers, and classmates were astounded by his remarkable achievement. His name dominated the red honor roll, and during the grade commendation ceremony, the principal specifically acknowledged him. All faculty and students marveled at Yanfei, considering him a hidden gem destined for esteemed institutions. Had it not been for his misfortune in the entrance exam, he would have long since entered a key city school, leaving no room for their county high school to benefit from his oversight. From that day forward, everyone regarded him with eyes brimming with expectation, as if peering through his slender frame to glimpse a future distinguished student of a prestigious university, a pillar of society, a dragon among men, someone destined for greatness. Those were the most triumphant and self-assured moments of his life, akin to the latter part of a compelling narrative. If only the unfolding of his future could mirror the tale as it was penned. In the final year of high school, familiar symptoms once again plagued him. It felt as though a monstrous creature resided within the examination hall, the test paper resembling the gaping maw of this beast, its densely printed characters akin to the desiccated bloodstains of predecessors. As soon as he picked up his pen, beads of sweat would form, his spirit would wane, and he would drift into a state of panic and dread. Fainting during exams became his new normal, with countless witnesses having observed the embarrassing spectacle of his retching. Teachers, initially in disbelief and eager to intervene, eventually succumbed to a sorrowful disappointment, sighing in despair. While the teachers could dissect the challenging questions on the test, the complexities of life were a puzzle even they struggled to unravel. This was a psychological barrier, one that no one could assist him in overcoming. Much like the burdens of life that he was destined to bear from birth, no one could help him shoulder them. In June, during the most significant examination of his life, he once again faced a disheartening conclusion. He failed to gain admission to his dream institution, Chaming University, settling instead for a neighboring college merely a wall apart. More regrettable than missing the opportunity was the realization that he could have succeeded. Had he performed to his true potential, Chaming would have been well within reach, perhaps even compelling him to reconsider. Yet fate, like an invisible hand, seized his throat. Whenever he felt ready to unfurl his wings and soar upwards, that hand would viciously tighten around his neck, dragging him back into the mire that was his existence. Mocking him with the cruel words, "Trash belongs where trash is meant to be. Do not attempt to trespass into realms not meant for you." He was expected to accept his fate with calm resignation. Individuals like him, generation after generation, had honed the art of acquiescence. Attending an ordinary school, working part-time to support himself, and eventually conforming to societal norms was the path laid out for him. Yet, it was during his part-time work that he witnessed the profound inequities of the world. In his first year of university, Yanfei tutored a primary school student every evening. Given his true capabilities, even tutoring high school seniors would have been well within his grasp, but parents of those students preferred established educators. No matter, teaching primary school was acceptable as long as it brought an income. However, much to his dismay, after a month, the child's parents unceremoniously dismissed him. Their reasoning was that despite his commendable teaching, they sought a superior instructor for their child, and he was replaced by a high-achieving student currently enrolled at Chaming University. Chaming University, a bastion of excellence. It was no surprise that the parents were swayed. He too felt the allure of the prestigious institution. Reluctantly, Yanfei came to terms with reality, as he had failed to secure a position at Chaming himself. Yet, as he was settling his wages, the so-called high-achieving student approached him. The two of them crossed paths, recognizing one another from afar. They were, in fact, former high school classmates. During their school years, they had not been particularly close, one being among the top students in the class while the other languished at the bottom. How capricious fate can be. The once brilliant student, having stumbled in exams, now found himself at a junior college, while the average student had leaped into the province's highest institution. Why? Did the other party truly exceed expectations? Yet, no matter how extraordinary one's performance, it should not result in a disparity of several hundred points. Yanfei ultimately could not restrain himself and approached his high school classmate afterward. Following an awkward exchange of pleasantries, he hesitantly inquired about the other's scores. To his astonishment, the reported score was shockingly low, significantly beneath his own. How on earth did you gain admission to Chaming University? Isn't the cutoff score 600? Yanfei exclaimed in disbelief. The classmate candidly replied, with a hint of pride, that highest score was beyond my reach. I enrolled in the international recruitment program, where passing the foreign language section suffices. Alas, despite hiring 7 or 8 foreign teachers, my foreign language score still fell short, necessitating participation in the entrance interview. With your score this year, you could have been exempt from the entrance exam altogether. Yanfei was utterly astounded. Was it indeed that effortless to attend a prestigious university? What, then, could be said of his anxiety and fainting spells? What of the nights spent studying until his pencil tip broke? Thus, for ordinary individuals, what truly renders admission to elite universities so arduous? The classmate provided the answer. The tuition fees are somewhat steep. The first 2 years cost 100,000 each year, and the subsequent 2 years abroad would amount to 300,000 annually, with accommodation and living expenses additional. However, my family can manage it with some effort. Alas, we are still not wealthy enough. Otherwise, I could have applied directly to foreign universities, making it easier to obtain a recommendation for graduate studies. As it stands, my options will be somewhat limited. At last, Yan Fei comprehended. The difficulty lay in one word: money. This was a chasm that could only be bridged with wealth. The so-called barriers merely obstructed the average person. If one possessed money, the chasm could transform into a thoroughfare. No wonder some could navigate their entire high school experience with ease, juggling leisure and study, having secured their tickets in advance, knowing they need not traverse a narrow bridge. In the same classroom, some toiled with determination while others cruised in their cars, sunglasses on, relishing the scenery along the way. This illustrates the disparity in destinies. The program mentioned by the classmate was ostensibly open to all, yet ordinary individuals seldom pay heed. How many undisclosed opportunities exist beyond public knowledge? Far easier than one could ever imagine. Yan Fei's worldview teetered on the brink of collapse. The aspirations he had diligently pursued throughout his life were merely one of many options for others. He wished to retreat into a crevice. Yet he still desired to maintain his dignity and exchanged farewells with his old classmate. Yan Fei managed to muster a seemingly carefree smile. I am curious. With your family's wealth, why do you still take on tutoring? The classmate, with a hint of youthful innocence, pouted and complained. Oh, just to experience life. Besides, I spent too lavishly recently and want to buy a new computer for gaming, but my dad won't oblige. Thus, I have no choice but to take on a part-time job. The classmate spoke nonchalantly, displaying no remorse for usurping Yan Fei's potential job opportunities. It seems that, in his eyes, this kind of work cannot truly be regarded as labor, nor can the meager earnings be considered as real money. Only by seizing the treasures of others can one claim to have robbed, and this tutoring job is akin to a piece of playground equipment. Once one has finished playing, it is simply time for another to take their turn, nothing more. His classmates fail to perceive Yan Fei's disillusionment. Perhaps they do sense it, yet remain indifferent. Continuing to speak, you are aware of my capabilities. I am not a top student like you. I cannot teach those in high school. My expertise lies with elementary students, which is relatively simple. I merely need to supervise the children as they complete their homework, check their answers against the standard ones, and explain any mistakes. Although the pay is somewhat lacking, 200 per hour, it's preferable to idling in my dormitory playing games. Yan Fei fell into a deeper silence. The remuneration offered by parents amounts to 60 for an evening, during which he is expected to teach for 3 hours. While instructing, he never indulges in games. Remaining fully attentive to the children's progress, crafting personalized study plans, and correcting poor study habits. Despite his diligence, it is all overshadowed by the allure of a prestigious academic background. Ironically, he desperately needs this income for his living expenses. Otherwise, affording meals this month would pose a challenge. Meanwhile, his classmates do not require the money as urgently, seeking it merely to enhance their lifestyle, or, perhaps, to experience life from a different perspective. A wealthy scion whimsically desires to taste the hardships of the less fortunate, effortlessly usurping the very jobs that sustain them. How tragic. Even more sorrowful is Yan Fei's acute awareness that this is merely the inception of a recurring theme. In the future, countless instances of job and opportunity theft will befall him, both seen and unseen. If this were the sole incident, it would not suffice to render Yan Fei as cynical as he has become. He has always been adept at accepting fate and diligent in his efforts. In his sophomore year, due to his exemplary academic performance, attentiveness in class, proactive demeanor, and humble background, he was chosen by a mentor to serve as a student assistant. Aiding in project work, as an assistant, he could earn several hundred yuan monthly, and upon project completion, he would receive bonuses ranging from 1 to 2,000. This was an exceptional opportunity, earning money while learning from a mentor and broadening his horizons. Yet at that time, Yan Fei could not anticipate that too much exposure could prove detrimental to him. Chapter 246. At dawn, one returns to their true form. Due to his role as an assistant, Yan Fei had the chance to interact with numerous industry giants and attend various seminars at different universities. On this journey of conferences, he witnessed a vibrant world existing at a higher dimension. Every individual he encountered alongside his mentor was someone he would never have the chance to meet without a network after entering the workforce. They possessed resumes that could only be described as magnificent, held lofty social standings, and bore enviable titles, often returning home after studying abroad. A single research project could entail funding in the millions. At the circular conference table, a mere wave of the hand could confirm the allocation of such funds. In the conference room, having a doctorate was merely the minimum requirement to sit at the table, while his mentor could only smile broadly and nod in deference, let alone someone of his subordinate status. As a transient student assistant, Yan Fei felt compelled to remain silent, merely serving as a tool for others. Yet, he found a peculiar sense of pride in this role. Occasionally, when exhaustion clouded his mind, he imagined himself as part of a grander narrative. He once idolized those who embodied aspirations, admiration, and respect. However, as he delved deeper, he uncovered the less glamorous truths behind those seemingly illustrious figures. Academic papers were often the result of plagiarism, data was fabricated, reimbursement claims were fraudulent, funding was siphoned from students, all while they donned the facade of professionalism. Beneath their tailored suits lay the guise of ruffians. The dazzling world that once captivated him now appeared as a lavish robe infested with lice upon closer inspection. Yan Fei felt profound anguish, stemming from his disdain for the status quo and his inability to effect change. Those he regarded with contempt occupied positions he could never attain. And they did not regard him with disdain either. They simply overlooked his existence altogether. To them, he was indistinguishable from the furniture in the conference room. Thus, they felt free to reveal their true selves in his presence, knowing he could stir no tempest. In both the present and future, he remained powerless to incite any waves. He and they merely coexisted in the same space for a fleeting moment, akin to his brief time alongside classmates in a shared classroom. Though they seemed close, they were, in reality, worlds apart. As a child of humble beginnings, he must traverse countless mountains and rivers to earn the right to speak at the table, while they, regardless of their past follies, could erase their histories with a few letters of recommendation, transforming into societal elites. The most tragic truth is that one may believe the journey is arduous, yet upon arrival, discover that the seats at the table are already occupied. Discontent, anger, hatred, jealousy, a transformation from profound admiration to deep disdain occurs gradually over time. When the bright moon illuminates the ditch may momentarily forget itself, thinking it rivals the galaxy, or even surpasses it. Yet, with the dawn, reality reclaims its place. Should Yen Fei remain a frog at the bottom of a well, believing the world above offers only a sliver of blue sky, he could live a life devoid of desires, content in his limited realm. Yet, he has seen the vast expanse of the sky and gazed upon the boundless earth. Can he now be untroubled in his song should he be thrust back into the well? He cannot. He will repeatedly strive to leap from the well's mouth, only to grow increasingly embittered and distorted with each failure. This is who he has become. When Xiaolan inquired about what balance could be deemed fair, he was momentarily flooded with myriad memories, yet each remained unarticulated. If his life were a novel or a film, the creator would select several pivotal events to mark the turning points of his existence. As a mere mortal devoid of divine insight, each day melds into the next. Events stack upon one another, and he drifts through life in a haze, oblivious to any significant occurrences. The only moments that linger in his memory are fragmented shards of heartbreak measured in seconds. Even after meticulously cleaning up the remnants of his shattered heart, scattered pieces inevitably resurface in the corners of his mind days later. With no way to articulate his thoughts, he feels no compulsion to respond. Yen Fei's lips contort into a twitching smile once more as he disregards Xiaolan's inquiries, fixated only on reiterating his perspective. This room is infested with cockroaches, and everyone has grown numb to the reality. This is wrong. It is unacceptable. Only when something irrevocable transpires will it jolt them from their stupor. Indeed, I must provoke that pain within them. Xiaolan is taken aback to witness the young man's eyes glaze over, his lips moving incessantly, as if he has retreated into a world detached from reality. Turning his gaze, he notices the spoon's handle shifting from blue to red, deepening to a dark crimson hue. To Xiaolan's horror, the handle shows no sign of reverting to its previous color. This is dire. Just as Xiaolan prepares to shake the young man's shoulder to rouse him, he keenly observes the youth reaching into his coat pocket, seemingly to retrieve something. In that instant, alarm bells rang in Xiaolan's mind. Guided by his instincts as a police officer and the ominous red glow, he knew he had to act immediately, lest something irrevocable occur. Don't move, Xiaolan shouted, his hand, which was meant to rest on the young man's shoulder, instead grasping his wrist tightly. He pressed his body against the youth, nearly leaping onto him. The young man cried out in pain, tumbling to the ground with a resounding thud. Xiaolan exerted unyielding pressure, locking the youth's body with his legs while his elbow pressed firmly against his neck, forcing the young man's head to the ground. The commotion drew the attention of those around them, who stood up in alarm, the sounds of clattering objects and dropped pins filling the air. What happened? What's going on? Xiaolan's reaction was somewhat extreme, given that the youth had not fully revealed his intentions. Yet, an inexplicable intuition compelled Xiaolan to maintain his grip, denying any chance of escape, for he sensed that a truly terrifying event loomed. The young man, momentarily stunned by Xiaolan's preemptive strike, began to struggle desperately. As his body writhed like a fish, a black object resembling a remote slipped from his pocket. Fortunately, Xiaolan managed to wrench his hand upward, preventing the young man from pressing the button. Ignoring the growing crowd of onlookers, Xiaolan exerted force upon the youth's skeletal frame, producing a cacophony of cracks, asserting the disparity in their strength. Realizing he could not break free from the restraints, the young man finally ceased his struggle. Yet, he suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, indeed. You have been waiting for me. No wonder there have been so many new regulations and faces lately. You have truly mobilized such a number of people just for me. You are quite the troublemakers, officers. As a weight lifted from Xiaolan's heart, he felt a surge of anger. Gritting his teeth, capturing you and quelling your plans in their infancy would hardly be considered a bother. The young man, squeezed and hissing with laughter, persisted in his mirth. Ha ha ha, cough, cough. Do you genuinely believe you have thwarted me? Chapter 247. The surprise left for you awaits. This statement plunged Xiaolan into an icy abyss. His mind thundered, as if the vessels beneath his scalp had ruptured. What did the suspect mean by that? Did he have an ace up his sleeve? Yen Fei painstakingly turned his face toward Xiaolan, even though the movement scraped his nose against the ground. He wanted to relish the sight of Xiaolan's face, now pallid and terrified because of him. Did you think that upon entering the school, my first stop would be here? You are mistaken. I have been here since morning, wandering the campus for quite some time, placing what needed to be placed and doing what needed to be done. This is my final stop. I was simply curious about what kind of instant noodles could compel the esteemed students of Changming University to forego their classes and make such a fuss to trend online. I came to sample them, but it turns out they are just like this. These so-called high achievers are really nothing special. You cannot stop me. My plan has long been executed, and the surprise left for you awaits. So, what do you intend to do now, officer? Seizing a moment of distraction from Xiaolan, Yen Fei's expression sharpened, and he suddenly reached for the remote control. Fortunately, Xiaolan, seasoned and vigilant, did not let his guard down. He swiftly twisted the young man's arm behind him, dragging him aside like a piglet, distancing him from the remote. Xiaolan was hesitant to touch the remote. What if it were a detonator or even a small bomb, with a mere touch risking detonation? He hurriedly searched the suspect, confirming that aside from the remote, he carried no other items, which offered him a slight sense of relief. Before he could catch his breath, the young man's ominous voice echoed again. Don't celebrate too soon. A bomb doesn't necessarily require a detonator. I can also set it on a timer. Damn. Xiaolon cursed in fright, instinctively reaching for his radio. He needed to immediately inform his teammates to send more personnel for a search. However, he discovered that the small device had been violently damaged. His earlier actions had clearly been too forceful during the struggle. Fortunately, his mobile phone lay upon the table. Yet, with his hands firmly restraining the suspect, he could not afford to loosen his grip for even a second. Desperate, Xiaolon looked up at the nearest student, pleading, "Phone. Give me your phone." The addressed student appeared utterly bewildered. Though the circumstances remained unclear, the student, moved by the urgency in Xiaolan's gaze, willingly handed over his phone. However, Xiaolan, exasperated to the point of frustration, exclaimed, "It's not yours, it's my phone. Please retrieve my phone." He gestured with his chin towards the location of the device, imploring the student for assistance. The student, seemingly still lost in a sea of academic challenges, stood transfixed. His eyes glued to the pages of a book, and, after glancing around, mistakenly reached for a remote control on the ground, believing it to be the phone. Hey, don't move. Just leave it there." Xiaolan, in his desperation, stumbled over his words. "Call the police. Just tell them I've caught a thief." Upon hearing this, the surrounding students quickly grasped the situation and promptly produced their phones to dial emergency services. The young man, firmly restrained by Xiaolan, erupted into a manic laughter. "Ha! Afraid to speak the truth for fear of causing panic? But regardless of panic, when the time comes, it will explode. I wager your manpower is insufficient. No one is coming to your aid. Blame the cafeteria's abundance or the vastness of this campus. No amount of officers can oversee it all. This is the consequence of resource overflow. Look at all the good things. Wealth, supplies, facilities, whether needed or not. They are heaped together in one place. If it were my dilapidated school, one could see the entire campus from the entrance, making it nearly impossible to hide anything." Yan Fei paused, deliberately emphasizing, "Here, however, concealing something is alarmingly easy, but uncovering it is quite another challenge." The mention of a time bomb had already set Xiaolan on edge, and the young man's taunting tone only fueled his anger as he forcefully pressed the suspect's face further into the ground. "You must confess. How much have you hidden? And where is it? You had better be joking, for do you understand the grave consequences of your actions?" Xiaolan's voice, imbued with unprecedented severity, reflected the seriousness of the situation. If mishandled, this could become the most disastrous case of his career. "Listen, I do not care what you have endured or how wronged you feel that led you to seek revenge on society. Understand this. You are endangering public safety. The public bears no grudge against you. You cannot indiscriminately unleash your personal grievances upon everyone. Only the worst of the worst would stoop to such a level." Yet, despite Xiaolan's vehement admonitions, the suspect appeared unfazed, his gaze distant as if lost in his own thoughts. He chuckled softly, murmuring, "It is always like this. It is always so unjust. A small fraction enjoys the lion's share of benefits and resources, while urban elementary schools introduce drone technology. Rural schools have only just upgraded from pit latrines to public restrooms. Resource distribution has always been this inequitable. How can the world be so unfair? People have grown desensitized to such injustice, and this desensitization itself is a flaw, for it breeds complacency. Only by inflicting a sting upon them can change be brought about. I am willing to be the first to deliver this sting, regardless of the multitude's misunderstandings of me." The youth, embodying a defiance to heed others and trapped within his own world, incited within Xiaolan a desire to deliver a couple of punches. He contemplated and subsequently acted upon this impulse. After delivering 2 resounding slaps, Xiaolan seized the young man's ear, leaned in, and exclaimed, "What nonsense! Spare me your self-indulgence. You are not nearly as noble as you claim. You have no intention of effecting change. You merely seek to vent your emotions. In a room infested with cockroaches, a rational individual would either squash the ones they encounter or regularly conduct extermination to maintain a hygienic environment. If all else fails, they would report the issue to the landlord and property management, invoking contractual obligations for assistance. What do you think you achieve by randomly setting fire to several rooms in the building? Do you consider that clever? Yes, the cockroaches may be eradicated, but at what cost to human lives? And yet you lament the numbness of others, as if they are oblivious to the cockroach problem within the building. Are you the only one aware? How do you know others Haven T endeavored to eliminate the cockroaches? It has been established that cockroaches predate humans and outnumber us. If there weren't individuals continuously battling for territory against them, do you think there would be any space left for you to inhabit? It would have long been overrun. No matter how you embellish your actions or emphasize their rationale, you are no different from those foolish, extreme environmentalists who destroy masterpieces to garner attention. No, you are worse. They annihilate the great achievements of human intellect, while you destroy humanity itself. Chapter 248. The most perilous aspect of reading is superficial understanding. Whether Yan Fei's actions can truly pierce the public consciousness remains uncertain. However, Xiaolan's words have already struck him. Behind his facade of calmness swells an undercurrent of indignation and shame. Xiaolan has touched upon a truth he has long sought to evade, exposing him to fleeting moments of discomfort and clarity. All this time, in his quest to rationalize his actions, he has deliberately overlooked those within Longming University who share a similar background, yet possess a greater capacity for resilience. His indiscriminate attacks will undoubtedly harm these individuals. Each one among them carries the hopes of a family, perhaps even of an entire village. Lacking a grandiose justification to assail them, He resorts to pretending they do not exist, focusing solely on the cockroaches. Xiaolon has stripped away the banner he hoisted, unveiling that his self-proclaimed noble actions are merely a means of venting personal grievances, forcing him to confront the baseness of his own heart. Yet, the stubborn habit of fixating on trivial matters is not formed overnight. It cannot be undone by mere words from Xiaolon. When Yan Fei begins to realize that his actions may indeed be misguided, he shuns deeper contemplation. By reiterating his points, he believes he can transform wrong into right. Thus, he once again dons a stiff smile and responds to the furious Xiaolon. It matters not. I forgive your misunderstanding. Being misconstrued by the public is the fate of a pioneer. Only time will prove my righteousness. Gentle persuasion often goes unnoticed. It is only through the vivid imagery of bloodshed and the cacophony of wails that one can truly capture the attention of the masses. On the day that this world finally embraces change, you will thank me for being the first to sound the alarm, calling for justice. Xiaolon gazed intently at Yan Fei, who was ensnared in his self-delusion. Words of reproach lodged in his throat, yet he felt increasingly impotent. This individual had developed severe psychological issues. No amount of discourse would penetrate his rigid cognitive framework. When it comes to education, the greatest folly lies in half-hearted understanding. If one chooses to read, one must delve deeply. Merely grasping a couple of phrases and attempting to apply them to real life will only lead to chaos. Yan Fei seemed to have assumed the role of a whistleblower. Though he possessed courage and commendable spirit, he had yet to grasp the nuances of when and how to sound the whistle. Despite having read little, Xiaolon had lived a life abundant in experience. Life itself is equitable, yet existence is not. Society does not exist in a vacuum. Both birth and survival signify a struggle for limited resources. This struggle is a reciprocal process, characterized by gains and losses. Where is the absolute fairness in that? Take education, for instance. Throughout history and across the globe, it has been a luxury reserved for the affluent. This is why Xiaolon likened the early appearance of cockroaches to that of humans. He does not advocate for the cockroaches, nor does he believe that the status quo is inherently correct. Rather, he seeks to enlighten the cynical youth to the objective reality that true education has only begun to benefit the masses in the last few decades. The stark contrast between millennia of monopolized educational resources and decades of widespread educational access is akin to the difference between ancient cockroaches and prehistoric humans. The remarkable achievement of expanding public education within such a short time frame is bound to provoke backlash. Overthrowing a millennium of monopolization is not a task accomplished overnight. A mere few decades is insufficient. One must consider the span of a century. By adopting a broader perspective, one can extricate oneself from the entanglement of emotions and view issues with greater objectivity. Yan Fei's presence here today, vociferously denouncing the inequities of education, is itself a testament to a significant victory in the pursuit of fairness. Looking back several decades, the world was still in turmoil. Mere survival was a challenge, let alone education. Observe how the once rampant cockroaches have learned to conceal themselves. The moment they learned to evade, they completed a historic transition, recognizing that the era has shifted and the territory now belongs to humanity. As for when the hidden cockroaches will be entirely eradicated, that remains a new round of contestation. Education can only progress steadily in times of peace. A stable societal environment must first be established before a calm study desk can be set. Yet, Yan Fei's actions disrupt the peace and stability of society. He fancies himself a leader and a whistleblower, yet all that he has done runs contrary to his desired outcomes. He wishes to awaken the apathetic masses. How laughable, for he cannot even rouse his own numbed conscience. However, his words were exceedingly incendiary. If they appealed to the public, it is likely that many would follow suit, joining in the fervent condemnation. For venting emotions is gratifying, yet resolving issues is arduous. The former requires only a fleeting moment, while the latter necessitates a lifetime of strategy. Most individuals yearn for the simplest means to achieve the swiftest gratification, such is human nature. Yet, there are always those who defy this nature, willing to employ patience in tackling the daunting challenges that most fear to confront. Xiaolon was reluctant to waste breath attempting to persuade him, as it was nearly an impossible endeavor, and the ticking bomb afforded him little time. Fortunately, once he calmed down, he recalled the existence of a system, a garlic sauce, capable of compelling the suspect to divulge everything, including the bomb's location, its type, and how to disarm it. He swiftly retrieved several doses from the system's space, pried the young man's mouth open, and forcefully administered the contents. The youth was taken aback, hastily swallowing a portion, but soon regained composure and bit down fiercely on Xiaolan's hand. Xiaolan endured the dull ache in his fingers, resolutely forcing the garlic sauce deeper into the young man's throat. When he finally withdrew his fingers, for imprints were left, pale and distinctly visible, the blood slow to return. Yan Fei, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "What have you given me?" Xiaolan remained silent, producing painful reflection spicy pepper, crushing it before once again thrusting it into Yan Fei's mouth. Upon extraction, his fingers were smeared with a red liquid, uncertain whether it was chili juice or blood drawn from the bite. Cough, cough, cough. Yan Fei coughed violently, his entire face turning crimson. That once ashen visage now bore the faint semblance of life. Xiaolan seized his collar, demanding, "Speak. Where did you place the items?" Yan Fei remained obstinate, indicating that the effects of the substance had yet to take hold. Thus, Xiaolan was compelled to repeat the previous two steps. At last, Yan Fei's eyes shifted from fury to clarity. He ceased struggling, and when he finally spoke, he divulged everything without reservation. "I placed items in every cafeteria. camouflaged among everyday objects, some resembling beverage bottles, others books, umbrellas, or mobile phones. Timed. No, I was deceiving you. There is no timer. Each is untimed. But more perilous than a timer, for they were crafted by my own hands, possessing unstable properties. Should anyone act greedily or inadvertently knock one to the ground, their fate would be left to chance. Chapter 249. Hello, can you hear me? 10 cafeterias, nearly every one scattered with bombs. This news was even worse than the direst scenario Xiaolan could have envisioned. The distances between each cafeteria were substantial. The suspect had spent an entire morning merely traversing them. Now, to identify these disguised explosives and handle them properly within the time constraints was uncertain. One could only hope that no student inadvertently carried a bomb away from the cafeteria, for if it infiltrated the campus, the situation would become even more challenging to manage. Fortunately, colleagues were stationed at each cafeteria, potentially hastening the response. Xiaolan promptly relayed the situation he had gathered via his mobile device, marking the urgency of the incident as paramount, necessitating the mobilization of all available police forces, regardless of whether individuals were dining, resting, or attending to personal matters. All activities were to be suspended immediately, and they were to rush to the school for support. Before long, police vehicles began to stream through the various entrances of the campus. For many students, this was the first occasion in their lives to witness such a multitude of law enforcement officers. As the doors swung open, members of the criminal investigation team, public security team, explosive experts, and the technical team from the Civil Explosives Company descended from the vehicles, equipped as if for a grand operation. Their gear included all necessary lockdown supplies, search tools, and bomb disposal equipment. The presence of highly trained bomb detection dogs, specifically bred for narcotics and explosives work, further accentuated the spectacle, making it impossible for the entire student body to remain oblivious. While students whispered amongst themselves, eager to capture the moment on their phones and share it in their grade group chat to inquire about the unfolding events, the campus broadcast system suddenly crackled to life. Hello, can you hear me? Testing complete. Attention, all faculty and students. As per the request of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, a surprise anti-terrorism and anti-explosives drill is to be conducted today on campus, specifically in and around the major dining halls. We ask for your cooperation in evacuating to the nearest classrooms, playgrounds, and dormitories, and to avoid approaching the sealed-off dining areas. Students currently in the dining hall are to rise immediately and exit beyond the isolation line without taking or touching any items. I repeat, leave immediately. Do not take or touch any items, including cups, books, or mobile phones. This drill must remain confidential. We ask that counselors, homeroom teachers, and students monitor one another to ensure no videos are recorded or shared online, and to refrain from public discussion on social media. Shortly after the announcement, students realized that their mobile signals had abruptly vanished, as if a signal jammer had been activated, rendering them unable to send any messages. What drill? There had been no prior notification. In all their lives, they had never seen such a heavy police presence or such an array of equipment. Was this truly a drill? It felt far too serious, almost indistinguishable from reality. Given the prohibition on online discussions, the students could only murmur among themselves in hushed tones. The corridors of the dormitory were crowded, with heads peeking out to catch glimpses of the lockdowns at each dining hall. The expressions on their faces were predominantly those of curiosity and thrill, with tension comprising only a minor fraction. This was the rationale behind the police's request for the principal to fabricate a story. Sometimes, a little benevolent deception is necessary to protect the public. Leading students to believe it was merely a safety drill was far preferable to revealing that there were over 10 bombs on campus. Otherwise, the risk of collective panic could lead to a stampede, potentially resulting in casualties surpassing those of an actual explosion. However, such a flimsy lie could not withstand scrutiny for long. People are not foolish. If the standoff persisted excessively, the truth would inevitably leak. Time was of the essence. Inside Dining Hall 6, much like the other 9 dining halls, it had been sealed off and cleared. Present were only the responding police officers, Xiaolan, and the handcuffed Yanfei. Quickly, tell me the location of the bomb you placed in the cafeteria, the police officer inquired, pointing at the live video feed displayed on the screen, directed at Yanfei. On the other end of the video call, colleagues were capturing every corner of the cafeteria, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Yanfei stared at the footage for an extended period before slowly shaking his head. I can't recall. Can you at least remember how you disguised the bomb in the cafeteria? Was it a drink or a mobile phone? After a moment of contemplation, Yanfei shook his head again. I can't remember. Confess. Do not conceal anything. The officer shouted in frustration. Xiaolan, visibly anxious, interjected. He genuinely seems to not remember. Let us move on to the 4th cafeteria. Although the questioning officer felt reluctant, he acquiesced to Xiaolan's suggestion and connected with colleagues at the 4th cafeteria via video call. In the officer's mind, there was an instinctive suspicion that Yanfei was deliberately withholding information. However, Xiaolan understood that Yanfei, having consumed the question and answer garlic crisps, would not lie. When he said he could not remember, it was the truth. This realization deepened Xiaolan's concern. The situation was progressing far too unsatisfactorily. Despite the aid of systematic tools, resolving the issue was proving difficult, as the number of bombs Yanfei had deployed throughout the morning was overwhelming, even for him to keep track of. Those accustomed to films might envision bombs resembling cinematic portrayals, either a square ticking machine or a bundle reminiscent of fireworks, easily identifiable. In reality, the shape of a bomb is never fixed. The most inconspicuous bombs are liquid. They can be concealed within a water bottle or dyed brown and placed within a cola bottle, appearing almost indistinguishable from ordinary beverages. This is why, Every time one boards a high-speed train or subway, liquids must be taken out for inspection. Only by measuring the dielectric constant and conductivity of the liquid can its flammability or explosiveness be determined. In the absence of measuring equipment, the quickest way to ascertain whether a liquid is explosive is to take a sip, as such substances are highly toxic and would elicit immediate reactions. Yin Fei disguised his bomb as the most commonplace water bottle, placing it on the table amidst others, rendering it indistinguishable, even to himself. This added a layer of complexity to the bomb disposal efforts, necessitating a meticulous examination of each bottle. After completing video calls with all 10 cafeterias, Yin Fei identified 4. 6 remained unaccounted for, and the situation remained dire. Chapter 250. So professional, it's like a movie. In the remaining 6 cafeterias, bomb disposal operations were intensively underway. The bomb disposal team employed various methods, guiding bomb detection dogs while simultaneously testing each bottle of liquid with specialized instruments. Despite their urgency, the personnel moved with utmost caution and deliberation. Any sudden impact could trigger an explosion, and even a minor jolt could lead to catastrophic consequences. Just a few drops could yield the same effect as a gunshot. If there are 20 milliliters, equivalent to merely 2 bottle caps, it possesses the potential to propel an individual over 20 meters, subsequently crashing back to the ground and creating a deep crater. Should the quantity be increased, reducing the entire cafeteria to rubble would not be an impossibility. Thus, the caution exercised by those present is entirely warranted. They are indeed playing with fire. The silver lining, however, is that the current low temperatures render the chemical substances more stable, facilitating their bomb disposal efforts. Conversely, the grim reality is that it remains uncertain whether the explosive in question is a pure liquid or a mixed liquid explosive. If it is the latter, it could still exhibit commendable explosive properties even in low temperatures. According to Yin Fei's account, he utilized certain chemicals pilfered from the laboratory, combined with substances extracted from cleaning agents and hair dyes, to concoct this explosive. The purity of his creation eludes him, as opportunities for testing were scarce and the raw materials hastily gathered, leaving him unable to guarantee the specific potency of each batch of explosives. Nonetheless, during the New Year celebrations, he had clandestinely tested it in the countryside, the resulting sound overwhelming the cacophony of firecrackers set off by the villagers. After an exhaustive hour-long search, for more dangerous items were discovered, yet 2 remained elusive. One could only wonder if ominous foreshadowing had come to pass, with someone managing to smuggle the items out before the cafeteria was sealed off. At this very moment, a number of curious onlookers stood beyond the cordon, eager to witness the unfolding drama. As long as they did not cross the red line, the police would not usher them away. The ever-inquisitive populace of Huagua had already braved the biting cold for an hour, seemingly unfazed by fatigue. However, the expressions on their faces gradually morphed from excitement and curiosity to apprehension and suspicion as their hearts began to race. Why was this drill taking so long? Moreover, they were dressed far too heavily. Was that protective gear? It appeared overly professional, reminiscent of a film set. How much longer would this last? Why had the signal jammers not been disabled yet? If they could not use their phones any longer, withdrawal symptoms would soon set in. Not to mention, my phone is still in the cafeteria. I can't retrieve it. I hope they don't accidentally damage my personal belongings. I just bought that phone. Guys, I'm starting to panic. Could it be that this is not a drill, but a genuine crisis? They urged each other. Don't blame me for being conspiratorial. There are simply too many people here. Shoo, stop talking. The police officer just glanced our way. Let us hurry and move away from here. A few boys, speaking in hushed tones, retreated swiftly from the crowd. As they departed, an elderly man who had been obscured by their presence took their place at the front. Old Deng, wearing a mask, pressed closely against the cordon, his anxious gaze fixed on the entrance of the cafeteria. Although Xiao Lan had said little to him, only instructing him to wash the empty clay pot for the beef stew she planned to prepare in the afternoon, Old Deng's keen observation and experience led him to suspect that Xiao Lan was concealing something from him. This setup, this level of readiness, was familiar to him. The bomb-sniffing dogs, the bomb disposal suits, the handheld detectors, despite advancements in equipment, he could still recognize them. Thus, he chose to remain outside the cafeteria, vigilantly waiting. In the past, he would have rushed to the front lines, never allowing others to take such risks. However, he has grown old, and one must yield to the passage of time. The antiquated methods he once relied upon are now inefficient and fraught with considerable losses. Charging recklessly into the fray would likely prove counterproductive. It is wiser to place faith in the new comrades and emerging technologies. Despite Old Deng's often unreliable nature, he possesses an awareness of the gravity of the situation and would not hinder his fellows when it truly counts. Nevertheless, he remains deeply concerned, particularly for Xiaolan. He witnessed individuals clad in protective gear removing an explosive transport case from the 6th dining hall, indicating that hazardous materials had been located and were ready for relocation. The 6th dining hall was secure. Yet, Xiaolan emerged, escorting a young man from the premises before hastily departing for the next dining hall. Why does Xiaolan venture into perilous situations? Old Deng is perplexed, compelled to follow closely, ever vigilant of the unfolding circumstances. At that moment, while Old Deng's mind was taut with anxiety, a sudden hissing sound emanated from behind him. It resembled the sound of a soda bottle cap being popped. Yet there was something amiss about it. The individual who had opened the bottle seemed to sense the anomaly, exclaiming in irritation to a nearby companion, "Did you shake my soda while I was in the restroom?" The other responded with feigned innocence. "What? Who would shake your soda? I was too busy studying." The first retorted, "Clearly, it's fizzing over. I left my soda perfectly fine in my bag. It shouldn't be bubbling like this. It's about to erupt." The friend, both exasperated and amused, replied, You just said your soda was in your bag. How was I to know you had soda in there? If I had known, I would have finished it back at the dining hall instead of letting you carry it out. Were you hiding it from me, fearing I might steal a sip? The other, momentarily at a loss for words, cleared his throat and said, I'm not a stingy person. Why would I guard against you? I have no idea when I bought this soda. I must have forgotten it was in my bag. The friend clicked his tongue. Honestly, fussing over a soda like this. Even if it did get shaken, would you drink it? If not, let me have a couple of sips. Moments later, the friend's tone shifted to one of panic. Wait, why is your soda so hot to the touch? This isn't fizzing. It's smoking, isn't it? Chapter 251. At this age, what is there to prove? The power of psychological suggestion is immense. With the dining hall sealed for so long, each individual harbors doubts, their minds racing with unwarranted speculation. When others overheard the words hot soda and smoking, they recoiled as if jolted by electricity, leaping back several feet. The space surrounding the two speakers instantly emptied, leaving them alone, their faces etched with fear as they clutched the soda. A wave of intense heat surged in their palms, and the soda bottle emitted an unusual commotion, akin to a teapot boiling on the stove, with scalding white vapor gushing from the mouth of the bottle. Don't move. Stay still, came a stern voice, aged yet authoritative. As old Dang made a decisive judgment based on his experience. Liquid explosives defy common sense. Though initially alarming when they begin to smoke, there remains a window for response. By maintaining composure, there lies a chance for proper resolution. Once thrown in a state of panic, the object would detonate upon impact, leaving no escape for anyone within a dozen meters. The old man shouted for them to remain still while he rushed forward, ready to take control of the situation. However, it was already too late. The bottle's neck emitted a piercing shriek, a harbinger of danger released by the vibrating air. Survival instincts caused the two students to forget the old man's warnings, recklessly hurling the cola bottle away. No, the old man cried, his voice nearly breaking, but alas, it was too late. With no other recourse, he lunged forward, attempting to shield the bottle with his body. A thunderous explosion shook the earth, severing the synapses of everyone's minds. There was no time to close their eyes. Each person witnessed the ground suddenly rise, crashing down upon them. In a moment of disorientation, they regained their senses to find themselves sprawled on the ground, their eyes level with the horizon. Some struggled to lift their bodies, only to find their palms soft and yielding, as if submerged in water. Wait, they truly seemed to be immersed in water. How else could their bodies rise and fall with the surging waves? Steadying themselves, they closed their eyes once more and reopened them, finally discerning that they were on concrete. Feeling not waves, but the tremors of the earth itself. Those nearest to the epicenter were overwhelmed, unable to suppress their nausea. The others clutched their heads and hearts, as if that could quell the tumult within. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until someone finally grasped the reality of the situation. Did it just explode? No. It must have been an earthquake. If it had been an explosion, surely we would not be alive. It was an explosion. I saw it. The cola bottle was smoking. It exploded the moment it was thrown. This is not a drill. It is not a drill. There is a real bomb. As more individuals regained their composure and stood, they noticed the lone figure at the epicenter, still lying motionless. Look, someone exclaimed. The person on the ground was remarkable, with gray-white hair and a frail physique. Clearly of advanced age. Isn't that the noodle stall owner? Yes, it's him. I recognize him. I remember. When the bottle was thrown, I saw him dive to cover it. What? The noodle stall owner shielded us from the explosion. Hurry, save him. Please, save him. In a flurry, they rushed to assist the old man. But before they could reach him, uniformed police officers arrived first. They quickly assessed the old man's condition, noting his closed eyes, and immediately shouted into their radios. Injured person. Quick, come here. Injured person. Medical team, hurry. Prepare a stretcher. A few officers cautiously checked his breathing and pulse, wary of moving him. As classmates gathered with concern, the officers waved their arms to disperse the crowd. Everyone step back. Keep your distance. Give the injured enough air. Make way. Let the ambulance through. Upon hearing the news of the old man's injury, Xiaolan rushed over at the utmost speed, only to witness the scene of him being carried away on a stretcher. The sight of the white cloth covering the old man's face made Xiaolan's heart skip a beat. With his legs feeling as weak as noodles, he stumbled forward, trembling hands reaching out several times before he finally summoned the courage to lift the white cloth. Perhaps due to overwhelming panic, his fingers lacked strength, and he could not manage to lift it. Taking a deep breath to quell the tightness in his throat, he gritted his teeth and pulled again with all his might. Still, it did not budge. Perplexed, Xiaolan added a second hand to his efforts. Instead of revealing the old man's face, he received a sharp slap across the back of his hand. Stop it, stop it. The sun is blinding. Can I get a little cover? Hearing the familiar voice of Lao Dang, Xiaolan felt a rush of anger cloud his vision. Steadying himself, he yanked the white cloth off. The two men exchanged wide-eyed stares, and Xiaolan, unable to contain his fury, pointed a finger at him and exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? Why are you lying on a stretcher covered in a white cloth? Are you trying to frighten someone? Can't you be a bit more considerate? Upon seeing Xiaolan, Lao Dang immediately broke into a grin. Ah, it's you. Who knew you'd come charging in without a word, lifting my blanket like that? The sight of Lao Dang's playful grin reminded Xiaolan of the intense worry he had just felt, and he felt a strong urge to land a couple of punches on his head. However, noticing the bruises on Lao Dang's face, Xiaolan's fists softened along with his heart. What happened to you? Didn't I tell you to return home early? I heard you shielded yourself with your body from a bottle of explosives. At your age, why are you trying to act tough? How serious is your injury? You can't be all battered up. Xiaolan had prepared himself for the worst as he lifted the white cloth, envisioning a gruesome sight beneath it. Yet, to his astonishment, The body beneath was intact, limbs fully present. There was no sign of bleeding, nor was the clothing torn. Noticing Xiao Lan's petrified demeanor, a nearby medical staff seemed to sense his confusion and promptly clarified. This gentleman did not directly shield himself with his body. He was fortunate enough to have a very thick clay pot. He inverted the pot over the explosive bottle, absorbing much of the blast's impact. Although the old man did not lose consciousness and appears to have only minor injuries, he was closest to the explosion and, given his age, we cannot rule out internal bleeding or fractured ribs. We must expedite his transfer to the hospital for examination. We understand your concern, but time is of the essence. Please refrain from delaying. Any discussions can wait until after the checkup. Xiao Lan nodded repeatedly, stepping back. Initially, he had thought Lao Deng was dead, which compelled him to rush over for a final farewell, completely disregarding the potential delay in medical attention. Now that he knew the old man was still alive, the priority was undoubtedly his transfer to the hospital. However, Lao Deng reached out a hand, urgently beckoning him, as if there was something of great importance he needed to convey. Wait. Xiao Lan quickly stepped forward again and squatted down. What is it? Lao Deng, with a face full of urgency, exclaimed, I just remembered. Our clay pot, our big clay pot, is still left behind. Hasten to ascertain whether any damage has been inflicted, and see if it can be salvaged. Ensure it hasn't been claimed by others, for you still need to prepare beef stew this afternoon. Xiao Lan mused, such unnecessary worry for that old fellow. What do you mean by saying you need to stew beef this afternoon? It is evidently old Deng who desires the beef. Old Deng's words flowed forth like an incessant stream, short yet numerous, as if each thought triggered another. The stretcher had scarcely been moved a few paces when he seemed to recall something and called out to Xiao Lan. Don't forget to visit me at the hospital. Prepare me something light. I think millet porridge would be splendid. This time, please refrain from making it sweet. I wish to have it with pickled radish. Faster than Xiao Lan could turn his head away was his eye roll. Were it not for the fact that old Deng had just saved the lives of dozens of students, Xiao Lan would have hardly bothered to respond. Without even entering the ward, they had already begun ordering the patient's meal. If he could still think of eating, he was evidently untroubled. Understood. I shall visit you this evening, so do not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. Rest well. Ultimately, Xiao Lan could not harden his heart against the patient. After leaving that remark, he proceeded directly toward the large clay pot. Contrary to old Deng's assertion that it remained untouched, the pot, boasting exceptional explosion-proof qualities, had been picked up by several curious officers for examination. As Xiao Lan approached, he overheard the officers expressing their astonishment. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Not a single crack to be found. The quality is beyond reproach. I was standing quite far away, and the blast nearly made me nauseous, yet this pot, placed directly atop the explosives, emerged unscathed. One officer, peering into the pot with one eye squinted, observed that in the direct winter sunlight, the black clay pot emanated a faint purple glow. Whether viewed from the outside or the inside, the pot was smooth and flawless, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Suddenly, Xiao Lan recalled that the full name of this pot was the indestructible purple clay pot. Its description read, crack-proof, leak-proof, resistant to cold and heat, impact-resistant, explosion-proof, and bulletproof. Good heavens, Xiao Lan had either used it for braising chicken or stewing red-braised beef. Over time, he had nearly forgotten its remarkable origins. When he purchased it, it was merely as a cooking utensil. Who could have anticipated that one day a purple clay pot would actually serve to shield against a bomb? Fortunately, the system's purple clay pot was present. Otherwise, had it been an ordinary clay pot, or even a cast iron one, old Deng's life would have surely been forfeit. It must have been the purple clay pot that absorbed and dispersed the majority of the shockwave. Otherwise, given the explosive force capable of launching steel plates 20 meters away, old Deng would likely be in pieces by now, truly deserving of its bold declaration, a pot to be passed down through 3 generations, even when the person is gone. The pot remains. The purple clay pot indeed possesses a confidence that is well-founded. Fearing that the curiosity of the onlookers might lead to revelations about the system, Xiao Lan hurriedly intervened to disrupt their examination. Good day. I am one of the personnel responsible for the bomb search. Could you elaborate on the situation here? Upon seeing the identification Xiao Lan displayed, the officers recognized him as a key member of the operation and immediately stood in respect. Comrade Xiao, greetings. There was an explosion here just now. The explosive was a bottle of liquid disguised as cola. We have ascertained the source of the incident. 2 students inadvertently brought explosives out of the cafeteria prior to the lockdown. We are currently reviewing surveillance footage to confirm the details. Fortunately, the explosion did not result in serious casualties. However, a number of students experienced dizziness, nausea, and palpitations due to the shock. We have arranged for a shuttle to transport these individuals to the nearest hospital for examination. Regarding the dissemination of information, we have instructed the teachers to reassure the students and prevent the spread of panic-induced rumors. A formal announcement will be made shortly to clarify the situation. As for the elderly gentleman, Xiao Lan swiftly raised his hand to indicate that no further explanation was necessary. He is one of our own. It is preferable that his identity remains discreet, and we hope you can feign ignorance. The officers, upon hearing this, appeared to understand. No wonder his response time and skills are exceptional. He is indeed no ordinary person. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Lan requested the Zisha pot. This belongs to our team. Please hand it over. The officer complied immediately, without hesitation or curiosity. Reassured by Xiao Lan's assertion that the pot was team property, which seemed reasonable given our national team's possession of advanced anti-explosive materials. Having retrieved the pot, another piece of good news came through the intercom. The last bottle of explosives had been located. Previously, 2 bottles were unaccounted for. One had been detonated while concealed in a soda bottle, and the other, perilously close to detonation, was fortuitously discovered before it could explode. It was housed in a mineral water bottle, which had fallen to the ground due to improper placement. Luckily, the height from the table to the floor was not significant, preventing an explosion upon impact. Instead, the bottle became bulged and was inadvertently kicked around the cafeteria until it was found by a cafeteria worker. This woman, of course, was not interested in the remaining liquid, but rather in the bottle itself. She poured the residual liquid into the flower bed at the entrance of the cafeteria and placed the empty bottle in a nearby woven bag. Fearing that other workers might steal the empty bottle, she camouflaged it with twigs and leaves, complicating the police's search efforts. It is fortunate that she did not have a habit of crushing empty bottles underfoot. Otherwise, the remaining liquid could have claimed a life. Thus, the ominous atmosphere surrounding Changming University has finally dissipated. The liquid in the flower bed will be handled by professionals to ensure safe disposal, and all other hazardous materials have been properly isolated. This crisis has been resolved with minimal repercussions. The next concern is addressing the public sentiment surrounding this incident. The explosion reverberated throughout the campus, witnessed by numerous individuals, making it impossible to conceal the truth. We must now consider how to respond discreetly. Chapter 252. Inevitably guided by a wise figure since hearing the explosion, the students have been anxiously awaiting the restoration of network signals, yearning for a response. Recently, rumors have spiraled into absurdity, with whispers of all kinds circulating privately, even speculations about a zombie virus outbreak creeping into conversations, leaving only the online discussions pending. Before the rumors could escalate further, the sight of 10 dining halls being sequentially reopened emerged, as police vehicles departed the campus, dissipating the ominous clouds that had loomed overhead. The counselor, adhering to the directives provided by the authorities, methodically explained the situation to each class. Let us refrain from wild conjectures. The facts are as follows. A student, for reasons unknown, clandestinely extracted a batch of hazardous experimental chemicals from the chemistry laboratory and, perhaps due to carelessness, misplaced them. Upon learning of this incident, the police swiftly secured the area where the student had operated and conducted a thorough search. To mitigate excessive panic among the populace, the police initiated their operation under the guise of a special drill. The danger has now been averted. Some of the substances have been neutralized, while the remainder has been safely removed. This afternoon, all dining halls will gradually reopen, allowing everyone to dine with peace of mind. I implore everyone to refrain from either curiosity or the desire to show off by removing hazardous materials from the laboratory, and purchasing them online is equally inadvisable. Furthermore, please limit discussions regarding this matter on social platforms to prevent opportunistic individuals from spreading rumors for attention. Both leaking information and disseminating falsehoods may incur legal repercussions. As for the identity of the student responsible for this incident, let us refrain from gossip and focus on preparing for the final examinations. It is crucial to understand that details of the case cannot be disclosed during the ongoing investigation. Whatever information you may come across is likely to be false. In summary, we are fortunate that this incident did not result in severe casualties, and the schedule for our final exams remains unchanged. Let us concentrate on our studies. Those privy to the details are likely aware that the counselor's explanation conceals certain truths. Although every statement is factual, a careful listen reveals a subtle guidance towards attributing the motive to curiosity and carelessness, steering thoughts away from notions of societal retribution. Such mastery in communication undoubtedly hints at external counsel. Many may wonder why the complete truth and all details are not disclosed. The public possesses a right to know. If there was no corruption of justice involved, why the concealment? Is there an element of guilt? The reality is that officials consider the potential for imitation, more so than the general public. In the face of malevolent events, it becomes imperative to contemplate the societal repercussions. It is vital to judiciously manage the timing and extent of information disclosure. Revealing every intricate detail could transform those particulars into weapons against innocent individuals. For instance, some individuals may be irate, and if left undisturbed, they might find solace in a meal or a night's rest. However, should they happen to encounter a case of indiscriminate violence at the peak of their anger, they may be inspired and incited to replicate such actions in a moment of impulse. The lessons from history are too bloody to ignore. Often, sensational cases receive extensive media coverage, subsequently triggering a wave of imitation across the nation, leading to a series of similar incidents, each escalating in severity. In such circumstances, the public's right to information must yield to the safety of the populace. With the counselor's response, both faculty and students across the campus could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as there isn't a zombie virus outbreak or indiscriminate bombings at the school gates, the situation seems manageable. However, it has been rumored that the vendor of instant noodles was injured in the recent explosion. The veracity of this claim remains uncertain. If this inquiry were directed to the counselor, one could be assured of a reply steeped in ignorance. Thus, students resorted to exchanging information within the instant noodle fans group. I heard that the noodle vendor died protecting students during the explosion. Is that true? Who spread such rumors? As soon as the internet was restored, people began to fabricate stories. Didn't they say there were no significant casualties? He is likely injured, but not severely. Is it truly not serious? I have my doubts. I heard from students present that the blast was so forceful they were thrown back, and a few sustained concussions. The vendor was directly shielding himself from the explosive. He must have suffered the worst injuries. Surely, he hasn't lost limbs, has he? No, please. I still want to savor his braised beef in the future. Why must the good suffer? Let us refrain from wild speculation. In a couple of days, we'll see if the noodle stall reopens. If it does, all is well. If not, then we'll know something is amiss. My heart aches. Truly, he is a hero. How could someone as noble and selfless as the noodle vendor exist in this world? He treats us with the same care as his own children. And in times of crisis, he disregards his own safety to protect us. Perhaps we should organize a visit to the hospital to see him. That is a sound idea. We can inquire with the vendor's son about where he is hospitalized. If he is reluctant to share, we could at least find out the extent of his injuries. These messages from the group chat were clearly observed by the lurking school leaders and faculty. Consequently, the police were approached with a proposal to prevent students from being distracted by concerns for the noodle vendor. Would it be possible for you to keep the stall open for a few more days? The principal, visibly anxious, relayed the situation at hand. Xiaolon, who had just a moment prior been reveling in the prospect of concluding his duties early and returning home, was abruptly informed that he would be working overtime until the end of the term. At that moment, his smile was more bitter than a bitter melon. Addressing public sentiment was part of his responsibilities as a police officer, and what other choice did he have but to continue managing the stall? Who would have anticipated that the entire student body was utterly indifferent to the origins of the explosion? Their sole concern was whether the noodle vendor would emerge from his ordeal unscathed. Hundreds of campus groups, both large and small, were almost exclusively devoted to discussions regarding this singular matter. It was unprecedented. People longed for the missing vendor, not out of nostalgia for the culinary delights he offered, but out of genuine concern for his well-being. The vendor's reputation had been so impeccably cultivated that he had become a cherished figure among the students, a beacon of light. Without his presence, their enthusiasm for school waned. Meanwhile, Xiaolon cast a glance toward the elderly man responsible for this turmoil, who lay in his hospital bed, greedily consuming his meal, grease smudging his lips. Truly heartless, he seemed to revel in his own delight. Although he suffered from a few cracked ribs, his appetite remained voracious. Capable of devouring an entire ox, a rather alarming prospect indeed. The elderly gentleman likely remains unaware of the tender and affectionate image he embodies in the hearts of his students. He is only cognizant of the satisfaction derived from indulging in a hearty meal, followed by a series of hearty belches. Chuckling with delight at the thought that an entire pot of braised beef is solely his to relish, Xiaolon averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. The students had misallocated their affections. In the eyes of the old man, they were merely rivals competing for his coveted beef. The following day, the other 9 vendors at the dining halls closed early, leaving Xiaolon alone at the entrance of the 6th cafeteria, where he set up his instant noodle stall. Adorned in gloves and a mask, and sporting a head of grayish-white wig, he impersonated the old man, receiving the students' sincere greetings with, "Are you all right? Is everything fine? Really?" As time progressed, the semester drew to a close, entering the period of final examinations. Some classes had fewer subjects and had already departed after their tests. However, Xiaolan's noodle stall, in accordance with the directives from his superiors, was determined to remain open until the very last day, bidding farewell to the final student. Director N had suggested this, having learned of the old man's injury, and requested Xiaolon to extend his duty for a few more days. Xiaolon understood the sentiment, allowing the elderly man ample time to recuperate before returning, lest the rigors of travel exacerbate his condition. Director N affirmed this with a sound. Then added, "If you return now, you'll be required to work overtime alongside us. As the year-end approaches, our bureau's workload increases significantly. Your companions, Lia Si, Hu Lai, and Lu Dong, have been logging a minimum of 30,000 steps daily. It's best you remain at the university for now." A cold sweat broke out on Xiaolan's back at the thought of 30,000 steps, nearly 20 kilometers, enough to exhaust even a dog. He quickly opened his fitness tracking app, witnessing a string of numbers on the leaderboard resembling telephone digits, and swiftly disabled the sharing of his meager daily count of less than 1,000 steps. It suddenly struck him that he had unwittingly dodged a bullet, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. However, he couldn't help but imagine the resentful gazes of Lia Si and Hu Lai when he eventually returned. He hoped they wouldn't scrutinize the fitness app. When Xiaolon spoke again, his voice brimmed with gratitude. "Absolutely. Thank you, Director. Rest assured, I will diligently fulfill my duties here and remain steadfast until the final day." Perhaps the bureau was indeed quite busy, as Director N not only spoke with increased speed, but also began to forget his previous statements. Just a moment after declaring the conversation over, he quickly added, "Please hold on a moment. According to protocol, there would be a 7-day holiday for the Spring Festival, but staffing would still be required during that period, with the duty roster arranged according to individual circumstances. Once you complete your tasks, you may leave early for the holiday. And in return, you'll need to come back earlier to cover the shifts. How does that sound?" Though this final inquiry seemed to solicit Xiaolan's opinion, it was more a notification than a question. Xiaolon expressed no dissent, readily agreeing, "No problem at all. I will comply with the arrangements." "All right then, goodbye." Just after finishing his sentence, Director N promptly added, "Wait." Xiaolon responded, "Please, go ahead." After a brief pause, Director N slowly began to speak from the other end of the line. "I appreciate your help in looking after my father. I am quite occupied here and cannot break away. Fortunately, you are present. I will treat you to dinner later." Before Xiaolon could express his gratitude, the conversation took a sudden turn as Director N remarked, "However, that doesn't quite adhere to protocol. Treating you to drinks could lead to disciplinary violations. Giving you a red envelope may raise suspicions of bribery. Presenting you with gifts would be inappropriate as well." "All right, no need to go back on that," Xiaolon interjected, having discerned the underlying implications and feeling utterly speechless. "How about this? If you truly feel indebted when I am on duty, I can simply come to your office and grab a bowl of instant noodles. Consider it your treat." "Agreed. I will hand you the drawer key later." The two finally reached a consensus. With the mission concluded, Xiaolon began to ponder his arrangements for the upcoming Spring Festival while setting up his stall. Traditionally, one would return to their hometown for the new year. However, The awkwardness lay in the fact that Xiaolan had crossed over from another world and was unfamiliar with the people from the original owner's hometown. The original owner's family was not impoverished. They had moved from the village to the town long ago, and connections to their roots had long since faded. Had the original owner's grandfather still been alive, familial interactions would have been more frequent. Now, the relationships were nearly estranged, creating an uncomfortable situation for both Xiaolan and the original owner. As for the original owner's parents, they had passed away during his childhood while performing a courageous act. Due to his tender age, the original owner had only a vague impression of his parents, yet a lingering sense of justice had been passed down, subtly influencing him to pursue a career in law enforcement. Benefiting from his parents' legacy, the original owner had received considerable support from various sectors of society, never having faced significant hardship. As for why, despite having a decent living condition, the original owner was so slender, one could only conclude that his grandfather's parenting style was rather lax. Merely ensuring the child was alive sufficed. Had his grandmother been responsible for his upbringing, the original owner would likely have been fed to the point of becoming quite rotund. As these reflections concluded, a pressing question emerged. Where should he go for the new year? Should he simply remain at home and lounge for a few days? Yet, would Director In, residing just across the way, disapprove of his idleness and compel him to return to work? If all else fails, perhaps he could retreat to the apartment provided by the Feng'an district government, hoping not to be recognized by any familiar faces. Before Xiaolan could finalize his spring festival plans, news arrived from the university branch indicating that Yan Fei wished to convey a message to him. Xiaolan exclaimed, Huh? Yan Fei, the one who caused the cafeteria explosion? What could he possibly want to say to me? Has he threatened to seek revenge once he is released? The officer from the university branch, who had also been assisting Xiaolan with his popcorn stall, responded, Not at all. Yan Fei has shown considerable interest in you, consistently inquiring about your whereabouts and expressing a desire to meet you. Naturally, we did not consent to this nor divulged any information about you. He mentioned his gratitude and requested that we help deliver a letter of thanks to you. Xiaolan's large eyes brimmed with confusion. Is he out of his mind? Is he attempting to feign insanity to escape legal repercussions? Are you all actually cooperating with him? He questioned. The popcorn-selling officer replied. Initially, we too harbored doubts, but later discovered his attitude towards confession was commendable, and he cooperated fully during the interrogation. However, there were certain details he insisted we help convey a letter of gratitude before he would divulge anything further. We have perused the letter, and it poses no issues nor pertains to the case, which is why we agreed to assist in delivering it to you. Xiaolan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Even if Yan Fei had consumed the painfully remorseful chili pepper, it should have lost its effect by now after so many days. Why was he still behaving so peculiarly? I apprehended him, and even struck him, yet he still penned a letter of gratitude to me. How intriguing. I must see what he has written. Upon receiving the letter, Xiaolan noticed it had been opened for inspection. Indeed, letters that had not undergone scrutiny were never sent out. Skimming through the contents rapidly, she was astonished to find it was filled with expressions of thanks, devoid of any foul language. However, having read too quickly, she was uncertain whether it concealed a tone of sarcastic irony. Thus, she decided to read it again, more carefully, line by line, only to discover an overwhelming sincerity woven between the lines. In the letter, Yan Fei recounted how, at first, when Xiaolan apprehended him, he felt a strong sense of injustice. He believed his noble intentions had gone unrecognized by society, and that Xiaolan stood on the opposing side of humanity. Yet, upon realizing he faced imprisonment and expulsion from university, an intense wave of terror and regret engulfed him. He was not the selfless martyr he had fancied himself to be. Rather, he was exceedingly timid, paralyzed by fear at the thought of losing his diploma. Chapter 254. When one is in the abyss, the only way is up. The mere notion of losing his academic credentials left Yan Fei on the verge of fainting. However, amidst despair, he was unexpectedly met with unparalleled ease and tranquility. He thought of Xiaolan. Most importantly, he thought of the 10 undercover officers selling at their stalls. In his letter, he expressed, when those 10 stalls suddenly appeared at the cafeteria entrance, I suspected you might be undercover officers, for the timing was too coincidental. However, it did not take long for you to gain fame, and your business flourished, particularly with the instant noodles capturing the support of the entire campus, and even the attention of society at large. At that moment, I dismissed my suspicions, for I believed undercover officers could not be so proficient. Yet, the truth revealed itself. Indeed, you were officers. Had you not apprehended me, I would have never believed that just a few days of training and selling the simplest of instant noodles could yield such remarkable success. You have shown me that those who dedicate themselves to their craft can excel in any endeavor. Life holds countless possibilities. One does not need to reach the pinnacle to redeem oneself, nor does one perish at the nadir. You have rekindled my hope for the future. Once I am released from prison, even without my academic qualifications, there will still be ample opportunities for me. In winter, I can sell grilled sausages. In summer, I can sell iced jelly. In the mornings, I can offer soy milk. In the evenings, I can sell fried skewers, deliver takeout, drive a taxi, serve as a designated driver, or even care for pets. Trees may perish when uprooted, but humans thrive when they adapt. As long as one does not starve, any path can lead to success. It has come to my attention that prisons invite masters from various professions to conduct training sessions. I find myself eagerly anticipating my entry, rekindling the sensation of my initial days in school. When the fear of examinations dissipates, the joy of learning truly flourishes. It was through Yan Fei's observations of Xiaolan's street vending endeavors that he discerned the margin for error in life, and surprisingly, he attained enlightenment during this tumultuous phase of existence. No wonder he yearns to meet Xiaolan. He likely seeks to glean the secrets of successful cross-industry entrepreneurship. Perhaps he also wishes to share insights from his own life experiences. At the conclusion of his letter, he penned, "In the past, while I lingered on the mountainside, I was not oblivious to the abundance I possessed. Compared to my humble beginnings, I had journeyed a considerable distance. Yet, I perpetually felt devoid of happiness. Suspended in midair, I gazed upward, only to behold the grotesque, arrogant posteriors of those above me. Casting my eyes downward, I encountered the distorted, flushed visages of those beneath me. My heart was beset by anxiety, fearing I was not ascending swiftly enough, while simultaneously dreading a potential slip. I loathed and cursed those above, while harboring disdain for those below. However, having now plummeted to the depths, I find myself in a state of tranquility and peace, unable to descend any further. In the nadir of existence, every movement is an ascent. When I lost everything that could be lost, clarity washed over me, filled with purpose and hope. The fault lies not with the world. For millennia, it has remained unchanged, just as the moon waxes and wanes irrespective of anyone's desires. All sorrow and joy stem from one's present circumstances. A shift in circumstances alters one's state of mind. At this moment, I find it difficult to empathize with the self that floated aimlessly days prior. Upon reflection, I realize that heaven has not been unkind to me. Had I arrived a little earlier that day, I would have savored authentic braised beef noodles. Even if I had been late, I still caught sight of you amidst the crowd, seizing an opportunity for redemption. Whether early or late, advancing or retreating, fate orchestrated a delightful surprise for me. What a pity that I failed to grasp it. Once I cast aside my tangled thoughts and calmed my mind, I truly absorbed Xiaolan's advice from that day. I recognized that the individual I had dismissed as an ignorant NPC was, in fact, aware of my intentions the moment I began to speak. At that time, Xiaolan had offered me a chance. He aimed to persuade me to reconsider, to abandon my reckless thoughts before events transpired. Had I acknowledged my misguided path and disposed of the explosives, leaving no evidence or causing any harm, my life would not have spiraled into despair. Alas, there are no what-ifs. After reading the letter in its entirety, what more could Xiaolan say? Perhaps he could congratulate me on unburdening my heart. It is evident that Yan Fei harbors tendencies towards self-destruction. Upon achieving something, he begins to fret, yet paradoxically finds comfort in having nothing at all. I sincerely hope he does not oscillate between these extremes. Regardless of whether Yan Fei has genuinely come to terms with his realizations or is merely performing enlightenment, it no longer concerns Xiaolan. This letter will not influence the verdict of his sentencing. Life must continue to be lived. Eloquent words pale in comparison to actions that truly resonate. Regardless, Xiaolan has already undergone an assessment in prison. While it is undoubtedly a cold and austere environment, it is not an insurmountable abyss. With a genuine desire for reform, there remains a promising future ahead. Capturing the bomb-obsessed individual who threatened to detonate a school does not signify the completion of the mission. There is still the matter of addressing the ephemeral overseas anonymous software. This, however, exceeds Xiaolan's capabilities. Fortunately, the cybersecurity department has proven to be remarkably efficient. After a period of diligent overtime efforts, encouraging news has emerged. Although the developers and administrators of the software operating abroad remain elusive, advanced big data and artificial intelligence technologies have enabled precise identification of this and similar illicit software, ensuring that such applications cannot be installed on any domestic devices in the future. Yet, while this may appear to be good news, it is not without its challenges. It is well understood that foreign entities will undoubtedly devise myriad ways to return. This is yet another protracted struggle since the dawn of the internet. The smoke of conflict has wafted across the ocean without respite. A decade ago, a certain animal game became popular on QQ Space, aimed at inciting vulnerable youths to take their own lives, intent on annihilating our nation's younger generation. A decade later, the so-called ephemeral software has merely shifted platforms and methods, still seeking to lead the youth into irrational actions, thereby undermining social stability in our country. According to Yan Fei's confession, he too was influenced by this software and encountered a plethora of macabre curiosities within it. Initially, he frequented the laboratory without any intention of taking dangerous substances outside. Although life was challenging, he merely complained occasionally, dreaming of carving out a path for himself post-graduation. However, the anonymous software magnified the malevolent thoughts lurking deep within people's hearts. He witnessed individuals expressing perverse affections for family members in anonymous notes, others boasting of their cruel experiences in torturing small animals, and some flaunting their wealth and privileges. In this realm, everyone engaged in a competition of depravity, showcasing the most grotesque and exaggerated behaviors. Perhaps it was a means of seeking attention or a platform for confessions. The truth was obscured in anonymity, leaving no one accountable. In contrast to these individuals, Yan Fei found that his desire to bomb the school seemed almost mundane. Thus, on an ordinary day, he inexplicably typed a line of text. Although it existed in this world for merely a few seconds before vanishing, it left an indelible mark on his heart, like a lash urging him towards action. What transpired thereafter is known to all. We owe gratitude to the person who chose to pursue the matter upon discovering that note. Otherwise, countless families might have been shattered. Chapter 255. Let us forget each other before the snow melts. Since the bomb did not inflict harm, the consequences were deemed not severe, and Yan Fei's criminal classification remained at level C, preventing it from escalating to level B. Consequently, Xiaolan received a reward of 200 system points and 20,000 yuan. However, this sum is insufficient to cover the expenses incurred by their 10 undercover agents over these many days. Nevertheless, the absence of a catastrophe is indeed the greatest fortune. As the last student stepped out of the school gates, a flurry of messages erupted simultaneously in several group chats of instant noodles enthusiasts. Dear children, as I pen these words, I feel as if we are face to face. Watching the final student depart, I can finally, with utmost sincerity, utter my farewell. Farewell, dear ones. The moments spent with you were akin to this winter's snow, falling silently and melting into a chilling void. The longer we have known each other, the deeper the snow accumulates, and the stronger our bonds become. I have grown old and cannot bear the weight of such a heavy farewell. Let us forget one another before the snow melts away. May your futures be as poetic and picturesque as a painting, and may you weather the storms of life, returning forever youthful. At first glance, the message appeared to be a mere farewell, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed to resonate with the finality of a profound parting. Just as everyone was about to respond, the group administrator activated the mute all feature, silencing any unspoken pleas for retention. Consequently, the members shifted their discussions to the class group. Am I mistaken, or does it seem like the noodle vendor has no intention of returning? I feel the same. The tone increasingly suggests a permanent farewell. Could it be that after the recent hospitalization, he has come to terms with the fragility of life, realizing that life is more precious than profit, and has decided to retire? It appears the upstairs theory holds merit. This farewell message was sent at a most opportune moment, coinciding with the students' joyful immersion in their holiday, thus alleviating some of the sorrow of parting. Had it been any other time, the uproar might have been far greater. On the other side, Xiao Lan seized Lao Deng's phone, executed a series of commands, and finally relinquished the group ownership, feeling a sense of relief. Why must you compose such flowery farewells when a few simple words would suffice? Are you trying to trend on social media again? Were it not for Xiao Lan's concern about the disparity in style between the two messages, he would have taken matters into his own hands. Lao Deng dismissed it lightly. I merely wrote it casually. It's not that easy to trend. Do you think it costs nothing? Nevertheless, a few hours later, the noodle vendor's farewell appeared glaringly on the trending list. At that moment, Xiao Lan was driving home, engrossed in the road and oblivious to the changes in the trending topics. Meanwhile, Lao Deng, reclining in the back seat, had already scrolled through the list and, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced nervously at the rearview mirror to gauge Xiao Lan's reaction. Noticing no change in expression, he quietly slid his phone away. The discussions among netizens had evolved into conspiracy theories. Look, I told you they would settle scores later. Initially, the school seemed to only deal with the supermarket owner, but they will surely discreetly expel the noodle vendor, the troublemaker. The noodle vendor is truly dignified. Even after being ousted, he never spoke ill of the school, only lamenting his inability to withstand such farewells, which brought a tear to my eye. Who truly embodies culture here? The supermarket owner once boasted of her high standards, subtly mocking the vendor's middle school education. Just look at his eloquent expressions, so sincere and poignant, striking at the heart. The disparity is clear to me. Indeed, there is no need for netizens to indulge in conspiracy theories. The instant noodle vendor may not have been driven away by the school's retribution. I have heard that he recently suffered a fall and was hospitalized, possibly leading him to decide to retire and return home. But from where did you hear this? The version I received suggests that the vendor was hospitalized due to his act of bravery in saving a student. Due to the police and the school's intent to suppress information, the incident involving explosives at Changming University has not been widely disseminated, leaving many unaware of the true reason for the elderly man's hospitalization. The less people know, the more rumors proliferate, resulting in increasingly bizarre tales. Ultimately, amidst a plethora of absurd speculations, individuals gravitate towards the most plausible explanation. I heard that the noodle vendor and his son were actually taken by Tauga to a big city to work as private chefs. Just think, running a stall at school is arduous, yielding scant income, and during the summer and winter vacations, they cannot even conduct business. Tauga's sincere offers, coupled with high salaries and his persistent visits through rain and snow, would naturally be hard for the vendor to resist. This speculation seems quite reasonable. It appears that braised beef has truly become a rare delicacy. As more people spread the word, an increasing number began to believe it, while the individuals involved remained blissfully unaware. During a live broadcast, Tauga, upon seeing the comments, looked bewildered and pointed at himself. Huh? Me? Did I abduct the noodle vendor? The audience in the live stream responded, Tauga, stop pretending. The entire internet knows it's you. You're probably just afraid of being scolded for misusing public resources. So you've kept it under wraps, but deep down, you're elated. I'm not being conspiratorial. I now suspect that the Bowsy vendor and the clay pot rice owner have also been taken in by Tauga and are currently being nurtured within his team. He keeps lamenting that whenever he develops an interest, they vanish, but secretly, he must be living quite well. I have come to an epiphany. Suddenly, everything makes sense. No wonder Tauga takes one as soon as he finds one. It turns out he simply collects them. Thus, every time Tauga visits a new location, he buys a house to hide a chef in each, correct? Confronted with numerous accusations in the comments, Tauga transitioned from confusion to a bitter smile. I did not. I had no idea the noodle vendor was planning to quit. He weakly defended himself, but alas, no one believed him. Otherwise, how could he explain the peculiar coincidences? Wherever he went, vendors mysteriously disappeared, leaving even Tauga unable to provide an explanation. I genuinely feel the need to find a place to offer incense and pray. What kind of luck is this? I didn't even get to enjoy a meal. And now the chef has run off. Tauga immediately decided to travel hundreds of kilometers to a renowned temple in a neighboring province to pray. Time is of the essence. It must be done now, and there can be no delay. I shall set off at once. As the spring festival approached, flights and high-speed train tickets were already fully booked. Tauga had no choice but to hire a private car for his journey. Little did he know, A once-in-20 years blizzard awaited him, trapping him for 2 days and nights. Meanwhile, Xiaolan, who had set off earlier, unfortunately found herself stuck in traffic on the highway. Her destination was none other than the hometown of Laodang. Let us rewind the timeline a few days. At that time, Xiaolan was still preoccupied with where to celebrate the new year. Upon hearing this, Laodang's eyes gleamed with a spark of mischief, and he promptly suggested, "Why not return to my hometown? Let us spend a few days at my ancestral home." Chapter 256, Traffic Jam on the Expressway, Frying Noodles to Eat, a Rural Feast. Old In's hometown is nestled in a village within a certain county of Fengling City. According to Old In, the area is embraced by mountains and rivers, with fresh air and simple folkways, making it an idyllic place to reside. The mountains are rich with fresh produce, and the waters teem with fish. Every household boasts remarkable gardening skills, yielding tender and succulent vegetables. Had it not been for Bureau Chief In's concern for Old In's health, forcibly bringing him to the city, he would have preferred to spend his entire life in the countryside. Even the fastidious Lao Dang could not help but sing praises of the environment in his hometown, which speaks volumes about its charm. Without much deliberation, Xiaolan nodded in agreement. The allure lay not only in the splendid surroundings, but also in the perfect distance from the urban center, facilitating his return to work while avoiding the risk of being conscripted by the Bureau due to proximity. Thus, they decisively set off for Old In's hometown. However, none anticipated that shortly after entering the expressway, the road back to Fengling City would be ensnared in a gridlock. Initially, they presumed it to be an ordinary spring festival traffic jam, expecting only a few hours of crawling forward until they could escape the congested stretch. To their astonishment, from dawn until dusk, their vehicle remained stationary for a grueling 5 hours. What on earth is happening? Xiaolan mused, transitioning from calm composure to growing agitation. The true dread of a traffic jam lies not in the sluggish pace, but in the utter standstill. As long as movement persists, it signals that the road is still navigable. However, a complete halt likely indicates an incident ahead, complicating matters further. Xiaolan pulled out his phone to check the map, which revealed an extensive stretch of congestion ahead. Their plight had also garnered attention on various news platforms, with experts declaring it the result of an unprecedented winter storm, replete with freezing rain and snow, causing a massive traffic snarl. As snow fell, it was accompanied by freezing rain, creating a treacherous icy layer on the roads. With tires slipping on the icy surface, vehicles found it impossible to advance, leaving them to await the snowplow's intervention. It seemed that numerous volunteers were already engaged in manually clearing the snow and salting the roads. However, the rate at which salt melted ice could not keep pace with the rate at which ice formed. The uncertainty of how long this congestion would last hung heavily in the air. Xiaolan was immensely grateful for his hybrid vehicle, which provided ample energy. Otherwise, he would not have dared to indulge in the luxury of heating, allowing Lao Dang in the back seat to slumber blissfully unaware of the world around him. Those driving electric vehicles were less fortunate. In such frigid weather, their battery consumption was already rapid, compounded by the need to maintain cabin warmth. They might soon find themselves stranded. When an electric vehicle stalls, arrangements for towing would inevitably exacerbate the already dire traffic situation. After an indeterminate duration, the rain ceased. Filled with anticipation, Xiaolan glanced out the window, only to curse under his breath in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, the emergency lane on the expressway had also succumbed to congestion. It was unclear who had initiated this chaos. Prolonged traffic jams often erode the civility and character of individuals, leaving them vulnerable to the biting cold. Regardless of the regulations, a procession of vehicles ascended the emergency lane, inevitably leading to a gridlock. Now it seemed, even tow trucks could not access the scene. In the event of a genuine breakdown, it appeared that everyone would be stranded, waiting in place. Suddenly, a rustling noise emerged from behind as the old man stirred from his slumber. "What time is it? It's dark outside. We should be nearing our destination, shouldn't we?" he inquired, his face flushed from the warmth of the heater, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Xiaolan managed a wry smile as he activated the windshield wipers and gestured toward the clearly visible surroundings outside. "Take a good look. Does it not seem eerily familiar? It resembles the moment we first entered the highway, does it not? Oh my goodness." The old man squinted, his eyes widening like quail eggs. "I must have dozed off several times, and we are still at a standstill. What are we to do? At this hour, we ought to be home having dinner." His stomach echoed his sentiments with a couple of grumbles. Xiaolan, anticipating this, retrieved a portable electric kettle from the car and tossed 2 packets of instant noodles from the passenger seat towards him. "Choose your flavor and prepare it yourself." However, the old man was not easily appeased. With a disdainful pout, he protested, "More instant noodles? Just how many of these have I consumed in your company over these past few days? The mere scent of them makes me nauseous." Then, a cunning smile spread across his face. "Xiaolan, we just left school, and the trunk still holds unsold vegetables, eggs, and ham, along with the complete cooking equipment. Why not light a fire and whip up some fried noodles for me?" Xiaolan instinctively rolled his eyes, questioning whether he truly expected to cook on the highway, especially when other drivers had no warm meal to savor. Yet, upon observing the old man's somewhat stiff movements as he sat up, a reminder of his cracked ribs, a consequence of his reckless heroism, Xiaolan's resolve softened. All right. At your age and condition, what's wrong with wanting a bowl of fried noodles? It only takes about 10 minutes to prepare, and after being stuck here for hours, as long as I move quickly, it can be done. Cough, cough. Let me step out and see if I can manage to cook. If conditions aren't suitable, you'll have to settle for your instant noodles." The old man's expression turned bewildered when he saw Xiaolan genuinely unfastening his seatbelt and exiting the vehicle. He had merely suggested it casually. Yet Xiaolan had taken him seriously without rebuking him for his whimsical thoughts. He couldn't help but slap himself lightly. Ouch. That hurt. It seems this isn't a dream. Outside the vehicle, Xiaolon circled it, surveying the surroundings. Firstly, he assessed the space. Due to the inclement weather, each vehicle maintained a considerable distance from one another, as safety was paramount. Excellent. There was ample room for cooking. Next, he checked the sky. It was darkening, and since his car was not illuminated by streetlights, he could quickly prepare a meal under the cover of his vehicle. Finally, he examined the equipment and ingredients, all provided by the system, ready for use and undoubtedly complete. The everlasting gas canister and the Bibo gas stove are both present, ensuring maximum safety. The ingredients were meticulously cleaned in their lodgings before being packed into noodle boxes for their school stall. Prior to their departure, they did not foresee the severe traffic congestion, believing that the ingredients would remain fresh in such weather and could be cooked immediately upon returning home. Thus they packed everything into the vehicle. Now, they possess a box of thoroughly washed vegetables, a box of eggs, and another box containing neatly cut and marinated beef brisket. In a spirit of frugality, they brought along all the items purchased for their stall, fitting everything they could into the vehicle. This included a bucket filled with purified water featuring a self-contained tap, as well as disposable meal containers for packing. Remarkably, they have everything they need. Not only could they prepare 2 bowls of noodles, but they could even set up a stall and conduct business right there. Chapter 257. Master, how much do you sell for this stir-fried noodles? Xiaolon, with her entrepreneurial acumen, instinctively began calculating the foot traffic and potential income from the noodle stall, selling stir-fried noodles at the highway entrance. With a traffic jam extending for 10 kilometers and approximately 6 meters per vehicle, there could be around 10,000 cars on a 3-lane, 2-way road. During the Spring Festival, families are returning home, and if we assume an average of 5 people per car, that totals to about 50,000 people. Given the approaching festival, the price of a portion of stir-fried noodles would naturally increase, especially under these unique circumstances, and considering Xiaolon's exceptional culinary skills. It could be priced at a minimum of 40 yuan per serving. If beef is added, the price would double. The revenue from a single meal could reach a staggering 2 million yuan, and if customers were still craving more, it could soar to 4 million yuan. If they wished to pack an additional portion for later, it could escalate to 6 million yuan. If Xiaolon were diligent and chose not to return home for the new year, setting up shop for 3 consecutive days could potentially yield 200 million yuan. If she could also operate for another 3 days during the peak return period, effortlessly amassing 400 million yuan would be well within reach. However, it is time to awaken from this daydream. Xiaolon would never truly set up a stall to sell stir-fried noodles. Not only does her status prevent her from conducting business outside of her duties, but the location is also unsuited for such operations. One must be aware of road traffic safety laws to avoid attracting the attention of urban management, which could lead to the confiscation of all her cooking utensils. Losing a few items would be fortunate if the traffic suddenly cleared and vehicles began to move. Some impatient trucks could easily crush both her and her noodle stall into a mere 2-dimensional form. During such extraordinary times, special conditions, and unique traffic situations, if drivers become hungry and engage in reckless behavior, they should relish their good fortune if they go unnoticed, rather than audaciously dreaming of wealth. At this moment, fortune favors them. The rain has ceased, and the snow has lightened. Everything is prepared, only fire is needed. If not now, then when? In less than 2 minutes. Xiaolon deftly connected the gas canister to the stove. She heated the pot, and when the water reached a boil, she added 5 or 6 packets of instant noodles. The boiling water embraced all the noodle cakes. Their bubbling laughter echoed in the pot, and one could faintly hear the water whispering, "Little ones, you have finally fallen into my trap." The noodle cake tumbled and twisted in the water, agitatedly colliding until it helplessly transformed into a tender softness. Just as the water and dough engaged in their relentless embrace, a spatula swiftly plunged in to retrieve the softened strands, shaking off the excess hot water. With a flick of the wrist, the noodles were deftly cast into cool water, allowing this overly heated affair to cool down. The instant noodles, already adorned with a glistening sheen of oil, released an enticing aroma upon emerging from the boiling water, rendering additional oil unnecessary. Anyone catching a whiff of this elusive fragrance would instinctively pause to inhale deeply, savoring the intoxicating essence. Yet, Xiaolon remained undeterred by the enticing scent. He moved like a dancer who had memorized every step, seamlessly pouring the hot water from the pot and reigniting the flame beneath it. With unwavering focus, he poured a precise ring of oil along the edges of the pan, akin to icing a cake. The cast iron pan, a voracious beast for oil, required a protective layer between the ingredients and its surface. Only after satiating this beast could the remaining oil be allocated for the dish. Should one dare to stir without adequately feeding the beast, it would retaliate, scorching the entire dish with a bitter char, leaving no one unscathed. Many feared to offend it, thus overcompensating with excess oil, which explained the greasy fare often found at street stalls, where a box of fried noodles could easily be half oil. However, Xiaolon was never intimidated by this creature. On the contrary, it had long been tamed under his command. He applied just the right amount of oil, a delicate sheen that glimmered under the light, reflecting his mastery. The pan, far from protesting such a modest quantity, remained steadfast even as Xiaolon tapped it with an egg shell, remaining perfectly still. The egg slid elegantly down the curved surface of the pan, leaving no trace behind. This was an egg under Xiaolon's protection. Anyone daring to pilfer its essence would glide down effortlessly, like a slide. This satisfied Xiaolon's desire for control. In his domain, all ingredients and cookware bowed to him in subservience. Thus, as if ruling an empire, he grasped his dedicated spatula, pressing it down onto the egg as if sealing a royal decree. In an instant, the yolk cracked, egg white splattered, and the mixture solidified in a moment of golden brilliance. This was the glorious state he desired. Alas, his reverie was short-lived as he soon realized the larder was bare. The scallions, carrots, sausages, and mushrooms necessary for his fried noodles were all absent. Such is life, often falling short of expectations. With incomplete ingredients, he had no choice but to rely on his exceptional skills to conjure magic from the mundane. The residual oil in the pan exuded a subtle fragrance as Xiao Lan returned the cooked noodles, adding a splash of dark soy sauce to enhance their allure. He then tossed in a handful of greens, marinated beef, and diced sausages, continuously stirring to ensure a harmonious blend of flavors, the aroma wafting enticingly. Given the inherent saltiness of the beef and sausages, Xiao Lan exercised great restraint with his seasonings, mindful that moderation is key. As Xiao Lan became engrossed in his cooking, oblivious to the world around him, a figure appeared beside him, watching intently for an extended period. This individual was Huang Xilang, as his name suggested, the youngest among 3 siblings. With a large family, the desire for reunion was strong. Typically, they scattered across distant lands to make a living. But as the Lunar New Year approached, regardless of their financial circumstances, they returned home to celebrate. However, none anticipated the unforeseen delays caused by snow and ice on the roads. Huang Xiling's vehicle was filled with his wife and children, and naturally, they had prepared ample provisions. Yet, as the wait prolonged, anxiety began to creep in. Observing the stagnant traffic, he decided to seize the opportunity when the snow lightened to step outside and assess the situation ahead. Though he knew it might yield little benefit, his curiosity prevailed. As he walked alongside the stationary vehicles, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the frigid air. Although the atmosphere was icy and the wind biting, the scent enveloped him in a warm embrace, reminiscent of freshly cooked meals. One could hardly fathom the allure of a steaming dish amidst the wintry landscape. In an instant, his memories were washed away. He forgot his original intent and was drawn instinctively towards the source of the fragrance. Bathed in the glow of streetlights, reflected by the snow, and illuminated by the moon, Huang Xiling finally spotted the figure cooking fried rice in the corner. Without pondering the absurdity of someone cooking on the highway, he was captivated by the chef's remarkable technique. The chef skillfully tossed the ingredients in the air with one hand, while the other continuously added components to the pan with a deftness that seemed effortless. The duality of his actions flowed with such grace that it appeared as natural as breathing. Each toss of the pan was accompanied by the light, rhythmic dance of the ingredients, fluid and unforced. Occasionally, as he deftly maneuvered the spatula, the seemingly chaotic noodles transformed into a harmonious ballet, as if they had sprouted wings. Eagerly following the spatula's lead, Huang Xiling found himself at a loss for words to describe this intoxicating fluidity. He could only surmise that if this chef were to broadcast his cooking live, countless viewers would willingly watch him prepare noodles for an entire day. It was a feast for the senses, truly a visual delight. Watching this master at work evoked a sensation of omnipotence, akin to an emperor seated upon his throne. Observing his ministers bowing in reverence, with the populace submissively at his feet. With one final, graceful toss of the pan, Xiaolan casually swept the spatula, filling it with perfectly cooked noodles, which he then poured into a disposable plastic container. Huang Xiling beheld the gleaming, aromatic noodles. And just as he emerged from his admiration of the chef's skill, he was immediately entranced by the irresistible allure of the dish. It was, indeed, a steaming plate of fried noodles. Amidst the fluttering snowflakes and the howling northern winds, a bowl of steaming, fragrant stir-fried noodles has just emerged from the kitchen. He yearns to find a 10-meter diving board, to leap with fervor, executing a somersault in midair, and plunge headfirst into the pot of noodles. His tongue swirling like a propeller as he indulges voraciously, devouring every morsel with wild abandon. Noticing that Xiaolan has already filled 2 bowls to the brim, Huang Xiling can no longer restrain himself and steps forward, inquiring, "Master, how much for this stir-fried noodle?" Chapter 258. The overzealous foodie, perhaps due to a twinge of guilt. The sudden exclamation startled Xiaolan, causing his heart to flutter. Nevertheless, the composure of a professional chef prevents his hands from trembling as he continues to pack the noodles steadily into their containers. Turning to face the source of the voice, he sees a middle-aged man with a jovial appearance standing nearby, his cheeks pleasantly plump, radiating a charming glow under the streetlights. As Xiaolan shifts slightly, the enticing aroma of the noodles wafts through the air. The middle-aged man's throat emits an exaggerated gurgle as he swallows, his eyes wide with anticipation. Xiaolan immediately realizes that this gentleman is likely drawn by the irresistible allure of the food. "Apologies, but these noodles are not for sale. They are for my own enjoyment," Xiaolan states as he hastens to tidy up the scene of his culinary endeavor. Huang Xiling, unconvinced, gestures towards the stack of disposable containers in Xiaolan's trunk and then points to the well-equipped stove he has set up outside. "Come now, master. With such complete equipment and impressive skills, it's clear you're a professional." Feeling a bit embarrassed at Huang Xiling's assessment of his setup, Xiaolan suddenly feels as though he could never wash away the implications of his actions. Observing Xiaolan's silence, Huang Xiling grins and winks. "Master, I understand the rules. There's a limited quantity available, and you're suggesting that if I wish to partake, I must offer some compensation, correct? No worries. Just tell me how much more I should pay, as long as it's reasonable." In this frigid weather, mutual understanding is paramount. Confronted with such an overly accommodating customer, Xiaolan finds himself at a loss for words. He can only take a step back and attempt to dismiss him. "I'm sorry, but these noodles truly aren't for sale. I have an elder in the car who wishes for something warm to eat. If you'd like, I can offer you a small portion to tide you over." Having made that concession, Huang Xiling refrains from insisting on a purchase. In such cold weather, lingering would only result in the noodles freezing. All right then, thank you. By the way, may I borrow your phone? Huang Xiling asks. Busy packing the noodles, Xiaolan, without much thought, retrieves his spare phone from his pocket, unlocks it, and hands it over. Given the frigid temperatures and the traffic congestion, it's unlikely that the middle-aged man would attempt to flee with his phone. Moreover, it seems plausible that he is asking to borrow the phone because his own has run out of battery due to the traffic. Lost in thought, he suddenly hears the familiar electronic sound. Beep. Xiaolan looks up just in time to see Huang Xiling scanning the screen of his phone. Before he can react, Huang Xiling returns the phone to him. In this bitter cold, you have your struggles too. Although you aren't selling, it wouldn't be right for me to enjoy your noodles for free. Consider this small amount a New Year's gift for you. Xiaolan was taken aback when he saw the payment notification of 50 yuan on his phone, realizing that the middle-aged man had scanned his payment code. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. It turned out that the man borrowed the phone not to make a call for assistance, but rather to make a payment. Xiaolan felt as if the sky had fallen. His mind raced with thoughts of whether he had made a grave error, whether he had breached regulations, and how he would explain this to Directorin. He lamented, "Oh, the woes of a misguided customer. One misstep leads to eternal regret. Despite all precautions, I fell prey to this unexpected turn. Hold on, I'm not setting up a stall. Here, take this. There's no need to pay. I will refund you." Xiaolan's thoughts were so chaotic that he stumbled over his words. Huang Xiling chuckled, taking a box of noodles with a sense of entitlement. No need to refund. What is there to refund? Gifts cannot be returned. If you don't sell, I want to buy. Our chance encounter is fate, between kindred spirits. We speak not of money, but of destiny. By the way, may I take a few extra pairs of chopsticks? There are others in my car. What could Xiaolan say? The man had given him 50 yuan. He wouldn't dare object to taking a few extra chopsticks, let alone another box of noodles. Seeing Huang Xiling about to leave, Xiaolan realized that the man would never agree to take back the money. So he called out to him and handed over another box of noodles. You've given far too much. Let me give you another box. You have family in your car. One box may not suffice. Huang Xiling accepted the fried noodles, visibly touched. To him, 50 yuan for a portion of fried noodles seemed reasonable, especially since he had witnessed the entire cooking process and knew it contained eggs, beef, and vegetables. In some eateries, a similar dish would normally be priced at 40 yuan. Furthermore, given the special circumstances and scarcity of resources in this area, a slightly higher price was justifiable. He never expected such sincerity from the chef, who did not inflate the price and even offered him an additional box. Thank you, chef. Wishing you prosperous business, a steady stream of customers, and great fortune ahead. As Huang Xiling departed, he left behind a blessing, completely oblivious to Xiaolan's suddenly pale complexion. May a steady stream of customers come? No, please, do not come. Xiaolan, disregarding the thought of preparing another portion for himself, hurriedly packed up his stall, desperate to eliminate any evidence. Meanwhile, Huang Xiling, cradling the fried noodles, made his way back with swift strides. His wife and child awaited in the car, and he wished to deliver the warm noodles to them before they cooled. However, his conspicuous posture, holding the box of noodles, caught the attention of many drivers along the way, who lowered their windows to inquire. Buddy, where did you get that food? Is there somewhere selling food up ahead? I see that the service area is quite far on the map. In the short span of 50 meters, at least 50 heads poked out of windows. As the saying goes, inquiring where to find fried noodles, Xiling points towards the SUV. Eager to return, Huang Xiling gestured behind him. There's a chef setting up a stall selling fried noodles. I don't know when he will close, but you can go check it out. Some were elated and immediately jumped out of their cars to head over, while others, more cautious, asked a follow-up question. How much do the fried noodles cost? Huang Xiling, without a moment's hesitation, articulated the price he deemed reasonable, 50 for a portion. In his perspective, Xiaolan had provided him with 2 portions, which he considered a loss-making venture, a testament to his understanding. Engaging in a single loss is manageable, yet he cannot permit the proprietor to suffer continual deficits. Thus, with a heart full of gratitude, he paused to address those who exhibited hesitance. Do not deem it exorbitant. Who knows how long this road will remain congested? The news has reported such severity that it is quite possible for the delay to extend for several more hours. Remaining stationary in one's vehicle will only deplete fuel and battery. By the time you reach a service area, you may even require a tow truck to return. The fried noodles appear limited in quantity, and I cannot ascertain how many portions remain. Scarcity elevates value, hence it is a matter of first come, first served. With Huang Xiling's persuasive words, those once indecisive quickly shed their doubts. They began to race against time, even perceiving the act of opening car doors as a hindrance, eager to leap directly from their windows. It remains unclear who initiated the sprint, but once one individual took flight, an inexplicable chain reaction ensued, with others following suit. Before long, a throng of people surged through the darkness, their presence obscured, leaving only the sound of their frantic breaths. Meanwhile, Xiaolan was engrossed in the process of disassembling the gas and propane stoves. As he glanced at the encroaching shadows, an unsettling pang struck his heart. Surely not. Could it be as he feared? He had merely distributed 2 boxes of fried noodles. There was no reason for such a crowd to materialize. It had only been a brief moment. Surely that individual had yet to savor a bite. So how could this multitude have gathered? Xiaolan had grossly underestimated the alluring aroma of warm food wafting through the chilly night. Regardless of whether he had prepared it or it was merely the handiwork of an ordinary cook, the allure of warmth would invariably attract a throng. The promise of heat, fat, and carbohydrates stirs the most primal desires within humanity. Should protein be added to the mix, it would constitute the epitome of culinary perfection. A sea of eager eyes fixated on Xiao Lan, glimmering with fervent anticipation, observing him tidying his belongings, as though preparing to close shop. Their eager gleams transformed into a predatory glare. Master, please do not close up just yet. I would like 3 portions of fried noodles. And I want 5 portions. I desire to. Make mine first. Hey, by what logic do you claim priority with fewer orders? It's first come, first served. Master, where's your payment code? Please display it. Before Xiao Lan could utter a word, chaos erupted as they clamored to be first in line to pay, eager to seize the advantage. A cold sweat trickled down Xiao Lan's back as he swiftly surveyed his equipment, confirming that no QR code was affixed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, during his time at Changming University, he had utilized a meal card for transactions. Had he displayed a payment code as he typically would during his stalls, he would have found himself in dire straits. During the Spring Festival, with an average of 3 individuals per vehicle if they were to purchase, each would likely buy 3 portions of fried noodles. Such a substantial sum of money, if everyone were to unreservedly scan their payments to him. He would be overwhelmed with reports to the point of exhaustion. Calm down, everyone, please allow me to speak. Once Xiao Lan confirmed that no one could forcibly thrust money into his hands, he felt a slight relief and began to regain control of the situation. The cacophony of voices gradually subsided, with every gaze fixated upon him. Xiao Lan clasped his hands together and said, I apologize. I am not certain what misunderstandings have arisen, but I truly do not sell fried noodles. Operating a stall on the highway is perilous. I merely set up a temporary stove to feed my family. Once I finish cooking, I will pack up, so I kindly ask you all to disperse. These eager individuals, arriving with high hopes, were not so easily dissuaded by Xiao Lan's few words. Some appealed to his emotions. Master, what should have been a 1-hour journey home has turned into a 7 or 8-hour ordeal. I haven't even had lunch. Please, have mercy. Others argued logically. Master, you have the equipment and the ingredients. What harm is there in cooking for us? We are not unwilling to pay. Some tempted him with financial incentives. Master, if you are willing, I can offer more. I can pay up to 60 per portion. What do you think? Others resorted to threats. Master, you surely do not wish for the enforcement team to learn of your cooking on the highway, do you? If you sell to us, we shall remain silent. A hint of vulnerability flickered in Xiao Lan's eyes, as he had never felt so helpless. How had he inadvertently placed himself in such a compromising position? It was infuriating. One should never harbor a sense of complacency. He had believed that the speed of his cooking would keep him unnoticed, and now, it seemed, everyone was aware. No. Regardless of their persuasion, Xiao Lan could not afford to make another mistake. Previously, he had been compelled to accept payment from Huang Xiling. Now, under no circumstances would he accept money or engage in transactions again. Please disperse. I do not sell. I cannot sell. Perhaps out of curiosity regarding the gathered crowd. The elderly man in the car cracked open his window. What is happening? Why are there so many people gathered? Faster than the old man's voice. The enticing aroma of fried noodles wafted through the air. While Xiao Lan was still tidying his cooking utensils, the old man had already begun to eat in the car. The fragrance permeated the surroundings, invigorating everyone present. Those who had contemplated leaving suddenly found themselves reluctant to depart. They gazed at the partially open window of the car, and someone, inspired by a stroke of genius, slipped a vibrant red bill through the gap, followed by a shout. Master, I have paid. Give me 2 portions of fried noodles. Others, as if enlightened by divine inspiration, swiftly followed suit, pulling out bills and thrusting them through the window. I have paid 2. I gave 200. I want 4 portions. I want 2. Me. The elderly man in the car could scarcely discern the faces of those outside, as he was soon engulfed by a deluge of bills. Oh dear, what are you doing? What are you throwing into my car? The elderly man's hands frantically searched within the confines of the vehicle, endeavoring to locate the window control button, yet all he could grasp were bundles of cash. Let the torrential rain pour down. Let it obscure the struggle painted upon my face. Xiao Lan, in vain, extended his fingers, attempting to halt the inevitable, rendered speechless, eyes wide with disbelief. How careless of me. Who would have imagined that in this era dominated by electronic payments, individuals typically carry little to no cash, finding it arduous to even extract 50 cents? However, as the new year approaches, nearly everyone has exchanged ample paper currency, solely to distribute red envelopes upon returning home. At this moment, this money has transformed into tickets for boarding first and paying later, placing Xiao Lan in a precarious predicament, compelling him to prepare fried noodles to complete the transaction. How fortuitous it is that the bills are in neat hundreds, with one note equating to 2 servings of noodles, eliminating the need for change. Master, we have all paid. You wouldn't deny us our fried noodles, would you? They exclaimed. Master, exchange the money for the noodles. We will keep watch, ensuring your stall remains unseized. Xiao Lan found himself in an inextricable bind. To refuse to cook would invite accusations of absconding with their money. Yet to relent and prepare the noodles would breach regulations. I harbor no grievances against you. Why must you conspire against me? He lamented, with no viable escape. Xiao Lan yearned to dispatch this unruly group swiftly, lest he endure hours of incessant scrutiny. I shall cook. I shall cook. He wept, reigniting the stove. Hurry up. Cook faster. We must finish before we are reported. This truly was a gamble that could jeopardize his career, not as a chef, but as a police officer. Chapter 259. Has stomach acid transformed into concentrated sulfuric acid? At this moment, Huang Xiling remained oblivious to the magnitude of trouble he had inadvertently bestowed upon Xiao Lan. Reveling instead in the influx of customers his mere words had summoned to the fried noodle stall, effectively overwhelming the vendor's generosity. Having done a good deed, Huang Xiling cheerfully boarded the vehicle with fried noodles in hand. As he closed the door, He boasted, I brought fried noodles. Who wants some? Quick, quick. Eat while it's hot. What fried noodles? Where could fried noodles possibly come from on the highway? Came the simultaneous, perplexed voices from within the car. Dad, did you go shopping? Did the store have firecrackers? I want to set some off. Dad, don't bring back food. I'm too full to eat. Spoke his wife and children, seated in the vehicle. Both children, of elementary school age, were at that delightful yet mischievous age, prone to indulging in treats while conveniently forgetting the consequences. During Huang Xilang's brief absence, the children had already torn open the festive gift pack, munching contentedly. Normally, his wife would never permit such unrestrained snacking, but now, stuck on the highway, there was nothing but snacks available. Little did the children comprehend the severity of the decades-old blizzard, nor did they grasp the concept of icy roads leading to a disruption of supplies. All they knew was that they could indulge in snacks without limit, a veritable pinnacle of joy in their young lives. Faced with the fried noodles their father offered, the two children turned away, continuing to crunch on potato chips. I want to eat. Give it to my sister. I want to eat either. Give it to my brother. With snacks available, who would crave a full meal? My wife, displaying a hint of consideration, glanced at the offering but promptly returned it. Where on earth did you procure this fried noodle? Is there truly a shop nearby? Huang Xilang, brimming with pride, replied, Hee, you wouldn't believe it. But there was a street vendor on the highway, and I happened to stumble upon it. I was the first customer. And the vendor even threw in an extra box for me. Are you going to eat it? If so, do so quickly, it'll be cold soon. My wife wrinkled her brow, slightly disdainful, and without saying much to dampen the mood, waved her hand in refusal. I won't eat it. I just had half a loaf of bread, and I'm already full. I even saved you half of it. Since you bought the fried noodles, you should enjoy them yourself. As for the children, it was clear they wouldn't be interested. They shunned bread and yogurt, preferring chips and cookies, indulging in nothing but empty calories. Huang Xiling glanced at the yogurt and stale bread his wife had purchased. One bite of that could feel like choking, and it was entirely reasonable that the children turned their noses up at it. However, since his wife pursued a healthy diet and the children favored junk food, the bowl of fried noodles sandwiched in between would have to be his solitary indulgence. Huang Xiling lifted the plastic cover, removed the disposable chopstick packaging, and eagerly took a generous mouthful, unhesitatingly stuffing it into his mouth. The moment the noodles touched his tongue, warmth enveloped him, while the true aroma revealed itself only after his taste buds awakened. Initially, he savored the dry fragrance. The noodles, drained of moisture, had been stir-fried in hot oil until each strand was distinct and perfectly chewy. Yet, as he relished the moment, he found the texture surprisingly soft, as if his tongue and the noodles had melded into one, intertwining in a delightful embrace. With a muffled grunt, Huang Xilang covered his mouth, having inadvertently bitten his tongue rather hard. Just as his brain registered the pain signal from his tongue, his mouth had already issued a command to continue chewing, effortlessly dismissing the injury. What's wrong? His wife inquired with concern. Huang Xilang, too preoccupied to respond, merely shook his head vigorously to indicate he was fine. A mouthful of noodles still lodged in his throat. Another bite was already poised at his lips. This time, he encountered sausage, a simple chicken sausage, typically dubbed a companion to instant noodles, but after being seared in hot oil, it transformed into a delicacy, bursting with flavor that far surpassed the noodles. The outer layer was crisp, shattering upon a bite, while the inside remained tender. Paired with a bite of freshly cooked vibrant greens, the heavy greasiness was replaced by a refreshing essence. Swallowing it down, he was left with an ambiguous taste lingering between bitterness and sweetness, or perhaps a delightful combination of both. With each bite, he succumbed to an endless ocean of bliss, his body trembling with joy. Such happiness reminded him of the day he first received his salary, a moment filled with profound satisfaction. Later, he accumulated savings and acquired more. Yet human greed knows no bounds, and he could never find satisfaction again. What Huang Xilang was unaware of was that during the moments he closed his eyes in bliss, the warmth of the car's heater wafted the smell of stir-fried noodles, permeating every pore of those present. His wife instinctively sniffed her wrist, where the lingering scent of perfume had dissipated, replaced by a more entangled and earthy aroma. The children's munching on potato chips had quietly ceased. The fleeting fullness brought by the airy snacks paled in comparison to the robust fragrance of heartier food. The chips they had consumed retreated to a small corner of their stomachs, clearing ample space for more substantial fare. Consequently, their little daughter's stomach emitted a soft growl. She patted her belly, looked up with an expression of disbelief and curiosity, and said, Mom, I think I'm hungry? The wife, equally perplexed, touched her own belly. How strange. She had just devoured half a bagel, a tough and fibrous morsel that required an arduous 108 chews to consume. Typically, one bagel could satiate her for 3 days. So why was she so quickly famished today? Had her stomach acid somehow transformed into concentrated sulfuric acid? Chapter 260, Surviving by Gnawing on the Leaves of Green Belt's Husband. Is this stir-fried noodle delicious? Huang Xilang was lost in the pleasure of his meal, oblivious to his wife's salivating reaction and the implication in her question. Thus, he failed to utter the words she longed to hear. It's delicious. If you don't believe me, take a bite. Instead, he chewed vigorously on the noodles, nodding his head with fervor, resembling a wild creature in a primal display. His demeanor was akin to that of a crocodile performing a death roll after capturing its prey. Observing her husband's foolish grin, his wife realized that at that moment, Huang Xilang's cognitive capacity had diminished to that of a crocodile, weighing no more than a few pieces of cookies. Since waiting was not an option, she decided to seize the opportunity. With determination, she snatched the chopsticks from Huang Xilang's hands. Is it really that good? Let me have a taste. Eagerly, she picked up a handful of noodles, but suddenly hesitated, contemplating something. Quickly, she set the noodles back down and opted instead for a single strand. Huang Xiling licked the grease from his lips, unfazed by the theft. For he understood that when his wife said, just a taste, it genuinely meant just that. The noodles would remain unscathed after her sampling. It was not that she aimed to lose weight, but rather that she had adopted a preference for light meals in recent years, favoring raw salads, steamed dishes, and boiled foods. Experts and influencers extolled the virtues of light eating as a healthier, longevity-promoting lifestyle, claiming it could extend one's life. Whether true or false, the claims were extravagant, nearly suggesting that consuming light meals could cure all ailments and grant immortality. Thus, she typically consumed raw lettuce mixed with radishes, even enduring the chill of winter with cold yogurt and hard bagels. The health benefits of such a regimen were debatable, but it had certainly fostered a remarkable resilience. One could speculate that should calamity strike, she could survive solely by nibbling on the leaves of roadside greenery. Before her lay a bowl of stir-fried noodles, drenched in oil and salt, a true adversary to the realm of light cuisine. It was only after being seduced by the exaggerated culinary performance of Huang Xiling that my wife, risking exile from the sanctum of healthy eating, felt compelled to sample a strand. With her eyes closed, she undertook a considerable mental preparation before gradually parting her lips to allow the noodle to cascade into her mouth. Observing her, Huang Xiling could not help but chuckle. She resembled a trash bin that opens with a mere footstep. Her actions of consuming the noodles akin to discarding refuse into her belly. The conflicted expression on her face mirrored the act of consuming waste, as she chewed while grimacing. In a mere 3 seconds, her eyes widened in surprise. The fried noodles, with their porous surface, had absorbed the seasonings, transforming into a tender and juicy delight. What appeared to be a singular noodle was, in fact, a compressed version of an entire dish. Each bite was a process of decompressing flavors. Upon unearthing this seemingly ordinary package, one would discover a myriad of images, a dazzling array that overwhelms the senses. Just as the taste of the noodle unfolded, oily, moist, fresh, spicy, and savory, each flavor progressively revealed itself, promising an endless array of delights. One could never anticipate what surprises awaited in the next moment, for every instant brimmed with wonder. Thus, Huang Xiling watched, spellbound, as his wife transformed her tongue into a blender, whirling at high speed to mash the noodle into a smooth paste, ensuring that every taste bud could savor its exquisite flavor. He could hardly bear to witness it. Just as he was about to urge her to indulge in a few more strands, she eagerly extended her chopsticks to grasp yet another noodle. Would she dare to have another? Or perhaps two? Enough of this pretense. Away with the light cuisine. Today she would renounce her vows. With unwavering determination, she would devour everything in sight. Huang Xiling felt a sudden lightness in his hands. Upon regaining focus, he beheld his wife with an entire box of noodles poised at her lips. Her hands moved like a bulldozer, shoveling the noodles into her mouth. And in the blink of an eye, half of the contents had vanished. Was it merely an illusion? Or did he truly see that half of the takeout box had disappeared as well? This was dire. The small trash bin had transformed into a massive recycling station. Slow down, dear. Please, take your time. Huang Xiling cautioned. Fearing she might chew on the plastic container as well, he hesitated, afraid that she might inadvertently nibble on his hand in the process. Take your time. There's no one competing with you, he said, only to realize the inaccuracy of his words. Who claimed there was no competition? After all, in the car, 2 pairs of envious eyes were fixated on the noodles in her grasp. Those eyes belonged to Huang Xiling's own children, who had just expressed their hunger, albeit too late, as their mother had already made the first move. Let her have the first bite, they thought. Little did they know she would finish an entire strand without leaving a trace. Mom, I want some. Mom, save me a little. I'm hungry too. The 2 children called out to their mother, their mouths agape, resembling fledglings in a nest awaiting nourishment. Alas, while their mother possessed a modicum of maternal instinct, it was not abundant. With all her might, she managed to retain her composure until only 1 noodle remained. Oh dear, why didn't you mention it sooner? There's only a little left, will you eat it? My wife clutched the last strand of noodles, her face contorted in an expression of reluctant sacrifice. The 2 children exhibited a sorrow that belied their tender years. Hadn't they spoken up sooner? They simply weren't as swift in their snatching as their mother. Yet for children, the more they vie for something, the more delectable it seems. Unfazed by the mess, they each took a portion and shared the solitary noodle. Such a small morsel ignited their enthusiasm like a lit firecracker, and they sprang from their seats as if their bottoms were ablaze, shouting, Mommy, I want more. I want to eat. Me too. It's so delicious, I want more. They shook their mother's arm, as if this would conjure a bowl of fried noodles from thin air. Don't ask me, inquire with your father. Quickly, see if he has any fried noodles left. Their mother replied, Daddy, 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 hungry, noodles. Their call stirred Huang Xiling's conscience, who had been secretly planning to hide away another bowl of fried noodles. He anticipated this turn of events. In this day and age, it is inconceivable for a child to lack food. His children, since birth, have tasted all manner of delicacies, yet he had never witnessed them so animated as they were today. I only have 1 bowl left. How about we split it among the 4 of us? Before he could finish, he was struck by a brick. His wife shoved a hard, angular object into his throat, cold and unyielding, effectively silencing him. Upon laboriously expelling it, he discovered it was half a sandwich left by his wife. Take it. Didn't you hear the children want to eat? Either buy more fried noodles, or make this half a bagel your dinner. This was not a suggestion, but an edict. The children had already begun dividing the fried noodles, and even a single box was deemed insufficient, leading to a frenzied scramble. His wife, too, was eager to join in, seizing any opportunity to partake. Huang Xiling realized his chances were utterly dashed. He gazed despondently out the window, watching the snowflakes dance, much like his fragmented heart. Is the noodle stall still open? When he first purchased the noodles, the vendor had mentioned closing up. Now, surely the stall had vanished without a trace. Yet he was unwilling to resign himself to gnawing on a stale sandwich. Even with a minuscule chance, he felt compelled to step out and investigate. With a push of the door, Huang Xiling braved the wind and snow. Vendor, please hold on. Wait for me to arrive. Chapter 261. The end of a career. Meanwhile, Xiaolan was fervently cooking. With so many waiting for their noodles, he had been forced to add another pot, simultaneously frying 2 batches. His hands flew with the speed accumulated over 40 years of singlehood, discarding the spatula and relying solely on the toss of the pan to flip the noodles. From a distance, he appeared as if he had stepped on the accelerator, the entire body shaking as he juggled the pans, every strand of hair undulating like seaweed in the current. Yet, even in this state, the demand continued to outstrip supply, as the crowd continued to swell. News of the stir-fried noodle stall on the highway spread like wildfire. Some individuals ventured from distant places, all in pursuit of a single serving. No, please don't come any closer. Xiaolan had never felt such panic. The line seemed interminable, and his career appeared to be reaching its conclusion. Yet, he dared not halt, fearing that someone might feel aggrieved for not obtaining their noodles and would capture a photo to report him, which would lead to dire consequences. He fervently hoped for the road to reopen soon, providing him with a legitimate excuse to cease cooking. What? You walked 2 kilometers just to buy noodles? Aren't you worried that the road might clear ahead and you won't make it back? Upon overhearing a conversation in the queue regarding the reopening of the road, Xiaolan perked up his ears. The person questioned replied, "It won't reopen that quickly. My brother's car is ahead of me. He called to inform me that the snowplow crew is resting right now." Ah, they're still resting? How long will it take for the road to clear? The response was met with a hint of exasperation. You can't expect them not to rest at all. I heard they started working before dark, and they're just now taking a break. It's not easy for them. There's not enough hot water. And many can't even enjoy a warm bowl of instant noodles, resorting instead to eating plain noodles. Ah, I didn't mean to speak hastily. It's truly a tough situation. On such a cold day, who wouldn't crave something warm? Indeed, every customer waiting in line preferred to brave the frigid air for a piping hot serving of stir-fried noodles. However, another voice chimed in, well, having plain noodles is already a stroke of luck. I heard that there isn't enough food. The snow-clearing soldiers haven't eaten, as they let the volunteers eat first. At that moment, Xiaolan, who had been stirring the noodles, abruptly halted. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he swiftly turned off the flame. Stall owner, why did you stop cooking? Yes, why have you ceased? Xiaolan placed down the 2 frying pans and, with hands clasped in apology, addressed the crowd. I'm sorry, but I can no longer serve noodles. Initially, I had set aside this batch for myself and never intended to sell it, hence the limited quantity. Upon hearing that the snow-clearing soldiers and volunteers are short on food, I have decided to give the remaining noodles to them. They must not labor in vain. For those who paid in advance, whether or not you received your noodles, feel free to take your money back. If you've eaten, consider it my treat. If you haven't, I apologize for the wait. Please understand. The crowd was taken aback by Xiaolan's words. Wait, stall owner, is this for real? Noodles priced at 50 yuan a bowl, and with so many cars stuck here, you, the sole noodle stall, have a golden opportunity to profit. You truly want to sell? Xiaolan waved his hand dismissively. No more sales, no more sales. Money can be made anytime. The volunteers who came to clear the snow are not receiving a single penny. We simply cannot let them go hungry. Please disperse, from now on. The noodles I cook are for the snow clearing team, and I cannot sell them to you. Take your money back. A rustle of murmurs and gasps rippled through the crowd. Previously, I often heard the vendor insistently claiming he would not sell, and I naively presumed it to be a mere tactic of feigned refusal to attract customers. Little did I realize that he genuinely had no intention of profiting. This was an opportunity to sell fried noodles at an inflated price 5 times over. A single night's work could yield the equivalent of a month's earnings, and yet the proprietor chose to relinquish such a chance. Such selflessness from the vendor left those who had joked about reporting him for not selling feeling utterly embarrassed. Eventually, the discussions quieted, and it appeared a consensus had been reached. Vendor, your vision is truly expansive. Very well. I shall forego my meal and allow the volunteers shoveling snow to partake instead. Go ahead and prepare your noodles. Once they are ready, I shall assist in delivering them. I swear, I shall not indulge. I have other snacks in my car, and I will also contribute some. Although the temperature was frigid, the hearts of the onlookers were warm, all eagerly offering their assistance. A few dissenters, upon witnessing such unity, dared not voice their opinions and simply accepted the money handed to them by an elderly gentleman before departing. Numerous customers left empty-handed, taking neither money nor noodles. Their rationale was clear. With such a magnanimous proprietor, their only contribution could be a small sum, regarded as a New Year's gift for him. When Huang Xiling arrived, he chanced upon Xiaolan placing boxes of fried noodles into a foam cooler, wheeling it away on a small cart. He eagerly craned his neck and called out, "Hey, vendor, where are you off to? I want to buy fried noodles. Give me 2 portions, no 4. The only response he received was the howling wind and the sound of the cart wheels scraping against the ground. Vendor, vendor. Just as Huang Xiling was about to dash after him, a nearby car lowered its window, and a driver leaned out. Don't chase after him. You're too late. The vendor has stopped selling and is preparing to distribute the remaining fried noodles for free to the snow shovelers. What? Huang Xiling was taken aback, his expression mirroring that of the bewildered customers who had heard the news. Another driver leaned out, burping the scent of fried noodles. Buddy, if you really want to eat, I have a suggestion for you. Sign up to be a snow shoveling volunteer, and you'll also receive a portion of fried noodles. I'm not exaggerating. These noodles are absolutely exquisite. Huang Xiling nearly choked at the thought. Did he not know how delicious fried noodles were? He had tasted them halfway, only to have them snatched from his grasp. Yet, to suggest he become a volunteer, he, a middle-aged man with a bit of a paunch, struggling to climb stairs. Could he really shovel snow? What if he failed to help and ended up needing to be carried away on a stretcher? After much contemplation, Huang Xiling reluctantly returned home. Empty-handed, he met the disappointed gazes of his wife and children, making him feel like an ineffectual husband and a useless father. Ahem, the vendor has closed up shop. It is what it is. His wife scrutinized him, peering into his mouth to ensure he had not indulged in secret, before finally relenting. However, big data did not spare their family. As the wife browses a particular app, Huang Xiling scrolls through a social media platform, their son engages with a lettered site, and their daughter watches videos on a popular short video app. Though each is on a different platform, they all fortuitously encounter the same video content. Pay attention. For the man in the video is named Xiao Shuai. With merely a bowl of fried noodles, he has inspired countless men to perspire with effort. Chapter 262. The little knife has opened his eyes. Heavy snowfall has blocked the roads, and upon hearing that the snow-clearing soldiers and volunteers are running low on food, Xiao Shuai instantly transforms into a noodle vendor, offering free fried noodles to the snow removal team on the highway. Those fortunate enough to taste his noodles describe him as possessing the demeanor of a master, with his culinary creation being nothing short of miraculous. Numerous drivers, eager to savor the dish, offer 50 yuan in vain, all of which are firmly declined. In pursuit of a hearty meal, the drivers take an alternate route, joining the ice-clearing efforts. What was initially a task expected to take a day and a night now requires them to compete for each square meter of snow removed. After 3 hours of furious shoveling, expending energy equivalent to a bowl of noodles, anyone witnessing the scene cannot help but commend the nuclear-powered donkey. In response to this, General MacArthur remarked that the obstacle to traffic is not the speed of the freeze, but rather the quantity of shovels available. As the video concludes, Huang Xiling, without needing to glance up, can sense the disdainful gazes of his wife and children reflected in the rearview mirror. Huang Xiling, I'm drenched in sweat. At this moment, Xiao Lan remains blissfully unaware that events have escalated beyond his expectations, as he once again ascends to the trending list. He revels in the joy of helping others and the assurance of job security, feeling both content and fulfilled. Little does he know that on the other end of the phone, countless acquaintances have begun to take notice of him. Brother Tao scrutinizes the figure in the video, growing increasingly convinced that he resembles the noodle vendor. However, the dim lighting on the highway renders the footage unclear, leaving him uncertain. He is not alone in this perception. Many netizens share the sentiment, tagging Brother Tao in the comments, urging him to verify the identity of the noodle vendor. Brother Tao finds himself stuck on the road to a temple, seeking divine intervention to dispel misfortune, coincidentally on the very same highway. Yet, he questions how far he is from the vendor. Should he disembark to investigate, to seek blessings, or to rely on oneself? This is the dilemma. Fate is indeed remarkable, as Xiao Lan remains oblivious to the exposure of his whereabouts online, much like a criminal unaware that he has entered the detection range of the vigilant cooking spoon. The red light of the spoon flickers ominously, prompting Xiao Lan to suddenly look up. What the hell? Is there a criminal on the highway? He lowers his gaze to confirm the color of the spoon's handle, red, with a hint of pink under the daylight. It appears he is not dealing with a nefarious criminal, but even the smallest fly is still a pest. Since fate has led him to this encounter, he will not allow any transgressor to slip through the cracks. He raises his gaze once more, his eyes wide as saucers, observing the scene ahead while discreetly receiving information relayed by the system regarding the perpetrator. Before him, an orange tow truck slowly passes, and the system begins to announce the criminal's record. Wei Damon, Class C, theft of a public fire truck, substantial amount. At this moment, a multitude of questions swirled in Xiao Lan's mind, akin to a barrage of comments. As he watched the orange tow truck drift from right to left, could it be that he had misread the situation? Theft? What about a fire truck? Surely. In this day and age, there are hardly any thieves daring enough to steal private vehicles, let alone a government fire truck. A fire truck costs over $1 million. If it's a newer model, it could escalate to $3 million or more, resulting in a staggering sum that could lead to a minimum 10-year prison sentence. What purpose could such a theft serve? In this era, even stealing a regular private car poses challenges in terms of resale, not to mention a fire truck. Who would be reckless enough to take possession of a government vehicle? Could it be a system error? Is there truly someone who has successfully stolen a fire truck and remains at large? Xiao Lan rubbed his eyes in disbelief and scrutinized the crime records provided by the system. After several readings, he eventually accepted the fact that the driver of the orange tow truck ahead was indeed the thief of the fire truck. Unbeknownst to him, those nearby assumed he was merely intrigued by the vehicle being towed and initiated a conversation. Look at those electric vehicle buyers, claiming that pure electricity is the way to go. Just see how many have run out of charge. The tow trucks are overwhelmed, resorting to high-priced private towing services. Xiao Lan, fixated on the departing orange tow truck, quietly noted its license plate number. Do you think that orange one is a private tow truck? Who knows? Haha. They all look quite similar, came the casual reply. It mattered little to Xiao Lan. He merely posed the question without a genuine need for an answer, as he had his own means of acquiring all necessary information. He then turned to the person beside him and said, "Could you please help me divide the fried noodles? I need to make a phone call." "Sure thing." Xiao Lan maneuvered through the crowd to a secluded corner and dialed the emergency number using the internal line. The call was promptly routed to a small police station near the highway. When the on-duty officer answered, he was momentarily taken aback, as if in a dream. "What? A fire truck has been stolen? Is this real? Typically, police officers, trained to deal with various reports, would not ask such an unprofessional question regardless of how absurd the claims might seem. However, the current circumstances were indeed extraordinary. If it were an ordinary citizen calling, one could suspect a prank, but this was an internal line, necessitating serious consideration. Comrade Xiao, could you provide more details regarding the case? Certainly. The suspect in the theft of the fire truck is a tow truck driver, and the vehicle's license plate is JW6666. It passed my current IP location just 5 minutes ago. The theft has already occurred, likely a recent crime. As for the specific ownership of the stolen fire truck and whether it has been sold or where it may have been taken, further investigation and interrogation will be required on your part. Right, got it. I'll note that down. We'll follow up as soon as possible. Thank you for the information, Comrade Xiao. After hanging up, the police officer stared at the notes in his notebook, enveloped in silence. What to do? The more he pondered, the more surreal it all seemed. He couldn't help but nudge his colleague beside him, passing over his notebook. Come, could you help me take a look? Does the content resemble what I scribbled from my dreams? After perusing the notes, his colleague felt as if the convolutions of his brain had been smoothed out. Nodding resolutely, indeed, regardless of their inner skepticism, they still took the situation quite seriously and relayed the information upward. The intelligence provided by Xiao Lan was so meticulous that it was as if it were on the verge of reciting the suspect's ID number for the police station. Investigating became rather straightforward. They first aimed to ascertain the driver's identity, grasping his work and daily routines. Then, they pushed the date back from today, accessing relevant surveillance footage within the area of activity. Before long, the officers indeed spotted the orange tow truck bearing the license plate JW6666 in the surveillance footage, having towed away a red fire truck 10 days prior. Look, there's a vehicle. A fire truck, indeed. The moment they discerned that streak of red, the on-duty officers were astonished. Regardless of whether they had tasks at hand, anyone who could move rushed over to witness the surveillance. Stealing a fire truck was such a rare case, not to say it had never happened throughout history, but at least it was the first instance since the establishment of their police station. My goodness, this is truly outrageous. If they dare to steal a fire truck, will they not also spare the police vehicles in the future? Someone interjected, you might not believe it, but stealing a police car could potentially carry a lighter sentence than stealing a fire truck. Fire trucks are substantial, with a steep price ceiling, and difficult to resell. Indeed, a fire truck is a massive and conspicuous vehicle, hard to sell. What on earth was Wei Damon thinking when he stole it? How would he handle it afterward? With these questions lingering, the officers continued to track the surveillance footage along the timeline, and eventually, the mystery was unveiled. The answer turned out to be that Wei Damon had disassembled the fire truck to sell it for scrap. Goodness, one dares to sell, while another dares to buy? The officers sprang from their seats in disbelief. This truly opened their eyes to the audacity of such acts. They were eager to question these individuals about their thought processes. Let us go, let us apprehend them. Chapter 263. Daily worries of being outmatched by others. The speed of action from the police station was remarkably swift. To illustrate, from the moment they received the report to confirming the case and dispatching officers for apprehension, the orange tow truck had scarcely exited the expressway when the police car was already waiting for him. When Wei Damon was stopped, he had not even considered the fire truck. He presumed it was a routine vehicle check by the traffic police. Officer, please show some leniency. You see, this is a special circumstance. The official recovery vehicles are insufficient, which is why I took this one, and I have the documentation, my driver's license, the tow truck permit. As Wei Damon reached to retrieve his credentials, a stern-faced officer restrained him. Let us put aside the fact that you're driving a private tow truck on the expressway. There's a theft case that requires your cooperation at the police station. A wave of unease washed over Wei Damon, his gaze wandering, as an ominous premonition surfaced in his heart, yet he still attempted to resist. But I. This vehicle. He glanced at his large tow truck and the small car it was towing, the owner of the small car anxiously peering out, only to retreat upon seeing the police. Wei Damon chuckled awkwardly, suggesting that he should first take the vehicle to the repair shop. However, the police would not afford him the luxury of delay. Their aim was to catch him off guard, preventing any chance for collusion or destruction of evidence. The towing matter was not his concern, as the traffic police would handle it. He was soon ushered into the police car. Wei Damon's psychological fortitude was lacking. Upon entering the interrogation room, he confessed without hesitation. It could be said that by the time he arrived at the police station, he was already acutely aware of his predicament. No sooner had he settled into the chair than he was in tears. Wah, officer, it's my first time. I truly didn't mean to steal. I saw that fire truck sitting there for months, untouched and uncared for, and I thought it must be abandoned, he lamented. The interrogating officer, barely able to contain his frustration, retorted, what were you thinking? Did it never occur to you that even if the fire truck was broken, it wasn't yours to dispose of? If you saw a house vacant for a long time, would you assume it was abandoned and just take it apart to sell? Wei Damon fell silent. He was not ignorant of the law. He understood perfectly well that he was merely being greedy. Not only was the fire truck not broken, even if it were, it was not his to sell for scrap. Now, tell me, where did you sell the vehicle? Did you know the buyer beforehand? How much did you sell it for? The officer rapped the table sharply, urging Wei Damon to cease his pretense and respond. I just found a scrapyard at random to sell it. I didn't know the owner beforehand. I just wanted to try my luck. I didn't expect he would actually take it. We haggled for a while, and in the end, he gave me 16,000, Wei Damon mumbled meekly. The officers exchanged incredulous glances, nearly choking on their disbelief. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, they saw Wei Damon towing the vehicle to the scrapyard, initially suspecting it to be a front for a more elaborate scheme. To their astonishment, it turned out to be a genuine scrap yard. Could such an expensive vehicle truly be treated as scrap metal? They summoned the scrap yard owner from his bed for questioning, and within moments, he too was in tears. Wah! I thought he had some sort of backing, a protector, but it turns out he's just a fool. Wei Damon joined in the lamentation. I just acted foolishly. Please spare me. I'll return the 16,000. No, I'll return 20,000. I don't want to go to prison. The officers exchanged glances, struggling to comprehend that there truly existed such legal ignorance in the world, and even two individuals at that. There was no need for further discussion. The officers informed Wei Damon, consider yourself fortunate. The fire truck you stole was a small one purchased by a factory, relatively inexpensive. If you had stolen a large fire truck worth millions from the fire station, you would be facing a minimum of 10 years to life imprisonment. With the matter settled, the reality of his theft loomed. Imprisonment was inevitable, leaving only the question of the sentence. Given the bizarre nature of the case, the police station's work group buzzed with excitement that night, with those off duty wishing to come in to witness the spectacle. As the story spread, it not only made headlines, but also reached the Eastern District Bureau where Xiaolon worked. Through internal communications, they learned that the individual who reported the theft of the fire truck was Xiaolon, leaving everyone astonished. Leah C., who was on duty, immediately felt a surge of inadequacy. Wow, even during his journey home for the new year, Brother Lon can solve cases. No wonder he enjoys Director N's favoritism. The other on-duty colleagues nodded in agreement. They had previously envied Xiaolon for not having to work shifts, overtime, or even duty, and for being able to take leave early. Now, they understood that as long as he was willing to work, it would be a tremendous boon for the police force. Leah C. proudly puffed out his chest, feeling honored to have been mentored by Xiaolon. Of course, if I were Director N, I would keep Brother Lon close at hand, lest I worry about him being poached by others. Suddenly, a colleague beside him jabbed him sharply with an elbow, and it wasn't until he finished speaking that he noticed Director N staring at him while holding a thermos. Leah C. quickly lowered his head and fell silent. Ahem, the water cooler is empty, Director N coughed, then casually took a cup of water and left. Just as Leah C. exhaled in relief, he heard Director N's voice from a distance. Leah C., bring a bucket of water to my office. The sky had fallen. Their secret conversations about the leader had been overheard, and now he was being summoned for a private discussion. The request for water was merely a pretext. The reprimand was the true reason. Leah C. trudged into the director's office with a mournful expression, hesitating at the threshold over whether to step in with his left or right foot first. Director N glanced at him, then pulled out his phone. Getting straight to the point. You're familiar with Xiaolon. Take a look. Does the person in this news resemble him? Huh. Leah C. was taken aback, having thought he was called in for a reprimand, but it turned out to be an inquiry. He set down the water bucket, took the phone, and gazed at the frozen frame of the video on the screen. With a slip of his finger, he clicked the play button. Pay attention. This man is called Xiao Shuai. He only used a bowl of fried noodles. It wasn't until the video concluded that Leah C. realized Director N was asking about the fried noodle vendor in the footage. He dragged the progress bar, clicked pause, and upon closer inspection, he couldn't deny it. The resemblance was uncanny. He was certain, 100% it was Brother Lon. After seeing the shimmering ladle, his conviction intensified. There were many fried noodle vendors, but only Xiaolon wielded a ladle that resembled a magical wand. Director N nodded, lifted his thermos to take a sip of water, and calmly stated, all right, you may leave now. As soon as Leah C. exited, Director N set down his thermos, revealing a conspicuous red circle on his lips caused by the heat. Ouch, that was hot. Chapter 264. Director N, listen to my defense. Director N had originally stepped out to inquire about Xiaolon. However, upon leaving, he overheard them gossiping about him behind his back. He hurried back to grab a thermos, pretending he had gone out to fetch water. To his surprise, upon returning, he found their gossip had escalated even more. Director N realized he could not return, otherwise, Leah C. and the others would only become more outrageous in their remarks. Perhaps they will mock him, saying, Director N is utterly incompetent. His annual performance pales in comparison to Xiaolan's monthly achievements. If Xiaolon were to be recruited by a big shot in the future, he would be utterly powerless, left only to hide and weep. Lies do not cause harm. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. Xiaolon's performance is indeed extraordinary, and it is evident that the small city of Fengling will not be able to retain him for long. Recently, his leadership during the explosion incident at Changming University was remarkably impressive, significantly raising his profile before various police departments. Now, everyone is aware that the Dongqing branch has a remarkable newcomer, and many influential figures in the province have been inquiring about him, both openly and discreetly. Director N, fearing that these big shots might use the excuse of a manpower shortage at year-end to lure Xiaolon away, never to return, hastily granted him an early vacation to avoid the impending storm. Unexpectedly, on his journey home, Xiaolon made headlines again by apprehending a criminal. It is true that possessing talent is akin to being pregnant. In winter, one can conceal it with thicker clothing, but come summer, it becomes impossible to hide. Once Xiaolon departs, Director N will not only lose a capable aide but also a master chef and, more poignantly, a father figure. There is no doubt that his father would follow Xiaolon to the ends of the earth without a moment's hesitation. Beyond these personal sentiments, Director N never intended to clip Xiaolan's wings or confine him to this small realm. He simply wishes for Xiaolon to grow at a natural pace. For he is still young and has ample time to mature gradually. A resilient seed can take root anywhere, but its moment as a budding fruit nestled in the embrace of a great tree is singular. Why not allow it to bask in the sunlight a little longer? In the future, there will be no leaves to shield it from the storm. Enough of such distant thoughts. Let me first address the immediate issues at hand. After making several phone calls, Director and made his final call to Xiaolan. When Xiaolan saw the landline number, he answered with a hint of confusion. Hello? Director and replied, you're the one stirring up trouble on the highway in the news, aren't you? Truly, your rise to fame is faster than a rocket. Upon recognizing Director An's voice, Xiaolan was taken aback. I'm trending again. Didn't they promise not to take pictures of me? Before Director An could continue, Xiaolan hurriedly interjected. Director An, let me explain. I didn't show my face or reveal my identity. Besides, I didn't accept any payment. I was giving out noodles for free. Just as Director An was about to speak, Xiaolan quickly added, alright. I admit that some drivers insisted on paying for the noodles, and I returned the money proactively, but some refused to take it back. There was nothing I could do. I will write a full report and return all the money. On the other end of the line, Director An rubbed his temples and set the receiver down. Switching to speaker mode, considering you've captured another criminal, I'll let this slide. Let us call it a special assignment. Just don't make me read any more reports. I'm inundated with them as the year draws to a close. He continued. I call to inform you that many netizens have recognized you as the instant noodle vendor from Changmin University based on your physique, and they are planning to visit your hometown. I have already contacted the platform to delete the post. Next time, be more vigilant. Merely wearing a mask and dressing warmly does not guarantee concealment. Xiaolan broke into a cold sweat and hastily responded, yes, I will certainly be more cautious. Thank you, Officer An. After hanging up, Xiaolan belatedly scrolled through her phone. The trending topics had indeed been largely removed. But there were still some posts on the small green book that had not been entirely deleted. Numerous frustrated netizens had shared their encounters with the fried noodle vendor. And as the posts accumulated, they formed a complete trajectory of the vendor's movements. Curious netizens had begun to organize, following this trajectory, to potentially uncover the vendor's hometown. However, with a simple refresh, those posts vanished. What sort of idle netizens would engage in such behavior? Why follow this humble vendor back to his hometown? Is it not excessively perverse? Do they not have their own lives to lead? Clearly, such boredom could only be attributed to the group of individuals who revel in the antics of the live-streaming sensation, Tauga. They incessantly fan the flames, urging Tauga not to pay respects at the temple, but to seek out the fried noodle vendor in person and inquire why he had ceased operating his stall. The more they pressed, the more intrigued Tauga became. He consulted the divine, questioning why the vendors he had his eye on seemed to vanish one after another. Yet the deities only responded with riddles, remaining silent regardless of the donations he made. However, should he personally confront the vendor and demand, why have you stopped operating? What secrets lie behind this? Look into my eyes. Tell me why? Why? Perhaps with a few more thousands spent, he might uncover the truth. Especially as netizens laid out the fried noodle vendor's route before him, he could no longer contain his excitement. As he grappled with his decision, the roads gradually reopened. Vehicles flowed forward in concert, bringing him ever closer to the vendor's location. Yet, by the time Taugo arrived, Xiaolan had already distributed all the fried noodles and departed. While the snow-clearing team had shifted their position, the air lingered with a faint aroma of fried noodles. A reminder to all who followed that this had once been the respite for the snow-clearing crew. With closed eyes, one could vividly imagine the joy they experienced while relishing their fried noodles, as other drivers fought fiercely for a taste. I have decided. I shall seek out the fried noodle vendor. I must conduct a thorough interview. Once I ascertain the truth, I can return home for the new year with peace of mind. Tauga's declaration resonated powerfully, eliciting cheers from the viewers in the live stream. However, it seemed that fate had conspired against him. As he approached the highway interchange, the post detailing the vendor's journey vanished. The trail to the vendor had thus been severed. Should he continue forward or veer into the fork in the road? This posed yet another dilemma. He could not afford to pause and ponder. A swift decision was imperative. Gritting his teeth, Tauga opted for the option that garnered the most support in the live chat. Driver, turn right ahead. Thanks to the snow-clearing team's efforts, the road ahead was unobstructed. Xiaolan's speed increased, overtaking vehicles as if she were not rushing home, but rather fleeing the scene of a crime. Indeed, he is on the run, evading the watchful eyes of Tao and escaping the scrutiny of curious netizens. With a swift press of the accelerator, Xiaolan overtook Huang Xiling's vehicle, veering right into a fork in the road not far ahead. Distracted while driving, Huang Xiling lamented his decision not to volunteer for the ice-scraping duty, regretting the loss of a box of fried noodles. He further regretted initially handing the vendor a mere 100 yuan, only acquiring 2 boxes of the delectable dish. You see, due to his unsatisfactory meal, his wife and children were now sulking in silence, the car devoid of joyful chatter. Suddenly, he spotted a vehicle that resembled the vendor's, zipping past him. Curiosity piqued. He craned his neck to glimpse the license plate. By the time Huang Xiling discerned the details, his car had already departed from the straight path alongside the preceding vehicle. His wife, embroiled in a silent quarrel, gasped in alarm as he frantically turned the steering wheel to the right. What are you doing? You're going the wrong way. Turn back. Huang Xiling, jolted from his daze, panicked in response. There's no turning back on the highway. We can't go back. Chapter 265. 2 types of people cannot share the same bed. Human pessimism is not universally shared. The couple was engulfed in their frightful exclamations, while their children merely found the situation amusing and joined in the cacophony of screams. The vehicle raced forward like a boiling kettle, shrieking as it sped ahead. With no choice but to press onward, they could only proceed to the next exit to turn around and rejoin the highway. His wife continued to shout until her throat grew parched, then erupted in frustration. Huang Xiling, did you leave your brain in the trunk? The navigation map clearly shows a straight line. How could you possibly go off track? Huang Xiling, with a sorrowful expression, replied, I didn't mean to. I saw a car ahead that looked like the vendor's, and I just followed it. Her words drew his wife's attention to the front, where, illuminated by the high beams, an SUV was indeed visible. Remembering the enticing aroma of fried noodles, her anger seemed doused, leaving only a wisp of smoke. So it was the vendor after all. Reflecting upon her unsatisfied craving after only half a serving, she suddenly found their detour quite reasonable. After all, they had already been delayed in traffic for so long. What was a little longer? Huang Xiling was taken aback by his wife's understanding nature, a warm sensation blossoming in his heart. After a considerable time, they finally spotted a sign indicating an opportunity to turn around. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, as he gazed at the taillights of the vehicle ahead, he felt an overwhelming urge to follow it. What should he do? He yearned to pursue it, to follow it to the vendor's parking spot, or even to his hometown, inquiring about his stall's location for future visits. However, was it not somewhat absurd to delay their family's journey home for the new year over a bowl of fried noodles? Surely, his wife and children would not agree to such a folly. Such words were utterly beyond his capacity to utter. Suddenly, a faint voice emerged from his wife. Dear. Since we have come this far, the service area is not far ahead. Perhaps the fried noodle vendor will stop there. Why don't we just follow him? We can buy something to eat at the service area and inquire about where he usually sets up his stall, so we can visit him in the future. Huang Xiling's eyes lit up with excitement. It was truly remarkable how aligned their thoughts were. Two individuals cannot share the same bed without sharing the same ideas. His wife was thinking along the same lines as him. All right, my dear, I shall follow your lead. The rearview mirror reflected Huang Xiling's beaming smile, and his eyes squinted into mere slits. However, as they approached the service area, the vendor's vehicle did not stop. Instead, it accelerated past. Huang Xiling was taken aback. Oh dear, he didn't T-stop. What should we do? His wife was also momentarily stunned, her reason and emotions clashing, leaving her tongue tied. Well, then we. In their stammering, the car, propelled by inertia, swiftly flew past the service area. As they observed the changing scenery outside the window, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over the couple. Oh dear, we accidentally drove past again. Now we cannot stop until the next intersection, Huang Xiling lamented, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. His wife, more audacious, decisively declared. Since we've come this far, we might as well see it through to the end. I want to feel at ease until we find out where he is. As you command. Huang Xiling abandoned pretense, his tone lifting with joy as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. True to their worst fears, the fried noodle vendor did not halt at any point, but continued straight until they left the highway, heading toward a village. The couple gritted their teeth and resolved to take a gamble. No matter where the vendor was headed, they would follow him to the end. Fortunately, the vendor did not lead them astray for too long. The vehicle did not venture far, but entered a quaint village. This village appeared quite pleasant. Not a desolate backwater or a desolate mountainous area. The entrance was marked by a cement road, equipped with streetlights. The streetlights bore slogans promoting civility, such as new countryside, new appearance, and practice civility, understand etiquette, indicating a well-managed locale. From the map, they discerned that they had not left the province. The village remained under the jurisdiction of Fengling City. The couple exchanged smiles in the rearview mirror and shared a silent high-five, just as they began to feel at ease. A sudden turn of events unfolded. The narrow country road, despite being newly paved, posed significant challenges for passing vehicles. An oncoming car approached, first successfully navigating past the vendor's SUV, then coming directly in front of Huang Xiling's vehicle. Having driven in the city for so long, he was unaccustomed to such narrow lanes, and his skills had dulled. The more anxious he became, the more mistakes he made. And it took quite a while for the two vehicles to maneuver past each other. When he looked up again, the vendor's vehicle was nowhere in sight. Oh dear. It seems we've lost him. What shall we do? Huang Xilong instinctively sought his wife's counsel. His wife, indeed a person of strong opinions, provided him with a reassuring affirmation. It's quite all right. We have already come this far. Whether it's this village or the one ahead, we can certainly inquire and find our way. Shall we inquire now? Huang Xilong hesitated, sensing the evening had grown late. Turning around, he noticed the children had drifted off to sleep once more. His wife glanced outside and, in the dim light near the village entrance, discerned a sign that read homestay. It seems there is a homestay nearby. Let us check the conditions. If they are satisfactory, we can spend the night here. You've been driving for quite a while, and fatigue on the road is perilous. All right, I shall follow your lead. The emergence of homestays in villages has become commonplace, with numerous developments focused on promoting picturesque rural tourism, drawing investment into agritourism ventures. Villagers, seizing the opportunity, have begun to tidy their homes to earn a profit through homestays, a perfectly natural progression. The couple drove over to inspect the accommodations and found the place quite clean, with everything meticulously arranged. The front desk was manned by a young man engrossed in a video game. He was not playing an intricate game, but rather a simple, single-player puzzle game, yet he was utterly absorbed, at times appearing quite flustered. The couple patiently awaited his completion of the round before speaking. Hello. We would like to inquire about lodging. How much is it for one night? Startled by their voices, the young man abruptly stood at attention, puffed out his chest, and responded loudly, Report. It's 80 yuan per person for one night, inclusive of 24-hour hot water and breakfast. Report concluded. Huang Xilong and his wife exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. They presumed the young man had recently been discharged from military service, and their inherent trust in soldiers offered them a profound sense of security, leading them to decide to stay. However, they overlooked an important detail. Such behavior, marked by remnants of military training, does not necessarily indicate a recent discharge from the army. It could equally signify a recent release from prison. Chapter 266. Intimate as though they were married. Had this been America, it would have set the stage for a classic horror film, a blissfully loving couple. accompanied by their innocent and lively children, arriving at a rural lodging due to a twist of fate. Within this accommodation, they encounter an odd individual, freshly released from incarceration, whose peculiar demeanor raises suspicions. Unbeknownst to the carefree couple, danger lurks ominously, and a night of bloody carnage is poised to unfold. Yet, this is a world centered around culinary delights, and thus, the eccentric character is, without surprise, a food enthusiast. Unfortunately, he has just returned from serving time in a prison known as Chuanyang. His name is Zhuang Er, incarcerated 2 years prior for engaging in underground lottery operations. The lottery, colloquially known as buying codes, is rampant in southern regions. How rampant? So much so that many believe it to be legal, akin to purchasing a lottery ticket. So rampant that even when the police arrive to apprehend individuals with silver handcuffs, bystanders presume the police have mistakenly arrested the wrong person. After all, they were merely involved in the lottery, not gambling. Why should the police intervene? The answer, of course, lies in the illegality of the lottery itself. It is a gambling game disguised as a lottery, utilizing exaggerated odds that drive individuals to madness, luring buyers into frenzied betting. The pervasive belief in the legality of the Mark VI lottery is largely attributed to unscrupulous operators who engage in deliberate wordplay. The legitimate version exists solely in Hong Kong, where it operates under public oversight. Conversely, all operators on the mainland claiming to have legal authorization are deceivers, exploiting the name of the Mark VI to orchestrate their private gambling schemes. While buyers may occasionally profit, the operators never incur losses. All participants harbor dreams of overnight wealth, yet the ultimate outcome is invariably financial ruin. Unfortunately, those who partake in betting on the Mark VI, even if they are swindled into bankruptcy, find themselves on the wrong side of the law due to their involvement in gambling. The deceived include not only buyers but also operators. Each operator is overseen by larger entities. Many operators are indeed aware of their wrongdoing, willingly entering the fray, fully cognizant that they are engaged in illicit activities. Yet they deceive themselves into believing it is a gray market. However, a greater number of smaller operators are misled by larger ones, drawn in under the guise of legitimacy, becoming enmeshed in the unlawful operations of gambling. Thus, it is often observed that when law enforcement conducts raids, many operators do not fit the mold of ruthless thugs, but rather appear as innocent and unassuming middle-aged women. These less educated, older women are the easiest to dupe. Among them is a certain Zhuang Er, an unfortunate soul who has been ensnared. It is unclear whether it is his name, which contains the character for Zhuang, or the foot traffic in his family's small shop at the village's edge that caught the attention of larger operators. Nevertheless, he became their target. At that time, Zhuang Er was not particularly academically inclined, youthful yet brimming with ambition, standing at the crossroads of uncertainty regarding his future. The plight of rural youth lies in the fact that while their parents brought them into this world, their limited horizons and experiences prevent them from imparting valuable life lessons on navigating this unpredictable reality. Zhuang Er grappled with the decision of whether to remain in the village and take over his father's small shop or muster the courage to venture out into the world. Young people are always eager to explore. They are unwilling to accept a life resembling that of their forebears. The lives of their parents resemble a scratched-off scratch card, devoid of mystery or allure. Youngsters yearn to carve out new paths, yet embarking on such journeys requires financial backing. At this juncture, an outsider arrived in their village. This affluent newcomer, possessing broad experience and eloquence, effortlessly persuaded Zhuang Er to become his subordinate operator. Zhuang Er's task was straightforward, to collect the numbers buyers wished to bet on each day and relay them to the upstream operator. In return, he would receive a percentage of the buyer's wagers. During those days, while the earnings of this novice operator were modest, making money felt as effortless as drinking water. Zhuang Er's gratitude towards the brother who introduced him to this world was as boundless as a flowing river. Little did he know that the seemingly easy paths to profit were inscribed within the penal code. Eventually, Zhuang Er accumulated enough funds to finally pursue his aspirations in the bustling city. He secured a respectable job in a factory within the bustling city, initially harboring hopes of severing ties with illicit gambling. However, a loyal clientele had already formed around his gambling operations, even when he ventured to distant places. These patrons continued to send him betting information via their mobile phones. Moreover, through the same devices, he managed to maintain contact with upstream operators seamlessly. Gradually, he grew accustomed to treating this gambling enterprise as a side venture until law enforcement located him in Chuanyang City. When apprehended, he did not flee. Rather, he was perplexed, questioning why the police would target him. The process of arrest was surprisingly novel to him. It was only after a stern legal education from the officers that he realized he had broken the law. Regret, however, came too late. Having recently been released from prison, he found his spirit dulled, resigned to return home and take over the family convenience store, hoping for a stable life. Once, he had looked down upon the steady existence of his forebears, only to discover that mere self-reliance might not suffice to emulate their lives. He came to understand that aspiring to lead a tranquil and ordinary life necessitates evading numerous deceptions throughout one's existence. Upon returning home, he was struck by the substantial changes in the rural landscape over the years, as tourism had burgeoned. His family house had been refurbished and transformed into a guest house. Son, your parents are aging. You'll take charge of this guest house from now on. Regardless of what others may say, your life is in your hands, not dictated by others' opinions. While the wisdom of the elder generation may be limited, it represents the pinnacle of their lifelong efforts. Sometimes, if one can set aside resentment and prejudice, they might find that certain age-old truths resonate with the lessons learned from personal misfortunes. Though the times have changed, the essence of human experience remains unchanged. His 2-year incarceration though not devoid of lessons, endowed him with healthy habits, a disciplined routine, and the cherished memory of enjoying delightful meals in the cafeteria, albeit for a brief week. Reflecting on that week, he felt an uncanny connection with the new chef, as if they were akin to a married couple. After the chef's release, the entire prison mourned for a considerable time, lacking motivation and appetite, as though a beloved spouse had left. Fortunately, Zhuang Er was released shortly thereafter, and with more accessible information from the outside world, he hoped to inquire about the chef's whereabouts in the future. Meanwhile, in the home of Old Man and the house, long uninhabited, was covered in a fine layer of dust. Upon closer inspection, he discovered uneaten rice in the rice cooker, now completely hardened, capable of being removed in one piece like a helmet. It's all that scoundrel's fault for whisking me away to the city without notice. I didn't even have time to tidy up. By the way, Xiaolon, let us visit the little convenience store at the village entrance to see what daily necessities we might need to purchase. We can also stop by his house for a meal. I'm familiar with the old man there. Besides running the store, he also operates a guest house, and it should still be open for business at this hour. Chapter 267. Not afraid of him putting rat poison in the food. Xiaolon was somewhat astonished that upon returning, he was so eager to dine at someone else's home. Was there perhaps another culinary talent, aside from his own, that the old man held in such high regard? However, the pride of being a culinary master prevented Xiaolon from directly voicing her thoughts. Instead, she inquired, "You've already consumed 2 bowls of fried noodles. Are you still not satiated?" The old man suddenly adopted a pose of feigned profundity, responding, "You fail to understand. Sometimes, dining is not merely about the food, but rather the intricacies of human relationships. Yet, you do not strike me as someone well-versed in such social nuances. In fact, you appear to lack even a modicum of emotional intelligence," Xiaolon observed with suspicion. The old man replied, "I call this being nonchalantly unconventional. When the occasion calls for it, I shall take action." Folding her arms, Xiaolon assumed a skeptical demeanor, as if to say, "Let us see how you spin your tale." The old man continued, "The proprietor of the inn is surnamed Zhuang. I refer to him as Old Zhuang. He has a son who has recently been released from prison, having been incarcerated for lottery-related offenses. The boy is fundamentally good-hearted. It is merely a lack of education that has led to his misfortunes." Upon hearing of his return, the villagers, though outwardly nonchalant, harbored reservations about ex-convicts, avoiding the small shop out of apprehension. I have a good rapport with the villagers. I frequent his home to purchase goods and share meals. As others witness my initiative, their courage gradually increases. By the way, Old Zhuang's son, having just been released, has yet to acclimate to life outside. His demeanor and conduct may seem somewhat peculiar. When we dine later, do refrain from staring at him out of curiosity. Just act naturally. Xiaolon was genuinely astonished to hear such sensible words from the old man, akin to witnessing a dog speak in elegant terms. "So you wish to facilitate the reintegration of former inmates into society and reduce recidivism, do you? I never anticipated such noble intentions from you," Xiaolon acknowledged with a nod. The old man replied, "Well, can you blame me? I was the one who reported him." The unexpected revelation left Xiaolon momentarily speechless. "What? I initially thought you were acting out of kindness, but it seems you were merely compensating for your actions." The old man scratched his slightly itchy nose and explained, "I noticed that the villagers have become somewhat obsessed with the lottery. The village is primarily inhabited by the elderly. With few young people, the seniors are left to care for the left-behind children, each with pockets emptier than their faces. Their meager earnings barely suffice for survival. Yet with the advent of the lottery, the elderly have been fervently gambling their meager savings away. Although each bet may seem insignificant at 5 or 10 yuan, their monthly pension amounts to only a couple of hundred, which hardly withstands such extravagance. Furthermore, some children have taken to stealing from their families to play the lottery. I have heard reports of theft rings emerging in nearby villages, all stemming from a desperate need for money to purchase tickets. If I do not report these few bookies and see them incarcerated, more individuals will inevitably follow suit." At this point, Xiaolon had no retort. Anyone who arrived would undoubtedly commend the old man's actions. Truly, he is the father of Director N, embodying the saying that a tiger does not produce a dog for a son. However, upon reflection, Xiaolon sensed a looming threat. Wait, do others know that you were the one who reported them? I mean, does old Zhuang realize that it was you who sent his son to prison? The old man proudly puffed out his chest, only to retract it due to the strain on his ribcage. Of course, they are aware. Shortly after I returned to the village, they were apprehended in one fell swoop. Even the village fool could deduce that I was behind it. Behold his proud demeanor. And Xiaolon finds herself at a loss for words. Are you truly daring enough to dine at Lao Zhuang's? After sending his son inside, are you not afraid of retaliation, perhaps even poison in your meal? Fear not, for he ought to express gratitude to us. In response to Xiaolan's astonishment, Olden spoke with a sense of pride. Do you think those wandering bands of thieves target just any household? They do not rob the modest, elderly residents, but rather those affluent families like Lao Zhuang's, who run small shops and sell lottery tickets. While his son has been working away, the villagers have not ceased their gambling, but rather intensified it. On several occasions, masked intruders have burst into Lao Zhuang's home, rummaging through and stealing valuables. The most perilous incident involved a knife held to his throat, demanding to know where his bankbook was. Had I not brought the police to dismantle several lottery dens in the surrounding villages, Lao Zhuang's life might have been lost without his knowledge. The home invaders are but a gang of youngsters, misguided and uneducated, who, lacking respect for the law, could easily end up causing fatal harm without facing true justice. Only juvenile detention. Now, Xiaolon understood. The lottery was a perilous game, and if his son continued to evade capture, Lao Zhuang's safety was at stake. To some extent, Olden was indeed a savior for Lao Zhuang. Thus, they could dine with peace of mind. As Xiaolon tidied herself up, preparing to leave, she suddenly overheard Lao Deng receiving a phone call. The voice on the other end sounded quite elderly, presumably that of Lao Zhuang, inviting them for a meal. Hello. Olden, do you have any spare stools at home? Bring a few with you when you come. I have guests here, an entire family. And we are short on seating. Olden replied, what? In this wretched weather, you still have guests? Even if they wish to see the rapeseed flowers. It is hardly the day for such a visit. Lao Zhuang continued, I am puzzled as well, but it seems they are not here for tourism. They mention they are seeking someone. Quite strange indeed, for their accents do not suggest they are locals, and they do not appear to have relatives in our village. By the way, they inquired about a young man who sells fried noodles, saying he might be setting up a stall in the city and just returned today, arriving in tandem with them into the village. They wish to know if he is one of ours and if anyone recognizes him. Olden silently pondered the notion of a young man selling fried noodles, momentarily unable to associate it with Xiaolon, especially considering she had recently been selling instant noodles. The distinction between fried and instant noodles is but a single character, yet the flavors are vastly different. Olden scoffed, who could possibly know? We only know which village youths have gone to work in the city. As for their occupations or enterprises, who can say? Indeed, that is precisely what I told them. Lao Zhuang appeared to find a kindred spirit in this sentiment. Regardless, I can only inquire on their behalf. The outcome remains uncertain. Well then, let us cease this conversation for now. Do hurry over, and we can discuss matters further while we drink. Absolutely. After hanging up, Olden turned around only to be startled to find Xiaolon standing beside him, her hair styled in an outrageous yellow pompadour, causing him to recoil in shock. My goodness, why does it look as if a feather duster has sprouted from your head? He exclaimed, clutching his heart in alarm. Xiaolon flicked his head, the long, golden bangs swaying from left to right, obscuring his right eye. His gaze was melancholic, his tongue slurring as if it were tangled. The left eye remembers you, while the right eye forgets you. For the first time, Old An's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. I don't care what you are. Get off Xiaolon at once. Retreat. 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 Chapter 268. This pain, I hope you will never understand. Xiaolon raised his hand, slowly covering his right eye, striking a mournful pose. From this day forth, do not call me Xiaolon. Refer to me as Xiao Shanfeng. Before departing from this village, this wig shall be affixed to my head. After a moment of mental disarray, Olden finally grasped the situation. You suspect that family is here for you? You are overthinking it, aren't you? Xiaolon, infuriated, swept aside his bangs. It is you who thinks too little. Can you not be a bit more vigilant? Old Zhuang has made it abundantly clear. They are seeking to set up a stall selling fried noodles, selling fried noodles, selling fried noodles. Does no one recall whose stomach is currently filled with 2 bowls of fried noodles? Upon hearing this, the old man exclaimed, touching his belly, and sheepishly admitted, I digested it. I completely forgot that I had eaten fried noodles. Xiaolon ceased his retort, turning to rummage through his suitcase for the tight-fitting pants and loafers he had prepared for his disguise. They were in use during his university stall days, but would serve their purpose now. Once clad in his attire, Xiaolon transformed into a figure that seemed ready to twirl flamboyantly, as if he might take flight like a helicopter rotor. Oh dear, must you really dress like that? Xiaolon, what if they are not looking for you? The old man squinted, nearly unable to keep his eyes open from the glare. Dressed in his full battle gear, Xiaolon once more struck a pose of locked heart and love. I have said, call me Xiao Shanfeng. Should you dare to provoke me, I shall ruin your entire world. Once again, old Deng found himself retreating before Xiaolon. Enough, I said enough. This is too much. Your trendiness is making my rheumatism flare up. Old Deng could not bear to look at him for more than 3 seconds, turning away with a grimace as he exited. Go on, just keep your mouth shut tonight and eat in silence. Xiaolon's ensemble proved remarkably effective. It not only intimidated old Deng, but also caused the recently released Zhuang heir to shrink back in fright. This nonconformist, fashionably rebellious look reeked of someone who had not completed 9 years of compulsory education and had bullied earnest students during his school years. This immediately triggered a visceral response in Zhuang heir, who had suffered from such group bullying. Throughout his adolescence, upon spotting someone dressed like that from afar, he would lower his head and take a detour. Though Zhuang heir had learned to hold his head high and respond boldly during his time in prison, he now shrank down like a quail. He crabbed sideways to Olden, tugging at his sleeve and whispering, Uncle, who is this person? Are they here to collect a debt? What have you gotten us into? Olden had no time to respond, as he needed to attend to the nearly fainting old Zhuang. While old Zhuang had initially felt quite pleased to see Olden, the moment Xiaolon turned around, he nearly felt his heart stop. This appearance had struck a painful chord in old Zhuang's psyche. Over the years of operating his shop, he has encountered youngsters adorned in non-mainstream attire attempting to pilfer money, as well as spirited youths who, in the dead of night, sought to break in and steal. While not all who adopt such styles are nefarious, the ill-intentioned individuals he has met typically embody this aesthetic. At least in the past, in his village, those rebellious teenagers often followed suit, transforming themselves in this fashion. They engaged in all sorts of mischief, yet neglected to pursue any legitimate endeavors, opting instead to explore dubious paths. Moreover, being young, they were often beyond the reach of law enforcement. Thus, the responsibility fell upon their parents for guidance. If parents possessed the capacity and time for education, their children might not have strayed so far into rebellion. Fortunately, the elder in S words provided them with some reassurance. This child is from my relative's family. He is studying beauty and hairstyling in the city. His name is Xiao Shanfeng. This year, due to his parents' commitments, I have brought him to the countryside to celebrate the new year. Both Lao Zhuang and Zhuang heir responded with an understanding murmur. Ah, so he is learning beauty and hairstyling. No wonder he appears so fashionable. This revelation eased the anxieties of the father and son, since his appearance was a professional necessity. There was no cause for concern. It was the aimless drifters who posed the true instability in society. Nevertheless, the striking impression of his appearance was undeniably potent. And throughout the meal, Zhuang Er dared not lift his gaze. Had he mustered the courage to look up more attentively, he would have discovered that the culinary genius he yearned for, Chef Xiao, was right before him. The man who had only served a week in the prison cafeteria, yet left an indelible mark on the hearts of all inmates, was indeed this so-called mountain wind. Alas, he missed the opportunity for recognition. Zhuang Er evidently retained the habit of eating swiftly as he had in prison, finishing his meal and sitting upright, awaiting the collection of his bowl. Meanwhile, Lao Zhuang engaged in lively conversation with Lao Deng over drinks. After 3 glasses, all tension dissipated, and the dialogue began to flow freely. Olden, over the years, the atmosphere in the nearby villages has markedly improved. I have not heard of any thefts recently, and I am genuinely pleased. The government, in its efforts to promote tourism, has been diligently planting trees by the roadside, cultivating flowers in the fields, and distributing chickens and ducks to each household. I believe that with such dedication towards our village, it is only a matter of time before they crack down on illicit activities. I bear no grudge against you for sending my son away. I recognize that his time in there was inevitable. You merely intervened before he could make a grave mistake. My only regret is my own ignorance. Had I known that such actions were illegal, I would never have allowed my child to partake in them. Come now, little Zhuang. I understand you have abstained from alcohol during your time in prison, but today you must raise a glass to your uncle. You must realize that during your absence, without your uncle, my guest house would never have flourished. The success of this establishment ensures your future stability. Zhuang Er obediently raised a glass to the elder, his gratitude genuine. Uncle, even if my father had not spoken, I would still toast to you. I recognize the support you have provided me. In my foolishness back then, after being caught, I naively thought of brotherhood and loyalty, believing I could take the fall for my friends. Thankfully, you brought my father to awaken me. Those individuals were handling billions in gambling funds. Had I foolishly taken the blame, I would have been utterly ruined. Old Deng still wore that cheerful, carefree demeanor, having indulged in some drink, and took a seat. It's a trivial matter. The past is behind us. Consider it as if you've just come of age. The future holds a long journey ahead. Xiaolon silently consumed his meal, saying nothing. A casual glance at the table and benches revealed everything was meticulously arranged and spotless, indicating that Zhuang Er had mastered the art of cleanliness during his time in prison. The degree of one's self-discipline is directly proportional to one's freedom. If one cannot tidy their own room, how can they aspire to conquer the world? Zhuang Er, with a low tolerance for alcohol, had abstained for 2 years and was quickly feeling the effects after just a few drinks. Olden chuckled, this lad, don't just drink, have a bite of food. If only he ate a bit more, he wouldn't get drunk so fast. Zhuang Er leaned on the table, dazed, mumbling something. Once you've seen the vast ocean, no other water will do. Apart from Mount Wu, no cloud can compare. Old Zhuang laughed, giving Zhuang Er a light pat. This child, once unable to grasp his studies, now recites these lines daily after his time inside. He has really put on a show. Zhuang Er shook his head, wanting to explain that since the prison chef left, the whole place had taken to reciting that poem. Yet, his tongue tripped over his thoughts. Others merely saw him as playing a role. No one understood he was lamenting life. After tasting the dishes prepared by that man, he found it impossible to enjoy anyone else's cooking. This pain, I hope you will never understand. Chapter 269. I sensed a whiff of danger while Xiao Lan and the others dined. Not far away sat Huang Xilang and his family. This family had previously missed out on a proper meal. Logically, they should be relishing this feast now. Yet, for some reason, as they recalled the fragrant and colorful stir-fried noodles, they found the 4 dishes and soup before them nearly inedible. It would be unjust to claim that Zhuang Er's mother's cooking was subpar. Rural women typically possess at least 30 years of culinary experience, far from being novices in the kitchen. Moreover, the vegetables were freshly harvested, still crisp from the earth moments before being tossed into the pan. By the time they reached the dining table, the vegetables had scarcely realized their fate. The oil used for stir-frying the greens was freshly rendered from pork belly, its freshness directly correlating with the pig's demise, assuredly within the last 24 hours. With such exquisite ingredients and Zhuang Er's mother's deft knife skills and cooking techniques, the dishes should have been delectable farmhouse fare. However, had they not previously tasted those stir-fried noodles, the family of 4 would undoubtedly have been savoring every bite. Regrettably, they now found the meal disappointingly bland, indescribably bland. It was not that the salt and MSG were lacking. Rather, the dishes and seasonings seemed like a mismatched couple, living under the same roof, yet dreaming separate dreams. They couldn't help but reminisce about the noodles enveloped in a rich sauce, which were akin to a couple in the throes of passionate love. They melded together seamlessly, unlike a hastily arranged marriage between strangers. Instead, they resembled star-crossed lovers, forcibly separated in a past life, finally reunited in this one. A family of 4 initially savored their meal with enthusiasm, but soon their spirits waned as they idly fumbled with their chopsticks, prodding and picking at the dishes without a clear intention. They found themselves ensnared in a peculiar obsession, as if hoping to unearth a plate of fried noodles from the stir-fried pork with cabbage. After more than half an hour had passed, and the food had grown cold, Zhuang Er's mother stepped out, standing beside the table with her hands at her sides. She intended to inquire if they needed their bowls and chopsticks cleared, but noticed that a significant amount of food remained. A wave of unease washed over her, and she began to rub her hands together unconsciously. Dear guests, is it that my cooking does not suit your tastes? I can prepare another dish if you wish. I want to charge extra for new offerings. Huang Xiling was the first to respond, hastily waving his hands. Auntie, no need for that. The food is delightful. It's not the meal that's the issue. Perhaps we are just weary from the long journey and lack appetite. The adults remained courteous, but the child, unabashedly candid, interrupted. Daddy, I want fried noodles. I don't want rice. Once one child began to shout, the other followed suit. Rice has no flavor. Fried noodles are delicious. I want fried noodles. Fried noodles. Is it? I shall prepare some. Zhuang Er's mother, hearing the children's request, turned with a cheerful demeanor and returned to the kitchen. Huang Xiling and his wife felt a bit embarrassed and quickly tried to dissuade her. No need. Auntie, the child is just joking. Zhuang Er's mother waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. We cannot let the children go hungry. Wait for me. It will be ready shortly. In under 10 minutes. A generous portion of steaming fried noodles was presented. The noodles gleamed golden and glistened with oil, interspersed with fragrant mushrooms and slices of meat. Appealing to the eye and substantial in preparation, the family, stirred by a memory of their bodies, instinctively began to salivate. They eagerly grabbed a pair of chopsticks and hastily stuffed the noodles into their mouths. In an instant, the light in their eyes dimmed like a tungsten bulb abruptly extinguished. Their expectations had been dashed. The noodles were indeed well prepared, but they could not compare to the ones they had enjoyed on the highway. It seemed that henceforth, no fried noodles would ever satisfy them again. Suffering can transform individuals into poets, silencing the loquacious while giving voice to the reticent. In the midst of desolation, Huang Xiling recited, once, the vast sea, hard to be water. His wife, her eyes vacant, melancholically completed the line, except for, Wushan, there are no clouds. Moments earlier, the night breeze had carried this verse from the neighboring table, and they had caught a fleeting glimpse of its artistry, thinking it rather pretentious. Now, the couple found themselves uttering the same lines, as if those 14 characters were the only words capable of encapsulating their current sentiments. Suddenly, they felt a kinship with the unknown patrons at the adjacent table, yearning to discover who they were and why. On this night, they shared the same melancholy. Exchanging glances, they realized they were on the same wavelength. Huang Xiling took the initiative to inquire. Andy, who was seated at the next table, are they tourists visiting the village? Zhuang Er's mother chuckled in response. On such a snowy day, there are no tourists. Your presence here is already a rarity. At the adjacent table sat my elder and son, engaging in merriment with the villagers who had recently returned from the city. Huang Xiling, a businessman by nature, thrived in the convivial atmosphere of the drinking table, never one to shy away. With a heart full of goodwill, he contemplated the idea of raising a toast to the neighboring table, hoping to become acquainted with the poetic soul present there. Furthermore, with someone just returned from the city, there was a chance they might know other villagers who had also come back, potentially leading him to the elusive fried noodle vendor. With a friendly smile, Huang Xiling rose and circumnavigated the partition. However, upon catching sight of an individual at the neighboring table sporting a shockingly bright mane of wild, shoulder-length hair, he abruptly turned on his heel. Farewell. Though one ought not to judge by appearances, the man's hair, styled like that of a porcupine, spoke volumes. It hinted at a desire for individuality, a penchant for standing out, and a wish to attract like-minded souls. This person was evidently not part of the mainstream crowd, and likely would not be inclined to associate with someone as mundane as Huang Xiling. Different circles necessitate different norms. There was no need for forced integration. The rules of niche communities are numerous, and an impromptu approach could likely lead to embarrassment. Instantly, Huang Xiling dismissed the thought of making a new acquaintance. He decided to chalk up the earlier moment of soulful resonance to his fanciful craving for fried noodles. Little did he know that this turn of events marked a lifetime of missed opportunities, as he forfeited the singular chance to connect with the fried noodle vendor he had long yearned to meet. Meanwhile, Xiaolon had noticed Huang Xiling's retreating figure. Although unaware of his intentions, he quickly donned sunglasses from his pocket and affixed a few fake lip piercings to his mouth. Lao Deng, catching sight of his antics, erupted in laughter, spraying his drink through his nostrils. Cough, cough. Is this really necessary? You've only one eye left, and you're wearing sunglasses at night. Can you even see? And what is that on your mouth? Is that rice stuck there? Xiaolon swept his bangs aside from behind the sunglasses, maintaining a rebellious hairstyle that obscured his right eye. Don't ask, it's just intuition. I sense danger. He replied. Lao Deng winced at the sight, grimacing. Whatever you say, just don't face me. It's making me a bit queasy. Xiaolon's appearance perfectly compensated for Lao Deng's lack of experience with a rebellious son during his youth. While Lao Deng, the father, could scarcely muster the energy to be angry, Xiaolon took every opportunity to provoke him. After the meal concluded, Xiaolon, having abstained from alcohol, managed to wear down 3 of them. When Lao Deng succumbed to inebriation, Xiaolon hoisted him under his arm like a briefcase to carry him away. Just as they crossed the threshold, Tao Ge stepped in from outside. They brushed past one another, with Tao Ge speaking to the live stream on his phone. I never expected to find a guest house in the countryside. What a stroke of luck. I thought I'd have to go door to door begging villagers for shelter. I hope there are still vacant rooms. Wish me luck, viewers. Suddenly, Tao Ge paused mid-step, seemingly sensing something, and turned back to glance at the departing figure. Chapter 270. The return of old characters for a limited time. That person, Tao Ge, caught a fleeting glimpse and felt a stir of recognition. The man with the yellow hair that had just passed by seemed to exude an aura of significance amidst the crowd. Gazing to the left, one perceives a vendor of steamed buns. To the right, a purveyor of claypot rice. From the front, a spirited young man. And from behind, an instant noodle seller. Merely by casting a lingering glance at the other, a cavalcade of faces flitted before him like a revolving lantern. How can a single individual bear such a striking resemblance to so many? It is indeed a marvel. Had he not been mindful of his ongoing live stream, Brother Tao would have already pursued. However, the viewers in the chat room urged him to cease his daydreaming and hasten to secure a room, lest he find himself stranded outdoors for the night. Thus, Brother Tao made a decision he would regret for a lifetime. All right, I shall go now. He strode into the building, not looking back, and shouted into the interior, "Excuse me, are there any vacant rooms? I wish to stay overnight." Upon hearing Brother Tao's voice fading into the distance, Xiaolan's taut thigh muscles finally relaxed. This was unbearable. He had truly encroached upon the territory of a loyal customer. As the year drew to a close, it seemed that the old characters were making a limited time return. Was this world merely a colossal card-drawing game? Only moments ago, he had learned from the inebriated Zhuang heir that he had just been released from Beiyang prison and was also one of his patrons, including the Huang family. Customers from both the highway and the prison had converged. Now, with Brother Tao, a familiar face who had traversed his entire world, encroaching from all sides, Xiaolan was genuinely alarmed. He began to worry that soon, patrons from the electronics factory, Fengmen district, and Changming University would also gather in this small village. At that point, he would be besieged on all fronts, beset by myriad troubles, and overwhelmed by an onslaught of adversaries. He felt he might soon crumble under the pressure. He retained a modicum of confidence in his flamboyant hairstyle, believing it might allow him to go unnoticed. However, the situation with Lao Deng was less certain, as the workers from the electronics factory and the students from Changming University were well acquainted with him. Xiaolan began to contemplate the feasibility of disguising Lao Deng. Perhaps, while he slept tonight, he could dye his hair green. Meanwhile, Brother Tao had secured a room and resumed his live stream within the house. He first brandished a gimbal, capturing a panoramic view of the room, lavishing praise upon its impeccable cleanliness. To his astonishment, the humble countryside inn he had randomly selected, having lost his way with the vendor, boasted such commendable accommodations. The host seemed to possess an obsessive-compulsive streak, having polished the windows to a gleam, arranged the bedding into neat squares, and aligned every item in precise order, creating an aesthetically pleasing environment. From this window, one could behold a vast expanse of canola flower fields. The post-snow canola blossoms appeared even more resplendent. Look, how vibrant the yellow flowers are, and how pure the snow. The juxtaposition of yellow and white is simply delightful. Listening to Brother Tao's meagerly descriptive language, the chat room erupted with ridicule. Brother Tao, it seems you shall never transition into a travel blogger. Your eloquence is solely reserved for gastronomic critique, with such impoverished descriptions. One might mistake your portrayal for a restroom without the visual. Brother Tao is truly remarkable. During his eating broadcasts, he speaks with such flair. Yet when it comes to describing scenery, he struggles as if constipated. Shoo, dear host, refrain from speaking. Direct the camera towards the canola flowers, allowing the viewers to quietly revel in the beauty of the landscape. By the way, Tao, if you cannot find the instant noodle vendor here, will you return directly? Or will you stay to experience the local customs? Ignoring the sarcasm above, Tao responded directly to the last question. The route was chosen at random. Even if I fail to find the vendor, I am mentally prepared for it. If necessary, I shall stay for 2 or 3 days, treating it as an opportunity to gather inspiration from the countryside while avoiding the peak traffic returning home. However, I wonder if there are any delectable foods to be found in the nearby town. If not, I might consider a plan to visit the villagers for a meal. Money should facilitate negotiations. The online community enjoys Tao's nonchalant extravagance. Throughout his life, he has rarely encountered a problem that money could not resolve, save for the recent setbacks with several vendors. The night passed in silence, the snow falling quietly. The next day, the usually sluggish Lao Deng, suffering from a hangover, was the first to rouse Xiaolan. Wake up, wake up. I'm taking you up the mountain to dig for bamboo shoots. Xiaolan frowned, snatching the blanket and turning away. No, you go ahead. It's freezing outside, and you expect me to rise early on the first day of my vacation? Are you really not going? The mountain not only has wild bamboo shoots, but also wild ferns, wild yam, and wild sweet potatoes, ingredients you cannot find in the city. Xiaolan suddenly opened his eyes. If you mention those, he would certainly be wide awake. For a chef, good ingredients hold immense allure. The items mentioned above are not particularly rare. They can indeed be purchased in the city, albeit as processed products. To extend their shelf life, they are either blanched in boiling water, quickly frozen at low temperatures, sun-dried, or air-dried, thereby altering their original taste. To savor the essence of wild produce, one must exert some effort. Some may find it perplexing why one would go to such lengths for a hint of freshness. After all, how different could processed products be? This brings to mind peanuts. Peanuts are an exceedingly common agricultural product found around the globe. Many associate them with either a crispy texture when fried or a powdery consistency when boiled, or a hard texture when dried. Few have tasted freshly dug tender peanuts. The pods, still attached to the stems, resemble veins. Even when uprooted, the arteries continue to pump life to the heart. These peanuts are a delicate pink, sweet, and juicy, akin to fruits. Do you think the difference between processed and unprocessed is negligible? Xiaolan sprang from his bed with a sudden burst of energy, dressing swiftly. Upon seeing him awake, the old man smiled, his eyes squinting with delight. Imagining how these exquisite ingredients would be transformed under Xiaolan's skillful hands invigorated Lao Deng, dispelling his hangover and easing his sore ribs. He stepped out with surprising agility, moving faster than the youthful Xiaolan. Observing Lao Deng's attire, Xiaolan wondered from which corner of his wardrobe he had unearthed the patched cotton coat and trousers. His whole demeanor had transformed. He no longer resembled the wealthy elder from the city, but rather a rural widower, reliant on government assistance, neglected by his ungrateful son, and without anyone to care for him. The disguise effect was immediate. As Xiaolan stood beside him, there appeared the unfilial son. resembling someone who hadn't returned home in 800 years and, upon doing so, had stolen the last 800 yuan from his elderly father to go to the city for a perm. Chapter 271. I said I would definitely die behind him. As dawn broke, the morning mist took on a faint blue hue, ignoring the peculiar gazes of the villagers on the road. The old man rambled on excitedly. Those wild bamboo shoots are incredibly fresh and tender. Let me tell you. They are as thick as a thumb at their base and narrow down to the size of a little finger once peeled. They are so tender. Stir-fried with some lard and a bit of garlic shoots. The taste, I could devour a whole basin of them. I wouldn't trade my life for it. Suddenly, Xiaolon recalled something and halted his steps. Wait a moment. I seem to remember the director mentioning your glorious past. Didn't you once eat so many bamboo shoots that you bled? Upon hearing his dark history revealed, Lao Deng's face shifted from red to green, then to pale. Don't listen to that brat, he protested. Xiaolan's gaze sharpened. Just answer the question. Lao Deng's smile vanished, and he appeared awkward. Realizing that Xiaolon would no longer prepare bamboo shoots for him, he hastily defended himself. It's not the same. The one that made me bleed was the wild hairy bamboo shoots, not the wild mountain shoots. Xiaolon, exasperated, deliberately flipped his yellow bangs to let Lao Deng see his rolling eyes. Regardless of the type of bamboo shoot, the principle remains the same. Bamboo shoots are merely tenderer forms of bamboo. They contain coarse fibers, and for those with weak stomachs, consuming too much can easily lead to ulcers. At your age, do you not know moderation? Do you think you are a panda capable of digesting bamboo? No more digging for shoots. Turn back. Seeing that Xiaolon was genuinely about to leave, the old man quickly spread his arms to block him. Wait. The small shoots are relatively tender. It'll be fine. We'll just dig a few less, and I'll only eat a little. I accept supervision. Observing the old man's earnestness, Xiaolon felt himself wavering slightly. Lao Deng had a point. The small mountain shoots were indeed only as thick as a thumb, while the hairy shoots could be as thick as a thigh, their fiber content differing significantly. As long as Lao Deng exercised restraint, a tragedy would likely not recur. But the question loomed, did the word restraint even exist in Lao Deng's vocabulary? Just as the two were at an impasse, 4 or 5 individuals caught up to them from behind. Initially, they seemed engrossed in their own conversation, discussing something with great fervor, entirely oblivious to Xiaolon and the old man as they passed by. However, due to Xiaolan's striking hairstyle, resembling a large grapefruit atop his head, they couldn't help but turn back for a second glance. Upon seeing a familiar face, they exclaimed, "Unclein, you're back." They hurried over, asking, "Weren't you taken to the city by your son? We thought you wouldn't return to the countryside for the new year." Aside from his humble demeanor in front of Xiaolon, the old man always maintained an air of authority among others. He immediately straightened his back, exclaiming, "Oh, it's a few of old Lei's disciples. What brings you here? Did that old man make you work early in the morning? Which banquet have you taken on this time? He should get involved too." Merely directing without lifting a finger, one chef can't even handle a few swipes of the spatula without complaining of fatigue. He is getting so plump, he is almost ready for market. A group of young men exchanged glances, as if grappling with unuttered words, and after some shoving, they finally designated a representative. The chosen young man, a disciple of old Lei, mustered his courage to speak. "Unclein, I must inform you of something. Master has passed away." Olden was taken aback, urgently inquiring, "When did this happen? Why was I not informed?" "It was just last night. His illness struck rather unexpectedly. We called the village doctor, and upon examination, he declared that Master was no longer with us. We have come today to discuss the arrangements." The other disciples chimed in. "Unclein, everyone knows you shared a close bond with Master. Naturally, we should have notified you first, but the situation was so sudden. We didn't know if you would return. Please do not grieve, Unclein. Our master was always in good health, able to eat and sleep well. He left without suffering. You must take care of yourself." 4 or 5 of them looked at Olden with concern, being the eldest among them. They feared he might not withstand the blow and could collapse as well. Old Lei was a renowned chef in the vicinity, so esteemed that he had several disciples. In contrast, Olden was a well-known gourmand, so much so that he often found himself in the hospital due to overindulgence. The two, one a chef and the other a foodie, shared a deep camaraderie owing to their similar ages. Xiaolon, having grasped the situation, understood that Olden had lost a dear friend. Just as he contemplated offering his condolences, he was abruptly greeted by a series of hearty laughs. "Ha ha, that old fellow. Old Lei has finally succumbed before me. I knew I would outlive him. Ha ha ha, I have triumphed." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, clearly underestimating Old N's nonchalance regarding life and death. "What are you all staring at? In winter, it is common for a few elders to pass away. Life and death are simply part of existence. One should enjoy life while they can, and when the time comes, they depart." With a wave of his hand, Olden took the lead. "Let us go see him." After a couple of steps, he turned back and added, "Xiao Feng, would you prefer to return home for a nap and visit the mountain another day?" Xiaolon advanced a few paces. "No need, I will accompany you." Xiaolon held a pragmatic view. He did not perceive visiting the deceased as an omen of misfortune. Olden was indeed correct. The passing of elders during winter was commonplace. The drop in temperature could trigger sudden cardiovascular ailments, which often struck unexpectedly, claiming lives before the new year. This was not an ill omen, merely a manifestation of the natural order. Sometimes, for the elderly, leaving this world without enduring prolonged suffering could be seen as a form of fortune. Yet, it did place an undue burden on their descendants, who would need to hastily prepare for the arrangements without any warning. However, once life reaches its conclusion, what does it matter? One ought to embrace a modicum of defiance even at the end. Xiaolon accompanied the group to Old Lei's residence, where his sons were managing the affairs. It appeared they had already streamlined the process, having summoned elder relatives to oversee the arrangements, thus avoiding the chaos of headless chickens. Yet, their faces were still etched with worry, and upon inquiry, it was revealed they were facing difficulties concerning the banquet arrangements. Younger son, why don't we simply host the banquet at a high-end restaurant in the county? Nowadays, everyone in the village opts for restaurants, which appear more grand and dignified, and it saves us a great deal of trouble. As soon as these words escaped his lips, he was met with a stern objection from his elder brother. Absolutely not. Have you forgotten what our father does? He is the village's esteemed chef. For decades, he has organized countless feasts for families in our village, be it joyous occasions or solemn events. Who hasn't he sought his expertise? He holds a deep disdain for those restaurants in the county and town, as they encroach upon his business. To hold our father's banquet in a restaurant would be tantamount to trampling his dignity into the dirt. Are you not afraid of him haunting your dreams to admonish you? Upon hearing this, the younger son faltered. Yet a hint of defiance lingered. But our father is the only one capable of managing such affairs in the village. Now that he is gone, who could possibly take his place? Yes, he has 2 sons and 5 apprentices, but honestly, brother, without our father as the cornerstone, can we truly manage this on our own? Chapter 272. Do you know anyone who could serve as a master chef for a grand banquet? This discourse rendered everyone silent. Though many were present, none could step into Old Lei's shoes. First and foremost, there was Old Lei's eldest son, who, by rights, should have inherited the family legacy. However, he excelled academically from a young age. The notion that all pursuits pale in comparison to the pursuit of knowledge has been deeply ingrained in the minds of the populace since ancient times. And rural areas are no exception. If a child shows promise in education, families would go to great lengths to support their studies. Thus, with his family's backing, Old Lei's eldest son managed to escape the confines of rural life, moving to the city and eventually establishing a family and career in a bustling metropolis. Consequently, the expectation to inherit the family's culinary prowess naturally fell upon the younger son. Alas, this younger son possessed no remarkable talents. His academic performance was lackluster, and his heart was set on escaping to the city. He would rather toil in a factory than remain in the countryside as a chef. He is not alone in this mindset. Since the advent of smartphones, young people have been exposed to the allure of the outside world, and few are willing to stay in the countryside. Look, Old Lei's apprentices have come and gone, one after another. The current 5 have only recently joined and can barely assist, hardly knowing how to wield a knife. Had Old Lei not passed away so suddenly, these young apprentices would likely have departed within a fortnight. Despite understanding that becoming a home chef could yield substantial earnings, they still yearn to leave the village for the city. It is not entirely their fault for feeling restless. The dwindling population in the village means that the profession of home chef is on the verge of extinction. In the past, whenever a family hosted a feast, half the village would come to lend a hand. Women would wash and chop vegetables, men would procure and cook food, the youth would serve the dishes, and children would run errands and summon guests. Not to mention borrowing tables, chairs, bowls, and dishes from neighbors, setting up the venue, and cleaning up afterward. The entire process required collective effort. In the present day, the robust labor force in the countryside has ventured out for work, while others toil in the fields. To speak quite bluntly, the only individuals left with leisure in the village are the elderly, the infirm, and those with disabilities, who, then, can engage in collaboration with you. Consequently, an increasing number of people no longer hold gatherings in the village. They all flock to restaurants in the nearby town. If one desires a more extravagant affair, they travel to the county's establishments. They charter several large buses to transport guests from the village before the feast and return them afterward, alleviating the need for frantic preparations, thus saving time, effort, and worry. In recent years, Old Lei has become a renowned, yet largely inactive chef. The villagers hold him in high regard, referring to him as the master chef, and they express their admiration for his culinary skills by sending their children to apprentice under him. However, when it comes to hosting weddings and funerals, there is a tacit agreement to shift to county venues. This situation has left Old Lei seething with anger. During his drinking sessions with Olden, he can vent for hours without pause. His frustration does not stem from the restaurants depriving him of income. After years of toil, he has accumulated a decent savings and is no longer concerned about financial matters. His ire is directed at the fact that these restaurants not only usurp his business, but also serve dishes that are utterly unpalatable. After dining at one such establishment once, he spent a year lamenting the experience. It is hard to fathom that the expensive, beautifully presented dishes at the restaurant could taste like chewing on foam and plastic, all bearing a singular flavor. In Old Lei's words, the chicken lacks the essence of chicken, the fish devoid of its own flavor. The only edible item is the stir-fried greens, yet even those are overcooked, inferior to the slop fed to village pigs. Eventually, he learned that these dishes are referred to by a professional term, pre-prepared cuisine. Old Lei did not grasp the meaning of such a term. To him, pre-prepared simply meant that some difficult ingredients were processed a day in advance for use the following day. As far as he was concerned, anything not freshly slaughtered and cooked on site was deemed pre-prepared. Little did he know that the pre-prepared dishes used in restaurants could have been made a year, or even 2, prior. Yet, this was of little consequence. He only knew that being vanquished by such inferior food was a profound humiliation. He could not comprehend why. Despite the dismal taste of the food, people still chose the restaurant over him. Had everyone's taste buds failed them? The answer is starkly practical. Perhaps Old Lei was aware of it, but unwilling to accept it. Although the culinary skills at the county restaurant leave much to be desired, the presentation is exquisite, and the ambience is impressive. With the welcoming hostess leading the way, the grand staircase spiraling upward, luxurious chandeliers casting their glow, and marble tables rotating gracefully, The superficiality of appearances has been sufficiently catered to, rendering the actual taste of the food less significant. As people move forward in their quest for new experiences, they often sacrifice aspects of their past. Old Lay has become a discarded remnant of that past, along with the village itself. To return to the matter at hand, a grave dilemma now confronts everyone. While Old Lay was alive, he could not persuade them to forsake the restaurants in favor of him. What could possibly change in his absence? Observing the silence enveloping the group, his youngest son gradually raised his voice. Brother, I understand your intentions are noble. But we must also consider reality, mustn't we? No matter how much our father despised the restaurants, they remain our best option at present. Otherwise, where shall we find a chef whose skills can rival those of our father, and who is capable of overseeing the entire affair? The younger son anticipated that this statement would elicit silence. However, a voice, aged yet resonant, emerged from the doorway. I have a candidate. The individuals within the room turned their gazes toward the entrance, where they beheld a familiar visage. The speaker was none other than Olden, a close companion of the late Old Lay. Olden's eldest son stood up, his eyes glimmering with surprise. When you say you have a candidate, do you mean someone you know who could serve as the head chef? Certainly, Olden replied with unwavering certainty. This revelation ignited a spark of hope among the gathered assembly. They all understood that Olden was renowned for his discerning palate, and thus, any chef he endorsed would undoubtedly possess skills comparable to those of Old Lay, if not exceeding them. The eldest son of Old Lay approached eagerly, inquiring, "Which village does this esteemed chef reside in? I shall drive there immediately to fetch him." "There is no need for you to go. Fortuitously, I have brought him along," Olden said, stepping aside to reveal the person behind him. The excited gazes of the crowd shifted past him, landing on Xiaolon. In an instant, all expressions turned to disbelief. They scrutinized him from head to toe, unable to fathom what they were witnessing. With his flamboyant hairstyle, lip piercings, and an enigmatic demeanor, he was indeed a sight to behold. Surely, this cannot be the chef Olden mentioned? They eagerly peered behind Xiaolon, hoping to discover another individual concealed there. Alas, apart from the fluttering yellow hair, nothing else was present. Chapter 273. Possessing dual degrees in culinary arts and science, the eldest son, staring blankly at Xiaolon for a full minute, suddenly appeared to have an epiphany and turned to the others. "Perhaps we should invite a chef from the county to cater the banquet in our village." This suggestion represented a concession of sorts. The county harbored only restaurant chefs, and those brought in would merely replicate the dishes offered in their establishments, merely relocating the venue from the restaurant to their home. In a sense, this was a compromise. Indeed, when someone proposed tearing down the roof, the others readily agreed to open a window instead. The idea of allowing Xiaolon to take charge of the kitchen, however, stood out as the most outrageous suggestion akin to demolishing the roof. The rest of the assembly readily concurred, passing the proposal unanimously. Unfortunately, the younger son's derisive laughter shattered their collective illusion. "Do you believe that county chefs can be summoned at will?" As the new year approaches, not only are the restaurants fully booked for the new